The Husky and His White Cat. Shizun Chapter 88 to Chapter 125. He suddenly raised his head and looked toward the source of the sound. A man in a black, gold-patterned cloak appeared at the end of the corridor. He was tall and straight, and his whole body was covered with cloth. Even his face was covered with a black veil, only revealing a pair of eyes that couldn't be seen clearly in the dark. In that person's hand, there was a knife. The slender blade was completely black and unstoppable. No return. Who I am is not important. That person said coldly. His voice was very strange, as if deliberately distorted. You only need me to know who you are. Emoran was shocked, but he still calmed down and hibernated. I'm just a disciple of the peak of life and death. Is it interesting for you to know what I do? A disciple of the peak of life and death? Oh, yes, but have you forgotten that you are also an Emperor Ta, an emperor of the human realm, a ghost who killed his master to prove his Tao, a ghost who escaped from the Yellow Spring? With every word he said, Emoran's blood became colder. He felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. Emperor Ta slaughtered the 72 cities of Confucianism. Emperor of the human realm. Married the most beautiful woman in the world, killed his master and family, and climbed to the top of the human realm. That person said coldly, you are Emowayu. Emowayu. Heinous beyond redemption, unable to be reincarnated even after 10,000 deaths. Emowayu should be torn into pieces at the peak of life and death. His heart and eyes should be dug out, and he should die without a complete corpse. Who are you? Emoran's eyes were red, and the childish look on his face was gone. What was left was only the fierceness of a demon. He confronted the person at the end of the corridor, and in the next moment, he would lock the other person's throat and tear all the names he didn't want to hear anymore into his throat. That person raised his hand wrapped in black veil. The long corridor condensed layers of ice in an instant, completely separating the space between the two of them. Now, you can't summon this knife. That person walked slowly and stopped about 10 steps in front of him. Emperor of the human realm. Maybe it's better to call you Emoran now? What a joke. Have you ever taken a good look at yourself? My heart is no longer as cold and hard as steel. Following by Chu Waning's side, I'm actually treating him better. Rebirth, where's the person I said I would protect in my previous life? Emoran's expression changed. Shermay? What did you do to Shermay? That person did not answer. He only sneered, do you know why you can't summon Bugue back? His fingertips slowly stroked the thick blade. It's because your soul is about to change, and your hatred is about to dissipate. Before you die, you regret that life of yours, for not being able to protect your senior brother Ming Jing. You once vowed that if there was an afterlife, you would definitely not let him down. That pair of sharp and horrified eyes suddenly looked up. Emoran, did you do it? The enchantment of the ghost realm is about to be broken. What happened in the past will repeat itself. Do you still want to watch him die and beg Chu Waning to be merciful? You're letting down the chance of rebirth in this life. You don't deserve to touch Bugue again. I don't need you to tell me that. Emoran said angrily, the matter between me and Shermay is not for others to interfere. Since you know that I'm a reborn person, who are you? A fake Gauchin? Or an old ghost who came back from the dead like me? Heh. That person chuckled. An old ghost who came back from the dead. Yes, I'm an old ghost who came back from the dead. Otherwise, do you think that you're the only one who's been blessed by the heavens to be reborn in this world? Who is it? Blurred faces flashed through his mind like crazy. The people who died in his previous life. Shui Jingyong, Madame Wang, Chu Waning, Song Xiaotong, Yi Wangxi. Or the people who forced him to the Shaman Mountain Palace in his previous life to bury him. Shui Meng, Mei Hanxue, and the heads of the 10 great sects. Who is it? Who is it? Who knew his secret? Who grasped his weak spot? Who was it that stepped through the Yellow Springs to chase after him? Who was it that wanted to force him into a dead end? Who is it? In just a moment, the figure in front of him moved. That man's clothes fluttered as he moved in front of him. After this person's rebirth, his strength was still so strong. Emoran was shocked. Bugue's blade was already pressed against his chest. With just a little bit of force, it could pierce through his flesh and destroy his heart. Emma Weiyu, I thought you were an infatuated person. But maybe it's because your senior brother Ming Jing is unlucky. Even after you've been reborn, you still don't put him in your eyes. Emma Ran gritted his teeth. Nonsense. I'm spouting nonsense? That person laughed coldly. He put a hand on Emma Ran's throat and slowly slid it down to his chest. How much space do you leave for him in your heart? That little bit of nostalgia you have, I'm afraid it's already been worn away. Is there anything left? Emma Ran angrily said, Who is in my heart? Do you think I don't know better than you? You're so long-winded. Why don't you take off your veil and let me see? You want to see me? There's no rush. That person's voice was like smoke. His gaze was also very distant, as if he didn't put him in his eyes. When you're about to die in this life, I'll show you. You're the one who's about to die. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a bone-piercing cold under his feet. Emma Ran looked down. That person's ice spikes had climbed up his body at some point. Ice curse, ice spikes. Water attribute. Who was it? In his previous life, who could cast this kind of spell? He had met too many enemies. When he was anxious to remember, his mind was a mess. Shui Meng, fire attribute. Chu Wanning, metal attribute. Wood attribute. Yi Wangxi, earth attribute. Shui Jingyong, earth attribute. Who was it? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't remember who had such a strong power to control ice. You're right. I'm also going to die. However, Emma Weiyu, that will definitely be a matter of a very, very long time in the future. Xian Ice quickly froze his entire body. This person's strength was too terrifying. Emma Ran released a bit of spirit energy to resist the ice. He felt a tyrannical and huge force fiercely rushing towards him. The person in front of him was not below Chu Wanning in terms of strength. Water attribute. Who? In a flash, a blurry face seemed to flash past. But before he could think clearly, his throat was grabbed by that person. The fingertips covered by black gauze rubbed his throat. That person's eyes were gloomy, without any light. There's no need for your majesty to worry about my lifespan. He said slowly, let me first help you regain some of the friendship you were born with. Otherwise, you won't do proper business and ruin my grand plan. Ugh. Pfft. No return wailed as it cut through its former master's flesh. The wound isn't deep. I'll just take your blood and make a seal. That person really did just smear some blood on his wound. Then, he touched the space between his eyebrows and muttered. Emma Ran only felt a sharp pain in his head. He cursed, fuck, you, mother. Did I chop you up in your previous life? Or did King kill 18 generations of your ancestors? Mother of Ker, what are you trying to do? Shoo, don't move. It's just a good heart curse. I don't King care if it's a good heart curse or a disgusting curse. Can you not disgust me? Scram. Emma Ran. That person slowly drew a talisman between his eyebrows and sighed softly, how can you bear to ask me to scram? He paused and muttered again, the heart is not like water, the will cannot be stopped, the door of the heart is wide open. His chest suddenly twisted in pain. You. The ice curse was suddenly removed. Emma Ran staggered and slowly knelt on the ground with a pale face. You still haven't thanked me. That black-clothed person lowered his eyes with an indifferent expression. He looked at him for a while and said lightly, I've expanded all the emotions in your heart. What you love and hate will be clearer. In this way, you'll be able to see your own heart clearly, right? If you still don't do your best to protect Shermay and do your best, then you are really useless. You're just an abandoned pawn. So this good heart curse made the love and hate in the heart stronger and clearer? Why did this person spend so much effort to protect Shermay's life? Water attribute. These were the last chaotic thoughts that flashed through his mind before he lost consciousness. With a thump sound, Emma Ran fell to the ground. 2 thick eyelashes fell down. That black-cloaked person coldly looked at him for a while, then slowly leaned over. He first checked his pulse. After a moment of silence, he raised his hand and condensed a ball of blue light in his palm. Forget all. The black-cloaked person softly spat out these two words. The blue light became brighter. Mo Ran's tightly knitted eyebrows slowly relaxed. When he woke up, he would only remember that he went out and summoned Shenwu, but Shenwu did not come. He would not remember anything else. He would not know that there was another person in this world who was reborn. Although the good heart curse's effect could only last for a few days, it could very well point out the way to the heart of a confused person. Expanding your emotions, I'm afraid that when you wake up, you'll find that you like Shermingjing more and more. You like him so much that you want to dig out your heart and give it to him. The black-cloaked person coldly said. See you later, Emperor Ta. After a night of disturbance, everything was settled. The next morning, Mo Ran opened his eyes and found that he was still lying next to Chu Wanning's bed. He turned his head. The window of the guest room seemed to have been blown open by the wind in the middle of the night. It was half open and half closed. With the morning breeze, it gently opened and closed, making a creaking sound as it hit the wood. The room was very quiet. Mo Ran did not look at the bed, but he knew that Chu Wanning should not have woken up yet. Outside the window of Banmiao Pavilion, there was a crab-blue sky. The rising sun had not yet broken through the clouds. Early mornings were often pale and lacking in color. The sunlight did not give it much warmth. There were not many people who woke up early. She was too lazy to dress up and warm up her haggard and tired face. In the wind that blew in, there was a bit of the smell of grass and dew. Mo Ran laid like this for a while, letting his consciousness return. When he sat up, he felt a pain in his shoulder. Strange, when did his clothes tear? There was some dried blood under it. He was stunned for a while. Didn't he go out to investigate last night? He only remembered that there was no reaction from Bugue, so it should be a fake. After that, it seemed like he could not remember clearly. He looked around and saw a thick nail protruding from the dark brown floor. Perhaps it was the nail that scratched him. Did he sleep so deeply? He did not feel anything at all. He put on his clothes and got up, looking at the bed. Chu Wanning was still lying on the bed. Although he was used to him being high up and enjoying the good position, he could only pick up the leftovers, such as the floor at the end of the bed, and make do with it for the night. But today, he was inexplicably angry. He glared at that person's side profile and gritted his teeth. Why is it always me sleeping on the floor and you sleeping on the bed? It's not wrong to respect your teacher, but isn't there also the saying of loving the child? Mo Ran was very unhappy. When he thought of the nail protruding from the floor that scratched him for no reason, he became even more angry. It was still early, and he did not want to suffer by lying on the floor. He simply lay down on the bed and closed his eyes to sleep. The two of them, one to the left and one to the right, would not touch each other on the wide bed. They had once hugged each other in dreams, but now they were sleeping in different places. In his previous life, they were skin to skin, limbs overlapping. In the craziest days, he was even unwilling to withdraw after making love with him every night. But the two of them, who had been so intimate, were now lying on the two ends of the big bed, sleeping like this. When Mo Ran woke up again, the sun was already high in the sky. Mo Ran turned over and blinked. He saw that Chu Wanning was still sleeping. Perhaps it was because he had drunk the mantis fragrant dew, or perhaps it was because his body hadn't been feeling well recently, so he had been having restless dreams. It was already so late, but he was still dreaming deeply. His back was facing her, and his long black hair was scattered, flowing between the pillows. What a beautiful night. Mo Ran. Since the Shizun didn't want to get out of bed, there was no need for the disciple to work hard. The bed was very comfortable, but it was better to lie on it. However, it was boring to lie down, so Mo Ran went over to play with Chu Wanning's hair. There was always a faint floral fragrance in Shizun's hair. It was soft like smoke and dense like mist. It was one of Mo Ran's favorite things to touch. His fingers passed through the thin stream of mist, and the silk-like texture wrapped around his fingers, giving rise to an itch that scratched at his heart and liver. The ink-colored bed curtain swayed slightly with the wind that came in through the window. He narrowed his eyes. He was always full of energy when he woke up in the morning. Besides, the taste of her fingers was so good, so familiar, so. He lifted a strand of Chu Wanning's long hair and sniffed it. This warm and soft long hair slowly brought back the past from his previous life. Although after his rebirth, he tried his best not to think about the overly romantic affairs he had with Chu Wanning in the past, but for some reason, he missed them this morning. He also felt a little thirsty. He didn't want to touch the body of the person in front of him again, but he could always touch her hair. He closed his eyes and gently kissed the black hair between his fingers. This black color. The Magi Mountain Palace at the peak of life and death was also the same black color. Thousands of threads hung down and enveloped Mo Ran. He held the man's thin waist, and under his fingertips was a thin layer of muscle, which was completely different from a woman's. Chu Wanning sat between his waist and legs. He must be in a lot of pain. He kept knitting his sharp eyebrows. His phoenix eyes were filled with bits of light. In his ruthlessness and despair, there was also a touch of thick pink. He was so hateful, so unwilling, but so helpless and pitiful. As the victor, Mo Ran was calm and unruffled in the midst of the chaos, but at the same time, he ordered him without malice. Move faster. Why are you so slow? Are you out of strength? Even so, Chu Wanning was still unyielding. He slightly gasped for breath, his eyes filled with hatred, moist and thin red. Then, he bit his lips and began to violently move, almost as if he was harming himself. It was too painful. He repeated. His arched back gradually spasmed, and his body was drenched in cold sweat. He did not beg for mercy, nor did he make a sound. Mo Ran's long black hair cascaded in front of her. His eyes were blazing in the night. Bestial lust, madness, joy, and comfort intertwined in his eyes. Ugh! Suddenly, there was a muffled groan. The man on top of him seemed to be in so much pain that he could not bear it. Mo Ran's eyes darkened. He suddenly sat up and hugged the sweaty body. That person was trembling slightly. He tried so hard to endure, but he still could not help but tremble. But when Mo Ran sat up, he only sank deeper into the ground. His stomach felt like it was about to be pierced. The perpetrator of the violence, who caressed him tenderly, was extremely vicious. Chu Wanning, have you ever thought that one day, you would be done by me like this? He locked the person in his arms and slowly thrusted. Their ears and hair rubbed together. It was so intimate that it could not help but shudder. Wanya Yuhing, Bei Do Xianxun. Ah, it's still not the same. You want to open your legs and let me fuck you. His hands roamed around the other's waist as he pushed up against him. Feeling how tightly Chu Wanning was holding him, he was so excited that sparks flew in all directions in his chest, but he couldn't help but pretend to be calm, humiliating her in every possible way. Didn't you say that I'm despicable? Didn't you look down on me? But Chu Wanning, you're the one who's pleasing me now. He bit the other person's chin maliciously. Lower your head and look at how you're sucking me. Between the two of us, who is more despicable, my good Shizun? Chu Wanning trembled and closed his eyes. He was unwilling to listen to such filthy words. This was his first time. It was with the person he used to like, but it was like torture. It was better to die. Open your eyes. His cold command rang in his ears. If you keep closing your eyes, Shui Meng is still in my hands. You know what I'll do. There was nothing he could do. In the end, he slowly opened his watery eyes. He was pinched and forced to lower his head to look at his disciple's genitals. Their bodies collided with each other, bringing out sticky blood and viscous fluids. It was extremely obscene. Get up. His legs went soft. His last bit of dignity made him unwilling to rely on Mo Ran's support to slowly get up. More than half of his genitals were pulled out. There was only a little bit of it left pressed against his acupoint. Mo Ran held his genitals and lightly poked them a few times. He didn't go too deep and only let Chu Wanning watch him being done. Chu Wanning's eyelashes kept trembling. He didn't know if it was because of pain, humiliation, or stimulation. You're really a pervert, Mo Ran said softly. If I knew this would happen, I would have done you when I was your disciple. He was a hooligan after all. He didn't know how to appreciate elegance. Such vulgar words were like knives, stabbing into Chu Waning's heart. He suddenly raised his head and closed his eyes. His hoarse voice sounded for the first time. He said, "Mo Ran, just kill me." That person's hand that was holding his waist trembled imperceptibly. Then Mo Ran smiled. His smile was still sweet and cute. His dimples were deep. Okay. Chu Waning suddenly opened his eyes. Mo Ran saw his own twisted smile in those moist eyes that made him burn with lust. If you want to die, I won't stop you. But the way you die is not up to you. I want you to be ridden and fucked by thousands of people in front of your good disciple, Xuemeng. Oh, it's best if Xuemeng is also involved. Don't you think that's good enough? You. These harsh words were like poisonous needles stabbing into a man's weak spot. This scorpion called Mo Ran bared his fangs and brandished his claws, admiring his results. He saw Chu Waning's face instantly turn pale. Although he tried his best to restrain himself, his slightly open lips still trembled slightly. Mo Ran suddenly felt satisfied, pitiful, happy, and excited. He once again embraced Chu Waning and buried himself deep into his body. He began to thrust rapidly and secretly, almost crazily. Why are you so stupid? You took it seriously? He laughed lowly, and then kissed him hard. He rubbed him and panted, "Don't think too much. I was lying to you." Chu Waning was almost smashed into pieces in his arms, but his spirit seemed to have long been turned to dust. "I was lying to you." Mo Ran panted heavily. He felt that he was not satisfied, so he pushed him to the ground and pressed on top of him. He raised his leg and invaded him, his buttocks moving quickly and forcefully. "How can I bear to part with you? You can only be mine, you can only be mine." His slender and cold fingers grabbed the ground, but he could not hold on to anything. Chu Waning was helpless in the end, and could only be manipulated by him. He was fucked until he was absent-minded, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Suddenly, he raised his hand and covered his eyes. Chu Waning softly said, "Mo Ran. Mo Ran, if you still have a little bit of affection, a little bit of conscience." His eyelashes slightly trembled under the back of his hand. "Please, don't do this again. Mo Ran." His voice suddenly choked up. That was Mo Ran. In his previous life, it was the first time he heard him cry. "Mo Ran, I can't take it anymore. It hurts." Suddenly, Chu Waning turned over, startling Mo Ran out of his sweet memories. The past scattered, leaving only his heart thumping. The long hair between his fingers had slipped away, but that person was sleeping on his side. His face was very close, and Mo Ran could even see those long eyelashes clearly. So beautiful. He thought. To be honest, Chu Waning did not have that kind of feminine appearance. His features were handsome, and he had a strong aura. In fact, he was more masculine than ordinary people. But the more he was like this, the more it made his heart itch. Mo Ran really wanted to see this iron-boned, insufferably arrogant man groveling under his body and being overwhelmed by ecstasy. His heart beat faster and faster. He stared at Chu Waning's face, and his gaze moved inch by inch, landing on the light-colored lips that were slightly open because he was sleeping. He could not help but get closer. Just a little closer, and he could kiss him. The taste of sweet dew. Mo Ran's Adam's apple moved, and he felt an endless thirst. A little closer, they were about to touch. Suddenly, a trace of clarity flashed through his burning mind. He suddenly froze, and his face became pale. What was he doing? Suddenly sitting up, Mo Ran stared at the man on the bed. Chu Waning, Chu Waning. No matter how used to being with him, it was all in the past. What was he doing? Was he crazy? Could it be that he really liked him? Suddenly shocked by this thought, Mo Ran's face turned pale, and he was in a daze. In the end, he took a deep breath, buried his face in his palms, and fiercely rubbed it. He cursed under his breath, and ran away like he was escaping. When Chu Waning finally woke up, it was already noon. The Xianxia was really a good thing. He had a good night's sleep last night without any nightmares disturbing him. He yawned and slowly sat up. Mo Ran? Chu Waning was slightly surprised that his disciple, who always liked to laze around in bed more than him, was not in the spot where he slept last night. There was no response. He got up, tidied up his clothes, and tied up his fog-like long hair while walking to the side room. A thin layer of water vapor rose from behind the Suzhou-embroidered screen that depicted a mountain range. It seemed that someone was taking a bath behind it. Mo ran. Chuaning stood outside and called again. There was still no response. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Chuaning knocked on the wooden edge of the screen several times, but there was no response. He frowned and went behind the screen. This was a place in the room specially used for bathing and washing. There was a big camphor wood bathtub in the middle. Chuaning glanced at it. The water inside was hot and full. It was sprinkled with herbs and flowers that had already been arranged by the shop, but there was no one taking a bath. But looking left and right, Mo Ran's clothes were folded on the wooden rack. He couldn't have taken a bath and ran out without wearing clothes, right? Chuaning's forehead twitched. He suppressed this terrible thought and pursed his thin lips. His expression was somewhat ugly. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly heard two bubbling sounds behind him. Chuaning turned around and saw that in the large wooden tub covered with flower petals and herbs, there were several bubbles rising. Is there someone inside? As soon as he thought of this, he heard a splash sound. A naked young man jumped out of the tub like a dragon out of the water. Chuaning was so shocked that he took 2 steps back. The young man seemed to be holding his breath under the water, so he didn't hear Chuaning calling him outside. He couldn't hold it anymore and stood up, exposing half of his body. He shook off the water droplets in his hair like a dog on land. The water splashed all over Chuaning's clothes. Mo ran. Ah. The person who was shaking his head was stunned for a moment before his eyes suddenly widened. It was obvious that he hadn't expected to see him as soon as he came out. He was extremely shocked. Master. You. She glanced at the young man's well-adjusted figure. His gradually growing shoulders and back were already very broad. His lines were smooth and tight, full of youthful tension. The water droplets gathered into a stream along his firm chest muscles and slowly flowed down. Under the sunlight, they were dazzling. He looked like one of those extremely beautiful mermen, half floating on the water. His hair and eyes were wet, and there were even a few petals in his hair. Mo Ran wiped the water droplets off his face and smiled as he swam towards Chuaning. His hands were folded over the side of the bucket, his shoulders were stretched like a leopard's as he looked up at him. For a moment, Chuaning felt dizzy and his face was burning. He subconsciously asked, "What are you doing?" "To take a bath." "In the morning?" He felt a little guilty. In fact, in the beginning, he wanted to take a cold shower to suppress that evil fire. Later on, he suppressed the fire, but he also felt that since he had already taken off his clothes, he might as well take a good bath. After a while, he felt happy and dived into the water to practice the breath-holding technique. Unexpectedly, Chuaning bumped into him. "What are you giggling about?" Chuaning frowned. His tone gradually turned cold in an attempt to hide his hot-headedness. "You woke up early and didn't even know to wake me up. You're messing around here by yourself, throwing your clothes here and there. You're a group, master. There's water here." He raised his hand and wiped the side of Chuaning's face. "Group." Mo Ran smiled. He forgot that his hand was wet to begin with. Wiping Chuaning's face would only make it wetter. Chuaning froze in place. The surrounding air was cold. His face was tense and his lips were slightly pursed. Only his eyelashes fluttered occasionally. It felt like he was training a hunting dog, but the crafty dog raised its head and nudged him to please him. "Put on your clothes and get out. We're preparing to return to the sect." In the end, Chuaning threw down these words with a cold face and left with a flick of his sleeves. But in a place where Mo Ran couldn't see, the tips of his ears turned red. Just like in a place where he couldn't see, there was also a pair of moist, complicated, but still longing eyes that couldn't help but search for him until they disappeared around the corner. The cute smile on Mo Ran's face disappeared and was replaced by a kind of resentment. He angrily slapped the water and rubbed his face. Damn it. What was going on today? When he saw him in the bath, he only raised his hand to touch his face. The desire that he had suppressed with great difficulty was actually hard again. Why did you wear your clothes for so long? By the window, Chuaning turned his face. His clothes were fluttering, and fine strands of hair blew across his jade cheeks. He was slightly impatient as he reprimanded him. Emo Ran coughed a few times and said vaguely, I used a spell to dry my hair. I didn't use it well. It was a bit slow. Shizun, please don't blame me. It was rare to see him speak so politely. Chuaning looked at him with some surprise and said, since you're done washing up, go pack your things. We'll rent an immortal boat and go back later. I don't want to ride a sword. I'm tired of riding a horse. It's better to go by water. Oh, okay. Emo Ran didn't dare to look at him and coughed a few more times to cover it up. Chuaning frowned and said, what's wrong with your throat? Nothing. He turned around to pack his luggage. The two bought some dry food and snacks in the shop, then went to the pier to rent a boat and set off. The boat traveled along the Xianxia River. When it reached a place where it was impassable, it set up a pair of wooden wings and flew high into the sky with magic. Although it wasn't traveling fast, it was comfortable and secluded. 8 days later, the two reached the peak of life and death. The wooden boat stopped in front of the mountain gate. Emo Ran lifted the bamboo curtain and let Chuaning come out of the cabin first, then followed behind him. At this time, the moon was high in the sky. It was late at night. Elder Yu Heng had ordered Shui Jingyong not to send anyone to welcome them, so the two walked up the stairs. When they reached the entrance of the main gate, they met the 4 disciples guarding the gate. Elder Yu Heng. Young Master Mo. When the 4 disciples saw them, for some reason, a trace of panic flashed across their faces. Before the two could react, they knelt down and looked up to report anxiously, Elder, young master, there are people from the sect coming to seek revenge on the two of you. The Lord sent a messenger pigeon to ask the two of you to hide temporarily. It seems that this pigeon flew too slowly and didn't deliver. Elder, young master, quickly go to Unchanging Town to hide, but don't go in. Chuaning narrowed his eyes and asked, why are you so panicked? It's people from the upper cultivation world. They said that Elder wants to practice evil techniques, so they want to take you to Heavenly Music Pavilion for interrogation. Heavenly Music Pavilion? Emo Ran said in surprise, isn't that the prison built by the 10 great sects to interrogate heinous criminals? Yes. They're here because of the incident in Colorful Butterfly Town. One of the female disciples said in panic, Elder, do you remember? It's that time when you were beaten with a rod. At most, it's just an abuse of the immortal technique and implicating mortals. Master has already been punished, so why are they suddenly bringing up old scores and alarming Heavenly Music Pavilion? Emo Ran frowned. Also, what's with the evil techniques? We don't know the details, but according to the people who came, the people of Colorful Butterfly Town were all killed in one night. The one who killed them was a half-immortal, half-ghost thing, and it seemed to have been ordered by someone. That ghost immortal's dermic powers are profound, so ordinary itinerant cultivators can't possibly control her. So those people in the upper cultivation world suspect that this was done by Elder Yu Heng. Chuaning. Pfft, Emo Ran laughed. I thought it was something serious. This kind of misunderstanding, it's better to clear it up, why hide? He then turned to Chuaning and said with a smile, Master, look at their brains. You should get rid of a small monster, saying that you're competing with your juniors for the limelight. You kill a big demon, then they suspect that you're practicing evil techniques and raising a ghost immortal to harm others. Then we might as well not do anything, and learn from them and focus on cultivating at home. Chuaning didn't laugh, but his expression was ugly. After a moment of silence, he asked, are all the townspeople of Colorful Butterfly Town dead? It said so, no one is alive. Chuaning closed his eyes. The female disciple saw that his expression was strange and said uneasily, Elder? Although this wasn't done by me, it might be because I didn't get rid of the devil completely. I have a responsibility, so how can I avoid it? Chuaning slowly opened his eyes. Emo Ran, follow me in. In the Shaman Mountain Hall, 12 bronze lanterns were lined up on both sides. Each lantern was 10 feet tall, and 9 layers of bronze branches stretched out. From top to bottom, from short to long, there were a total of 356 candles, brightly illuminating the Hall of Life and Death as if it was daytime. In the hall, Xingyong stood solemnly in his martial attire. His leopard-like eyes were like rings, staring at the people below like an iron statue. Dilla Masterly, I'll tell you one last time. Elder Yu Heng is not in the sect right now, and I can guarantee with my head that the incident in Colorful Butterfly Town was not done by him deliberately. Don't make irresponsible remarks, that. Madame Wang covered her sleeves and reminded him softly, Huang. Cough, don't make irresponsible remarks about that. Xingyong waved his hand and said sternly. Madame Wang was speechless. In addition to the disciples on duty at the peak of life and death, there were more than 30 people standing in the hall. Almost all of them were wearing jade-green brocade robes, with horsetail whisks in their arms and heavenly silkworm crowns on their heads. They were the disciples of the Jade Pool Villa, a new rising star in the upper cultivation world. The man in the lead was about 50 years old. His mustache was like a catfish, fluttering in the wind. Who else could it be other than the villa master of Jade Pool Villa, Li Wuxin? Li Wuxin twirled his long mustache and said with a cold smile, Master Shui, I respect your sect as a member of the righteous path, so I'm reasoning with you. After Elder Yu Heng and his disciples killed the devil in Colorful Butterfly Town, this shocking incident happened. Other than the three of them, Minister Chen's family didn't have any contact with any other cultivators. The witnesses and material evidence are all here. You have to admit it whether you want to or not. Shui Meng, who was standing beside his father, couldn't help but curse, you still have the F***king face to say that. When have you ever cared about the lower cultivation world? Normally, you're just a bystander watching your own ascension, but when something happens, you blame it on my master. What kind of logic is this? Young Master Shui. Li Wuxin didn't get angry. Instead, he looked at Xingyong meaningfully and said with a smile. I've heard of young Master Shui's virtuous reputation, and people call you the Phoenix fledgling. Now that I've met you, haha, you have such self-restraint. You've really opened my eyes. You. Li Wuxin leisurely turned to look at Xingyong. Master Shui, the upper cultivation world has strict laws. Once we interfere, we'll investigate thoroughly. If you insist on not handing over Yu Heng, Mo Ran, and the others, I'll have no choice but to ask the Scholarly Wind sect, the #1 sect in the world, to come and uphold justice. Xingyong had a fiery temper, so when he heard what Li Wuxin said, he felt rather disdainful. Whoa, I know your Blue Billows Manor has good relations with the Scholarly Wind sect, but even if Nangong Lu himself stood in front of me today, I'd still say the same thing, if you don't hand them over, this matter has nothing to do with Yu Heng. Shui Meng also said, Manor Masterly, please go back. I won't see you out. Did you see that? Did you see that? They're just so unreasonable, hiding and tolerating evil. A man's trembling voice suddenly erupted from the crowd. At that time, that guy surnamed Mo stole my friend's things. We politely came up the mountain to ask for an explanation, but they also coaxed us to leave in such a rude manner. Manor Masterly, did you see that? If they continue to commit crimes at the peak of life and death, the lower cultivation world will be finished. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a soft laugh coming from the entrance hall. Everyone turned their heads and saw a blue-clothed and lightly armored youth leaning against the vermilion lacquer door in the darkness. He was lazily looking at the scene inside the hall. The youth was extremely handsome. His skin was tight and delicate under the candlelight, as if it would glow. Young Master Chong, when did I steal your friend's things? The youth smiled gently and cutely. Tell me about that Rong Sanner. No, maybe it's Rong Jiao, I can't remember clearly. In short, is that wonderful creature your friend, or is she your mistress? You're not honest, I'm afraid he'll be sad. The one crying and complaining was none other than the wealthy merchant from Ezhou, Chong, who had said earlier that he wouldn't let go of the peak of life and death. Young Master Chong suddenly turned his head and saw that Mo Ran had appeared. His expression changed at first, then his eyes flashed and he howled miserably. Mo Wei you bastard, Jiao and I are close friends, there is nothing between us. Now that he has been poisoned by you demons and died a horrible death, you actually dare to slander others and frame him. What? Mo Ran was stunned and his eyes widened slightly. Rongjiu is dead? Young Master Cheng was angry and his eyes were filled with tears. His parents were also from the colorful butterfly town. A few days ago, they went back to their hometown to visit their relatives and met with this accident. If he didn't go, how would I know about the evil things you and your master did? I wouldn't have gone to ask Manor Master Li for justice. However, Mo Ran didn't have a good impression of Rongjiu. After being surprised, he waved his hand impatiently. What is a friend of a pestle and a mortar? You are the pestle and he is the mortar? Using a pestle to break a mortar, how are you innocent? Mo Ran. Young Master Cheng didn't expect him to speak like this. He was shocked and angry. You are an illiterate hooligan. You, cough. Madame Wang couldn't keep her face. Shui Jingyong blinked his eyes and didn't say anything. Pestle and mortar were not good words, but he felt that his nephew's words were reasonable and there was nothing wrong with them. Suddenly, a sigh sounded in the night. The sound was like the shattering of the Kuan mountain and the melting of the ice lake. It was indescribably deep and pleasant to the ears. Then, a hand with long bones and beautiful lines appeared. It slapped Mo Ran's face unceremoniously. What filthy words, a friend of a pestle and mortar is a friendship between Gong Shamu and Wu Yu. Chu Wanning appeared at the door with a gloomy face. He said angrily, you only know how to embarrass me. Why are you still standing at the door? Get in. Master. Master. Shui Meng and Shermei unexpectedly saw him. They were both surprised and happy and came to greet him. Shui Jingyong opened his eyes wide. He was angry and helpless. Yuhing, why did you suddenly come back? If I didn't come back, how long did you plan to hold on by yourself? Chu Wanning strode into the Magi Mountain Palace. Her handsome face was illuminated by the candlelight, making her look as elegant as a celestial being. He stood in front of the golden seat in the hall and nodded to Shui Jingyong. He then turned around and waved his wide sleeves. Facing Li Wuxin's shocked eyes, Chu Wanning glanced over and said lightly, the peak of life and death, Chu Wanning, sitting in Elder Yuhing's seat. I heard that you have something to ask and it would be impolite to refuse. Please enlighten me. In the main hall, this person was wearing a snow-white robe. He stood with his hands behind his back, his long sleeves reaching the ground. His expression seemed dignified and serious, but his eyes were slightly raised and his eyelashes drooped slightly. There was disdain and arrogance in his politeness. Li Wuxin did not expect Elder Yuhing to be him. In an instant, his expression changed. Chu Wanning calmly said, Manor Headley, I trust you've been well since we last met. Why is it you? Li Wuxin, who had a glib tongue just now, was speechless for a long time. His face was as pale as wax. After you left the Confucian Wind sect, there was no news of you. We thought you were going to travel the world. Who knew that you would actually cast pearls before swine? Chu Wanning sneered. His eyes were cold. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Alright, let's not talk too much. Let's talk business first. I heard that you think I killed 500 residents of colorful Butterfly Town to practice black magic. This was not my doing, but since Manor Headley came all the way here, you must have misunderstood. I still have important matters to attend to, so I won't be accompanying you to the Heavenly Music Pavilion. If you have any questions, you can ask me here. After he finished speaking, he was too lazy to stand. With a wave of his sleeve, he sat down at the elders' table. The Magi Mountain Palace had prepared special seats for every elder. Chu Wanning's seat was to the left of Shui Jingyong. It was covered with a thin bamboo mat, and half of the bamboo curtain was hanging down. Compared to Elder Lu Siyuan's fancy seat, which was full of fresh flowers, it was too plain. All these years, although Chu Wanning had not deliberately concealed his identity, he had always kept a low profile. Thus, although the younger generation of the Blue Pool Manor had heard of him, they did not know how powerful he was. However, Li Wuxin was different. He had been in Jianghu for many years. How could he not know of Wanya Yuhing's illustrious reputation? He clenched his fists in his sleeves and glanced at young Master Cheng from the corner of his eyes. If he had not accepted Cheng family's money, he would not have taken on this difficult task. He originally thought that Elder Yu Heng, who stood at the pinnacle of life and death, was just a nameless cultivator. Who would have thought that he was actually Chu Wanning, who had not shown himself for a long time? If he had known that it was him, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess no matter how many benefits he was offered. But now, he couldn't advance or retreat. What should he do? Li Wuxin's expression did not change, but he was complaining incessantly in his heart. It just so happened that one of his direct disciples didn't understand this situation and thought that this Elder Yu Heng was being unreasonable, so his master didn't know how to deal with it for a while. Thinking himself clever, he stepped forward and said, "Elder Chu, have you ever been to Colorful Butterfly Town to subdue demons?" Chu Wanning looked up and glanced at him. Not bad. Then, was that ghost bride also the evil that you suppressed? You mean Luo Xianxian? That youth was at a loss for words. He only knew that the evil spirit who went berserk in Colorful Butterfly Town was a ghost bride, but he didn't know anything else. Therefore, when Chu Wanning asked him a question, he couldn't answer. He could only blush and say, in short, it's a female ghost. Why are you asking so many questions? She was very young, about 15 or 16 years old. How many brides in a town have died unjustly? Chu Wanning sneered. Colorful Butterfly Town has a ghost wedding as a custom. There are at least 50 ghost brides, if not 100. I really don't know which one you're talking about. You, what do you mean by you and me? Unruly disciple, step back. After scolding the disciple who stepped forward, Li Wuxin put on a pleasant face and said to Chu Wanning, Grandmaster Chu, this is my disciple's first time out of the mountain, so he doesn't know the rules. Please don't take offense. The ghost bride he was talking about is indeed Luo Xianxian. Chu Wanning slightly frowned. Luo Xianxian's wrong spirit went berserk? Yes. Li Wuxin sighed. That female ghost lost her mind. Not only did she kill the entire Chen family, but she also started a massacre in the town. When I led my disciples to suppress her, there were almost no living people in Colorful Butterfly Town. Chu Wanning muttered, how could this be? I heard that the one who was involved in this matter was Elder Yu Heng of the Peak of Life and Death. Something fishy happened, so I came here. In addition, in Colorful Butterfly Town, I also obtained two things. Grandmaster Chu, I hope you can take a closer look and see if they are related to you. As he spoke, he first took out a piece of blood-stained yellow silk from his sleeve and was about to hand it to Chu Wanning. Unexpectedly, Shui Meng stepped in front of him and said unhappily, give it to me. This? My Shizun is a clean freak. He doesn't like to touch things that have been touched by outsiders. Shui Meng was exaggerating. In fact, Chu Wanning was just unwilling to touch things that had been touched by people he hated. He really wasn't a clean freak. However, Chu Wanning didn't like Li Wuxin, so he just let Shui Meng be. He didn't say much and just lowered his eyes to drink the hot tea that Shui Mei offered. Li Wuxin suppressed his anger, but there was nothing he could do. He could only sneer and hand the yellow silk to Shui Meng. Under the candlelight, everyone was watching. Chu Wanning unfolded the silk and glanced at it. His expression changed. Crossing spell. That's right. Grandmaster Chu, according to my investigation, Luo Xianxian's vengeful spirit was temporarily sealed by you. Before you left, you gave a copy of the crossing spell to the only daughter of the Chen family and asked her family to copy it every day for 10 years, right? That's right. Then this crossing spell is Grandmaster Chu's handwriting, right? That's right. But Grandmaster Chu, your copy of the crossing spell has an extra rune at the end of every chapter. What does that mean? Don't tell me you don't know? Li Wuxin's voice suddenly became louder. The Myriad Waves rune is a counter spell. Every time the Chen family finished copying a copy of the crossing spell, they would draw a counter spell, which forcibly turned the crossing spell into a curse that harms people. It will break the seal and make Luo Xianxian's vengeful spirit go berserk. No one in the Chen family knows this. Except for Elder Yu Heng, who personally gave the silk to them, I can't think of a second person who can teach them to draw such a powerful spell. Old man, don't slander me. Shui Meng was furious. If my Shizun wanted to kill them, he wouldn't have to beat around the bush. What positive and counter spells? Can't the handwriting be imitated? You suspect that my Shizun drew it, but I suspect that you secretly drew it on the way and used it to frame others. Li Wuxin put on a fake smile and said, Young Master Shuemeng, why are you interrupting when the elders are talking? Shui Jingyong said, Dilla Master Li, you're being biased by saying that this is Yu Hang's doing based on a piece of silk. My son is right. Handwriting can be imitated. If someone wants to frame Yu Hang, they can just copy his rune a few times and it will be very similar. Then we have to ask where Grandmaster Chu has such an old enemy who would spend so much effort to frame him. Mo Ran, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly laughed. Li Wuxin looked at him and thought of his vulgar remarks just now. He couldn't help but frown. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at how you've forgotten one thing after discussing for so long. Shui Jingyong asked curiously, what is it? Ran Air, what did you think of? Although I don't study much, I have some understanding of the myriad waves incantation and I know how to draw it. Mo Ran smiled. Look, isn't this the right one? As he spoke, he condensed a wisp of red spiritual energy on his fingertips. He leaned against the pillar leisurely and spread it in the air. After a while, an exquisite incantation of the myriad waves incantation was reflected in the air. It was as beautiful as a firework. Shui Meng said in surprise, You bastard, you're amazing. When did you learn it? Mo Ran smiled. It's in Shizun's book. I thought it was fun so I wrote it down. As he spoke, he casually tapped the bright red incantation and made it slowly rise into the air, above everyone's heads. The red inscriptions flickered blurrily, overflowing with bits of light. What do you think? Why don't you compare the incantation I drew and see if it's exactly the same as the one on the silk? The disciples of the Life and Death Summit were the least afraid of excitement. When they saw Chu Wanning expressionlessly throw the silk on the table, it was obvious that he agreed with Mo Ran's actions. They immediately rushed over and formed a circle to compare. The people from Baitan village were still tense at first, but later they couldn't help but be curious. Some of them even had the mentality of nitpicking, so they also gathered around to take a look. After so many people looked at it for a long time, they finally came to a conclusion. The incantation that Mo Ran drew was exactly the same as the one on the silk. It was almost as if they were drawn by the same person. The idiot from before, Li Wuxin, spoke again. He pointed at Mo Ran and turned pale with fright. Good. Good. You confessed without being pressed. Looks like you killed them. Mo Ran was speechless. Chu Wanning suddenly said lightly, Little brother, how should I address you? You're asking me? The idiot was stunned. He immediately puffed out his chest and said proudly, Wuxin's 13th direct disciple, Shen Songming. Mo Ran. Chu Wanning, on the other hand, didn't have much of a reaction to really smart. After all, he also had a nickname, Scared You to Death. He only said coldly, when the elders are talking, the younger generation should learn to shut up. This sentence was obviously mocking Li Wuxin's criticism of Mo Ran. When Li Wuxin heard this, his face turned into the color of pig liver. He was very annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. He could only change the topic and say, Grandmaster Chu's disciple is really a young hero. He's very capable. This incantation is actually drawn exactly like a grandmaster. Village Masterly, it's not just me. If you could draw this incantation, you would definitely draw the same incantation as my master. Li Wuxin glared at Mo Ran. What do you mean by that? Mo Ran smiled. Myriad waves incantation, the strokes are complicated, the strength of the strokes, and the color of the ink can't be different by half a day. Therefore, no matter who drew it, it would be no different from the creator. This actually has nothing to do with the handwriting. If there is even the slightest difference in the drawing, this incantation won't take effect. Nonsense. After being pointed out by a junior like this in public, Li Wuxin couldn't help but become angry. His beard flew in all directions. Which incantation in this world would have such crafty requirements? Although this old man has never practiced this incantation, I also know that this is nonsense. You brat, don't spread rumors. He's not spreading rumors. Li Wuxin couldn't hold it in anymore. He said angrily, Chu Wanning, words have no basis. How could you know? How could you know? The characteristics and weaknesses of an incantation are usually best understood by the creator. Do you dare to say that you are the creator of the myriad waves incantation? Chu Wanning raised his eyes and looked at him expressionlessly. He took another sip of tea and slowly said. Why wouldn't I dare? I'll tell you right now. Li Wuxin? The myriad waves incantation was created by me. Li Wuxin. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Especially the disciples of the Blue Pool village, their expressions changed greatly as if they had been struck by lightning. In the cultivation world, third-rate sorcerers memorized incantations, second-rate sorcerers comprehended incantations, and first-rate sorcerers modified incantations. However, there was another kind of person who was not related to the first, second, or third-rate sorcerers. That kind of person was usually unreachable. They did not need to memorize incantations because they had already comprehended them and were not satisfied with modification. Instead, they had mastered the last step. Creation. They were either good at refining unique elixirs, creating peerless armors, or drawing unprecedented spiritual incantations. In all these ways, they were called grandmasters. For the small cultivators of the celestial sect, these grandmasters often lived in the inscription of a scroll or on a treasure or spiritual weapon. The young disciples of the Blue Pool village did not expect that the person they wanted to capture to the heavenly music pavilion was such a godlike figure. Li Wuxin's forehead was covered with cold sweat, but as the head of the village, he had to hold on. He forced a smile, and there was a layer of oil on his waxy face. I didn't expect such a coincidence that the myriad waves incantation was created by a grandmaster. Then I'm really. Haha, I've misunderstood you. However, when I was fighting with Luo Xianxian's vengeful spirit in the colorful butterfly town, I got another thing. I don't know if this thing has anything to do with you. Chu Wanning frowned and asked, what is it? Li Wuxin waved his hand, and Smart immediately came over with a brocade box. It's a weapon. Chu Wanning did not speak. He looked at the brocade box for a while and suddenly said, is it a willow vine? This time, not to mention the others, even Mo Ren opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Li Wuxin said in a trembling voice, you, how do you know? Is it really you? No. What's going on? A golden light lit up in Chu Wanning's palm, spreading inch by inch and coiling around the ground. As the light softened, a stretch of willow branches and leaves appeared in front of everyone. Chu Wanning, on the other hand, was unperturbed. He was now convinced that the colorful butterfly town incident was the same as the Jin Qinghu incident and the peach blossom spring incident. It was all done by the same person. Therefore, he asked, Dilla Master Li, the thing inside the box is this weapon, right? Yes, that's right. Li Wuxin was almost at a loss for words. When the brocade box was opened, there was indeed a bunch of identical vine veins inside. Chu Wanning narrowed his eyes. When he was in the peach blossom spring, the ghost that killed the featherman and framed Mo Ran made him suspicious. Now, it seemed that he was right. Dilla Masterly, can I take a look at this willow vine? Li Wuxin thought about it and secretly thought that the situation today was not good. It was better not to offend Chu Wanning, so he said, Grandmaster Chu is too polite. I came here to ask about the situation. If you're willing to take a look, I'm more than happy. There's no reason for me to stop you. When young Master Chang heard this, he was unhappy. He had spent a lot of money to invite the Blue Pool village to support him. Seeing that the situation was not good, was this old thing going to change sides? He kept glancing at Li Wuxin and glared at him angrily. Li Wuxin was not willing to pay attention to him. However, Mo Ren saw it clearly and joked, Young Master Chang, is there something wrong with your eyes? Why are you squeezing? On the other side, Chu Wanning took the willow vine from the brocade box and looked at it carefully. As expected, although the willow vine had the same appearance as Tianwen and the ghost, its breath was very weak. It was different from the Shenwu that had recognized its master. It was obviously a dead thing. Heart-picking willow. Shui Meng's ears were sharp. When he heard these 3 words, he was stunned. What? This willow branch, as well as the one that killed the feathermen in the peach blossom spring, were all broken from the heart-picking willow, Chu Wanning said. Ah. Shermei cried out in surprise. Is that so? Back in Jinqinghu, before the old dragon died, he said that a certain spell of the fake Northchen required a strong wood spirit to sustain it. He must have left behind a few pieces of the divine willow before Jinqinghu was destroyed. Although the spiritual power of the divine willow weakened after it fell, it could still hold on for a while. Chu Waning's slender fingers stroked the golden leaves. And he didn't waste this kind of spiritual power that had been depleted. He used it to frame others and gave it to his puppets as weapons. As he spoke, he suddenly lit a fire in his hand and touched the willow vine that was very similar to Tianwen. The flame immediately burned and reflected in the frightened and confused eyes of the crowd. This item isn't my weapon. Chu Waning extinguished the fire after burning a small part of the branch. He threw the willow vine away and said indifferently, Tianwen's spiritual power is abundant. Not even the Samadhi true fire can burn him, let alone a normal fire curse. Li Wuxin opened his mouth and closed it again. After a while, he opened it again unwillingly. I've heard about the peach blossom spring. I heard that young Master Mo at the peak of life and death killed the Featherman immortal monarch by mistake. Sigh, I didn't kill him. Mo Ran waved his hand. Shui Jingyong was displeased, but his attitude was firm. I've already explained this to the immortal sections. It wasn't my nephew who did it. Dilla Masterly, if you mention it again, don't blame me for being impolite. When Mo Ran saw him like this, he seemed to have triggered something in his heart. He was suddenly stunned. Something deep seemed to flow through his smiling eyes. He murmured, Uncle. Chu Waning said, the matter of the peach blossom spring was originally a misunderstanding. But at that time I couldn't defend my disciple. But today, all of you have come to ask for an explanation. I'm willing to tell the whole story to all of you from Baitan Manor. Under the flickering light, Chu Waning briefly explained the matter of Jin Chengqi and the peach blossom spring. When he finished, the disciples of Baitan Manor were dumbfounded. Li Wuxin's clothes were soaked in sweat. He stuttered for a while before he said bitterly, Grandmaster Chu, are you saying that there's a person in the world who has almost mastered one of the 3 great forbidden techniques, the exquisite chess game? That's right. How is that possible? That's a forbidden technique. Even the leader of the Confucian Wind sect, the #1 sect in the world, can't get the scroll of the forbidden technique, Chu Waning said, I'm not lying. But whether you believe it or not, it's up to you to decide. That's impossible. Li Wuxin's face was pale. His lips trembled as he laughed, as if he could convince himself as long as he took this as a joke. If there's someone who can really master the exquisite chess game, won't the world be in chaos? Won't everything in the cultivation world be rewritten? As the Emperor Ta of his previous life, Mo Ran was a bit unhappy. That guy only knows how to play it, not how to play it. If he really mastered it, would the world be so peaceful now? Li Wuxin's long beard trembled. He was about to say something when a sword light suddenly flashed at the door. A Baitan Manor disciple covered in blood rolled down from the sword and vomited a mouthful of blood. Then he raised his tear-stained face and shouted at Li Wuxin, Manor Lord, it's bad, it's bad. The barrier you set up above colorful Butterfly Town has been broken. When the ferocious spirits rushed out, the senior martial brothers used their flesh and blood to create a barrier, temporarily preventing the ferocious spirits in the town from escaping. But, the 30 senior martial brothers of my Blue Billows Manor who were guarding the barrier have all died. He gasped for breath, then suddenly held. Manor Lord. Quickly report this to all the cultivation sects in the upper cultivation world. All the dead people in that town are being controlled. It's a forbidden technique, a forbidden technique. What? Li Wuxin staggered back and bumped into a pillar. His whole body was as pale and haggard as a corpse that had just fallen out of a coffin. We won't be able to hold on by ourselves. The disciple's face was stained with blood and snot. Manor Lord. He suddenly saw Shui Jingyong and repeatedly kowtowed to him. Sect leader Shui, I beg you to come with us. My senior martial brothers. I'm sorry. He mumbled incoherently for a while, then suddenly closed his eyes and looked up at the sky in grief. They're all dead. There was a moment of dead silence in the main hall, then an uproar ensued. Shui Jingyong didn't panic in the face of danger. He immediately ordered Madame Wang to notify the rest of the 8 major cultivation sects in the upper cultivation world and ordered Shui Meng to gather all the elders. Chu Wanning? There's no time to delay. I'll go first. But you don't know the art of sword control. Before Chu Wanning could answer, Mo Ren rushed over. He really wanted to meet the guy who mastered the exquisite Go game. Uncle, don't worry. I'll control the sword and go with Master. Chu Wanning glanced at him, but didn't say anything. It was a tacit agreement. The two of them walked out of the hall together. Shermay stood in place for a while with a pale face. Suddenly, he regained his senses and said, I also. But when they ran out of the Shaman Mountain Hall, Chu Wanning and the others were already far away on their swords. Coincidentally, Shui Jingyong told him to come back and not to run around by himself. Shermay had no choice but to turn back and look for Shui Meng, waiting for Shui Meng and the others to leave with the second group. Li Wuxin had lived like a prince for a long time in the Blue Pool Manor. He had never encountered such a big event. But the old man still wanted to save face. He took a deep breath and immediately ordered people to take care of the disciple who delivered the letter. He also sent a message to the rest of the elders of his sect, telling them to also gather troops and prepare to go to the colorful butterfly town again to restore their dignity. A group of people walked out of the peak of life and death in a grandiose manner. Like hundreds of shooting stars, they flew from the peak of life and death to the colorful butterfly town. Li Wuxin stood at the head of his sword and walked among the clouds. He couldn't help but secretly size up the disciples of the number 1 sect in the lower cultivation world with the corner of his eyes. He never expected that there would be a day when he would be leading his troops into battle. Unexpectedly, he would be on the same side as this motley crew that he looked down on the most. For a moment, his mood was a bit complicated. However, the sword traveled 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. The clouds in front of him were split open and a beam of blood-red evil light soared into the sky. Li Wuxin was no longer in the mood to care about the difference between the upper and lower worlds of cultivators. In the sky, a red light formation as big as the entire colorful butterfly town was constantly flashing. The huge formation was divided into a neat checkerboard grid by the beam of light. On the checkerboard, the shadows of the dead townspeople were floating in the air like wooden and clay sculptures. There were 500 families and over 1,000 residents. Looking at it, it looked like a lush jungle of human flesh. Li Wuxin cried out involuntarily, this is really the exquisite chess game. Shui Jingyong's complexion was also extremely unsightly. He said to Li Wuxin, Villa Masterly, I'll take people to the southeast. I'll have to trouble you to go to the northwest. The people from the other 8 sects haven't arrived yet. Colorful Butterfly Town will have to rely on us to hold on for a while. Li Wuxin really didn't have the mood to care about this. He nodded and said, okay. Shui Jingyong cupped his fists towards him, and then descended with his sword, leading the others to descend from the sky, one after another landing in the southeast part of colorful Butterfly Town. The protective barrier formed by the disciples of Blue Pool Manor using their flesh and blood was already on the verge of collapse, and its aura was extremely weak. Through the translucent barrier, one could see the rioting group of corpses inside. Chu Wanning. Seeing a man in white fluttering clothes and a young man in blue and silver light armor standing in front of him, Shui Jingyong shouted, What's wrong? Can't this barrier be repaired? Chu Wanning had been here for a long time. The world's number 1 barrier master was here, but this barrier was still in a damaged state. Shui Jingyong was very confused. Unexpectedly, Chu Wanning ignored him. Just as Shui Jingyong was about to call again, Mo Ren suddenly turned around and gestured at him. Shu, uncle, don't make a sound. Come here. Shui Jingyong walked over and asked, What do you mean? Don't disturb him. Mo Ren pointed at Chu Wanning. Although he was standing, his eyes were closed. His lips were pale, without a trace of blood. Shui Jingyong was shocked. He used his finger to touch the side of his neck and said in horror, Soul separation technique? Yes, there are ghosts inside. Thousands of them, but I can't see Luo Xianxia. She should be in the innermost part. The matter hasn't been investigated yet. He doesn't know what the person behind this is going to do this time, so he wants to find Luo Xianxia and ask her himself. They're all ghosts, what's the point of asking? Shui Jingyong slapped his thigh in anger. It's more important to strengthen the barrier. Absolutely not. Emoran said sternly. Master used the soul separation technique to temporarily separate his soul and enter the barrier because it's full of dead people. This way, he won't alert the enemy. If we strengthen the barrier now, it'll kill Master. What? Shui Jingyong hurriedly said, nephew, you stay here and guard. I'll go talk to Li Wuxin. Emoran nodded and said, if Master's soul returns, I'll immediately use the blue spell to light it up in the air. At that time, I'll seal the east, south, west, and north together. But if I don't light it up, uncle, you must not let them repair the barrier. Otherwise, thousands of ghosts will devour Master's soul and he won't be able to protect himself. I know. Before Shui Jingyong finished speaking, he had already dashed out. Emoran raised his eyes and looked at the barrier that was about to collapse. It's about time, Master. You should have found Luo Xianxian by now. He turned his face and held Chu Wanning's cold hand naturally out of worry. However, he didn't notice it at all. He stared at Chu Wanning and said softly. Soon. At this time, Shui Meng, and the others landed and stood in the crowd. Unexpectedly, as soon as they raised their heads, they saw the two people in front of the barrier with their hands clasped together. He was stunned at first, then his face turned pale. He bit his lips and slowly turned his head away. Chu Wanning's soul was walking through the bounded domain at this time. Everywhere he passed, there were ghosts and demons roaming about. But what was strange was that the bodies were all badly mutilated. Every one of them had their hearts dug out before they died. Their chests were empty, and there were blood vessels and flesh hanging outside. Some of them even had white ribs. Chu Wanning knew that something was wrong, but the defensive bounded domain hanging around colorful Butterfly Town was getting weaker and weaker. He couldn't stay for long, so he quickly rushed to the Chen family's house. When he arrived at the Chen family's house, he saw that there were 4 cauldrons in each of the 4 directions. Each of the 4 cauldrons was emitting thicker and thicker smoke. But the smoke was not pure white, but red, blue, brown, and gold. There was a fire under the cauldrons, which was filled with blood. However, when he looked closer, he found that under the boiling blood, there were piles of red meat. People's hearts. Each of the 4 cauldrons was full. They were the hearts of the dead people in the town. Sand makes a tower. Chu Wanning murmured. He suddenly understood why he and Mo Ran had not seen the mysterious person continue to search for the essence spirit body even though they had been searching for it for so many days. That crazy guy could actually do such a thing. The so-called accumulation of sand to form a tower was to dig out hearts of the same attribute and pile hundreds of them together. Although they were not as powerful as the essence spirit body, due to the soaring resentment of the people who died in vain, they could still stimulate a significant amount of power for a short period of time. But why did it have to be colorful Butterfly Town? Why did it have to be Luo Xianxian? Stepping into the Chen family's courtyard, he saw that Minister Chen and Mrs. Chen had both hanged themselves on the beam in the hall. Their hearts were also dug out, but they didn't die like the townsfolk outside. They were torn into pieces from the waist down by a strong force. Their legs and feet couldn't be seen. Looking around the hall, he didn't see Luo Xianxian. Then he entered the ancestral courtyard and saw a bowl of meat paste in front of the ancestral tablets of the Chen family. Looking carefully, there were half an eyeball and a finger mixed in the meat paste. Chu Wanning was disgusted and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a burst of clear laughter coming from above his head. Suddenly, he raised his eyes. The white paper lanterns fluttered in the air, and the extinguished candles lit up one after another. Luo Xianxian was sitting on the beam. Her feet were as white as jade, and she was wearing a red wedding dress. She was swaying and looking at Chu Wanning with her head tilted. "Oh, you found me." She smiled charmingly. Although she looked like the one in Chu Wanning's memory, she was completely different from the shy and bashful soul that Chu Wanning had seen back then. She was arrogant and blazing like a flame. Her eyes were still round, but they flashed with a demonic bloody light. Luo Xianxian was demonized. Heaven's Inquisition only had one chance. Before, when Chu Wanning came to colorful Butterfly Town to subdue demons, He had already used Heaven's Inquisition to interrogate her, so he couldn't use this method a second time. The only way was to suppress the demonic nature in her soul and call her back to her true self before interrogating her. Chuaning said, "Luo Xianxian, why are you doing this?" In his sleeves, he had secretly formed a formation and was ready to launch it. "Hey." The petite girl said crisply, "I'm happy." "It's none of your business." Chuaning shook his head and frowned deeper. There was a scar between his eyebrows, as if it was carved. "The one in the bowl is Chen Buohuan's younger brother?" "Oh, you mean him." Luo Xianxian said carelessly, "The one in the left column is his. The one in the right column was chopped up by that little bitch surnamed Jiao. Who asked her to die? She didn't like anyone else, but just because she was the county magistrate's daughter, she wanted to steal my husband. She should have been chopped into pieces." Luo Xianxian had completely lost her mind at this time. Her temperament was completely different from when she was alive. She couldn't recognize that the person in front of her was Brother Yama who had defended her. Chuaning heard that Xianxia was also dismembered, and his heart was even colder. He asked in a low voice, "Then, the little sister of the Chen family. She treated me well, so I didn't treat her badly." Luo Xianxian said and smiled. Her lips were delicate and beautiful, as if they had just been stained with blood. She rubbed her belly and said with a bright smile, "That's why she's here. I ate her up. Then my little sister won't be bullied when she's with me." "You're crazy." Before he finished speaking, a flame and lightning appeared in his hand. The golden light suddenly lit up the whole room. Chuaning leaped into the air and slapped a spell on Luo Xianxian's forehead as she screamed. The ghost screamed. Speed was the most important thing in war. Chuaning was swift and fierce. She drew 10 shining chains in the blink of an eye and bound Luo Xianxian. He pointed at her eyebrows with his slender fingertips. His eyes were shining like blazing lightning. His face was gloomy and cold, like thunder clouds. His thin lips moved slightly and he started to chant the spell. Luo Xianxian's eyes bulged and saliva dripped from her mouth. Her beautiful face became ferocious as she chanted, "Shut up. Let me go. I'll pay with blood." "What's wrong with that?" Chuaning ignored her. He looked down and the light on his fingertips became brighter. "Ah!" Luo Xianxian screamed hysterically, "Let me go. Let me go. My head hurts. I can't take it anymore." She screamed and suddenly stopped. Her eyes were full of blood and the corners of her mouth were slightly curved. 2 strange chuckles rang out. "You want me to scream like that, right? This immortal?" Chuaning's phoenix-like eyes suddenly widened. Almost as soon as she withdrew her hand, her long body flew a zhang away. The white shadow was so fast that he barely avoided Luo Xianxian's soul-breaking palm. He floated under the veranda, white silk fluttering in the wind. Luo Xianxian straightened her body slowly. The pain she pretended to be in disappeared. She was not affected by Chuaning's purification spell at all. Instead, her spiritual power was stronger than before. "You want to hurt me with a mere purification spell?" Luo Xianxian sneered. "I've absorbed the qi of thousands of living people in this town. I only have one last night to refine my mortal body. At that time, I can save Chen from the netherworld. We can live together and stay away from the world of mortals. How can I fail at the last minute and be ruined by you, a Taoist priest?" Her nature was gone. The only thing in her heart was to never be separated from Chen Buohuan. Chuaning thought of something and asked in a low voice, "Who told you that you can refine your mortal body this way? What does it have to do with you?" Chuaning said coldly, "This person is full of nonsense. Your original body has been destroyed. If you want to refine your mortal body, you have to enter the reincarnation cycle again. How can you be reborn by absorbing the qi of thousands of living people? He lied to you and slaughtered everyone in the town just to gather the hearts and souls so that he could gather Reiki and do what he wanted to do." Luo Xianxian suddenly opened her eyes wide, "Impossible. He wouldn't lie to me." "Who is he?" He is." After a while, Luo Xianxian screamed and held her head, "I don't know. I don't know. I want my mortal body. I want to live. I don't want to die. He didn't lie to me." He didn't lie to me. You lied to me. Yes, it's you. The red silk was biting cold. The female ghost stretched out her sharp claws and attacked Xu Wanning. At the same time, an ominous thunder suddenly came from the sky. Xu Wanning dodged Luo Xianxian's attack and looked up. He saw that the defense barrier had been torn apart by the murderous aura of the colorful butterfly town. The chi of the living people outside rushed in and zombies roared in all directions. The barrier was about to break. It was too late. If he couldn't call back Luo Xianxian's spiritual mind, he could only choose to kill her here. Then all the clues would be cut off. Outside the defense barrier, Li Wuxin looked at the horrible crack in the sky and shouted at Shui Jingyong, "Don't you want to fix it? Fix it. If the barrier is broken, thousands of corpses will swarm out. Can you and I stop them?" Wait. Shui Jingyong's face was not good, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Don't fix it. Yu Hing is still inside. Wait. Li Wuxin cursed in his heart. Seeing the crack in the barrier, his heart was beating fast. He said angrily, "If the barrier is broken later, there will be a fierce fight. I'll see how you explain it to the whole world of cultivation." After that, he turned to the disciple and asked loudly, "Have you sent the fuse? When will the other 8 sects arrive?" The disciple in charge of sending the message was so anxious that his forehead was full of sweat. The 8 sects all said that this is an important matter and they need to report it to their leaders first. After the leaders and elders discuss and decide, they can come to quell the chaos. Li Wuxin's face immediately turned as black as the bottom of a pot. What about the Confucian Wind sect? Immortal Nangong has always been bold and daring. How can you be so wishy-washy? The disciple didn't know how to answer, but suddenly, he saw the sound transmission talisman flash. After reading it, he was overjoyed and said repeatedly, "The Confucian Wind sect is here." The Confucian Wind sect just sent a message saying that they will immediately send disciples to suppress the evil. Sure enough, in less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a layer of blue clouds suddenly rolled over from the horizon. When it got closer, it was no longer a cloud, but a black mass of over 1,000 people. Each of them was under the command of a blue crane, and they were in an orderly formation. The 2 people in the lead were Nangong Si and Yi Wangxi. Nangong Si was riding on his demon wolf Neobajan. He had a jade bow on his arm and a quiver of arrows on his back. He looked majestic, and the arrogance of a young man was written all over his face. Yi Wangxi was still dressed in black and wrapped in a shawl embroidered with the totem of the Confucian Wind sect's red-crowned crane. He looked 70% handsome and 30% beautiful. What's going on? As soon as Nangong Si saw the tattered defensive barrier explode, he glanced around the crowd with sparks in his eyes. He directly skipped over the group of people at the life and death summit of the lower cultivation world. His gaze fell on the only person who was still qualified to talk to him, the Jade Pool Manor Master. Li Wuxin. The barrier is already cracked like this, yet you're just standing there like idiots. Don't you know how to fix it? Although Li Wuxin was much older than Nangong Si, he was the only son of the sect master of the world's #1 sect. He was actually scolded until his face turned red, but he forced himself to smile. Young Master Nangong, you don't know. It was Sect Master Shui's idea not to fix the barrier. In a word, he threw the hot potato to Shui Jingyong. Life and Death Summit? Nangong Si glanced at Shui Jingyong and snorted. It was unknown whether he was sneering or had other intentions. Then, he waved his hand and said to his personal attendant, "Go fix this damn pot." So long-winded. I thought it was a big deal. Yi Wangxi wanted to stop him. Young master, Nangong Si didn't even look at him. What was even stranger was that Song Qiutong also came. However, she wasn't standing next to Yi Wangxi today. Instead, she stood next to Nangong Si. Her face was still covered by a white veil, and her eyes were lowered. She looked extremely obedient. The disciples of the Confucian Wind School didn't hesitate in their actions. They only listened to the orders of their school's leader. This was especially true for Nangong Si's personal attendant, who was raised by that wild horse. The group didn't listen to any dissuasion or explanation. They all stepped forward and began to form hand seals. Stop. Shuizhengyong had just interrupted 4 or 5 people's moves. When he turned around, he saw that another disciple had already formed a repair hand seal. A ray of blue light shot towards the crack in the barrier. Shuizhengyong's expression suddenly changed. He shouted, "Yuhing!" Bang! Sparks flew in all directions. At this critical moment, a blood-red bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. It forcibly intercepted the repair hand seal in front of the crack. Everyone looked up and saw a young man holding a willow vine and standing in the air. He was currently guarding the barrier. The young man's face was originally very bright and amiable, as if he was born with warmth. However, at this moment, his gaze was sharp and his eyes were like torches. The willow vine in his hand was overflowing with blood-red light. Every leaf was sputtering with flames. Emo Rant's eyebrows were extremely low. In the air, he coldly said, "If King said that no one is allowed to touch this barrier. Are you newcomers deaf? Don't you understand human language?" Although he loathed Xu Wanning, that was still a personal grudge between the two of them. Whether it was in the past or present, except for himself, if anyone dared to touch a single hair on Xu Wanning's head, Emo Ran would want to take that person's dog life. He had said that only he could kill, destroy, and bully the people he hated. In his rage, he couldn't help but reveal some of the ruthlessness from his previous life. His entire aura was no longer that of the usual playboy. Not to mention the people of the Confucian Wind School, even Shui Jingyong, Shui Meng, and even Shermei were stunned when they saw Emo Ran like this. Nan Gongxi looked displeased. His eyes were burning like boiling molten iron. His gaze swept past and paused for a moment on Emo Ran's fiery red divine martial arts. Then, he looked away. "Who is this?" Yu Wangxi said, "He is the young master of the Peak of Life and Death." "His surname is Mo?" Nan Gongxi frowned. "The one you just picked up a few years ago?" "Yes." Nan Gongxi glanced at Yu Wangxi. "Do you know him?" Peach Blossom Spring once lived in the same courtyard. Nan Gongxi sneered. No one knew what he meant. But Yu Wangxi saw his reaction. His handsome face paled a little. His eyelashes drooped, and then he pursed his lips and didn't say anything. "Since he wants to wait, then let's give him some face." Nan Gongxi said, "He is the master of divine martial arts at such a young age. I want to see what he is capable of." Emo Ran didn't have time to pay attention to the Confucian Wind sect. He turned around and his clothes fluttered in the wind. The enchantment was broken. There was not much time left. "Xu Wanning, are you not done yet?" Whoosh! Luo Xianxian's claws broke the gauze curtain. The white silk fluttered, and the plain satin was shaken into thousands of snowflakes. Xu Wanning felt a very familiar aura approaching. He suddenly reacted and opened his eyes wide. Tianwen? No. It was not Tianwen. When he fought with her, she had a spiritual power that was very similar to Tianwen. The tent in the Chen family mansion was like a thin fog. It locked a living soul. And a malicious spirit. After exchanging more than 10 moves, the mystery in Xu Wanning's heart gradually dissipated. She suddenly thought of a part of it and was suddenly enlightened. She suddenly understood. Heart-picking willow. Luo Xianxian had died long ago. She had been cremated. At that time, she could only rely on Madame Chen's body. There was no reason for her to turn back to her original appearance now. That mysterious person took a section of the heart-picking willow's withered vine and built a temporary residence for her to return her soul. The cooked human hearts outside were steaming with smoke. Gold, water, fire, and earth were all waiting for Luo Xianxian, the wood, the heart-picking willow. What was that person trying to do? Could it be that he racked his brains just so that Luo Xianxian could regain her physical body so that she could go to the world of spirits and souls and live together with Chen Buohuan? Who would do this for her? Her family was long dead. Family. Family. Xu Wanning's heart stirred, and his blood surged. He suddenly remembered what Luo Xianxian had said to him when he first met her. She had an older brother who went missing many years ago. Was it him? Those who block me shall not live. Luo Xianxian had a physical body, while Xu Wanning was a living soul. Although her wakan was not as strong as his, it was hard to tell who was better. In the blink of an eye, her bright red claws pierced towards his heart. Fearing that his soul would be damaged, Chuaning suddenly dodged and backhanded her forehead. It's useless, it's the same no matter how many times you try. The purification spell can't hurt me. She sneered and roared to the sky, summoning the colorful butterflies from all directions to suppress the zombies. You wandering ghosts, why don't you listen to my orders? Gather here, drink blood and slaughter. A terrifying howl suddenly rang out. The colorful butterfly town was in a state of chaos. The heartless zombies that were randomly rampaging around heard her call and rushed towards the Chen residence. The zombies were like a tide, rising and falling one after another, and their roars were like waves, quenching in the wind. The roar that made people feel cold was like a battle cry on the battlefield, spreading over hundreds of miles in an instant, and everyone could hear it clearly whether they were inside or outside the enchantment. Outside the enchantment, all the immortals were terrified. Inside the enchantment, Chuaning was fighting alone. He was alone, and his soul was lonely. He stood in front of Luo Xianxia in a white robe. She was laughing heartily, and her eyes were full of madness and fierceness. He was a gentleman, and his face did not change when he heard hundreds of ghosts, but his eyebrows were very low, and his eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of haze. Luo Xianxia, do you still remember some of the words you once said to me? Huh? She seemed to not expect him to ask this, and couldn't help but be stunned. While she was in a daze, Chuaning had already rushed to the top of the Chen house's courtyard with his white robe fluttering, and a pair of spotless silk shoes landed on the edge of the sandalwood tiles. You once said that you never wanted to be a ghost, and you also said that you never wanted to harm people. His voice lingered, and the wind blew in all directions. Chuaning looked up, and the black mass of zombies rushed over from all directions. He frowned slightly, and suddenly waved his sleeves, and the cold wind blew the living soul's clothes. A cage of golden light suddenly lit up between his hands. Excuse me. Suddenly, thousands of willow vines rose from the ground. Colorful Butterfly Town, which was full of blood and corpses, instantly cracked thousands of holes, and thick willow trees broke out of the ground one after another. They were all overflowing with dazzling golden light, and like thousands of chains, they strangled the running zombies one by one. Chuaning closed his eyes, and his long hair fluttered in front of his cold face. He said in a low voice, Tianwen, 10,000 coffins. He suddenly looked up, and his eyes were like flames and lightning. The rows of golden willow trees suddenly shone brightly, and countless dense branches and leaves grew out, trapping the zombies that were still roaring and struggling. Then, a crack appeared on every willow tree, and as the crack opened, the trees wrapped the zombies and sealed them. 10,000 coffins. The largest willow tree was uprooted from the center of the Chen house, and like a sharp arrow, it chased after Luo Xianxian, who was constantly dodging. However, Luo Xianxian's body was made of the heart-picking willow. The heart-picking willow, Tianwen, and ghost were all trees that the Gaochen Palace brought from the realm of the gods to the mortal world. For a moment, the 10,000 coffins formed by Tianwen couldn't catch up with Luo Xianxian's petite and agile figure. Her bright red robe embroidered with golden phoenixes billowed in the wind like waves, and the giant willow tree grew taller and taller, piercing through the bounded domain and straight into the sky. The people outside the bounded domain were stunned by the wood. Some of the people with weak spiritual power couldn't stand it anymore, and their knees went soft under the pressure of the powerful guru's aura, and they fell to the ground with a thud. As the willow tree formed by the spirit of Tianwen grew taller and taller, Chuaning's spiritual power had been released to an unprecedented level. Some of the cultivators around the colorful butterfly town were bleeding from their eyes, and even Nangongxi had difficulty breathing. His chest was tight and his heart was flustered. Nangongxi gritted his teeth, there's such a person at the peak of life and death? Elder Yu Heng? Li Wuxing calmed himself down. After all, he was the head of a village, so he could still stand it. He said, Young Master Nangong, this person is Chuaning. What? Under such strong pressure, Nangongxi was suddenly shocked and spat out a mouthful of blood. It's Grandmaster Chu? Young Master, don't say any more. Seeing that he was injured, Yu Wangxi raised his hand and pressed 2 of Nangongxi's acupoints, and then transferred some spiritual power to him. Unexpectedly, Nangongxi didn't appreciate his kindness and suddenly broke free. He fiercely wiped the blood on his lips and said, "Don't touch me. Young Master Yi, let me do it." Song Chotong was at the butterfly bone beauty seat, so she wasn't affected much. She stepped forward and looked at Yi Wangxi with a pair of delicate and timid eyes, and recommended herself in a low voice. Yi Wangxi wasn't as friendly as he was when they first met, and he didn't even pay attention to her. Chotong was rebuffed by him, so she turned her head and looked at Nangongxi with watery eyes. Nangongxi's attitude towards her was much better than before, but he still said, "I don't need your help. I'm just surprised because I haven't seen an old friend for many years. I'm not that weak. If you have time, go take care of others." On the other side, Mo Ran didn't notice the matter between Chotong and Ru Feng on the other side. He had already returned to the side of Chu Waning's body. He looked up and saw that Chu Waning's soul and Luo Xianxian were fighting fiercely. Then he looked at the corpses that were temporarily sealed by thousands of willow trees, and he couldn't help but be frightened. It should be known that this kind of magic, even under normal circumstances, would consume a lot of spiritual power to use. Not to mention that Chu Waning's soul was still in the out-of-body state. How unfathomable was this person's strength? Before he finished thinking, he suddenly heard a loud scream. The withered vines of the heart-picking willow were no match for Heaven's Inquisition. Luo Xianxian was bound by the willow vines under the lonely moon, and the lush branches and leaves soon swallowed her until she couldn't be seen. The towering tree wrapped her into a crack in the tree hole, and then the towering willow slowly lowered and finally reached the same height as the ordinary ancient trees. At this time, the enchantment was completely broken, but the coffin that Heaven's Inquisition turned into was still sealing the corpses, so it was not in danger for the time being. Shui Jingyong didn't dare to relax, and ordered the rest of the people at the peak of life and death to guard in front of each willow tree, just in case. The others followed the crowd and went straight to the courtyard of the Chen residence. Mo Ran didn't think too much because of the urgency of the situation. He carried Chu Waning's cold body horizontally and also went there. When the crowd arrived, the ancient willow tree that sealed Luo Xianxian had become a real coffin. She was lying in it, and her face was sometimes ferocious and sometimes sad. Her eyes were sometimes fierce and sometimes sad. Her mouth kept changing between two kinds of voices, one was crazy, and she kept shouting, "Why did you stop me? Why did you stop me? All of you should die. All of you should die." The other was weak and helpless, "Brother Yama, is it you? Is it you who came? Please, save me. I don't want to hurt anyone, please." The two kinds of voices alternated back and forth, and after a long time, the coffin was dead silent. At this time, the spiritual power of Chu Waning's living soul was reaching its limit, and he couldn't hold on any longer. But he still relied on his mind and finally touched the forehead of the woman in the coffin. "Who are you?" The female ghost's closed eyes slowly opened, and they were still scarlet. Li Wuxin shouted, "Oh no!" He was about to rush forward and take Qingqing's life, but Chu Waning touched him in the air, and a bolt of lightning fell, blocking his way. "Chu Waning, you!" Chu Waning ignored him, and stared at the delicate girl who was slowly sitting up in the coffin. She opened her blood-red eyes, but there was no murderous intent in them. Instead, she was confused and flustered, and she whispered, "I am Luo Xianxian." When Chu Waning heard her answer, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. His eyelashes drooped, and his soul dissipated. After a while, the man in Mo Ran's arms moved slightly. Mo Ran quickly put him down, and let him lean against the pillar. He knelt on one knee, and said, "Shizun, you're back?" Chu Waning's phoenix eyes lost focus for a moment, and after a while, he slowly regained focus. He glanced at Mo Ran. He had used up a lot of spiritual power, and his spirit core was thin, so he looked a little weak. His face wasn't much better than when his soul left his body, and he was still as pale as before. "Yes." Chu Waning responded, and leaned against the pillar for a while, then slowly got up. He walked slowly in front of Luo Xianxian, and lowered his eyes to look at her. Luo Xianxian opened her mouth slightly, and looked at him blankly, "Brother Yama, why am I here? What happened? Let's not talk about other things." Although Chu Waning was a little weak, his eyes were bright and sharp. He went straight to the point and asked, "Tell me, who made this body for you? This is a very important matter, do you still remember?" Chu Wanning waited, and his fingernails almost broke on the pillar because of nervousness. I'm not very sure, but I have some impression. Luo Xianxian murmured, it's a man, he. Shui Meng was also anxious, think again. Luo Xianxian tried hard to recall, I was in a daze at that time, and I didn't see his face clearly, but I heard his voice, and it sounded like a northern accent. I think. Ah. She suddenly exclaimed, and her face was full of fear, I remember now. It's him. Tangerine. Stealing tangerine. What tangerine stealing tangerine, what nonsense. Shui Meng muttered. But Chu Wanning immediately understood, she was talking about the lunatic she met when she was young, who cut down the tangerine tree. There was a man in Lini, and his heart was dead. Who was it? Lini, could it be the Confucian Wind sect? It was. But at this time a sudden clap of thunder sounded in the sky, and the exquisite chessboard above colorful butterfly town suddenly glowed red. Shui Jingyong shouted, oh no. He immediately shouted, watch the 10,000 coffin closely. I'm afraid the person who set up the chessboard has found out and is about to make a move. Colorful butterfly town was instantly filled with sand and stones, and smoke and dust were everywhere. The cultivators were ready, and their backs were against each other, and their swords were in front of their chests. Chu Wanning's eyes darkened, and he said to Luo Xianxian, get up. That person left a white chess piece in your body, so don't be controlled by him anymore. I'll expel it for you, and once the white chess piece falls, you'll leave immediately and reincarnate in the underworld. Don't stay in the mortal world for long. As he said, light gathered in his palm, and he hit Luo Xianxian's chest. However, he didn't feel the power of the white chess piece in the exquisite chessboard. Chu Wanning shuddered as a chill ran down his spine. In that split second, he sensed danger almost instinctively. He yelled at Luo Xianxian, let's go. It was too late. Ah. There was only a sharp scream. In the center of the exquisite chessboard in the sky, a bloody light shot down and hit Luo Xianxian's body made of willow vines. Boom. The fire covered the sky. Luo Xianxian. The girl's figure quickly became distorted in the sea of fire, and a wisp of fragrant soul rose to the sky and mixed with the scorched smoke. The soul and the smoke trembled, and the smoke and the soul merged. Where Luo Xianxian was standing, a green light array suddenly rose to the sky, the essence of wood spirit. In an instant, Chu Wanning's face turned pale, and his eyes were extremely fierce. He was wrong. Luo Xianxian must have been a person with a high level of wood spirit when she was alive. The behind-the-scenes manipulator didn't use metal, fire, water, and earth to nourish the heart-picking willow with wood attributes. Instead, he was waiting for the resentment to gather into thunder and hit Luo Xianxian, so that her resentment would become the source of the temporary life of the heart-picking willow. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, all 5 spirits. Whatever he wanted to do, he could do it now. Chu Wanning looked up at the sky, and everyone looked up. The leaves were bleak, and for a moment, it was terrifyingly quiet. Then, all of a sudden, the earth trembled. It was almost the same as the ancient city of Linen that Mo Ran and the others saw in the illusion of the peach blossom spring. Above the colorful butterfly town, a huge purple-black crack was torn open, and it seemed to be wrapped in countless bloody storms, diseases, and pain. It slowly opened like a demon's eye. Li Wuxin pointed at the crack and shouted in a trembling voice, the boundary of the Avicii Hell, is broken. The sky above the colorful butterfly town has cracked, and the gate of the ghost realm is open. The barrier between the 2 realms of Yin and Yang was not as stable as it was in the distant past. Small holes were common and would not cause the cultivators to panic. However, at this time a bloody eye pierced through the sky. In an instant, the sky changed color and sand and stones flew everywhere. It was the once-in-a-century heaven split. Everyone present, except for Mo Ran, had never personally experienced such a calamity. Therefore, whether it was the white-haired Li Wuxin, the battle-hardened Shui Jingyong, the Confucian Wind sect of the upper world of cultivators, or the life and death summit of the lower world of cultivators, the thousands of people present were all at a loss and did not know what to do. Mo Ran was even more shocked. A strong smell of blood seemed to come from his previous life. He grinded his teeth and sucked blood, killing people like flies. It was this heaven split. In her previous life, Shiremo had died in this heavenly fissure. At that time, he and Chuaning had worked together to repair the enchantment. However, due to the lack of spiritual power, he was repelled by the thousands of ghosts that swarmed out and fell from the sky. But that was clearly something that should have happened 3 years later. Mo Ran remembered that snowy night so clearly. New Year's Eve had just passed. The air was still filled with the faint smell of gunpowder, and there were still fragments of firecrackers on the snow. The night before, he stayed up with everyone and drank tusu wine. Mo Ran was slightly drunk and looked up. Under the warm candlelight, Charmai's eyes seemed to be filled with spring water. No matter which angle one looked at it, they were full of affection. The life and death summit was very lively, toasting each other and laughing. At that time, he thought that this was really good. Even if he didn't disturb the person he liked, he could just watch and accompany her from afar for the rest of his life. After the banquet ended, the disciples returned home together. He and Charmai went back together from the Mangpa lobby. The ground was covered with frost and snow, and the moonlight flowed. He saw that Charmai was a little cold, so he took off his outer robe and put it on his shoulders without saying anything. Because he was a little drunk, he carefully looked at him a few more times. The beauty was like new snow, so bright that he couldn't spit. Mo Ran. Yes. You drank a little too much today. Haha, is that so? Mo Ran laughed, but after a while, he suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. Charmai's slightly cold hands gently cupped his face, causing his burning cheeks to become even hotter. Mo Ran's eyes widened, and at that moment, he trembled slightly. Charmai smiled and said to him, "Why not? Look at you, your face is red after drinking 3 cups of hot wine." "Yes, it's hot." Mo Ran clumsily scratched his head, but his face burned even more. At that time, he was so satisfied. If he liked someone, he didn't have to get it. He didn't dare to think too much. That person had only touched his face, and he felt that he was already being treated kindly by the heavens. He was so frightened that he couldn't say anything else, and could only stare blankly. His dark and warm eyes were filled with surprise and gratitude. The two of them said their goodbyes in front of the bedroom. When Charmai put on his coat and left, he turned his face to the side and smiled at him. Mo Ran. He was about to leave, but when he heard that, he hurriedly turned around like a spinning top, afraid that he would miss something. "Yes, I'm here. Thank you for the coat." "It's nothing. I'm hot anyway." "There's more." Charmai's gaze became more and more gentle, and it was so warm that it could make a long winter pass. Mo Ran, actually I. Bang. There was a firework explosion in the distance. Mo Ran didn't hear what he said, or maybe Charmai didn't continue at that time. When the surroundings quieted down, Charmai had already pushed open the door to his bedroom. Mo Ran was anxious, and hurriedly called out to him, "Wait, what did you just say?" It was rare for the other party to tease him, and he winked. "I only say good things once." Charmai, but that seductive person still didn't fulfill Mo Ran's wish, and only half of her beautiful face was exposed under the warm curtain. There was also a faint smile that Mo Ran would never forget for the rest of his life. "It's late, I'm going to sleep. If I still want to talk to you when you wake up tomorrow morning." He paused, and his soft eyelashes drooped like mimosas. "I'll tell you again." Unexpectedly, the sky cracked and the dawn came one after another. In the end, Mo Ran didn't hear Charmai's words, and the softest old dream of his life was dyed scarlet. Many times in the middle of the night, he still remembered Charmai's smiling face behind half of the warm curtain, so handsome, so gentle. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he even felt that there was infinite affection. For the rest of his life, he continued to dream that long dream, over and over again, in pain. In the dream, Charmai told him that she liked him, and he woke up with a smile. He was so happy that he even forgot that Charmai was dead, and the past was forgotten. He smiled so happily, thinking about what to cook for his beloved in the future. Such an important matter was worth worrying about. But always, as he smiled, tears rolled down. He buried his face in his palms. That year on the snowy night of New Year's Eve, the words scattered in the wind, and he didn't know any more. Thousands of miles of clouds broke, and the infernal hell opened. Countless evil spirits rushed out from the crack, like thousands of soldiers and horses rushing to attack the city. The screams around Mo suddenly woke up from his memories. As if he had gone mad, he shouted anxiously in the chaotic, disorganized crowd and looked for them in panic. Shermei! Shermei! Shermingjing! Where are you? Where are you? I don't know why the sky cracked 3 years later suddenly came forward. I don't know if I can protect you now. But I can't watch you get hurt again, I can't watch you die again. I beg you to live. It's my fault, I wasn't strong enough to protect you immediately, I was too stupid, I didn't think of everything, where are you? Mo ran. In the midst of the clashing of weapons, there was a vague voice, faintly heard. Shermei. He saw him. Beside Shui Meng, he was using the water spirit as a shield, blocking the evil ghosts and dead souls that were pouncing over. Mo ran almost didn't care and ran towards him, his voice choked, his eyes red. Dog, you come and help me. Shui Meng was 1 against 10, but the waves of zombies were like endless flowing water. His forehead gradually seeped with sweat, his silver teeth clenched. Come quickly. Without waiting for him to speak, Mo ran leapt up, a red light flashed, the ghosts answered the call. His hand rose and the vines fell, the row of ghosts in front of him were scattered by the divine marshal, instantly turning into fine powder. Mo ran turned his head and shouted at Shermei, don't go too far, come behind me. I want to help Shifu. Don't go. Mo ran heard this, almost frightened. He definitely can't let Shermei get close to Chu Wanning in this chaotic battle. The scenes from his previous life kept overlapping with the scene in front of him. Back then, it was the same sentence. I want to help Shifu. Good, go quickly, Shifu will be safer, don't leave him, let him protect you, how ridiculous. Let him protect you. Chu Wanning, Mo ran calculated everything, but forgot that the person was Chu Wanning. Heartless, cold-blooded to the extreme. His heart and mind were filled with the people of the world, but he didn't care when his own disciple died. Don't go to him. He can handle it himself. The overlapping of the two lives made his scalp numb. Mo Ran's eyes were red, he angrily shouted at Shermei, don't go anywhere, stay. But Shifu just used so much of his magic power. You won't die. Take care of yourself. As he said this, his eyebrows furrowed, and he fiercely whipped the zombies that were rolling towards him. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, brain matter splattered everywhere. Although his spiritual energy was far inferior to that of his previous life, his every move was skillful. This battle-hardened body had once fought with experts like Xianxia and Chu Wanning. Even if there were millions of ferocious corpses, he was still fearless. The crack in the sky grew bigger and bigger. The ghosts that had been floating in the Avicii hell for hundreds of years poured into the human world like a storm, mixed in with the zombies of colorful Butterfly Town that had broken free from the willow vines. The scene was getting crazier and more terrifying. It was like pouring water into a pot of boiling oil, boiling the sky. It was very lively. It was also like locusts pouncing on a field of grain, evil spirits grabbing living people and gnawing at them. The people at the peak of life and death were able to handle it because they had been fighting on a small scale in the past. However, the Confucian Wind sect and the Jade Pool Manor were completely wiped out. Many cultivators cried out miserably, blood spurting several feet high. Chu Wanning was far away, Mo Ran couldn't see his situation for the time being. However, he inadvertently saw Xianxia and Nangongxi in the rolling sea of people. Although the two didn't get along well, their fighting moves were shockingly similar. He saw Xianxia abandon his long sword, his hand glowing with a blue light as he summoned a longbow. Nangongxi also drew a crescent moon. The two glanced at each other, past each other, and rushed to the sides, aiming at the densest part of the zombies. They knocked an arrow, knocked the bow, and pulled the string. Whoosh! The two released their arrows almost at the same time, white feathers splitting the air, and the sound was like the cry of a wild goose. The arrows were quenched, and wind blades were scattered everywhere. Wherever they passed, evil spirits were torn apart and strangled. Nangongxi revealed a proud expression and reached for the quiver on his back to draw an arrow. However, he didn't expect to find anything. that's it? Here. Before he could get angry, Xianxia threw a bunch of white feathered arrows to him. You don't want to bring more? Humph. Nangongxi snorted, but the situation was critical, and he didn't have the mood to put on airs with Xianxia. He caught the arrows, and the two sank back into their respective battles. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Although many evil spirits were repelled, there were even more coming from the ghost realm. Li Wuxin killed more than 10 evil spirits with a single slash of his sword, then turned to Shui Jingyong and shouted, "We can't continue like this, we can't hold on. Get someone to fix the barrier." Shui Jingyong glanced at the distance of colorful Butterfly Town. There were 4 golden light arrays in 4 directions. He gasped for breath and said angrily, "Easy for you to say. Can you fix this barrier? Do you have anyone here who knows how to fix it?" Li Wuxin said with a dark expression, "Barrier techniques aren't my sex expertise." Then shut the *CK up. How many Yuhangs do you think you have? Chu Wanning is guarding the 4 positions. Otherwise, these evil spirits will rush out of the encirclement and quickly kill their way through the entire Sichuan region. If the cultivators can't hold on, then won't the non-cultivators be done for? It's better for Sichuan to be destroyed than for the cultivation world to be in chaos. If you don't get someone to fix the heavenly fissure, I'm afraid this matter will be difficult to resolve. Shui Jingyong was furious. He swung his iron fan, and when the wind slashed at the evil spirits, it also seemed to inadvertently graze Li Wuxin's cheek. Do you think the upper cultivation world is so precious that the lower cultivation world is born to die for you? Don't talk nonsense. I'm talking about sacrificing the pawn to protect the cart. If this heavenly fissure happened in my Blue Pool village, I would also sacrifice my entire sect to protect the peace of the world. How arrogant. Dilla Masterly, it's easy for you to say that. Shui Jingyong's eyes widened. He was so angry that he laughed. The entrance to the ghost world is in Sichuan. It won't move to your Blue Pool village for thousands of generations. It seems that the peak of life and death can be destroyed thousands of times to protect the peace of the world. Dilla Masterly, you really know how to talk. The two of them were fighting and arguing at the same time. Suddenly, they saw a snow-colored light sweeping over from the western sky. Before they could see clearly whether it was a friend or a foe, they heard the fine and compact sound of a zither coming from the clouds. The sound was like a storm falling from the sky, but also like thousands of arrows piercing through the forest. They didn't see any weapons, but they felt that the shadows of swords and knives were everywhere. The cries of armored horses filled the city. Kunlun trampling snow palace. Shui Jingyong suddenly raised his head and looked at the rolling snow-colored light. When it got closer, he saw that it was a group of immortals riding on swords. They were wearing snow-colored silk clothes and had peach blossom petals floating around them. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they all looked very gentle and beautiful. Because of their mental cultivation method, they all looked like they were in their early 20s. The people of the trampling snow palace were either standing or sitting. Half of them were holding a pipa in their arms, and the other half were holding a guqin in front of their knees. The noisy and clear music flowed down from the sky, making the evil spirits and zombies all over the ground cry out in pain. However, it was as if they were trapped in an inescapable net and couldn't escape. The leader was a man with light blonde hair, jade eyes, and deep facial features. He wore snow-colored silk clothes with a droplet of water on his forehead. His slender neck stuck out from the collar, like a flower in a porcelain vase. It was cold in the snow of Kunlun. He wore a fox fur coat on top of his plain clothes, which made him look even more calm and graceful. This person also held an exquisite pipa in his arms. He frowned and twisted the strings with his long and slender fingers. Countless bright peach blossoms danced around him in the sound of his zither. The 4 Seas royal style is passed by, 1,000 years of virtue is clear, and military clothes are not worn. Today, I have succeeded. The sound of the zither slowed down slightly. He lowered his eyes and saw Shui Jingyong and the others. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a person in the distance angrily shout, "Mei Han Xue. Why is it you, dog?" The person who shouted was Shui Meng. As he shouted angrily, he rushed under Mei Han Xue's sword. He raised his head and scolded, "Why did the Kunlun trampling snow palace send such an unreliable thing like you to help? Yu Wangxi heard the sound and turned around. When he saw the man playing the zither, he was also angry. It's him? Nangongxi, what? You know this one too? I don't know him. Yu Wangxi was not happy to see Mei Hanxue, but Xuemeng rushed up to scold him. He turned around and left, only leaving behind a sentence, it's just a fight. Nangongxi was interested. Oh, how is his skill? Heh. Yu Wangxi sneered. He relies on women to fight. What do you think? Nangongxi. It was no wonder that Yu Wangxi looked down on him. This Mei Hanxue was precisely the eldest senior brother that had attracted countless female cultivators to fight over him. He originally thought that the one who came was powerful, but who would have thought that it was a pretty boy who relied on his appearance to make a living? Nangongxi immediately lost interest and turned around to kill the enemy. Mei Hanxue glanced at Xuemeng. His eyes revealed some helplessness, but he did not pay attention to him. Instead, he lowered his eyebrows and casually plucked the zither string several times. The 100 cultivators of the Treading Snow Palace heard the zither music and scattered in all directions. Zither division, play the twinkling brilliance song. Pipa division, perform the array-breaking dance. Following his orders, those who were playing the zither and strings instantly changed the movements under their hands. Countless rapid sounds of metal and stone converged in midair, resounding through the clouds. For a moment, the ghosts were confused. They actually stopped fighting and stretched their necks in place, looking around blankly. When Li Wuxin saw this, he remembered that not only were the people of the Treading Snow Palace good at music, they also knew how to repair barriers. He was overjoyed. He raised his head and shouted, "Nephew Mei, do you know how to repair the heavenly fissure?" Mei Hanxue did not care that his nephew Mei was disgusting. He only replied, "The endless hell's heavenly fissure is not something that can be repaired with my strength." This. Li Wuxin's face paled. In the end, he flicked his sleeves and sighed, "Ai. Hanxue, can you guard the barrier on all sides of the colorful butterfly town?" The one who spoke was Xue Jingyong. Because the peak of life and death had always been on good terms with the Treading Snow Palace, Mei Hanxue saw a familiar elder. He first hugged his pipa and bowed, then said, "I can try." "That's great." Xue Jingyong clapped his hands and said, "You go guard the barrier on all sides. Don't let the ghosts rush outside. Then call Yu Heng back, Elder Yu Heng." Look at my memory. I forgot that you've never seen Yu Heng before. But it doesn't matter. You'll know when you get there. He's the one who's guarding the barrier. Good. Mei Hanxue was quite calm. She tilted her sword and flew towards the edge of colorful butterfly town like a meteor. Nangongxi knocked 3 arrows and shot them in 3 different directions. Amidst the buzzing of the bowstring, he saw Mei Hanxue fluttering like a startled swan and the Ta Shui Gong people using the sound of the guqin to confuse the enemy. He could not help but be startled. He said to Yu Wangxi, "This person's strength is so outstanding, how can you say that he is a gigolo who relies on women to fight?" Yu Wangxi was also quite puzzled, but right now the ghosts were moving slowly, so it was a good opportunity to kill them. Therefore, he did not think too much about it. He only told Nangongxi, probably at that time he did not use his full strength. And then he focused on killing the enemy and did not say anything else. Among the 10 great sects, 4 of them had already arrived. They were no longer battered and exhausted when dealing with the heaven's fissure, but it was still very strenuous. Although the dead souls on the ground were frozen by the zither music of the Treading Snow Palace, there were even more ferocious howls gushing out from the bloody eyes of the ghost world. The people of the Treading Snow Palace were all standing in midair, and when they played the music, they could not divert their hands to protect themselves. Therefore, the evil spirits rushed towards the Pipa formation and the Guqin formation in the 4 directions of the clouds. The people of the Treading Snow Palace had no choice but to divert some of them to play the music of the defensive formation. Therefore, the sound of the exorcism music of the enemy was weakened by a lot. The evil spirits on the ground immediately surged up like anxious ants. What was even more frightening was that as the gate of the ghost world opened wider, some of the high-ranking evil spirits who were shackled actually broke free from their shackles because they had absorbed a large amount of yang energy from the human world. They rushed into the mortal world with a loud bang. These evil spirits were different from before. Their corpses and resentful spirits merged into one. They were more ferocious and their spiritual power was stronger. Ordinary cultivators could not stop them at all. There were even some disciples who were alone who were flipped over by their palms. Their white bony claws suddenly pierced into the living person's chest and lungs. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. The hearts of the cultivators that were full of spiritual power were eaten by these high-ranking evil spirits. The blood flowed down the evil spirits' rotten faces continuously. With the remnants of flesh and blood in their mouths, the evil spirits' strength was even stronger. They fiercely rushed into the crowd, like a cheetah looking for a new prey to bite. In an instant, it was chaos. Shui Jingyong shouted, "Stay in formation and don't run around. Don't be alone." However, there were still people who were panicking and crying as they fled in all directions. The smell of blood in the air was getting heavier and heavier. The evil spirits were like a tide, and the dead people were like a tide. Nangongxi was drawing his bow and fighting to his heart's content. Suddenly, a hanged ghost stuck out its blood-red tongue and wrapped around his waist. Its sharp claws pierced toward his chest. Yuanxi was far away. When he turned around, his usually calm face instantly turned pale. "Ah see. Master." At the critical moment, Song Chotong held her sword and rushed over. She fiercely stabbed into the hanged ghost's arm. However, she had never killed a human before, let alone such a ferocious evil spirit. She was so shocked that she let go of her sword when she stabbed it. The long sword fell to the ground with a clang. The hanged ghost furiously swung an attack at her. Nangongxi put away his bow and changed to a sword. He blocked in front of her and shouted, "Stay away. Quickly leave." Song Chotong's eyes were glistening with tears. She said, "Chotong's life was saved by the Confucian Wind School. How can I leave now?" Nangongxi was not good at dealing with women, but when he saw her delicate posture and firm gaze, his heart was moved. He could not help but curse inwardly, "Yuanxi. Yuanxi. Get your ass over here. Protect her well." Yuanxi was bathed in blood. His handsome face was full of stains. He grabbed Song Chotong's arm and sternly said, "Go find Martial Brother Qin. Don't run around." "I won't go. I can still help." She begged, "Young master, I want to stay by your side." "Yuanxi, protect her." Yuanxi's expression instantly became very unsightly. He was such a gentleman, so it was rare for him to show such an angry expression. Nangongxi. Every word between his teeth was trembling and broken. "I think you've lost your mind." After he finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to the two of them. Holding his sword, he swept away and hid in the rolling tide of corpses. More and more high-level evil spirits appeared. They blended into the crowd like a sharp knife cutting through the belly of a fish, peeling off its scales. The sticky and shiny scales were dyed with dark red strands of blood, floating up and down. Everyone was unable to fend for themselves. The evil spirits surrounded the living people, wanting to tear them apart and swallow them into their stomachs, dragging them into the endless hell. Emma ran, Shui Meng, and Shirmei had their backs against each other, blocking the evil spirits from all sides. However, the circle was getting narrower and narrower. With a swoosh, Shui Meng chopped off the arm of an evil spirit, tainting its blood with a ruler. The evil spirits attacking saw that this person was tyrannical, so they circled around him and pounced on Shirmei. Shirmei formed a seal with both hands, but because his strength was gradually weakening, the aqua light formation dimmed and brightened. Seeing that it was difficult to resist, Emoren steeled his heart and said, "Shirmei, you open a defensive formation." Shui Meng, hide inside. What? Shui Meng was furious when he heard this. You want me to be a coward? Listen to me and hide inside. What kind of situation is this, and you still want to compete? How can we kill so many evil spirits? Shirmei said, Emoran, what are you going to do? Don't ask too many questions. Just do as I say. Emoran softened his tone. It's okay. The encirclement gradually narrowed. Emoran urged, hurry up, it'll be too late if we don't. Shirmei had no choice but to change the spell talisman and raise a blue defensive light formation, enveloping himself and Shui Meng. When Emoran saw that he had formed the formation, he suddenly pulled out an arrow from his sleeve. He wiped his palm and sprinkled his blood on the formation, leaving his own spiritual power behind. Then, his eyes burned and he shouted, "Why aren't you working?" When the evil spirits heard him, their flames grew brighter. Every willow leaf was wrapped in blood-red spiritual power, like a sharp knife that fell on the vine. The whole willow vine suddenly grew 10 feet long. Emoran closed his eyes. In his mind, he saw the appearance of Chu Wanning using his killing move several times. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes reflected the sinister faces of countless evil spirits. He held the evil spirits and struck them in the air. Sparks exploded and splashed everywhere. Emoran raised his hand, and his clothes fluttered. At that moment, his figure seemed to overlap with Chu Wanning's figure in his mind. The two people's movements were almost identical. Wind. Unstoppable. The clouds were rushing and the sky was low. The two people behind Emoran only saw a huge scarlet light formation like a red lotus from hell blooming. A strong wind passed through the ground like thousands of invisible blades. The evil spirits in Emoran's hands danced like shadows. Wherever they passed, sand and gravel flew. Countless evil spirits were swept up by this shocking airflow and were instantly crushed into minced meat. Chu Wanning's Heaven's Inquisition's wind. Emoran had actually learned 90% of it. The fierce wind gradually stopped. The surroundings were vast, and there were no corpses left. Not a single piece of armor was left. Looking back, Shui Meng and Shermei's faces were full of astonishment. Emoran did not have time to be happy. He only felt that his daily learning was far from enough. If he could immediately return to his past cultivation, this small gap in the world of spirits and souls would not be so difficult for them. Look over there. Suddenly, someone shouted from afar. Everyone looked up at the same time. They saw several sword formations in different clothes and spiritual power coming from several directions in the sky. The heavens fissure of the Avicii Hell finally alarmed all the sects in the upper cultivation world. As the light swords fell to the ground, the people of Linling Island were beautiful and elegant, and the masters of Wubei Temple were solemn and dignified. All kinds of things were overwhelming. The people of the 10 great sects finally arrived. More powerful evil spirits were still being born, like endless locusts. However, with the sudden increase of cultivators, the situation gradually became less disadvantageous. At the same time, Mei Hanxue and Chu Wanning's spiritual power exchange was finally completed. The enchantment in the 4 directions of north, south, east, and west changed from gold to blue. The edge was guarded by Mei Hanxue. Chu Wanning flew with the wind and swept to the center of the fierce battle. He looked up at the crack in the sky that had been completely opened. There was some kind of huge and terrifying evil force behind it. Chu Wanning could almost feel the madness of that power, as if it had drunk thousands of blood plasma and the brains of hundreds of millions of creatures. If the enchantment was not sealed, he was afraid that some kind of evil spirit suppressed in the Avicii Hell would break free from its restraint and come to the human world. Chu Wanning could not help but think, could it be that the person behind the scenes wanted to release some kind of evil spirit from purgatory into the world of mortals? But what did he want? Master! Shermei anxiously called him. Chu Wanning heard the voice and turned his face. The scene from his previous life overlapped again. Master! At that time, Shermei also called him like this. Chu Wanning heard the voice and turned his face. Shermei gasped for breath in the snow. His body was covered in blood, but his eyes were firm. Master is going to repair this crack in the sky? Yes. But this is not an ordinary crack in the sky. This is the crack in the Avicii Hell. Master, how can you resist it alone? I'm here to lend Master a hand. I've learned the defensive technique in the Peach Blossom Spring, so I won't drag Master down. The conversation between the two of them years ago that decided life and death seemed to be in his ears. Emoran was frightened and his scalp was going numb. He suddenly pulled Shermei behind him and stuffed him to Shui Meng. He said loudly, Shui Ziming, look after him. Look after him. Shui Meng opened his eyes wide. Dog, where are you going? The wind blew, and the smell of blood filled the air. There was no snow in the sky. Everything was different from his previous life. Rant's eyes fell on Shermay, who was at a loss. He felt sad and relieved. It was impossible for Chu Wanning to fix this barrier on her own. But other than his disciples, no one knew Chu Wanning's spiritual energy cultivation method and could cooperate with him perfectly. Therefore, one of them had to go through this tribulation. The north wind is angry, and thousands of miles of killing intent. Ran suddenly made up his mind and hugged Shermay. For the first time, he directly held him in his arms. He paused for a moment and then suddenly pushed him away. Shermay. The person who will die this time is probably me. I'm going to help Master seal the barrier. Ran said firmly. His tone was resolute. He narrowed his eyes and looked deeply at Shermay. Suddenly, he didn't want to care about what other people thought of him. He didn't care that Shuemeng was right next to him. He didn't care that he would be rejected. He waited for 2 lifetimes, loved 2 lifetimes. Now he was going to leave, and maybe he wouldn't be able to come back. He stood in the wind, wanting to say a few words to his beloved one. Shermay, actually I. But when he was about to open his mouth, the howls of evil spirits and evil beasts drowned out his voice. The urge to roll over and over like molten lava gradually cooled down in this stagnation, and finally stopped. Ran, what do you want to say? Ran suddenly saw the reflection of his previous life. Under the warm curtains, he saw Shermay's gentle and smiling face. How cruel. He remembered it all his life, from birth to death, from heaven to hell. Rant's eyes were slightly red, but he smiled. Nothing, I won't say it twice. Shermay, you. I'm going to help Master. When I come back, if I still want to tell you. His dimples were deep, and his eyes were full of affection. I'll tell you again. After saying this, he turned around and rushed toward Chu Wanning. Shermay wouldn't die. At least, he wouldn't die in front of him. Ran suddenly felt that the sky was high and the earth was wide. The figure in white fluttering in front of him was probably the end of his rebirth in this life. His master had always been magnanimous. When Shermay died, Chu Wanning chose to leave in order to complete the final gap. In order to purge those demons and monsters that ran amok. This time, he was the one who had to build the barrier. Chu Wanning despised and hated him so much. He wouldn't give up his reputation as the Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable to help an insignificant person die. Master. He stood in front of him. A ghostly light appeared in his hand. This barrier is difficult to fix. Let me help you. The situation was dangerous. Chu Wanning glanced at him and didn't say anything, which was a tacit agreement. He leaped into the sky and stood at the corner of the ease of Chen Manor. Ran followed him and leaped up. Chu Wanning said, set up the formation and observe. Ran followed his instructions and raised his hand at the same time. The 2 of them stood on the left and right, and the tips of their fingers condensed the seal of the observation barrier. They slowly raised their hands. Open the formation. Along with this shout, the 2 people's spiritual power suddenly surged out from their bodies. They each stood at the foot of the formation and joined hands to forge, using their surging cultivation to condense into a constantly expanding golden red barrier. When the barrier came into contact with the evil spirits that had just surged out, the evil spirits seemed to be burned by a raging fire. They screamed and retreated into the eyes of the ghost realm. The barrier became clearer and clearer, and the light formation became more and more dazzling. 2 quilling dragon platforms condensed from spiritual spells rose under Chu Wanning and Rant's feet, dragging the 2 of them to the highest point in the sky. The ghost eyes slowly closed under the pressure of the golden red light formation, but they seemed to be unwilling, and the evil spirits inside became more intense. Every inch they closed, the evil spirits surging out of them became more and more intense. When the 2 of them were only a few miles away from the barrier's crack, the evil spirits inside were almost solid. After Rant's reborn body, he gradually felt as if there was 1,000,000 pounds of weight on his shoulders, and as if there was a huge rock pressing down on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. On the other side, Chu Wanning's spiritual power was steady and strong, continuously flowing out. Inch by inch, and another inch by inch. The evil winds between heaven and earth gathered in one place, turning into sharp blades, cutting every inch of his skin, flesh, bones, and blood. Master. As his consciousness gradually blurred, he seemed to see the scene of the past. Shermei and Chu Wanning worked together to repair the formation, and the two worlds of yin and yang closed in only a moment. Those evil spirits who were unable to return to the mortal world saw that Shermei's power was weak, so they all gathered in one place, and attacked Shermei. Bang! In just a moment, Shermei, who was doing his best to maintain the balance of the barrier, was pierced through. It was like a reenactment, almost nothing had changed. Only this time, the person who was struck by the 10,000 evil spirits was Mo Ran. At the crack in the sky, the black evil spirits pierced through the clouds, and in an instant, pierced through Mo Ran's chest. Mo Ran only saw a smear of blood in front of his eyes, and when he came back to his senses, he realized that it was the hot blood gushing out of his chest. In this stifling air flow, he turned his face with difficulty, only to see that Chu Wanning's clothes were as white as snow, his expression solemn and cold. He didn't even spare him half a glance. His chest suddenly surged with countless grievances. In the end, the hatred was deep. He fell from the coiled dragon-high platform, blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth, and his chest was burning red. Falling down was actually very fast, but suddenly it felt so long, like a drowning person gradually sinking to the bottom of the sea, no longer able to hear the whispers of the mortal world. Chu Wanning did not raise his hand to greet him. Did not stop him. Did not even divert his attention to look at him. When he fell, the red spiritual power suddenly disappeared. Chu Wanning, just like in his previous life, chose to use all of his spells, and single-handedly closed the barrier that Mo Ran had not yet completed. Suddenly, it was sealed. However, the evil spirits that were left in the human world lost the nourishment of the yin qi in the ghost world. They instinctively felt anxious and became more and more violent. They became angry and made enemies with the cultivators. In just the blink of an eye, the formations of many sects were defeated. Chu Wanning fell from the sky. When Mo Ran fell, the coiled dragon pillar below formed a layer of light to protect him, so when he fell to the ground, he did not shatter into pieces. But his entire chest was penetrated by evil spirits, and blood flowed all over the ground, but it was no different from Shermei in the past. Chu Wanning pushed back the evil spirits that were rushing towards Mo Ran, and put down a barrier to protect Mo Ran. Master. The person behind him seemed to murmur softly. Are you leaving? Mo Ran coughed up blood, but there was a smile on his face. Are you leaving again? Outside the flowing golden barrier, that person's figure was still standing with his back to him. Mo Ran opened his mouth, but a mouthful of blood suddenly surged up in his throat. Chu Wanning, are you made of wood? You won't be sad, you have no selfish motives, right? Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning. He felt that his vision was getting blurrier and blurrier. After the fierce battle, he was already full of injuries. Somewhere on his forehead was cut, and blood flowed down to his eyes. As he looked up to the sky and laughed wantonly, almost crazily, tears of blood rolled down his face. He choked up and said, Chu Wanning, turn around. Look at me, are you still leaving? Look at me one more time. I'm going to die. Back then, you at least looked at Shermei one last time. You. Is it true? You don't like me at all? You don't like me at all? Otherwise, why didn't you look at me one last time? Why didn't you turn back? Master. Tears of blood filled his eyes. His last impression was of the white-robed man walking away alone outside the golden enchantment. He went to suppress evil. So, in his heart, anyone in the world was more important than Mo Ran. Mo Ran, Mo Ran. Someone seemed to be calling him. He vaguely opened his eyes, a snow-white figure reflected in his hazy vision. He vaguely felt that this person was very similar to Chu Wanning, but he didn't dare to believe it. He only felt that person's hands were folded over his chest, continuously transferring spiritual energy to the place where his blood was flowing. So warm. Who is it? He blinked his eyes hard, trying to see that too blurry figure. Mo Ran. Ma, Shizun? He swallowed the blood in his throat, muttering to himself. Warm drops of water dripped onto his cheeks. Gradually, he saw clearly. The person in front of him had a pair of phoenix eyes like apricot flowers in Jiangnan. His face was pale and stained with blood. Emoran stared at him in a daze. He had never seen such an expression on Chu Waning's face before. His Shizun had always been indifferent, but the person in front of him was crying. Emoran reached out, wanting to touch. He wanted to know if this was real or an illusion of a person about to die. But when his fingertips were a few inches away from that person's face, he stopped. Sometimes, hating a person was a habit. If he suddenly stopped hating them, he would be at a loss. He didn't dare touch it. He was afraid it was real. He was also afraid it was fake. He saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood behind Chu Waning. He didn't know if it was colorful butterfly town after a fierce battle, or if he was already in Azura hell. He knew that he had committed many evil deeds. Even death couldn't wipe out his crimes. After his life was gone, he would fall into the abyss, never to be reincarnated. But Chu Waning. He was a kind person. Why would he accompany him and be trapped in Avicii forever? There is one last point. Chu Waning's voice seemed to come from the deep sea, so hazy. You can't fall asleep, otherwise. He saw blood seeping out of Chu Waning's mouth. The golden light became brighter and brighter. Suddenly, the person in front of him was covered by the light and turned into a child. Otherwise, Yu Heng, will no longer have a disciple like you. Junior Xia. Seeing Chu Waning turn into Xianxia with his own eyes, Emoran was extremely shocked. His wound suddenly hurt, and without thinking, he fainted again. Emoran. That gentle voice that was almost like a sigh was not an illusion from his previous life, but a whisper that he left in his ears. I'm sorry, it's Master's fault. This sentence again. This sentence again. Chu Waning, I don't want you to admit your mistake. I want you to. How was it? Suddenly, he paused, not knowing what to think. If he didn't want him to admit his mistake, then what should he do? He suddenly opened his eyes and gasped for breath. Emoran's clothes were soaked with sweat. He looked up and saw a clean and tidy room without too many decorations. He was already lying in the bedroom of the peak of life and death. He was actually still alive. He looked around in disbelief. He raised his slightly cold hand and touched the wound on his chest. It was wrapped in a thick bandage, and blood was seeping through the bandage. It hurt to touch it, but under the bandage, the heart was still beating. It was so strong, surging with the ecstasy of surviving a disaster. He was still alive. He was still alive. Blood flowed crazily in the young body, shaking his soul. His fingertips trembled. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the warm curtains rolling up. Emoran sat on the bed and looked up. He saw a beauty who opened the curtains and came in. Maybe it was because it was a little cold outside, he was wearing a white fur robe. His black hair was hanging down, and his soft eyes were slightly raised. His tail was dyed red, and it was better than many rouge colors. Shermay did not expect Emoran to be awake. He was shocked, and then said, Emoran? You. Shermay. Shermay. Emoran called him a few times. His eyes were very bright, shining like obsidian. He jumped off the bed, and did not care about the pain of his wound. He grimaced and jumped over to Sherming Jing and hugged her tightly. He was overjoyed. That's great. You're not dead. I'm not dead either. It's over, it's all over. This heaven split was a great disaster in his previous life. Demons and monsters fell from the sky, took away Shermay, and pushed Emoran into the abyss of evil. After he was reborn, he was anxious about this chaos. He was afraid that he would repeat the same mistake. In the end, he would be alone again, stepping on the bones of his loved ones, and walk alone to the empty Shaman Mountain Palace. But the heavens did not treat him badly. When he stood up and was willing to die for Shermay, everything changed. He would no longer be alone. He would no longer be betrayed by his loved ones. He would no longer be forced to go to Liangshan at night and become a lone traveler. From now on, the curse was broken. He had truly gotten rid of the nightmare of his previous life. He had truly been reborn. Emoran hugged Shermay for a long time before letting go. His eyes were so bright that they seemed to be filled with twinkling stars. Shermay was still standing in the same place in a daze until Mo Ran put his arm around his shoulder and looked down at him with a smile. After a long time, he gradually came back to his senses. He stretched out his forehead and actually took the initiative to touch Mo Ran's chin. Mo Ran. Yes, yes. When Shermay raised his head again, there was a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were a little wet. Fortunately, you're still alive. Mo Ran smiled and rubbed his head. He held his hand and said, Idiot, how could anything happen to me? He wanted to say more, but suddenly, someone outside lifted the curtain and strode in. Shuemeng? Shuemeng was really a narrow-minded person. Probably because his limelight was stolen during the exorcism at Colorful Butterfly Town, his face was inevitably gloomy and his lips were tightly pursed. Seeing that Mo Ran had woken up, he only paused for a moment. Then he turned to Shermay and said, When did he wake up? Shermay hesitated for a moment before speaking. His tone was a little worried. Just now. Yes. Shuemei responded. He was still unwilling to look at Mo Ran. Mo Ran thought that a child would always be a child. Being in the limelight was like being robbed of candy. His face did not look good for a long time. However, he was in a good mood and did not want to bicker with Shuemei. Instead, he smiled and said, It seems that I've been unconscious for a long time. Who brought me back? Who else could it be? Shuemei swung his sleeves and put his hands behind his back. His expression was very bad. Wasn't it Shizun? Ah. Hearing this, Mo Ran was stunned. When he was unconscious, bits and pieces flashed in front of his eyes. However, when he woke up, he was surprised and happy. He was even more uncertain whether the things he saw were real or not. He pondered, Shizun. Junior Marshal Brother Xia. Hearing him say this, Shuemeng's body trembled slightly. Then he stiffly said, You saw it? What? Junior Marshal Brother Xia is Shizun. Mo Ran was just guessing. Now that he suddenly heard this, he could not help but turn pale. What? Shuemeng suddenly turned his head. His expression was strange, as if he was trying to suppress something. What? I thought you already knew. Mo Ran exclaimed, How could I know? When I was unconscious, I vaguely saw the two of them alternating. He thought of the company he had with Xianxia in the Peach Blossom Spring. The two of them slept on the same bed. He also thought of the golden hairpin that fell out of Chu Wanning's lapel when he was unable to control himself at Linling Island. The begonia handkerchief. The clothes that changed size according to one's body. The pot of soup in Xiaoxini's hands. He looked up and called him Senior Marshal Brother. Xiaoxini patted his head and said with a smile that they would be brothers in the future. Senior Marshal Brother will dote on you. These things gathered and scattered in front of him like smoke. One moment, it was Chu Wanning's indifferent face. The next moment, it was Xiaoxini's silent appearance. He had said in front of Xiaoxini that Chu Wanning was not good and did not like him. He had also patiently combed Xiaoxini's long hair. The hair was so soft that it flowed between his fingers like ink. Thinking about it carefully, they were indeed so similar. Mo Ran felt like his head was about to explode. He played around in circles and muttered, Shizun is Junior Marshal Brother Xia. Shizun is Junior Marshal Brother Xia. Shizun is. He came to an abrupt halt, almost frantically. What kind of joke is this? How can Shizun be Junior Marshal Brother Xia? Mo Ran. Mo Ran did not know whether to laugh or cry. They are very similar in many ways, but they are still not the same. Junior Marshal Brother Xia is such a good person, what do you mean? Shuemeng suddenly interrupted Mo Ran's words and stared at his opponent's face with a pair of sharp eyes. Junior Marshal Brother Xia is such a good person? Why, can't such a good person be Shizun? Mo Ran said, Of course I'm not saying that Shizun is not good. It's just that Junior Marshal Brother Xia has always been sincere to me. I already see him as my own brother. You suddenly tell me that he is Shizun, how can I accept? Shuemeng said angrily, Junior Marshal Brother Xia is sincere, but Shizun is fake. Hearing the impending storm in his voice, Shermay hurriedly pulled on his sleeve. Young master, think about what uncle told you. Emoran just woke up, Anne. Shuemeng suddenly shook off Shermei's hand. His brown eyes were still fixed on Emoran's face. The veins on his neck were slightly trembling because of his anger. He was like a hissing snake, ready to bite its prey at any time. Emo Weiyu, you better tell me clearly today. Why can't Shizun be Xiaxini? Why can't he be sincere, HM? Tell me, why is he fake in your heart? Emoran was annoyed by his relentless questioning. This was not the first time he had seen Shuemeng's angry face. In his previous life, when he had become the Emperor Ta, every time he saw Shuemeng, he would have such a bad temper. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. He frowned and said, "This is between me and him." "Why do you care so much?" "Between you and him?" Shuemeng said, "Do you have him in your heart?" Emoran was so angry that he laughed. "Shueziming, are you crazy? Why are you acting crazy for no reason? Let's go, Shermei. Let's go to Dan Xian Palace and ask Uncle and Shizun clearly." As he said this, he pulled Shermei and walked past Shuemeng, intending to leave. Shuemeng stood in place for a while, as if he was trying to suppress something. But when Emoran was about to leave, he still couldn't hold it in. He turned around and shouted angrily, "Emo Weiyu, do you have him as your Shizun in your heart?" Emoran couldn't help but feel annoyed by his yelling. He stopped in his tracks. His originally relaxed and cheerful face gradually became gloomy. Shermei squeezed his palm and whispered uneasily, "Don't mind him. He has a bad temper these days. Let's go." "Okay." But just as his hand touched the warm curtain, before he could open it, Shuemeng's voice sounded. It was suffocating, hot, and boiling, as if it had come out of a fire. "Emma Weiyu, you motherfaster cur, you're really a good-for-nothing." With a swish sound, the curtain was lowered. Emoran closed his eyes and then opened them. "Emoran." Shermei tried to pull him, but he was gently pushed away. He turned his face and turned around. The two youths were about the same age, but they were much taller than Emoran. This person's malicious and cold appearance was really frightening. Emoran suddenly laughed, but his black eyes were heavy and there was no smile. He said, "What a good-for-nothing. Shueziming, I have never looked down on Shizun. I also didn't stand aside when the sky cracked. The Avicii hell was broken and he couldn't fix it alone, so I volunteered to help him. Let me ask you, as his disciple, what did I do wrong? There was a huge difference in strength between us. I couldn't fix the barrier and fell from the coiling dragon pillar, but he didn't even look at me. He didn't care whether I lived or died. Let me ask you again, if it were you, wouldn't you be disappointed?" Emoran. The knot in his heart of 2 lifetimes. When it came to the painful part, Emoran's handsome face couldn't help but distort. He said word by word, "I thought I had done my best and had a clear conscience. I don't know what face you have to stand in front of me and say that I'm a good-for-nothing. Shuemeng, do you think I never cared about him? You're wrong, I did. But this person is made of stone." Emoran said softly. Every word was like a knife cutting into his heart, dripping with blood. "Shuemeng. Listen to me, I don't care how good of a Taoist priest he is in the eyes of the world, how powerful of a master he is, or whether he is Wanya Yuhing, the Big Dipper Celestial Venerable. These are not important. What's important is that when the sky cracked and leaked, my life was in danger. I begged him to turn back, but he didn't even spare me a glance. It was clearly such a cold and infuriating thing. But when he said it, he could be considered calm, but his eyes were more or less a little red. Also, Shuemeng, I can tell you. At that time, no matter who fell from the coiling dragon pillar, even if it wasn't me, it would have been you or Shermei. He wouldn't have saved you. Because I saw it with my own eyes." In the heavy snow, he turned around, leaving his disciples' bones cold. Nothing is more precious than his good reputation as the Big Dipper Celestial Venerable. Emoran sneered. Maybe it was because of the dim light, but his smile was a little bleak. The lucky ones live, the unlucky ones die. Before the last word ended, light and shadow gathered in front of him, and a strong wind attacked. The room was narrow. Although Emoran had already sensed it, because Shermei was behind him, he was afraid that if he dodged now, he would hurt the innocent. So he stood in place and blocked the attack. Shui Meng pounced over like a cheetah, fiercely grabbing Mo Ran's collar. With a crisp paw sound, Shui Meng had ruthlessly slapped him in the face. Mo Ran was hit for no reason, so he was also burning with anger. He turned around and grabbed the violent youth, gritting his teeth. Shui Ziming. What are you doing? Shui Meng didn't answer, only angrily spitting. Mo Weiyu, you animal. He didn't listen to reason. He didn't know what wrong medicine he ate, but he didn't have any intelligence at all. He tangled with Mo Ran in this empty room like two trapped beasts, wanting nothing more than to tear apart the other's skin and chew the bones and blood into their stomachs. A lonely lantern flickered, illuminating their furious silhouettes on the stone wall. It was like a shadow puppet show, like an evil spirit totem. Suddenly, Mo Ran heard Shui Meng choke with sobs. It wasn't too loud, so he thought he must have misheard. But just as he thought this, a few drops of tears fell on the back of his hand. Shui Meng suddenly let go of Mo Ran and pushed him back. He hugged his knees and curled up on the ground, crying uncontrollably. Mo Ran's cheeks were still red and swollen, but he was stunned by this. He thought that he didn't use any killing moves, so he shouldn't have hurt him so much. Besides, it was his younger cousin who hit him first, so why did he suddenly? Before he could finish his thought, he heard Shui Meng's sorrowful cries. How can you say that he didn't save you? How can you say that he didn't save you? Tears rolled down his cheeks, and he couldn't stop crying. On the side, Shermei saw that Shui Meng couldn't hide this matter, so he couldn't help but sigh. In the end, he lowered his eyes and didn't say anything. Shui Meng choked with sobs. If you say this, he'll be so sad if he hears it from underground. This sentence came out too suddenly, so Mo Ran didn't react for a moment. He just blankly said, "What?" Shui Meng just cried bitterly. His venomous fangs had sunk into Mo Ran's neck, but he had also hurt himself. He cried so bitterly that his voice was fragmented. He kept wiping his face and his eyes. His gaze was sometimes fierce and sometimes sorrowful. He crouched on the ground and didn't get up. He buried his face in his arms for a long time. Mo Ran gradually felt a numbness surge up from the soles of his feet, and gradually, coldness spread throughout his body. He felt his lips move, and heard himself ask. Shui Meng, what did you say? Shui Meng cried for a long time, or maybe it wasn't that long. It was just that Mo Ran felt that he had been waiting for that thunderous answer for too long. Shizun. Shui Meng finally choked out, he's not here anymore. Mo Ran was speechless for a moment. His whole body was cold. He just listened blankly, as if he didn't understand what he meant. Not here anymore? What's not here anymore? Not here anymore, where did he go? Who's not here anymore? Who's not here anymore? Who's not here anymore? Shui Meng slowly raised his head. There seemed to be hatred, mockery, and the deepest hatred in his eyes. Do you know why he didn't turn back at that time? My father said that after mending the heavenly fissure, his spiritual power was already exhausted. Do you think that the murderous aura of the world of spirits and souls only hit you? The clairvoyance barrier is twinned. No matter how much damage you suffered, he also suffered the same. It's just that he held on and didn't tell anyone. Mo Ran only felt a buzzing sound in his head. Could it be that in his previous life, he didn't save Shermei because... Mo Ran didn't dare to think about it anymore. Even his fingertips were slightly trembling. Impossible. He's clearly so calm. When has he ever been so calm in front of others? As Shui Meng spoke, his eyes reddened and tears fell again. After he came down, he was already exhausted. After he cast a defensive spell on you, he left you and didn't look at you. Why do you think it was? Shui Meng cried blood with every word. Master knew that he couldn't hold on for much longer. His spiritual power is very high. Once he reveals a flaw, it will attract a lot of evil spirits. Mo Ran. Do you think he left because he didn't want you anymore? Mo Ran. He left because he didn't want to drag you down. Mo Weiyu. He was afraid of dragging you down. After the Avicii Hell closed, the zombies went berserk. The 10 great sects fought until dusk. There were countless casualties. Who would care about you? My father only found out that you were missing when he brought the heavily injured elder Xuanji back to the peak of life and death. Shui Meng panted for a while and choked out, Mo, he was the one who brought you back. He was the one who took the medicine to recover his body and then dragged you out of the mountain of corpses. He was the one who was injured all over and even gave you the last of his spiritual power. Impossible. He was the one who brought you home. At that time, you hadn't woken up yet. His spiritual power was depleted and he was no different from a mortal. He couldn't use magic or send sound transmissions. He could only carry you and climb the stairs to the peak of life and death step by step. No. More than 3,000 levels of spiritual power. He's a person whose spiritual power has dissipated. Mo Ran closed his eyes. Under the clear moonlight, he saw Chu Wanning, who was still alive, carrying him on his back and slowly climbing the endless stairs. He was covered in blood and his white clothes were mottled. That person was once so unreachable and untainted. Northern Dipper Celestial Sovereign, Wanya Yuhing. Mo Ran choked and said with a trembling voice, impossible, how could it be? Yes. Shui Meng was also stunned when he said this. His eyes reddened. When I saw him, I thought that I was crazy and that what I saw was an illusion. Because I was also thinking. He was almost sighing. How could it be? Impossible. Mo Ran suddenly let out a sob. He hugged his head and muttered helplessly, impossible. Changjia's blood hasn't run dry. That's the way he'll bring you home. Shui Meng was filled with hatred and cruelty. Go and see, Mo Ran. Go and see. Impossible. Extreme shock and helplessness made Mo Ran suddenly furious. He grabbed Shui Meng and pulled him up from the ground. He pressed him against the wall and his expression changed. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Why would he save me? He never liked me and never looked down on me. Shui Meng didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed bitterly. Mo, it's not that he looks down on you. In the flowing candlelight, Shui Meng looked up with moist eyelashes and looked at him with hatred. It's me who looks down on you. Mo Ran. I look down on you, Elder Xuanji looks down on you, Elder Tanlang looks down on you. Who do you think you are? Shui Meng almost ground his teeth and spat these words at Mo Ran's face. Bastard. You. Shui Meng suddenly laughed. He looked up at the dark ceiling. Mo Ran, on this peak of life and death, if there's one person who looks up to you the most, it's him. But you repay him like this. He laughed and laughed. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and tears rolled down his cheeks again. This time, it was a soft sob. Mo Ran, your junior brother Xia, my master, is dead. Mo Ran was really bitten by the most vicious snake in the world. He was scalded. He let go of his hand in shock and took 2 steps back. It was as if he understood this sentence for the first time. His whole body started to tremble. Shui Meng suddenly called him, brother. Mo Ran retreated, but his back hit the cold wall. There was nowhere to run. Shui Meng finally stopped crying. But his tone was as calm as death. Brother, we don't have a master anymore. The peak of life and death had a mountain range with a funny name called Ah. There were many theories about the origin of this name in the sect. The most common one was that it was named Ah because this mountain range was so steep that people often fell down. However, Mo Ran knew that this was not the case. This mountain range was so tall that it reached the clouds. The mountain peak was covered in snow all year round and was extremely cold. If someone died at the peak of life and death, their coffin would stop there and wait for the funeral. Mo Ran had only been here once in his previous life. That time was not very different from the current situation. It was also after the Avicii Hell split open that a bloody battle took away countless lives. Shermay also died. He was unwilling to accept this reality, so he knelt beside Shermay's coffin and looked at the person's lifeless face in the ice coffin. He knelt for many days. The reason why it's called Ah is because your father passed away that year. In his previous life, Shui Jingyong accompanied him in the Cold Frost Heaven Palace and told him this. I only have one elder brother. The peak of life and death was created by the 2 of us. However, your father, he was very similar to you. He was an extremely capricious person. He only enjoyed his life for a few days before he got bored. He lost in a fight with an evil spirit and left. Frost Heaven Palace was too cold. Shuizhengyong brought a pot of wine and took a sip. Then, he passed the goatskin wine bag to Imo Ran. Here, drink some, but don't tell your aunt. Imo Ran did not take it, nor did he touch it. Shuizhengyong sighed. This peak is called because during that time I was also very sad. It was as if my heart had been dug out. I stayed on the mountain and watched over your father. When I thought of the sad part, I couldn't help but cry loudly. When I cried, it was very unpleasant to hear. I was always howling, so I got this name. He glanced at Imo Ran and patted his shoulder. Uncle didn't study much, but he also knows that life is like the morning dew. It disappears in the blink of an eye. Just treat it as Ming Jing taking the first step. We'll be brothers in the next life. Imo Ran slowly closed his eyes. Shuizhengyong said, my condolences are just empty words. If you're sad, just cry it out. If she didn't want to leave, she could stay here and accompany him. But he had to eat and drink. I'll go to the Mangpa lobby for some food and come back later. If you want to kneel after that, I will not stop you. The Frosty Heaven Palace was cold and silent. Inside the large cold room, the white silk gently fluttered like a gentle finger brushing across one's forehead. Imo Ran slowly opened his eyes. It was still the same ice coffin in his memory. It was made of the mysterious snow of Kunlun. The body of the coffin was sparkling and translucent, with wisps of cold air lingering around it. However, the person lying inside was Chu Wanning. Imo Ran had never expected that in this lifetime, the person who would die in this heaven split would be Chu Wanning. He was caught off guard and couldn't react in time. Facing this person's ice-cold corpse, he didn't feel too much emotion. There wasn't the joy of an enemy's death, nor was there the sorrow of his master's passing. Imo Ran was somewhat puzzled. He lowered his eyes and looked at Chu Wanning for a long time. That person's face was even colder than usual. Right now, it was really covered in a layer of frost. Even his tightly closed eyelashes were frozen. His lips were pale and his skin was almost transparent. He could see the light blue blood vessels, like the fine cracks on white porcelain. How could the person who left be him? Imo Ran raised his hand and touched Chu Wanning's cheek. It was very cold to the touch. All the way down, his throat and neck, there was no pulse. He reached his hand again. He held his hand. His knuckles were already somewhat stiff, but they felt very rough. Imo Ran felt that it was strange. Although Chu Wanning's fingertips had small calluses, his palm was always soft and delicate. He couldn't help but look carefully. What he saw were chapped and broken scars. Although they had been wiped, the wounds would never heal. The flesh was still open. He remembered what Xue Meng said. His spiritual power was completely damaged. He was no different from a mortal. He couldn't use magic, nor could he transmit sound. He could only carry you and climb the stairs to the peak of life and death step by step. He couldn't support himself. He couldn't stand up. He crawled on the ground, knelt, and dragged until his 10 fingers were worn out and his hands were full of blood. He also wanted to bring him home. Imo Ran murmured in a daze, "Did you carry me back? Chu Wanning, is it you? If you didn't nod your head, I wouldn't have believed it." Imo Ran said to the person in the coffin. His face was calm, as if he believed that the person in front of him would really wake up. "Chu Wanning, nod your head. If you nod your head, I'll believe you. I won't hate you anymore. Nod your head, okay?" But Chu Wanning was still lying there. His expression was indifferent, and his eyebrows were cold. It seemed that he didn't care whether Imo Ran hated him or not. He had a clear conscience, leaving others in the world to feel uneasy. This person, whether alive or dead, made others feel annoyed. It was far better than making others feel pain. Imo Ran suddenly sneered, "That's true." He said, "When have you ever listened to me?" He looked at Chu Wanning and suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. All this time, he hated Chu Wanning because he looked down on him. He hated Chu Wanning because he didn't save Shirmei that year. After going around in circles, this hatred continued for more than 10 years. Suddenly, one day, someone told him, Xianxia turned around and left because he didn't want to be a burden to you. Suddenly, someone told him, the observation barrier is twinned. You suffered heavy injuries, but so did he. His spirit flow was exhausted, he couldn't protect himself, Good, this was really good. Xianxia was right, but what about him? He had been kept in the dark like a fool and had been played around like a clown. He had grimaced in pain and dug out his heart for so long. What was this? Things like misunderstandings, if short, were like a lump of dirt that stuck to a wound when it was healing. If it was discovered in time, it couldn't be better to clean it up and apply ointment again. But if a misunderstanding continued for 10 or 20 years, the person trapped in the net had invested a long time of hatred, a long time of care, a long time of fetters, and even his life into this misunderstanding. These feelings had already formed scabs and grown into new flesh, completely blending with the body. Suddenly, someone said, "It's not like that, everything is wrong." Then what should he do now? The dirt from back then had already grown under the skin and in the blood with the passage of time. Only by tearing open the intact skin and flesh could the past be dispelled. A year of misunderstanding was a misunderstanding. 10 years of misunderstanding was a sin. And from birth to death, a lifetime of misunderstanding was fate. Their fates were thin. The heavy stone door of Frost Heaven Palace slowly opened. Just like in the previous life, Xianxia carried a goatskin wineskin full of soju wine and walked with heavy steps to Imorant's side. He sat on the ground and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. "I heard that you were here, so uncle came to accompany you." Xianxia's leopard eyes were red, showing that he had cried not long ago. "I also came to accompany him." Imorant did not speak, so Xianxia opened the wine pot and drank a few mouthfuls. Then, he suddenly stopped, wiped his face, and forced a smile. "In the past, when I drank, Yuheng was always unhappy when he saw me. Now, sigh, forget it, I won't say it, I won't say it. I'm not old, but I've sent away one old friend after another. Ran air, do you know how it feels?" Imorant lowered his eyes. In the previous life, Xianxia had also asked him this question. At that time, he only had eyes for Shermei's withered flesh and blood. What did the lives of others matter to him? He did not understand, nor did he want to understand. But now, how could he not understand? Before his rebirth, he was all alone. In the huge Shaman Mountain Palace, he was the only one left. One day, he woke up with a start from a light sleep and dreamed of the old times when he was studying under Yuheng's tutelage. After waking up, he wanted to go back to his bedroom to take a look, but when he pushed open the door and entered, that narrow disciple's room had been deserted for a long time, the walls covered in dust. He saw a small incense burner on the ground, but he did not know who had knocked it over or when. He picked up the incense burner and subconsciously wanted to put it back to its original position. But time passed quickly. He held the small incense burner and suddenly froze. This incense burner, where was it originally placed? He did not remember. His hawk-like gaze swept past the people behind him, but those people all had blurry faces. He could not even tell who was called Zhang San and who was called Li Si. And naturally, they did not know where the incense burner of the emperor's youth was placed in the room. This incense burner, where was it originally placed? He didn't remember, and those who could remember the past were either dead or scattered. How could Imorant not understand Xianxia's feelings at this time? Sometimes, I suddenly think of a joke when I was young and unconsciously say it, but I realize that there is no one who can understand this joke. Xianxia drank another mouthful of wine and lowered his head to laugh. Your father, your comrades in the past, your Shizun. His fragmented light flowed, and he asked, Ran air, do you know why this mountain range is called Ah? Imorant understood what he wanted to say, but he was currently upset and did not want to listen to Xianxia talk about his late father, so he said, I know. Uncle cried here before. Ah. Xianxia was stunned. He slowly blinked, and there was a deep mark at the end of his tail. Did your aunt tell you? Yes. Xianxia wiped his tears and took a deep breath. Okay, then you know, Uncle wanted to tell you that if you feel bad, you can cry, it's okay. A man has tears for his king, it's not shameful. Emo Ran did not cry, perhaps because he had experienced 2 lifetimes, his heart was as hard as iron. Compared to the heart-wrenching pain when Shirmei passed away, he was so calm. He was so calm that he even felt frightened by his own numbness. He did not know that he was so cold. After drinking, Shuizhengyong sat for a while and stood up. It was unknown whether it was because his legs were numb from kneeling for too long or because he drank too much, but he was slightly unsteady. He patted Emo Ran's shoulder with his white hand. Although the heavenly fissure has been mended, the person behind it has not been found out yet. Perhaps this matter will pass like this, or perhaps there will be a second great battle soon. Ran Air, it's about time to go down the mountain and eat something, don't starve yourself. After he finished speaking, he turned and walked away. At this time it was night. A waning moon hung high in the sky outside the frosty sky palace. Shuizhengyong stepped on the snow that never melted all year round, carrying half a pot of turbid wine. His rough voice was like a broken gong as he sang a short song from the center of Sichuan. I worship an old friend half as a ghost, only now can I be happy. The corner is hidden under the osmanthus tree, drinking on the face with rotting hair. The sky is broken, the people are gone, abandoning my old body with turbid tears. I am willing to extend my life and return the wine to you. In the end, it was different from his previous life. The one who died was not Shirmei, but Chu Wanning. Thus, Shuizhengyong felt even more emotional. Emo Ran's back was facing the open door of Shuangtian Temple. He listened to the long, hoarse voice of a man, sonorous, yet desolate. The song was like an eagle flying away, finally swallowed up by the wind and snow. Heaven and earth were bright, the moon was high, and the people were faint. Everything was washed away very, very faint. Only one sentence remained, going back and forth. Abandoning my old body with turbid tears, abandoning my old body with turbid tears. After an unknown amount of time, Emo Ran slowly walked down Shuangtian Temple. Uncle was right. Although the heavenly fissure had been mended, it did not mean that the matter would end here. Chu Wanning was no longer here. If there was another fierce battle, he would be the only one left to defend. When he arrived at the Mangpa lobby, it was already late. Other than the old woman cooking supper, there was no one else. Emo Ran asked for a small bowl of noodles, found a corner seat, and slowly ate. The noodles were spicy, warming his stomach. He looked up as he wolfed down the food. Amidst the dense steam, the Mangpa lobby was dimly lit, and his image was blurry. He vaguely remembered that after Shirmei's death in his previous life, he was far more willful than he was now. He refused to leave for 3 days and 3 nights, and he did not eat. Later, he was finally persuaded to leave Shuangtian Temple to eat something. However, he saw Chu Wanning's busy figure in the kitchen. That person was clumsily rolling the dough and mixing the stuffing. There was flour and water on the table, as well as several neat rows of wontons. Clang! The things on the table were swept away, and that tyrannical sound came through the rolling dust. The current Emo Ran could not lift his chopsticks and eat. At that time, he felt that Chu Wanning was mocking him, harboring malicious intentions to hurt him. But now that he thought about it, perhaps Chu Wanning really did want to replace the already dead Shirmei and cook another bowl of wontons for him. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of the things he used? Are you worthy of cooking the dishes he made? Shirmei is dead, are you satisfied? Will you only be satisfied after you drive all of your disciples to their deaths and drive them insane? Chu Wanning. There is no one else in this world who can make that bowl of wontons. No matter how much you try to imitate him, you won't be able to do it. Every word pierced his heart. He did not want to think about it anymore. He ate his noodles. But how could he? His memories would not let him off so easily. He recalled Chu Wanning's face more clearly than ever before. There was no joy or sorrow. He recalled every detail of that time more clearly than ever before. He remembered the slight tremble on his fingertips, the crumbs of flour on his cheeks. He remembered the plump, snow-white wontons rolling all over the floor. He remembered Chu Wanning. He lowered his eyes, bent down, and slowly picked up the food that could no longer be eaten. Then he personally threw it away. There was still more than half a bowl of pea noodles left. Mo Ran could not eat any more. He pushed the bowl away and fled from this place that would drive him crazy. He ran madly at the peak of life and death, as if he wanted to leave behind all the misunderstandings of the past 10 years, as if he wanted to catch up to the man who had left Granny Meng Hall alone that year. Catch up to him and say one sentence. I'm sorry, I hated you wrongly. Mo ran without any order in the dark night. He ran, but everywhere he went, there was Chu Wanning's broken figure. The good and evil platform, teaching him how to read and practice the sword. The bridge of helplessness, holding an umbrella with him, walking together. The green heaven hall, suffering all kinds of punishment, wandering alone. He became more and more anxious and helpless in the night. Suddenly, he ran to a spacious place. Suddenly, the clouds parted and the fog cleared. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Mo Ran gasped for breath and stopped. Tongtian Pagoda. The place where he died in his previous life. The place where he and Chu Wanning first met. His heart beat like a drum. His eyes were in chaos. He was chased by the past like a tide. He could not resist or hide. In the end, he was forced to hear. The moon was white and the wind was clear. When he first met June, Mo Ran finally stopped running. He knew that he could no longer escape. In this life, he was destined to owe Chu Wanning. He slowly walked up the steps to the crabapple tree that was still in the air. He reached out and stroked the dry tree trunk. It was hard like a cocoon on his heart. At this time, it had been nearly 3 days since Chu Wanning died. Mo Ran looked up. He suddenly saw that the tree was as gentle as before. At this time, he suddenly felt a burst of endless sadness. He pressed his forehead against the tree trunk. Finally, he lost his voice and cried. His tears fell like rain. Shizun, Shizun. He choked and murmured. He repeatedly said the words when he first met Chu Wanning. Pay attention to me, please, pay attention to me. But things were the same, people were different. In front of Tongtian Tower, he was the only one left. No one paid attention to him. No one would come again. After being reborn, Mo Ran had the body of a teenager. But inside his body was the soul of the 32-year-old Emperor Ta. He had seen too many deaths and tasted the sweetness of the world. Since he was reborn, the emotions in his heart were not so sincere and clear. It always seemed like there was a layer of mask covering them. But at this moment, his face suddenly showed such confusion and pain. It was naked, tender, pure, and inexperienced. Only at this moment did he truly look like an ordinary teenager who had lost his Shizun. Like an abandoned child. Like a lonely dog who had lost his home and could no longer find his way back. He said, pay attention to me. Pay attention to me. But, in the end, what responded to him was only the swaying leaves and the lush shadow of the flowers. And the handsome man under the crabapple tree would never again, and could never again raise his head to look at him. Even if it was the last time. That night, Mo Ran leaned against the crabapple tree and fell asleep. There were many places on the peak of life and death that had traces of Chu Wanning's life. If he wanted to pay homage, it was best to go to the Red Lotus Water Pavilion. However, he could only lean against this tree so that his heart would not hurt so much. Only then could he feel a little bit of the human world. He once thought that it was his greatest misfortune to have Chu Wanning as his teacher. This vow was wrong from the beginning. However, only today did he understand that the unfortunate person was not him, Mo Weiyu. Instead, it was Chu Wanning who was standing among the flowers with his head lowered in contemplation. Immortal Master, please pay attention to me. He vaguely remembered the first sentence he said to his teacher. It seemed to be like this. Perhaps there were some differences in the words. It had been too long, so he could not remember it so clearly. However, he could clearly remember that when Chu Wanning raised his eyelashes, that blank and slightly stunned face. Between his eyebrows, he looked very gentle. Now, Mo Ran was lying under the tree. He thought, if time could go back to the day when he chose his teacher, no matter what, he would not pester Chu Wanning to accept him as his disciple. Because the moment he raised his eyes, the price he had to pay was the endless entanglement that followed Chu Wanning's life. 2 lifetimes. He destroyed them all in his own hands. 2 lifetimes. His throat moved, and he choked and closed his eyes. He was in the pain of 10,000 ants gnawing at his heart. After a long time, he fell into a light sleep. Then, the memory that he did not dare to touch easily since his rebirth broke free from the shackles in his sleep. Holding a knife, he dug out his heart. At that time, he had already reached the peak of the human world. Chu Wanning had already been crippled of his spiritual nucleus and was under house arrest in the palace without freedom. However, he suffered several assassinations in succession. The last assassination was even done by Xue Meng and Mei Hanxue. Although Mo Ran did not die on the spot because of his strong mana, he was seriously injured. He recuperated in the palace for more than a month before he recovered his energy. There was a lot of rain in the center of Shu. During that period of time, the rain did not stop. Mo Ran was draped in a thick brocade robe, his jade-like fingers gripping the lapels of his robe as he stood under the veranda, looking at the dark sky outside. His expression was a little happy and a little crazy. He didn't say anything, but everyone could feel the twisted humanity in him. He clearly had an extremely handsome face, but the light in his eyes was often gloomy and tyrannical, without the slightest bit of warmth. The longer he sat in his high position, the more obvious this gloominess became. The sound of footsteps came from behind him. He didn't turn around and only said, "You're here? You want to destroy the Kunlun treading snow palace?" Chu Wanning's voice resounded faintly in the hall. Mo Ran said, "So what if he is? Did you forget what you promised me? You said that you wouldn't harm Xue Meng's life again." Mo Ran said calmly, "Shizun came, but you didn't ask about my injuries. Standing here in the cold wind, you only care about who I kill and who I don't kill. Mo Weiyu, I came to tell you, don't do anything you will regret." "Huh, regret? The one who should regret is you, Shizun. Back then, when I slaughtered the Confucian Wind sect, you and I fought a life-and-death battle, and your spiritual core was shattered. Now that I want to destroy the treading snow palace, you are no different from a mortal. You don't even have the ability to fight me anymore. Do you regret meddling in other people's business?" After Mo Ran finished speaking, he turned his face and looked back. There was a trace of a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth, and a light flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Chu Wanning, you are now a cripple. What can you use to stop me?" Perhaps because he really had nothing left, Chu Wanning was speechless for a long time. With a thunderous boom, heavy rain poured down, flowing down the roof tiles and beams. Chu Wanning finally closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he softly said, "Don't go." His black robe fluttering, Mo Ran turned around. Behind him was the leaden-gray sky, the chilly wind and rain. He looked at Chu Wanning in the hall, and then said, "Why don't I go? I gave Xue Meng a chance. That year, you were willing to submit to me for him. I kept my promise and took your people, but spared his life. Now that he wants to kill me, tell me, why don't I go?" "What? Can't say anything?" Mo Ran laughed coldly. "Reprimand me, curse me. Chu Wanning, aren't you very capable? I know that Xue Meng is your flesh and blood, the disciple you are most proud of. You think that he has a pure heart, but I am just a piece of mud under his shoes." "Enough." Chu Wanning's face was pale. His brows were tightly knitted, as if he was suppressing something. "Not enough. How can it be enough?" When Mo Ran saw this, the cruel pleasure in his heart grew stronger. Rage, ecstasy, hatred, jealousy, all kinds of intense emotions were like oil on fire, burning his heart. His eyes were extremely bright, shining with light. He paced back and forth. "There is no second chance, Chu Wanning, he does not have a second chance. I want to kill him, peel off his skin and step on it, use his skull to drink wine. I want to dig out his liver and intestines, chop up his flesh and make soup. You can't stop me. Chu Wanning, you can't stop me." His eyes were red, and the more he spoke, the more excited he became. He was almost deranged. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his collar and slapped him in the face. "Are you done being crazy?" Chu Wanning's face was so close that he could see the other's eyelashes trembling, and tears in the other's eyes. Mo Ran. Wake up, wake up. I'm awake." The burning pain on his face made him even more crazy. He stared at Chu Wanning's face, and suddenly became furious. I'm awake. The one sleeping is you. Are you blind? He pushed the other away and tore open his own collar, revealing the blood-red gauze underneath. Are you blind, Chu Wanning? He roared angrily, poking his own chest, but felt that it was not enough, so he viciously tore off the gauze, revealing a bloody mess. Who did this? Your good disciple. Shui Meng. If his dragon city was a bit more to the side, I would have died. Tell me, why should I let him go? In your eyes, only his life is life, and mine is not, right? Under the hatred, Mo Ren suddenly grabbed Chu Wanning's hand and stuck it to his bloody wound. Didn't you want to stop me? Fine, I'll give you a chance, take out my heart. Chu Wanning, if you have the fucking ability, take out my heart. Chu Wanning's fingertips were trembling, so cold, so cold. Mo Ren stared at him, furious, ruthless, and the veins on his neck were trembling. He said hoarsely, take it out. Outside, the rain was pouring down, hitting the roof tiles and eaves. It was apprehensive and crazy. Dead silence. No one moved. After an unknown amount of time, Mo Ren finally released Chu Wanning's hand. He gasped for breath and said in a deep voice, Shui Ziming and Mei Hanshua's lives, I want them. You hate me, Shizun. Mo Ren said, in any case, my life is like this, our lives are like this. We can't turn back, so let's just walk in the dark. On the road to the Yellow Springs, I'll drag some old friends to accompany me. That day, Chu Wanning looked at his departing back and said one last sentence. He said, Mo Ren, if you destroy Treading Snow Palace and kill Shui Meng, I will also die in front of you. I have nothing to exchange with you, but at least I can choose to die. Mo Ren heard this, paused, and then turned half of his handsome face. In the hazy wind and rain, he revealed a smile. With this seat here, you won't die. Even if your blood runs out, I can still bring you back from the Yama Palace. Even if you disgust me in this life, you still have to live with me. After Mo Ren released his madness, his face gradually regained its usual calm and cold-killing intent. He said, my good Shizun, you should obediently stay at the peak of life and death. When I catch Shui Meng and come back, I will let him take a good look at the god he cares about day and night. Now that he is under me, I will let him take a good look at the god he cares about day and night. In any case, we are from the same sect, so I should let him die clearly and clearly. However, Mo Ren never thought that Grandmaster Chu would still be Grandmaster Chu after all. A month later, Mo Ren fulfilled his grand promise. He stood proudly at the peak of Kunlun Mountain, in front of the heavenly lake. Mei Hanxue and Shui Meng had already been captured by him and bound to an ice pillar. Then, he used the exquisite chess game to control the minds of the 1,000 people of Treading Snow Palace, making them slaughter each other in front of Mei and Shui. In a flash, the pure white snow mountain was dyed red. Blood dyed the heavenly lake red and soaked the mountain range. Mo Ren calmly sat in front of the Treading Snow Palace's entrance. While eating grapes handed to him by a servant, he smiled at the scene in front of him. He asked Shui Meng, whose eyes were almost out of focus. He said, Meng, is it good? Shui Meng did not respond, as if he had lost his hearing. Mo Ren was very satisfied with this and smiled even more intimately. He asked again, did you like the performance that cousin showed you? Let go of the Treading Snow Palace. Suddenly hearing such a weak murmur, Mo Ren blinked and asked, what? Let go of the Treading Snow Palace. Shui Meng's burning eyes no longer had any light. Let go of them, let go of Mei Hanxue. That assassination, the one who wanted your life was me. You can kill me, but don't implicate others. Mo Ren laughed in spite of himself, are you negotiating with me? No. Shui Meng stared blankly, he said, I am begging you. The proud son of heaven said, I am begging you. The demon in his heart was suddenly pleased. Mo Ren's eyes lit up, as if he was interested. He pinched Shui Meng's chin, forcing him to look up at him. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw a blue light on the horizon. What's going on? Before his servant could answer, he saw that above the snowy peak of Chui Wei, a brilliant array stretched for thousands of miles, covering the entire Kunlun mountain range. Above the array, Chu Wanning stood in the clouds, his clothes as white as snow, fluttering in the wind. In front of him hung a strangely shaped guqin. It was completely black, the end of the guqin curled up, spreading out lush branches and leaves. The begonia on the guqin wept, its brilliance scattered. Chu Waning's third divine martial, 9 songs. Emo Ran was terrified. In his life, he had only seen Chu Waning's 9 songs once, during the life and death battle. Chu Waning had summoned the ancient zither 9 songs, and the sound of the zither had broken through the air and entered the clouds. The living monsters, strange beasts, and birds that were controlled by the exquisite chess game were recalled by the 9 songs. With one song, Emo Ran's millions of chess pieces were thrown into chaos. But summoning the divine martial required the activation of the spirit nucleus, which consumed a large amount of spiritual energy. Chu Waning could not even summon back his usual Heaven's Inquisition, so how could he suddenly summon the 9 songs that was even more powerful than Heaven's Inquisition? The fierce battle on the Heavenly Lake was not inferior to the life-or-death battle between the master and disciple back then. But Emo Ran could not remember so many details. After this bloody battle, there was finally no one by his side that he could talk to. In fact, when Emo Ran died in his previous life, he did not understand why Chu Waning could use his own soul to summon the 9 songs. This was a connection that no divine martial would have with its master, but Chu Waning did it. On that day, the exquisite chess pieces made by Emo Ran were shattered into dust by the zither music. The power of the 9 songs was purer and more powerful than the first time he saw it. It was so powerful that he even suspected that Chu Waning's spirit nucleus was not broken at all. For so many years, it was Chu Waning who was pretending, enduring humiliation, and wanting to avenge his shame. Later on, he could not help but think that if it was really like this, then it would be good. If Chu Waning was really pretending, then maybe things would not have reached that final step. How good would that be? The 9 songs destroyed Emo Ran's forbidden technique, causing the cultivators who were in the middle of killing each other to suddenly wake up. It even broke the ice pillars that imprisoned Shui Meng and Mei Hanxue. Emo Ran flew into the clouds, his robes fluttering in the wind. His eyes were filled with both anger and joy. He wanted to see just how many more shocking moves Chu Waning had yet to use. He stepped on the top of the barrier and walked closer, standing in front of Chu Waning. He saw the pair of pale and slender hands slow down and stroke the strings of the 9 songs guqin. The sound of the guqin stopped. Chu Waning raised his head. His face was as white as snow under the sun. He said, "Emo Ran. Come here." For some reason, he walked over to him. Chu Waning's finger moved slightly, and a few jade-green rays of light flew towards Emo Ran's chest. Emo Ran was shocked, he thought that Chu Waning was going to kill him. However, that brilliance was neither painful nor itchy. It lingered in front of his chest and slowly seeped into his skin. It was actually indescribably warm. "The sword that Shui Meng injured you, I healed it for you." Chu Waning sighed softly, "Let him go, Emo Ran. If he is no longer here, if you want to find someone to talk about the past, who can you find?" Before Emo Ran could react to what he meant, the powerful barrier beneath his feet suddenly disappeared. Along with it, the 9 songs guqin that Chu Waning had summoned also disappeared. He immediately raised his hand to summon the Modeo does not return, only then did he stand in the clouds. However, Chu Waning fell down like a fallen leaf, as if that song just now had used up the last of his strength. "Waning." His expression suddenly changed. He flew down with his sword, and before that person was about to fall into the ice-cold Heaven Lake, he grabbed him into his arms. "Chu Waning. You. Chu Waning closed his eyes. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Dignity was extremely important to him. Even if he was imprisoned in the Shaman Mountain Palace, he still did not bend his spine. He rarely embarrassed himself. However, right now, he was bleeding from all 7 of his orifices. His usually upright and elegant appearance was now in such a sorry state. Chu Waning swallowed a mouthful of blood and said hoarsely, "You said that life and death is not up to me. But look, Emo Ran. You still underestimated your teacher. If I was determined to leave, even if you tried to stop, you would not be able to stop me." "Teacher." Emo Ran looked at him. He felt a chill in his heart. His scalp was numb. He was actually at a loss as to what to do as he shouted. Chu Waning laughed. His expression seemed to be somewhat happy. Originally, I had been living like this because I was a little unwilling. I always wanted to accompany you for a few more years so that I could teach you not to commit more sins. But now. Emoran trembled. He held the person in his arms. He suddenly felt very scared. Scared. This emotion did not belong to him for more than 10 years. Now, it suddenly attacked him. It was so strong that it almost dug out his heart. But now, I know that only my death can make you not do evil anymore. When he said this, he seemed to be in extreme pain. Forcefully summoning Jiugu was too much for his body to handle. Some of his organs were broken again. Blood gushed out of his mouth. Emoran held him and landed beside the heavenly lake. His expression was crazed and painful. He kept sending spiritual energy into Chu Wanqing's chest. However, when that powerful energy entered Chu Wanqing's body, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It did not return. Emoran was really panicking. The Emperor Ta hugged the person in his arms tightly. He failed again and again, but he tried again and again to give him some spiritual energy. It's useless. Emoran, I used my life to summon Jiugu. My life and death have been decided. If you still have some sense in your heart, please, let me go. Let go of who? Shuimeng? Mei Hanxue? Kunlun's treading in Snow Palace? Or the entire cultivation world? Yes, he could let them go. As long as Chu Wanqing lived, as long as this person he hated so much didn't die like this. Chu Wanqing raised his trembling hand. His cold fingertips seemed to be sympathetic, but also seemed to be intimate. He gently tapped Emoran's forehead. He said, please, let go of yourself. The ferocious look on Emoran's face froze in an instant. Let go of who? Who was he thinking about before he died? Let go of yourself. Was that what he said? The Emperor Ta hugged him. He seemed to be at a loss. He seemed to be happy. He seemed to be in great pain. He seemed to be satisfied. Let go of myself? Your last wish is for me to let go of myself? Emoran muttered. His eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly laughed out loud. That laughter was like a fierce fire. It penetrated the clouds and burned away all reason and consciousness. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, let go of myself. Chu Wanqing, you're crazier than me. You're so naive, ha 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 ha. The entire Kunlun mountain reverberated with his disgusting and mocking laughter. It was twisted, unrecognizable, and chilling. Chu Wanqing swallowed the blood in Emoran's crazy laughter. If he still had strength, his expression would be extremely painful. But he didn't even have the strength to frown. Only his pair of phoenix eyes, those phoenix eyes that used to be sharp, resolute, stern, or gentle, were filled with sorrow. They were as pure as the snow in the heavenly lake. They were hazy like frost on the roof tiles. Chu Wanqing's eyes gradually lost focus. Her eyes, which had once been as bright as lightning, gradually lost focus. She could no longer see anything clearly. In the end, he said softly to Emoran, don't laugh. Seeing you like this makes my heart very sad. Emoran, in this life, no matter what happens in the end. I didn't teach you well at the beginning. I said you were inferior and difficult to cultivate. I mistreated you. I won't blame you in life or death. Chu Wanqing's pale face didn't have any color. His lips were pale. He tried to look up and look at Emoran's face. He opened his eyes. He wanted to cry, but what slowly flowed out of his eyes was blood. It flowed down his cheeks. Chu Wanqing cried. He said, but you really hate me that much, until the end, you're not even willing to give me a moment of peace. Emoran, don't be like this. Wake up. Turn back. Wake up. He wanted him to wake up, but he opened his eyes blankly and fell asleep just like that. Emoran couldn't believe it. He didn't want to believe that Chu Wanqing had died just like that. A grandmaster of a generation, a high mountain to look up to. His own teacher, the person he hated so much, had died just like that. Lying in his arms, beside the blood-soaked Heaven Mountain heavenly lake. Bit by bit, the cold turned into frost and snow, condensing into ice. Chu Wanning's face was full of blood. Mo Ran lowered his head and looked at it for a while. He raised his sleeves and tried to wipe it clean. But there was too much blood. The more he wiped, the dirtier that originally cold and clean face became. Mo Ran pursed his lips and wiped them with all his might. But what he got was a face mottled with blood. His facial features couldn't be seen clearly anymore. He finally stopped laughing. He closed his eyes and said softly, "This time you've won, Chu Wanning. I can't stop you from dying." After a pause, he opened his eyes again. They seemed dark and cold, but they burned with the fire of the abyss. He said, "But you underestimate me too much. If you don't want to live, I can't stop you. But if I don't want you to die, you can't stop me either." Mo Ran didn't announce Chu Wanning's life or death. He brought him back to the peak of life and death. At that time, he already had the ability to reach the heavens. He could guarantee that the corpse would never wither. He placed Chu Wanning's body in the Red Lotus Pavilion. He forced Chu Wanning to live like this. It was too difficult for him to admit that he killed the last person in the world who cared about him. As long as Chu Wanning's body didn't turn into ashes, as long as he could still see him every day, he could feel that Chu Wanning was not dead. His crazy hatred, his twisted love, there was still a place where he could vent, a place where he could entrust himself. The celestial treading monarch had finally gone completely mad. After Chu Wanning left, he went to the Red Lotus Pavilion every day to see his body. In the beginning, his eyes flashed with a vicious light. He cursed in front of the body. He said, "Chu Wanning, you deserve it. You saved everyone in the world, but not me. You hypocrite. What kind of master are you? I was blind to have you as my master. Bastard." Later, he would ask every day, "Why did you sleep for so long? When are you going to wake up? I've already let go of Shuemeng. You're almost done. Get up." Every time he said this, the servants by his side thought that he had lost his mind, that he was crazy. His wife, Song Chotong, also thought that he was crazy. She was very scared, so after a rare pleasure, she said to him, "Mo Ran, the dead can't come back to life. I know you're sad, but you." "Who's sad?" Song Chotong was very good at reading people's expressions. These years, she was very careful around Mo Ran. Seeing his unkind expression, she immediately shut up and lowered her eyes. "I was wrong. Don't." Mo Ran did not let her go easily this time. He narrowed his eyes. "You spat out the words, why did you swallow them? Tell me, who's sad?" "Your Majesty." Mo Ran's black eyes were filled with thunder. He suddenly sat up and grabbed Chotong's slender neck. He picked up the woman who was touching him with one hand and threw her off the bed. His face changed, becoming a vicious face of a wolf, a tiger, and a leopard. "What do you mean by the dead can't come back to life? Who's dead? Who's going to come back to life?" Mo Ran gritted his teeth. "No one died, no one wants to come back to life, and no one is sad." Song Chotong's lips trembled. She wanted to struggle, but just as she said, "Red Lotus Pavilion," Mo Ran's eyes turned red. He was furious. "There's only one unconscious Chu Wanning in the Red Lotus Pavilion. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to tell me? Evil creature." Song Chotong saw that Mo Ran had lost control of his anger. Her heart trembled. She did not know what crazy thing he would do if this continued. She threw caution to the wind and raised her voice. "Your Majesty, the one lying in the Red Lotus Pavilion is a dead person. You spent your days here, so how can I not be worried?" She said it cleverly. In order to not let Mo Ran blame her, she even said that her selfish desire was out of concern for Mo Ran. Mo Ran stared at her. His breathing gradually stabilized. It seemed that he had more or less listened to her. He no longer shouted at her. After a while, he said, "I've made you worry." Song Chotong let out a sigh of relief. "For your Majesty's good health, I can disregard life and death. Your Majesty is very affectionate, but you shouldn't be so depressed." "Then what do you think I should do?" "I said too much for your Majesty's good. In my opinion, one day Chu Grandmaster Chu should be buried. He's no longer here. If his body is left empty like this, it will only make your majesty feel more pain. What else? You haven't said everything. Why don't you say it all today? Song Chotong saw that his expression was gradually relaxing. She felt slightly relieved. She lowered her half-closed eyes and slightly tilted her head. She knew that her appearance was most similar to Shi Mingjing's. She firmly believed that Shi Mingjing was Mo Weiyu's weak spot. Although she didn't understand why she couldn't arouse Mo Ran's interest even though she meticulously embellished and imitated Shi Mingjing's appearance. Although this unpredictable man liked her company, ever since they got married, unless he was extremely depressed or drunk, he would never touch her. Song Chotong felt that perhaps it was because Mo Ran didn't like women that much. In short, it clearly had nothing to do with Shi Mingjing. Not to mention her, the entire peak of life and death knew that the man who died many years ago was the Emperor Ta's true love. What was Chu wanting? Song Chotong thought that he was just a plaything that the Emperor Ta used to vent his love. He was a man that the Emperor Ta was tired of using. Although Chu Wanning used his life in exchange for Mo Weiyu's restlessness after his death, she understood that this was just a moment of guilt and a moment of unfamiliarity. She was confident that with a face that was so similar to Shi Mingjing's, the living dead in the Red Lotus Pavilion was no match for her. But Mo Ran couldn't continue like this. Now that the world was in chaos and war was everywhere, she was afraid that she would follow the wrong master. If Mo Ran's power was gone, she was no longer young. She probably wouldn't be able to find a tree that reached the sky that she could cling to. Therefore, she sincerely hoped that Mo Ran would pull himself together and stop being so crazy. So she thought about it and weighed the pros and cons. In the end, she gathered her courage and said, after Grandmaster Chu left, no one deserves to go to the Red Lotus Pavilion. Mo Ran said, that's right. Go on. I think that since it's like this, your majesty will only recall the scenery if you go to the pavilion. Why don't you? Why don't you? Mo Ran narrowed his eyes. Why don't we seal the Red Lotus Pavilion? One pavilion for one master, that's a good story. Mo Ran didn't say anything. After a long time, he smiled brightly. What a good only one master lives in a pavilion. What a good story. He slowly stepped on the cold stone with his bare toes. The veins on the backs of his feet could be seen as he stopped in front of Chotong. Then Mo Ran raised one foot and used the tip of his foot to lift Chotong's chin, making her look up at him. You've been holding these words in your heart for a long time, haven't you? He looked at her panic-stricken face and smiled. Empress Song, there are many things in the past that I haven't asked you properly. Since you've told me these heartfelt words today, why don't we be honest to the end? Come, I'll talk to you. Let's start with the recent events. On the day I went to Treading in Snow Palace, I clearly locked Chu Wanning in his bedroom. Tell me, why did he appear in Kunlun Mountain? Who was the one who unsealed him and told him to come find me? Song Chotong's body suddenly trembled. I don't know. She was too anxious to explain and even forgot to say concubine. Instead, she used I. Mo Ran smiled. He said, all right, you don't know this, then I'll ask you the next one. That year, I conferred you the title of Empress and made you decide life and death. Later on, I had to go to Yin Mountain. When I left, Chu Wanning was locked up in the water prison to reflect on himself because he was disobedient. When he mentioned this matter, Song Chotong's face couldn't help but turn pale. Her lips couldn't help but tremble. You used the excuse of investigating the prison to visit him. But he looked down on you. Yes, yes. Song Chotong hurriedly said, but your majesty. Mo Ran, I told you this before. Grandmaster Chu told me to get out of the prison and insulted me. Not only did he scold me, he also scolded your majesty. At that time I was so angry. This seat knows. Mo Ran smiled slightly. You were angry at that time, but Chu Wanning was a person who committed a serious crime. Without this seat's permission, you couldn't punish him. So you punished him lightly and ordered the servants to pull out 10 of his fingernails. Then, you nailed thorns to each of his fingertips. Song Chotong's eyes were filled with fear. Your Majesty, when you came back, you praised me for doing a good job. Emoran smiled. Oh, really? Emoran sighed softly. He smiled and said, Chotong, it's been too long. What this seat said back then, and what I didn't say, I've already forgotten. The woman had clearly guessed Emoran's thoughts from just now, but when she heard these words, her body still trembled violently. This seat has been dreaming these days. I dreamed that day, when this seat came back from Eam Mountain and entered the water prison, I saw his hands festering and covered in blood. Emoran said slowly. In the end, his voice suddenly tightened and his eyes shone with cold light. This seat is not happy. Song Chotong said helplessly, Your Majesty, no, Emoran, listen to me, calm down and listen to me. This seat is not happy. Emoran seemed to not hear anything. Expressionlessly, he lowered his head and looked coldly at the woman who was curled up in a ball on the ground. Can you please coax me? His frosty expression, paired with this kind of arrogant pleading, even though Song Chotong had accompanied him for so many years, she couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over her body. Even her scalp felt numb. She smelled the scent of a storm. She raised her dark brown eyes and looked up at him. She crawled over and leaned against Emoran's ankle. Okay, whatever Emoran says is good. What does Emoran want me to do to make him happy? I'll definitely be good. Emoran leaned over and pinched her chin, lifting her face. He smiled. It was very cute and innocent. Just like the first time he saw her at Confucian Wind Sect, he sweetly revealed 2 deep dimples and pulled on her sleeve. Little Shimmy, what's your name? Aya, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Just talk to me, okay? She shuddered. After so many years, he practically used the same expression, the same tone, but the words were different. He sweetly and gently said, Chotong, this lord knows that you're sincere. In order to make this lord happy, you're willing to do anything. His fingertips stroked her soft lips. Her entire face was very similar to Shermingjing's. Emoran's eyelashes trembled. He calmly looked at those 2 flower-like lips. Finally, he said, then wait for this lord on the road to the Yellow Springs. He asked gently, is that all right? Song Chotong's tears overflowed. It wasn't because of sadness, but because of fear. She already knew that Emoran would definitely not have a good ending when he brought up the matter of her torment of Chuaning. But at most, she could only think of being beaten with a rod. She used up all her courage, but she didn't think that Emoran would actually. He actually would. He actually had the heart. He. Crazy. Emoran raised his head and laughed lowly. His laughter became more and more wanton, more and more arrogant. He laughed as he kicked open the door of the bedroom and laughed as he strode out of the hall. He walked in the wind and trampled on thousands of lives. Now it was her turn. Crazy. Emma Weiyu had gone crazy. Song Chotong fell to her knees on the cold golden bricks and cold stones. The passion of joy in the bedchamber had not yet dissipated, but the flames of hell had already started burning. She opened her mouth, raised her head, and struggled to look at the sunlight shining in from outside the hall. Dawn had arrived. The sunlight was blood red. It dyed her eyes red. She heard Emoran shout from afar, as if he was casually ordering what to eat for dinner. Someone come, drag the Empress out. Your Majesty. The palace servants outside reacted in panic. Your Majesty, this. Throw her into the cauldron and fry her alive. Song Chotong suddenly couldn't hear anything. It was as if her entire body had sunk into the ocean. She couldn't hear anything. Cook her alive for fun, cook her alive, ha ha. He walked further and further away. Only his laughter and shouts were like a vulture, circling the peak of life and death, lingering for a long time. The morning sun dragged his shadow very long. It was a lonely trace on the ground. He slowly walked. At first, there seemed to be 2 youths standing beside him, as well as a tall white-clothed man. Later, those 2 figures disappeared. Only the white-clothed man was left to accompany him. After that, the white-clothed man also disappeared into the golden light of dawn. The rising sun was pure and holy. It took away the same pure and holy person, leaving him alone in hell, in the sea of blood, in the demons and monsters. He was left alone. The more he walked, the lonelier he became. The more he walked, the colder he became. In the end, he suddenly felt like he was already dead. He was already dead. The more he walked, the crazier he became. Moran remembered that in the last year before he committed suicide, sometimes when he looked into the bronze mirror, he couldn't recognize what kind of monster was reflected in it. He even remembered that on the night before he died, he was sitting in the bamboo pavilion of the Red Lotus Water Pavilion. There was only one old servant beside him. He asked the old servant lazily, "Eunuch Lu, tell this seat, what kind of person was this seat originally?" Without waiting for the other person to answer, he looked at the reflection in the pond and said to himself, "When this seat was young, I don't think I had this kind of hair braid. This kind of pearl crown, I didn't even touch it. Am I right?" Eunuch Lu sighed and replied, "Your Majesty is right. This crown and braid were all given to you by Empress Song after you ascended the throne." "Oh, you're talking about Song Chotong." Moran sneered. He raised his head and drank a mouthful of pear blossom by one. "So I actually listened to her instructions back then?" Perhaps because he didn't have much time left, he wasn't afraid of being in the emperor's heart. If he didn't get his way, he would take his head. The old man was telling the truth. Eunuch Lu lowered his eyes and said, "Yes, when your Majesty first ascended the throne, Empress Song was extremely favored. For a period of time, your Majesty did whatever Empress Song said. All of this. Has your Majesty forgotten?" "Forgotten?" Moran smiled. "I haven't forgotten. How could I forget?" After she married Song Chotong, she didn't know who leaked the news, telling her that the reason why His Majesty favored her was because her appearance was similar to the late Shi Mingjing. She was a clever person. She constantly inquired about Shermai's behavior. She faintly appeared in their married life, like an old friend returning home. How could she forget? Moran smiled sorrowfully. Suddenly, he took off the crown on his hair bun. Without looking, he threw it into the lake. It startled a group of koi fish, making the figure in the lake look even more crooked and ferocious. In this ferocious scene, he took off his braid and let his ink-black hair down. He leaned to the side of the lake, letting the sparkling water reflect on his face, making it uncertain whether it was bright or clear. "All right, I've lost the crown and the hair bun. Old Lu, help me think again. What do I need to return to my appearance before I ascended the throne? This? Is it a headband?" Moran looked at the reflection and said, "The most common blue headband of the disciples at the peak of life and death. Is there any left in the palace?" "There is. In the first year of your Majesty's ascension, when you took off the peak of life and death disciple uniform, you told this old servant to put it away. If your Majesty wants it, this old servant will help you get it." "Very good. Go. Other than the headband, get the rest as well." Eunuch Lu returned with a stack of old clothes in his hands. Moran sat up. His fingertips touched the cotton and linen texture. Suddenly, the past slowly flipped over, falling on a heart full of holes like a withered leaf. In a moment of excitement, he casually picked up a robe, wanting to put it on. But the clothes from his youth were already too small. No matter how he fiddled with them, he could not put them back on. He was suddenly furious. "Why can't I put them on? Why can't I go back?" He was like a trapped beast circling in a cage. His expression was crazy, and his eyes were frightening. "That's my robe. Are these my robes? Did you take them by mistake? If they are my clothes, why can't I put them on? Why can't I put them on?" This old servant was used to seeing his master's crazy appearance. He used to think that Moran was very scary. But today, for no reason, he felt that this man was very pitiful. He was not looking for clothes. He was clearly looking for himself who could never come back. "Your Majesty." The old man sighed faintly. "Let it go. You are no longer the young man of yesterday." Moran was originally raging, but when he heard this, he turned around fiercely. He stared at the old man's face, but he seemed to be choked and could not say anything. Only the corners of his eyes were red. He could not stop gasping for breath. After a long time, he said, Not anymore. Can't go back? Can't go back. For the first time, the 32-year-old man's face showed a kind of confusion and helplessness that only children would have. He closed his eyes and his Adam's apple moved. The old servant standing beside him with his head down thought that when he opened his eyes, he would fiercely bare his molars and fangs and tear everything in front of him to pieces. But when Mo Ran opened his eyes again, his eyes were a little wet. Perhaps it was this kind of wetness that extinguished the fire in his heart. Mo Ran opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse and tired. Okay. Okay. Can't go back. Can't go back. He put down his robe tiredly and sat down by the stone table. He buried his face in his palms. After a long time, he said, then put on a headband. Your Majesty. Why do you have to? It's time for me to die. When I die, I don't want to be too lonely. When Mo Ran said this, he still did not put down his palms. No one could see the expression on his face. I want to change my clothes. I feel that I have an old friend with me. Lu Gong sighed. That's fake. Fake is good. Mo Ran said. Even if it's fake, it's better than nothing. He tied up his long hair and twisted it again and again. Then he picked up a hairpin with faded edges from the pile of old clothes. He wanted to fasten it on the side of his hair like he did when he was young. But when he looked at the reflection in the water, he stopped. Was it the left or the right? It had been too long since he used this hairpin. His memory had become so blurry. Mo Ran closed his eyes. He said, Old Lu, do you know how I combed my hair back then? In reply to your Majesty, this old servant only came to the palace to serve in the 2nd year after you ascended the throne. This old servant does not know. Mo Ran said, but I can't remember. I want someone to tell me. Tell me, where is there such a person who can tell me? Mo Ran murmured. Who can tell me, back then, what I looked like? Old Lu sighed. He could not name anyone. Mo Ran knew in his heart that this old man could not give him an answer. He held the black hairpin in confusion. Left, right, and finally left. It seems so. Mo Ran said, I'll go ask him. He walked to the depths of the waterside pavilion and came to the side of the red lotus pond. Chu Wanning's corpse lay there. It was no different from sleeping. Mo Ran sat on the ground. He rested his chin on his hand and said, Shizun. The wind carried the fragrance of the lotus. He looked at the intoxicated man in the pool with his eyes closed. He suddenly felt that there were many things he wanted to say, but he did not know what to say. He always seemed to have a chest full of feelings for Chu Wanning. But those feelings were too mixed. There were so many joys and sorrows. He could not tell if he hated this person more, or if he had more other feelings. He really did not know how to treat this person. He had once told himself that keeping Chu Wanning by his side was only to vent his hatred, to satisfy his selfish desires. But after Chu Wanning died, he left behind this corpse that could no longer be entangled with him. He had already set up a grave, but he could not bear to bury it. In reality, what was the use of leaving this cold corpse that could not move and could not speak? He probably was not clear about it himself. He had experienced too much. The little bit of cleanliness in the beginning had been completely drowned out. When Chu Wanning was alive, the two of them rarely had the chance to spend time together peacefully. Now that Chu Wanning was dead, there was a cruel gentleness between the living and the dead. Mo Ran often came to visit him, carrying a pot of pear blossom white. He only looked and did not speak much. At this moment, the rebel army surrounded the mountain. He knew that his life was coming to an end, and Chu Wanning's corpse was the only person who had accompanied him for a long time. Mo Ran suddenly wanted to have a good chat with this cold corpse. In any case, Chu Wanning was already a corpse. He could not resist or scold him. No matter what he said, he had to listen obediently. But when he moved his mouth, his throat choked up. In the end, he only said one sentence. Shizun, listen to me. Shizun, pay attention to me. These were the first words that Mo Ran said when they first met at Tong Tian Tower. At that time, Chu Wanning had his eyes closed. When Mo Ran called him, he lifted his eyelashes. These were also the last words that Mo Ran said when they parted at the Red Lotus Pavilion. At that time, Chu Wanning had his eyes closed. When Mo Ran called him, he never lifted his head again. These words floated from Tong Tian Tower for half a lifetime. They floated to the side of the lotus pond and finally settled. Whether it was the hatred or love of these years, they all dissipated. They were all cold. Mo Ran finished the last jar of pear blossom white and walked down the south peak, the peak of life and death. He walked into the afterglow of his doomsday. On the second day, the rebel army attacked the Shaman Mountain Palace. However, they found that the Emperor Ta, who had plagued the world for 10 years, had committed suicide at the age of 32. Until now, 2 lifetimes had passed. Mo Ran opened his eyes. He slept under the flowering tree in front of Tong Tian Tower. When he woke up, he was still at a loss and did not know what to do. He could only subconsciously murmur, "Shizun, pay attention to me." Then he remembered that in this life, Chu Wanning was no longer around. In his previous life, he was used to a hard life. Chu Wanning was the person who accompanied him to the end. In this life, he did not want to be a bad person again. However, Chu Wanning could not see it anymore. Maybe the heavens could not bear it, or maybe it was fate. In his previous life, Chu Wanning was already disgusted with him. Therefore, in this life, he was the first person to leave. Mo Ran covered his eyes with his arm and resisted the choking in his throat. He heard Shui Jingyong's anxious shout from afar. His uncle was looking for him. His uncle was shouting, "Ran Air, where are you? Ran Air." Shermei was also calling him, "Mo Ran, where are you? Come out quickly. Ran Air, come back and accompany Yu Heng. Don't do anything stupid, Ran Air. Accompany Yu Heng. Accompany him." Mo Ran then got up from the ground and staggered towards the sound. He couldn't collapse, he still had a lot of things to do. The mastermind behind the scenes had yet to be found. Not to mention that the sky-splitting calamity could happen again at any time, the summit of life and death had suffered heavy losses, and there were hundreds of things to be done. Shui Mei was in so much pain that he had lost his mind. He couldn't collapse. But how? How could it not hurt when he had to crawl all the way back while carrying him on his back? How could it not hurt when he had used up the last bit of his spiritual energy and channeled all of his spiritual energy into himself? He had clearly suffered the same injuries. In order not to burden his disciple, he acted like he had cut off all ties and left on his own. How? In his previous life, Chu Wanning's injuries were the same as Shermei's. It was just that he did not say it. If he did not say it, Mo Ran would not know. He continued to roar angrily at Chu Wanning, venting his endless hatred towards her. He flipped over all of the wontons that Chu Wanning had painstakingly wrapped for him before she recovered from her injuries onto the ground. Chu Wanning bent down in front of him and lowered his head. He picked them up one by one and threw them all away. How? Is not painful? How could it not hurt? He dug out Chu Wanning's heart. How could it not hurt? How? Mo Ran couldn't walk any further. He had endured for a long time and calmed himself down. His entire body was trembling from head to toe. So painful. He buried his face in his palms and bit his lips. He swallowed his cries and blood. After a long, long time, he barely managed to calm his emotions. He raised his head. His eyes were red. Then he took a deep breath and slowly walked down the endless stairs. He could not collapse. "Uncle. Ranner, where did you go? You worried me to death. If something happened to you, how could I face Yu Heng in the afterlife? It's my fault." Mo Ran said, "I'm fine. I made Uncle worry." Shui Jingyong shook his head. He did not know what to say. He only patted Mo Ran's shoulder. After a while, he said, "It's not your fault. It's not your fault. You're much better than Meng. Mo Ran asked hoarsely, "Where's Shui Meng?" "He's sick. His fever won't subside. He just drank some medicine and fell asleep." Fortunately, he fell asleep. When he woke up, he cried. No one could persuade him. Shui Jingyong seemed very tired. The infernal hell sky-splitting incident caused a huge uproar in the cultivation world. The upper cultivation world also began to send people to investigate the matter. However, the person behind the scenes dealt with it extremely cleanly. Colorful Butterfly Town was almost razed to the ground in the bloody battle. Not a single clue was found. Hearing this news, Mo Ran did not find it strange. That person's ability was clearly beyond everyone's expectations. Even his expectations were beyond his expectations. How could someone who could take Chu Wanning's life leave behind something that could be used against them so easily? What do they plan to do with the upper cultivation world? Shui Jingyong said, for this matter, they decided to set an example for each sect and discuss it at the peak of Spirit Mountain. I'm leaving tomorrow, but with Meng'er like this, I'm really worried. He was right. In the colorful Butterfly Town incident, even the world's #1 grandmaster, Chu Wanning, lost his life. No matter how indifferent the upper cultivation world was, it was impossible for them to sit idly by. Who was the person who laid down the formation and opened the barrier? Why did he do this? What will this person's next move be? These three questions hovered in everyone's heart like vultures. Everyone wanted to know the answer. However, after investigating for a long time, they were still at a loss. Left with no choice, they could only join hands. Mo Ran said, Uncle, don't worry. I'll help Aunt take care of the sex affairs. That's good, sigh, it's been hard on you guys. Shui Jingyong left, and Shui Meng was absent-minded all day long. The backlog of letters and letters fell on Mo Ran's shoulders. Mo Ran immersed himself in the letters and letters. He didn't dare to slack off for a moment, because as soon as he stopped to think or take a break, the intense pain and regret would drag him down into the abyss and torture his broken soul. He couldn't wait to bend his head and read the letters day and night to get rid of the endless guilt and torment in his heart. When the Avicii hell cracked open, the mortal world was full of yin qi. Many demons that had been dormant for a long time took this opportunity to reappear in Jianghu and wreak havoc everywhere. These days, the letters asking for help from the Life and Death Summit piled up into a small hill. Mo Ran was so busy that he forgot to eat and sleep. He often went to the Dan Xian Palace at dawn and didn't go back to rest until late at night. But even so, he would still be caught off guard in the sea of books and be pierced by the fragments left behind by Chu Wanning. The green zombie is stirring up trouble. The elders and the weak of the 82 households in Fengling village can't stand it. Fortunately, the mecha god of night made by the elders of your sect can temporarily ward off the evil. But it's not a long-term solution. Please. The tear of the candle slowly fell, and a string of sparks burst out of the wick. When Mo Ran came back to his senses, he realized that he had been staring at the letter for a long time. He rubbed the words God of Night with his fingers and thought of Chu Wanning in the Red Lotus Pavilion with a ponytail and a file in his mouth, attentively applying tongue oil to the mecha. Mo Ran sighed deeply. He touched his forehead with his fingertips and gently rubbed it. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Shermay? A handsome young man in plain white clothes walked in and put down the tray in his hands beside Mo Ran's desk. He rolled up his sleeves and lit the candle. Then he said gently, Mo Ran, you've been busy all day. Eat something. Okay. Mo Ran smiled bitterly. He put down the file and pinched between his eyebrows. I made a bowl of ginseng chicken soup and a few stir-fried dishes. Shermay put the vegetables on the table and tested the temperature of the bowl. It's okay. It's still warm. As the two of them were eating, Shermay saw a strand of hair falling from his forehead, which made his handsome face look haggard. Shermay reached out and helped him to fix the strand of hair. Mo Ran. Yes? That day. Did you have something to say to me? Mo Ran's mind was in a mess. He didn't react for a while. He looked at him and asked, which day? Shermay pursed his lips and lowered his eyes. The day when the sky cracked. You said you were going to help Shizun repair the sky crack. If you still want to say something to me when you come back, then. His voice trailed off and he lowered his head. In the sea of candlelight, Shermay's snow-white earrings seemed to be a little red. Mo Ran stared at them for a long time. He couldn't say anything for a long time. He felt that he loved Shermay deeply. But he didn't have the heart to do so. Not at all. He was indeed shameless. He didn't care about trifles. He didn't care about the criticism of the world. He didn't know what etiquette was. But this didn't mean that he didn't have a heart. I'm sorry. After a long silence, Emoran said softly, I feel bad. I think. Now isn't the time to talk about this. So I'll tell you about it later, okay? Shermay suddenly looked up. His beautiful eyes were full of astonishment. Emoran smiled bitterly. He reached out his hand, hesitated for a moment, and rubbed Shermay's hair. I've always been a stupid person. I have so many things to deal with these days. I don't know when I'll be able to calm down and figure everything out. I'm afraid I'm too hasty. Even the warmth of the candlelight couldn't hide Shermay's face from gradually turning pale. Hasty? After a pause, he suddenly laughed. Emoran, it was a matter of life and death. I thought you were going to tell me something you've thought through thoroughly. Yes. Emoran frowned. I've kept that matter in my heart for a long time. I've never changed it. But not now. Emoran clenched his fists in his sleeves. Not now, Shermay. You don't know. It's a very important matter. I don't want to tell you in such a hurried and uncomfortable situation. Young master. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in recklessly. When he saw that the person in charge of the sect affairs in Dan Xian Palace was Emoran, he hurriedly lowered his head and bowed. Ah, young master Mo. After being interrupted, the slight redness on Shermay's face faded. He flung his sleeves and sat back down. His whole person became light and looked very clean. Emoran didn't notice the change in his mood. He raised his eyes and asked, What's the matter? There's an important guest outside the mountain gate. I'm here to report. Important guest? Emoran said, All the famous people in the 10 biggest sects are at Spirited Mountain. How could there be an important guest? The disciple seemed to be scared and excited. He was incoherent. After a while, he said with a red face, It's Master Huizue of Wubei Temple. What? Even though he was the Emperor Ta, Emoran couldn't help but stand up. Shermay was also shocked. Master Huizue? It was no wonder that Emoran was so shocked. This Master Huizue was like a legend in the cultivation world. This person had already achieved enlightenment and was supposed to ascend. However, when the gate of heaven opened to him, he stood still and said that he couldn't see through the world of mortals. He couldn't let go of his obsession and couldn't wash away the sins of his early years. In the end, the light disappeared and the lotuses withered. Master Huizue's kasaya was tattered. He pointed his cane and floated away. He didn't become an immortal after all. After he refused to ascend, he went to Wubei Temple to meditate. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. 100 years later, the cultivation world only heard of his name but didn't see him. There were only a few seniors in Jianghu who had seen him. Emoran turned the world upside down in his previous life, but he didn't have the chance to meet Master Huizue. This was because Huizue was really too old. A year before Emoran reached the peak of the human world, he passed away in a spring rain. No one knew how old he was. Who would have thought that after his rebirth, Master Huizue would visit him in the middle of the night? For a moment, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He didn't know what Master Huizue wanted to do. But for a moment, Emoran remembered the rumors about Master Huizue. 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 How could he forget about Master Huizue? In his previous life, when Shermay died, he didn't know that there was such a powerful senior in the cultivation world because of his shallow knowledge. After he ascended the throne, he heard from his subordinates that one of the 3 forbidden techniques, rebirth, was practiced by someone in the world. That person was none other than Huizue. He was in a hurry to go to Wubei Temple to ask for help to bring back Shermay's soul. However, when the people he sent returned, they told him that the master had passed away. He had missed the last chance to bring Shermay back to life. But at this moment, this legendary figure was still alive. Still alive. How could he forget? How could he forget? Emoran's heart trembled and his whole body began to tremble. He suddenly stood up and his eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, "Quickly invite the master in." Before the disciple who came to report could agree, Emoran said again, "No, I'll go outside and welcome him." He hadn't taken 2 steps when he suddenly saw a yellow shadow flash outside. The candle didn't move. The fire didn't move. There was no wind at all. No one saw clearly. Even Emoran, who had good eyesight, didn't see how he came in. A middle-aged monk wearing a bamboo hat and a cassock was already standing in the dancing hall. His figure was like lightning. He stopped right in front of Emoran, so close that it seemed a little out of place. "Sorry to disturb you in the middle of the night. Almsgiver Emo, please don't move." A low and gentle voice slowly came from the bamboo hat. When Emoran and Shirmei heard it, they were both shocked. This voice didn't sound like that of a century-old man. Before they could think, they saw that the monk had removed his bamboo hat. Under the light of the hall, they saw that he was a man in his 30s. He was thin and handsome, and his eyes were bright. They were sharp but not threatening. Instead, they were calm and clear, like the condensed light of the river and the sea. "You are?" The monk put his palms together and bowed. "Ba, I am Huizue." No one expected that Master Huizue, who was at least 100 years old, would look even younger than Shui Jingyong. For a moment, everyone was speechless. However, Emoran was not stupid when it came to cultivation. He remembered that Huizue had given up on ascending and stayed in the mortal world. Except for the final tribulation of reincarnation, he was no different from a deity. Therefore, he was a little relieved. However, he couldn't take his eyes off him. Huizue didn't want to disturb more people, so only the 3 of them sat in the Dan Xian palace. Emoran personally served the master some hot tea. Huizue took it and thanked him. He put the tea on the small red sandalwood table and slowly raised his head. Although he was very gentle and polite, he didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Mr. Mo, please forgive me for being presumptuous. But I am here today for an old friend." Emoran's heart raced, and he felt dizzy. His knuckles pinched the corner of the table so hard that the table was about to be crushed. He stared at Master Huizue's face. All kinds of words from his previous life came back to him like snowflakes. It is said that only one person in the world has successfully used the art of rebirth, one of the 3 great forbidden arts. But rumors are just rumors. I don't know if they are true or not. Where is Master Huizue? No matter what price I have to pay, I will save Shirmei. Your Majesty, Huizue, has passed away many years ago. He didn't write anything about rebirth. He only left a sentence about it. It is extremely dangerous to change one's life. Other than that, there are no other words. Those fragmented words brushed past his ears. Master Huizue understands the reincarnation of humans and ghosts. It is said that he can communicate with the ghost world. If he is still in the mortal world, senior brother Ming Jing may be able to come back to life. Unfortunately, sigh. Master Huizue is the ghost in the world of the living. The matters of yin and yang are all controlled by him. Emoran took a deep breath and was surprised to find that his voice was trembling. Old friend, he murmured, his eyes following Master Huizue's clear eyes. Emoran's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. Fine sweat seeped out of his back. He asked in a low voice, "Who is old friend?" The monk slowly stood up. In the dim candlelight, there was no shadow under his feet. The thin yellow robe sleeves hung down. The clothes were old, but there were no wrinkles. They fluttered in the wind like a flickering ghost. This Grandmaster was truly unfathomable. Emoran could hear his own heartbeat. He couldn't help but stand up with Huizue. The 2 looked at each other. Master. If there was a mirror hanging high up in the sky, he would be able to see that there was a trace of hope in his eyes. Because of this hope, there was also a trace of pleading. "Who, is it for an old friend? Was it him? Was it him?" Huizue suddenly lowered his eyelashes and sighed. "My disciple, Chu Wanning, died 7 days ago. Tonight is the night of his return to life. I can't bear to see him die. I came to the peak of life and death to ask for Benefactor Mo's mercy and return me a disciple. It turned out to be, like this." "Disciple. Mo Ran would never have thought that the senior monk in front of him would be Chu Waning's teacher. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. On the contrary, Shimei reacted quickly. He immediately bowed solemnly and solemnly said, I never thought that the great master would have such a connection with my teacher. Junior greets Grandmaster Huizue. But Master Huizue said, you don't have to call me Grandmaster. Chu Waning has already been expelled by me. Ah. Shimei slightly widened his eyes. He was even more surprised. This? He was cautious by nature. Although he was surprised, he saw that Huizue's expression was a little disappointed. He knew that the other party didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask any more questions. But Mo Ran's mind was not here. His heart was burning. He anxiously said, Great Master, you said that you came for Master. Then do you have a way to bring Master back to life? Mo Ran. Do you have a way to bring him back to life? Don't lie to me. Are you? His blood was surging. Coupled with the tiredness of the past few days, he suddenly felt dizzy. Half a sentence was stuck in his throat. He couldn't speak anymore, but his eyes were already red. Master Huizue sighed. Benefactor Mo, take care of yourself. Yes, I did come for this. Mo Ran's face was as white as paper. But after hearing this, a layer of red appeared on his face. He stared at Huizue. His pale lips trembled for a moment before he said, You, really? I didn't come here to tease you two benefactors. Mo Ran still wanted to say something. His Adam's apple moved, but he could only sob hoarsely. After a long silence, Master Huizue said, The art of rebirth is a technique that goes against the will of the heavens and changes one's fate. It is extremely difficult. If not for the fact that this old monk really owes Grandmaster Chu a lot, I would not have rashly done it. Visiting the peak of life and death is also a choice I made after thinking a lot these days. Defy the heavens and change my fate. Mo Ran muttered, chewing on these 4 words. Then, he said sadly, defying the heavens and changing fate, even an evil person like me has the chance to defy the heavens and change his fate. How can a good person like him not have the chance? At this time, he was already half crazy, so he actually said that he had defied the heavens and changed his fate. Fortunately, his words were vague, so no one heard the meaning of he was also reborn in his words. Shimei said, Grandmaster, since it's about changing one's fate, and the art of rebirth is a forbidden art, it must be very difficult to perform, and it may not succeed, right? Not bad. Huizue said, this technique involves not only the caster and the deceased, but also someone who seeks out all of the deceased souls. The path of rebirth is fraught with difficulties. The slightest carelessness will consign you to eternal damnation, and your soul will scatter. Shimei. Therefore, I don't need to disturb others here. I only ask Grandmaster choose 3 disciples. If you are not willing to go through water and tread on fire for him and take this risk, then even if I activate the art of rebirth, Chu Waning will not be able to come back. In fact, before Huizue said these words, Mo Ran had already guessed most of it. The reason why the 3 great forbidden arts were forbidden arts was that they always needed to sacrifice some things and take some risks that normal arts did not need to take. He had already made a decision in his heart. In his previous life, he was willing to sacrifice his life for Shimei. In this life, he would not hesitate to repay Chu Waning's kindness. Mo Ran had a heart, but in his previous life, he was never willing to share his heart with Chu Waning. Under the candlelight, he looked at Grandmaster Huizue's face and said, Grandmaster, you don't need to ask Shui Meng anymore. Shizun died because of me, so there is no need to involve others. If there is any danger in performing the technique, Mo Ran is willing to bear it alone. Mo Ran. Shimei murmured, then turned to Huizue and asked, Grandmaster, you speak too seriously. I wonder what the so-called calamity will be like. Huizue said, although almsgiver Mo is willing to bear it alone, the first step of this technique is that the more people are willing to sacrifice themselves, the easier it will be to succeed. Let's wait for almsgiver Shui to come, then I will explain it to you clearly. When I went up the mountain, I already sent someone to invite him. He paused, then smiled at Shimei. In addition, you must remember not to call me ancestor anymore. I've already said earlier that I'm no longer Grandmaster Chu's master. Emoran finally calmed down a little and asked, Grandmaster, why did you expel my Shizun back then? Shirmei was speechless. Emoran. It's fine, it's not something that can't be said. Huizue sighed. When I was young, I was taken care of by my benefactor. However, my benefactor had a short life. In a great calamity, he was destroyed in order to protect the lives of others. 100 years have passed, but every time I think of this, I still feel uneasy. Therefore, I have rules under my tutelage. One of the most important rules is that disciples must devote themselves to cultivation. Before they achieve the right results, they must not recklessly involve themselves in the affairs of the mortal world. They must not interfere with the affairs of the mortal world to avoid harming their own lives. Emoran thought for a while and said, Shizun can't do that. Yes. Huizue smiled bitterly. That little disciple of mine has the same temperament as my benefactor. He grew up in the temple until he was young, inexperienced, and talented. He could have safely cultivated until he ascended. However, when he was in his 20s, he went to the foot of the mountain to collect ores and happened to run into refugees. Shirmei sighed. If that was the case, Shizun definitely wouldn't have stood by and watched. Huizue nodded. Not only did he not stand by and watch, he even left the mountain on his own accord after settling those refugees down and went to the lower cultivation world to investigate. At that time, the peak of life and death had just opened, and the lower cultivation world was far more chaotic than it is now. It was needless to say what Chu Wanning could see. After he came back, he told me that he wanted to temporarily end his cultivation and go to the mortal world to treat the injured and the dying. Shirmei asked, Did you agree? No. He was only 15 years old at that time. His nature was pure, and his temper was fierce. He was very easy to deceive. How could I allow him to leave the mountain on his own accord? What's more, although his cultivation level was high, his constitution was weak. The world is full of dangers and masters are as common as clouds. As a Shizun, I couldn't be at ease. Emoran said, but in the end, he still didn't listen to you. Yes. After he listened to me, he had a big argument with me. He said that the suffering of the mortal world was right in front of him, so why did Shizun sit high all day and close his eyes and ascend to heaven? Ah. Shirmei was shocked. Even if someone else said this to Huizue, it would be extremely harsh. Moreover, Chu Wanning was his last disciple, so it was simply outrageous. Huizue's expression was indifferent, but there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Back then, my state of mind was neither empty nor calm. In a fit of anger, I said to my disciple that if you can't judge yourself, how can you judge others? Then what did Shizun say? Shirmei asked. If you don't know how to judge others, how to judge yourself? As soon as he said this, the hall suddenly became silent. Because these words didn't come from Huizue's mouth, but from Emoran's soft voice. Hearing him suddenly say Chu Wanning's words back then, Master Huizue looked at the young man in front of him silently with burning eyes. After a long while, he sighed deeply. He still teaches you like this? Alas, he really hasn't changed at all. He won't regret it even if he dies 9 times. Huizue had mixed feelings, but Emoran wasn't much calmer than him. It should be known that he had always scoffed at Chu Wanning's words, thinking that they were fake and empty words. But now that he said it out loud, he felt like his heart was burning and he was suffering. After a long time, Huizue's calm voice sounded again in the Dan Xian hall. I'm ashamed to say this. That day, I was also angry, so I told him that if he stubbornly insisted and stepped out of the temple, I would end our relationship as master and disciple and cut off all ties. He paused, as if the past was stuck in his throat. He wanted to talk about it in detail, but he didn't want to. After hesitating for a while, he shook his head. Now you know that Chu Wanning cut off all ties with his master and left. Many years have passed, but we have different plans. Although we live together in the world of mortals, we never see each other again. Shirmei said, It's not Shizun's fault. It's not Master's fault either. Huizue said, Who is right and who is wrong, whether it is right or wrong, is not something that can be easily understood. But Chu Wanning and I were master and disciple. When I heard that he died in a bloody battle last night, I couldn't sleep at night thinking of what happened back then. That's why I want to come here and try my best to try my luck and see if I can save the Grandmaster's life. Bang! The red lacquered door was violently pushed open. Shui Meng stood outside. It was unknown when he arrived, but he had clearly heard the most important words. He had only heard that Master Huizui was here, but he didn't know why the old monk was here. Therefore, he slowly walked over with a jar of Chinese medicine in his arms and drank it. At this time, he heard Huizui's words. The utensils in his hands were smashed into pieces, and the hot soup splashed all over his body. But Feng'er didn't feel the heat. She cried out, "Save? Save? Can Shizun still come back?" He staggered into the room and grabbed Huizui. "Bald donkey, what did you say? Are you kidding?" Shirmei hurriedly said, "Young master, he is." "No. I lost my composure. Shui Meng didn't know that the person in front of him was Chu Waning's master, but when he thought that this person came to save his master's life, he hurriedly let go of his hand. "Master, as long as you can bring Shizun back. In the future, if you need anything, Shui Meng will go through water and tread on fire, even if it means 10,000 deaths. I only beg you not to hurt me." Huizui said, "Benefactor Shui, you don't have to be like this. This poor monk came in the middle of the night specifically for your master." He turned his face and looked at the moon outside the window. "It's almost time. Since the 3 young benefactors are all here, this poor monk will tell you in detail about the method of rebirth and the difficulties." Shirmei said, "Please tell us, master." Shui Meng said anxiously, "What else is there to say? Save him. Save him first." Huizui said, "Benefactor Shui is impatient, but you have to know that if something goes wrong, not only will Benefactor Shui lose his life, but Chu Waning's soul will also dissipate. When that time comes, he won't be able to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Can you bear to see that?" Shui Meng's face instantly turned red. He clenched his sleeves and slowly loosened them after a while. He said, "Okay, I'll listen to master." Huizui took out 3 plain white silk lanterns from his storage bag. The lanterns were fused with fine golden threads, and in the center, there were complicated spell patterns embroidered with 13 colored threads. They twisted deeply and shallowly, like a spider's web, trying to capture someone's soul. "These are soul-guiding lanterns." Master Huizui gave the 3 silk bags to the 3 youths. "Take these. You have to remember what this poor monk is going to say next." Mo Ran took the lanterns and held them in his hands. Humans have 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. The 3 spiritual souls are the Earth Soul, the Consciousness Soul, and the Human Soul. After death, the 3 spiritual souls will fall into the yellow springs and separate. You all know this, but I guess you don't know where each spiritual soul goes after death. Shirmei said, "Please explain, master." The Earth Soul and the Human Soul enter the netherworld, and the Consciousness Soul remains in the corpse. In the mortal world, the first 7 souls return. In fact, only the Human Soul can reunite with the Consciousness Soul in the world of the living. When the Human Soul returns, it usually has unfulfilled wishes. When its wishes are fulfilled, it will reunite with the Consciousness Soul in the corpse and return to the netherworld. It will then reunite with the soul embryo and wait for reincarnation. Many people only know half of it and try to find a way to reincarnate, but in the end, only half of the soul is summoned. Naturally, it will dissipate very quickly. In his previous life, after Shirmei died, Mo Ran also tried to summon the soul. However, as Huizui said, there was only a thin shadow of that person in the moonlight of the white banner. In an instant, it turned into specks of fireflies. Mo Ran muttered, "So it's like that." Huizui said, "Chu Waning's Consciousness Soul is still in his corpse. Benefactors, you don't have to worry about it. The important thing is to find his Human Soul and Earth Soul." Shui Meng hurriedly asked, "How do we find them?" Huizui said, "Use the spirit guiding lamp. This lamp can only be lit by spiritual power. After you pour your spiritual power into it, take it and walk to the peak of life and death. If Chu Waning doesn't resist the 3 benefactors, the light of this spirit guiding lamp will illuminate his human soul." Mo Ran heard this and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Then, what if Shizun doesn't want to see us? This is the first difficulty. It's also the reason why the more people are willing to find him, the easier it is to succeed. You have to know that if he doesn't have the heart to love the world and has already made up his mind to leave, Huizue said, then the spirit guiding lamp won't be able to illuminate his figure. Therefore, if you want to use the art of rebirth, you have to have the right time, the right place, and the right people. If you go to find him and the dead don't want to return to the mortal world, no one can force it. Emoran couldn't help but tighten his grip on the spirit guiding lamp in his hand. Shuimeng anxiously said, Shizun loves us the most. How could he not want to return? Great Master, after we use the spirit guiding lamp to find Shizun's human soul, what should we do? After you find his human soul, you have to go to a place. Where? Shuimeng asked. The underworld, Huizue answered. None of the three had thought that they would actually have to go to the underworld. They couldn't help but be shocked. Shirmei softly let out an ah sound. Her beautiful eyes slightly relaxed, and she asked in a low voice, how can a living person go to the underworld? I have my ways. Benefactor need not worry. Huizue calmly looked at him and continued, however, among the three of you, no matter which one of you finds Chu Waning's human soul first, you have to earnestly hope that he returns to the mortal realm. You have to be willing to beg the heavens for his sake. If your heart isn't firm enough, Chu Waning's soul will scatter midway and never be able to gather again. Shirmei, Shuimeng said, I owe Shizun a deep debt of gratitude. Even if you want me to go to the underworld to find him, I have nothing to say. Shizun died because of me. Emoran looked up and said, I owe him too much. There's nothing to say. Huizue said, good. Then you have to remember this clearly. After Chu Waning's human soul is found by the first person, even if the others go there, they won't be able to see him again. And the person who finds him needs to make sure that the spirit guiding lamp doesn't go out before dawn and that it's always shining on his soul. Shuimeng said, what's so difficult about that? It's difficult. Huizue said, after the three souls are separated, each soul will often lose a part of itself. It could be the hearing, the mind, or the memory. In short, if you're unlucky, the Shizun you meet won't listen to you so easily. You have to think of a way to coax him. Shuimeng. Emoran's heart tightened. He was very uneasy. Coax him? But what if we say something wrong? It's hard to guess his thoughts when he's human, let alone when he's a ghost. He was originally sincerely worried, but Shuimeng had been at odds with him for a long time. He actually thought that Emoran was mocking Chu Waning, so he glared at him. Then he turned his head and said, what's so difficult about coaxing him? Just remember to not let Shizun leave the vicinity of the spirit guiding lamp. Shirmei asked, then what happens after dawn? After dawn, Chu Waning's human soul will float into the spirit guiding lamp. At that time, this monk will prepare a bamboo raft and wait for the two of you by the bridge. This is the entrance to the ghost realm. The torrential water under the bridge of helplessness just happens to be connected to the yellow springs. The bamboo raft will carry the person who found the remnant soul to the ghost realm. Shuimeng, take the bamboo raft to the ghost realm? Shirmei asked, can only one person go? Can't the others help? No, so whoever finds Chu Waning's human soul will have to enter the ghost realm alone to find his earth soul. If that person gives up halfway or backs out at the last minute, Chu Waning's human soul will be swallowed by the spirit guiding lamp, and he won't be able to reincarnate. Shuimeng was shocked. He almost immediately turned his head to Emoran and said, don't go, I don't trust you. Emoran remained silent. He only allowed him to question and didn't argue. Shirmei saw this and tried to persuade him, young master, Emoran isn't the kind of person who backs out at the last minute. You. So what if he isn't? Shuimeng said sternly, he already caused Shizun's death once. Why should I believe that he won't cause Shizun's death a second time? He's the god of calamity. Shirmei said softly, the great master is still here, how can you say that? Why can't I say it? Isn't that right? How many times has Shizun been injured because of him? Every time he's around, nothing good will happen. After Shuimeng said this, his eyes turned red again. His lips trembled, and he suddenly lost control. He reached out to grab the spirit guiding lamp in Emoran's hand, give me the lamp, don't bring bad luck to Shizun. Give it to me. Shui Meng scolded. Mo Ran didn't talk back. For the first time in his life, he felt that Shui Meng was right. Whether it was in front of the ghost master or at the bottom of the Jincheng Lake, when was Chu Wanning not injured because of him? How many scars on Chu Wanning's body were left because of him? The god of calamity. Huh. Yes, he was right. But even so, even if he knew that he had let down Shizun, even if he knew that he wasn't fit to beg Shizun to come back from the Yellow Springs, he still refused to let go of the spirit-guiding lamp in his hand. He stubbornly held on to the pale white lamp and let Shui Meng scold him and tear him apart. The back of his hand was scratched until it bled, but he still lowered his head and didn't move. In the end, Shui Meng breathed heavily and finally let go of him. He said with bloodshot eyes, "Mo Weiyu, how long are you going to hurt him?" Mo Ran didn't look at him. He only lowered his head and looked at the empty lamp in silence. When everyone thought that he wouldn't answer, he suddenly said in a soft voice, "I want to bring him home." His voice was too low. It was suppressed by guilt and shyness, so low, so low. At first, Shui Meng didn't hear it clearly. After a while, he suddenly realized what Mo Ran said. He let out a cold laugh. "You're bringing him home?" Mo Ran closed his eyes. Shui Meng spat out, every word was torn to pieces between his teeth, "How dare you? Young master, don't pull me, let go." Shui Meng fiercely pulled his sleeve out of Mei's hand. His eyes flashed with sadness and hatred. He stared at Mo Ran and said hoarsely, "How are you worthy?" Mo Ran's hand seemed to tremble slightly. His eyelashes drooped even lower. In that moment, he suddenly had a strange feeling that Chu Wanning was still alive. Chu Wanning would say in the next moment, "Shui Meng, stop messing around." So, he had been sheltering him from the wind and rain all along. He was the one who accepted it calmly and thought that it was natural. Mo Ran didn't know what to say. He only held the spirit-guiding lamp like he was grasping at the last straw. He lowered his head and repeated, "I want to bring him home." "Is that the only thing you know how to say?" "I think that's enough, Benefactor Shui." Grandmaster Huizue finally couldn't stand it anymore. He sighed and said, "Since Benefactor Mo is so considerate, just let him do it. It won't be too late if something happens to him. Right now, nothing is certain. Benefactor Shui, there's no need to be so overbearing." Shui Meng's expression was gloomy. He wanted to say something, but in the end, for Huizue's sake, he restrained himself. After a moment, he said another sentence. "If something happens to Shizun, I'll definitely kill you and offer you to him." Huizue sighed and said, "Benefactors, let's settle the grudges between you two in the future. There's not much time left. Finding the human soul is more important." Mo Ran said, "Grandmaster, please cast the spell." "The spell on the spirit-guiding lamp has already been cast." Huizue saw that Mo Ran was about to pour spirit into the lamp to light it, so he raised his hand to stop him. "Benefactor, please wait." Shui Meng said anxiously, "Is there anything else?" "This humble monk wants to say it again. If someone finds Chu Wanning's human soul, that person will have no way out and will have to go to the underworld. Although this humble monk will cast a protective spell on that person, it's still extremely dangerous for a living person to enter the land of the dead. If you're not careful, you might not survive." Grandmaster Huizue looked meaningfully at the three people's faces. The so-called danger is not just empty talk. Finding Chu Wanning's earthly soul in the underworld might not be difficult. However, it's difficult to go to the underworld alone and face the unknown. If you're lucky, you'll find the earthly soul very quickly. If you're unlucky and an accident happens, you'll die? Shirmei asked. "Death is a light punishment. I'm afraid that when the time comes, whether it's Chu Wanning or Benefactor, you'll all be turned into ashes and will never have the chance to reincarnate." Huizue said, "Therefore, if the three benefactors are hesitant, it's better to return this soul lamp to me. In this world, there's no one who has to sacrifice their life for others. It's not shameful to cherish one's life. It's not too late to regret it now." "I don't regret it." Shui Meng was the most hot-blooded of the youths. He immediately said, "Whoever regrets is a grandson." After saying this, he glared fiercely at Mo Ran. However, in the end, he didn't understand Moran. This cousin of his was completely different from him. Perhaps it was because he had been humiliated since he was young, but Moran's love and hate had been sharpened into extremely sharp claws. If someone hurt him, he would dig out that person's intestines and stomach. However, if someone treated him well, even if it was just a little kindness, he would never forget it. Moran glanced at Xuemeng, then looked back at Huizue. I also don't regret it. Huizue nodded, then said, that's good. When we reach the ghost realm, find the earth soul that he left behind as soon as possible. When the human soul and the earth soul merge into one in the lamp, the soul guiding lamp will light up the path to return to Yang. After that, leave the rest to this old monk. He made it sound easy, but everyone who heard him knew that this chain of events was extremely easy to change. It was extremely dangerous, especially when they reached the underworld. If they couldn't find Chu Waning's earth soul, or if the soul lacked intelligence or memory and was unwilling to merge into one, then the people who went to find him would probably die inside. Therefore, before the three of them lit up the soul guiding lamp, Huizue asked them one last time. Once the lamp is lit, there's no turning back. This is not a child's play. This old monk will ask again. Benefactors, do you have any regrets? The three of them answered, no regrets. Good, good. Huizue slowly cracked a smile. It was half bitter and half gratified. Chu Waning, you're a better teacher than me. He silently recited the incantation, and the soul lamp suddenly flickered twice and lit up. The lanterns in Xuemeng's and Moran's hands almost simultaneously shot out two red tongues of flame, dyeing the white silk. Lantern red. After a while, the lantern in Shermei's hands also lit up weakly. The light of the water-based spiritual stream was blue. Go. Huizue said. Success or failure, return or not, all will be seen tonight. If tonight doesn't happen, then, sigh. Moran thought of all the good things Chu Waning had done to him when he was alive, and his heart ached. He couldn't bear to listen to Huizue's words, so he only said, Master, there's no need to say more. Even if I have to kneel, crawl, or sacrifice my life, I will bring Master back to the human world. As long as he's willing. As long as he's willing to come back with me. The three beams of light left the Dan Xian palace separately. Soon, they were swallowed up by the boundless dark night and disappeared. A wind lantern wandered around the peak of life and death, searching for the returning half of the lonely soul. After the soul-guiding lantern lit up, the living could no longer see Moran. He seemed to have become half a ghost. He walked on the limestone steps, walked through the corridors, and looked around. Red Lotus Pavilion, Shuangtian Hall, Sanqing Platform. He had walked everywhere, but he could not see his shadow. Moran could not help but think, could it be that Shizun was extremely tired when he was alive, and did not want to see him after he died? This thought made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He walked faster and faster, and his clothes brushed past the weeds. He suddenly saw a person standing at the end of the bridge of helplessness, cold and desolate. His palms were sweating, and his heart was beating like a drum. He anxiously ran toward that person. Shizun, the person who turned around, was a soul that he did not recognize. It was probably one of the disciples who died in the heavenly fissure. Half of his face was covered in blood, and he stared blankly at Moran. I'm sorry, I got the wrong person. Moran stammered and hurriedly walked past him. The soul had lost his mind and could only watch Moran pass by in front of him. He did not do anything. His corpse-white body was frozen in place, like a silkworm that was left behind in the world. Moran could not help but feel even more nervous. If Shizun's soul was like him, becoming a walking corpse, what would happen? Even if he found him, would he be able to guard him until dawn? His heart was filled with thoughts of war, and his footsteps became faster and faster. When he looked up, he suddenly realized that he had unknowingly walked to the entrance of the Mengpa lobby. Moran pondered, Shizun was not obsessed with food and drink. After his soul returned, he would not deliberately come to this kitchen. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he heard a soft sigh from inside the Mengpa lobby. That voice was very thin, but it was like a clap of thunder that exploded in Moran's head. He almost staggered as he broke through the door, trembling as he raised the soul-guiding lantern in his hand. The soul-guiding lantern's light was like the rising sun, warm but faint, and it illuminated the side of a figure in white. His knuckles were deathly white, and his fingernails had almost sunk into his palms. Emoran murmured, Shizun. Half of Chuaning's soul stood alone in the huge kitchen. His figure was a little faint, like an ink mark that had lost its color over time, but it was definitely his appearance. He was wearing the white robe of mist that he wore when he died. The corners of his robe were stained with large clumps of blood. It was extremely mournful, so his skin was extremely pale. It was the color of smoke. It was as if his soul would disappear without a trace if there was a gust of wind. Emoran held the lamp and looked at the catoptric deflection in front of him. She wanted to walk faster, afraid that he would leave if she was too late. He wanted to walk slowly, but he was afraid that if he rushed, the dream would shatter. Thousands of thoughts intertwined, but his eyes couldn't help but slightly redden. How much guilt surged into his heart. He only felt that he owed him. Standing near him, he really couldn't show his face. The lantern swayed gently. When he got closer, he saw that he was busy. He seemed a little anxious and clumsy. What was Chuaning doing? He came behind him. He originally wanted to help that poor soul, but when he saw the scene in front of him, it was as if he was struck by lightning. After the huge shock dissipated, he suddenly opened his bloody mouth and fiercely bit down on his neck. Emoran suddenly took 2 steps back and slowly shook his head, but he couldn't say half a word. At this moment, even if an awl was pierced into his chest and pulled out his heart, it wouldn't hurt more, along with his blood vessels and crushed flesh. He saw that Chuaning's hands, the hands that had dragged him up more than 3,000 steps before his death, were already bleeding profusely. They were slowly rubbing the table. On the table, there were flour, seasonings, and meat. Next to him, there was a pot of boiling water. The water had already boiled. Chuaning, this idiot, didn't know to extinguish the fire a little weaker. The dense mist of water soaked everything around him very blurred. Or perhaps it wasn't the steam that blurred the eyes of the spectators, but Emoran's own eyes that were wet. Chuaning's soul was slowly pinching the skin of the handkerchief. He originally had a pair of extremely nimble hands. Divine weapons and sharp weapons were moved under his slender fingers, and a 10,000 feet barrier was formed between his palms. But now, his hands were broken and slightly trembling. He was carefully wrapping round handkerchief after handkerchief. Emoran suddenly raised his arm and rubbed his red eyes, but he still couldn't say a word. Chuaning's back was facing him. He seemed to have finally remembered that the water in the pot had been boiling for too long. He was afraid that if he didn't do anything, it would dry up, so he looked for the pot again. He rubbed it. Yes, he rubbed it. Emoran finally regained his senses from the pain that could drown him. He quickly walked over to his master's side. He saw it clearly. After the 3 souls were separated, each of them would lose something. It could be memories, intelligence, flesh, blood, and bones. And this soul that returned from the netherworld lost a part of its perception. Chuaning, who returned from the netherworld, had blurred vision. His hearing didn't seem to be that good either. When he knocked something, he couldn't even tell where it landed. But even so, he still tried his best to make this ordinary bowl of wanchu. It was as if this was what he liked to do the most when he was alive. He could find a moment of gentleness in this blurry water vapor. Emoran looked at him and only felt that his heart was breaking. He only felt that the world was spinning. For a moment, he couldn't think. He just stood there and looked at everything in front of him. Clang. Because the soul with blurred vision couldn't see clearly, he accidentally dropped the salt jar in the main palabi. Chuaning seemed to be shocked. He silently retracted his hand. His face that was stained with mottled blood revealed an uneasy expression. What do you want to take? A hoarse voice sounded beside him. It was almost choked with sobs. It was extremely guilty and heartbroken. I'll help you, okay? Chuaning was slightly surprised. But perhaps because his soul was incomplete, his emotions weren't too shaken. He quickly calmed down. Emoran, however, spoke with difficulty. He was almost begging. Shizun, let me help you, okay? The water in the pot was boiling. The dead in the kitchen was warm and lively, but the living were sad and silent. After a long time, he finally heard Chu Wanning's familiar voice. It was slow and steady. You're here? Yes. It's good that you're here. Wait for a while. When the handkerchief is done cooking, bring it to Imoran. Imoran was startled. He didn't understand what Chu Wanning was saying. He saw Chu Wanning caressing the plump, snow-white dragon hands one by one into the pot. Her face lost its fierceness amidst the steam, appearing exceptionally gentle. Then he said, I punished him so heavily yesterday. He should hate me now. I heard from Shui Meng that he refused to eat. When you bring it to him, don't tell him that I made it. If he knows, I'm afraid he won't eat it. Imoran's mind was in chaos. It was as if a secret that had been dormant for half his life was about to break out. Shizun. Chu Wanning smiled bitterly. I'm afraid I was too harsh on him. However, he had to change his habit of doing whatever he wanted to do. Forget it, I won't say any more. Help me find a bowl, one that's thicker. It's cold outside. Bring it over so. It won't be cold. Breaking through the soil, breaking through the soil. As if he heard a slight shattering sound in his mind, a certain memory finally broke through the shell with its sharp teeth and claws. It screamed and pounced on Imoran like a ghost. In a flash, the sky darkened. Handkerchief. Shirmei. Shizun. That was the first time he ate handkerchief made by Shirmei. That day, he was punished by Chu Wanning because he mistakenly broke the famous flower that Madame Wang had planted. Heaven's inquisition had beaten him until his flesh was lacerated. His heart was like dead ashes. He lay on the bed and refused to get up. He only thought about how he had picked the flower to give to his Shizun. Instead, he was mercilessly whipped. He felt that he must have been blind to fall in love with Chu Wanning. He must have been blinded by lard to feel that Chu Wanning was gentle and that Chu Wanning cared about him. It was also that day that Shirmei came to his room with a bowl of steaming red oil handkerchief. His gentle voice, warm tone, and heartwarming dragon handkerchief caused his disappointment in his Shizun to turn into a good impression of Shirmei. But who knew? But who knew? That strand of soul stood by his side. Every dead person's soul was different when they returned. Some, like Luo Xianxia, returned to see the story that they did not know after death. Others, like the person by the bridge of helplessness, had no attachments and only wanted to return to the place where they had lived before. This strand of soul, Chu Wanning, had lost his eyes. He could not distinguish the voices of the people around him. He did not even know what time it was. He returned to the mortal world probably because he felt that he had done something wrong and regretted it. He wanted to make amends. Thus, Chu Wanning finally made a decision that was different from when he was alive. He scooped it up with both hands and put it in a bowl. Green shredded onions, creamy soup, and red oil toppings. He passed the bowl to Shirmei, but suddenly stopped at the end. In the end, I treated him too harshly. Chu Wanning muttered. There was a moment of silence. Forget it. I don't want you to send it to him. I'll go see him myself and apologize to him. Imoran stared blankly. His face was as pale as his soul. He originally thought that his master was too cold as steel, causing his heart to freeze into ice. But who would have thought that his master was so good to him? The regret that he could not let go of in the mortal world was actually himself. Apologize to him again. The ice melted, turned into water, turned into an ocean. Imoran slowly raised his hands and buried his face in his palms. His shoulders trembled slightly. Hard as steel? Hard as steel? It's not like that. Imoran's throat choked, and then he cried. He knelt down. He knelt in front of the remnant soul that could not see him. The soul guiding lamp was by his feet. He stammered intermittently. He was so hoarse that he almost cried blood. Finally, he could not hold it in any more and wailed. He knelt in front of Chu Wanning. It's not like that. He lowered himself into the dust. He grabbed Chu Wanning's blood-stained clothes. If Junfei's heart is as cold as steel, I can't be a stubborn stone. It's just that I made a mistake in the past and wronged Junfei so many times. Just. Master. He was sorrowful. He curled up. I've let you down. I beg you. I beg you to come back with me. Master. I beg you to come back with me. I was wrong. It's my fault. I don't blame you. I don't hate you. It's my fault for always making you angry. If you hit me or scold me in the future, I won't fight back. Master, as long as you come back, I'll listen to you. I'll respect you, love you, treat you well. But Chu Wanning's clothes were so ethereal that it seemed like they would break at any moment. Mo Ran hated that he could not cut open his chest and give him his heart, as long as he could hear his heartbeat again. He hated that he could not run out of blood and run into his veins, as long as he could see color on his face. He hated that he could not do anything to make up for his mistakes. Master. He finally choked on his sobs. Let's start all over again, okay? In front of Tong Tian Tower, under the begonia tree. The gentle grandmaster raised her head. Her phoenix eyes widened slightly. The cicadas on the branches chirped a few times. The youth in front of her was laughing. Master Immortal, I've been looking at you for a long time. You've ignored me. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. 2 lifetimes. It was all in the past. He was truly shameless and ambitious, yet he still had to say this sentence. Master, let's start all over again. Was that okay? I beg you, please pay attention to me, okay? The lanterns were bright, illuminating a pair of people. At this moment, they were no longer in the Mangpa lobby. Chu Wanning had already arrived at Mo Ran's bedroom. He couldn't see the way clearly, so Mo Ran pulled his hand and led him. Chu Wanning had already lost his 2 souls, so he didn't know what time it was. He also didn't know who was holding his hand, so he was in a daze. Mo Ran brought him into the room, wiped the tears from his face, and closed the door. Chu Wanning put down the bowl of wontons. He groped his way to the head of the bed and softly asked, Is Mo Ran still asleep? Seeing no response, Chu Wanning assumed that Mo Ran was indeed still asleep. He sighed, seeming somewhat disappointed. Mo Ran couldn't bear it, but he was also afraid that he would leave again, so he sat by the bed and said, Shizun, I'm awake. Hearing him call out to him, Chu Wanning's eyebrows moved slightly, then he made a sound of N. He hesitated and didn't say anything else. Mo Ran knew that he was thin-skinned. If he felt that Shirmei was present, he would probably leave again after a few words. So he picked up a hairpin from the table and hit it on the door, making the sound of Shirmei closing the door and leaving. Then he said, Why is Shizun here? Who brought you here? Sure enough, in his half-soul state, Chu Wanning was much easier to deceive than usual. He stared blankly for a moment, then said, Shi Mingjing brought me here. Has he left? He left. N. After a moment of silence, Chu Wanning finally said, The injury on your back. The injury on my back is not Shizun's fault, Mo Ran said softly. It's my fault for breaking precious herbs. Shizun should punish me. Not expecting him to say this, Chu Wanning was slightly stunned. Then his soft eyelashes fluttered, and he sighed, Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Chu Wanning raised his hand, his ice-cold fingertips groping Mo Ran's face. After a while, he said, I'm sorry. Please don't bear grudges against Shizun. Back then, it was impossible for him to say such soft words. However, after his death, his soul drifted in the netherworld. Looking back on the past, he only felt that he had no regrets. The only thing he felt was that he was too heartless to his disciple. Therefore, now that he had a chance to see the old scene again, the words that he couldn't say because of his pride were naturally spoken out. Mo Ran felt as if warm spring water had flowed through his heart. The hatred that had remained since his rebirth, the old wounds, and the unwillingness to accept his fate had already been crushed into fine powder. At this moment, they were washed away by the sincere apology, leaving nothing behind. In the soul-guiding light, he gazed at his master's face. The blood stains seemed to have disappeared, and his pale face seemed to have regained its vitality. He seemed to be able to see the gentle face of Chu Wanning when he first met her in his life through that period of time that would never return. Mo Ran couldn't help but raise his hand. His warm hand covered his ice-cold hand. I don't hate you. He said, Shizun, you've been good to me. I don't hate you. Chu Wanning was lost in thought for a moment. Then, he suddenly smiled. Even if he was a dead person, even if his face was mottled with dirt, his smile was still like an ice spring that had just melted, filling the room with spring. His eyes were closed, but there seemed to be pearls shining brightly between his eyelashes. It was an extremely brilliant smile of someone who had put down their long-cherished wish after death. Proud but not overbearing, beautiful but not seductive. It was like the most luxuriant begonia that had bloomed. The branches and treetops were solemnly and cautiously adorned with tens of thousands of gentle, thin flowers, bright and fragrant, like stars that covered the leaves. Emoran couldn't help but stare blankly. This was the first time in his 2 lives that he saw such a relaxed and bright expression on Chu Wanning's face. Emoran clumsily thought. Suddenly, he thought of smiling like a flower, but felt that it was inappropriate. Then, he thought of charming 100 people with a smile, and felt that it was even more ridiculous. In the end, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't think of a single word to describe this beautiful scene. He only knew how to repeatedly sigh. Beautiful. Such a beautiful person, why didn't he notice it before? As if he had a stroke of luck, Emoran suddenly said softly, Shizun, there's something I want to tell you. Madame Wang's begonia, I didn't know it was so precious. When I picked it that day, I wanted to give it to you. Chu Wanning seemed to be a little surprised. Emoran's voice softened. He was a little embarrassed, and even a little helpless as he repeated, It's for you. Why did you pick a flower for me? Emoran couldn't help but blush. I don't know. I just thought it was pretty. He didn't say anything else, but he was faintly surprised. So, he actually still remembered how he felt when he picked a flower for Chu Wanning all those years ago? Chu Wanning, who had lost the other 2 souls, was really gentle. He was like a cat that had lost its nails, leaving only a tame, thin, and soft belly, and a full, round, snowy paw print. He rubbed Emoran's head and smiled. You're really silly. Emoran's eyes suddenly became hot. He looked up at him and sniffed. Really silly. Don't do it again next time. I won't do it again next time. Emoran thought about it. He recalled how after he gave up on himself in his previous life, he committed crimes everywhere. He bullied people and took advantage of women. He made Chu Wanning very angry. In the end, his Shizun was disheartened. He threw him a sentence that he hated for the rest of his life, bad character, hard to improve. All kinds of feelings welled up in his heart. He said, Shizun, I promise you, I won't disappoint you again in the future. I want to do the good, not the bad. He didn't read much, so he couldn't say too many powerful promises. However, he felt a surge of blood in his chest. The soul that used to be simple and pure when he was young seemed to have finally awakened from its deep sleep. Shizun, your disciple is stupid. I didn't know you were good to me until today. He climbed up from the bed, knelt in front of Chu Wanning, and kowtowed. When he raised his head again, the young man's eyebrows were solemn and solemn. From now on, Emoran won't teach you how to embarrass yourself. The master and disciple talked for a long time, but most of the time, it was Emoran who did the talking. When he wanted to feel sorry for someone, he was actually very cute. Chu Wanning listened quietly. From time to time, he would shake his head and smile. Unknowingly, the sky outside the window gradually turned white, as if the thick Huizhou ink was being diluted. The night was coming to an end. Master Huizhou stood by the stone bridge. The rapid flow of the river wet the hem of his monk robe, but he didn't feel it at all. He just waited in silence. A rising sun slowly rose from the east. Rays of light pierced through the forest and the leaves, shining on the flowing water of the yellow spring. In an instant, the river turned golden. The waves were like the fine scales of a flood dragon. Where the waves rolled, they shone brilliantly, overflowing with colorful light. At this time, he was already in the realm of nothingness. Only those who found Chu Wanning's remnant soul could see him. Shermei and Xuemeng had already been here, but they didn't see the old monk by the river. He didn't seem to be in a hurry, but the prayer beads in his hand kept moving faster and faster. Whoosh, suddenly, the prayer beads that had been coiled around countless times scattered. The star and moon Bodhi fell like rain, scattering all over the ground. Huizue suddenly opened his eyes, pursed his lips, and turned pale. Such an ominous sign. He rubbed the broken string of the prayer beads with both hands, watching the beads in the river splash onto the shore, and the beads on the shore roll into the river. For a long time, he was lost in thought, and his face gradually turned pale. "Master!" Suddenly, someone called out to him. "Master!" It was a joyous and enthusiastic voice. Huizue immediately looked in the direction of the voice. He saw Mo Ran running from afar, carrying a soul-guiding lantern with a mixture of golden and red light. The first rays of the morning sun were dazzling, but this young man's eyes were brighter than the sun, shining like crystals. He ran in front of Huizue. His cheeks were slightly red, and he was slightly panting, but he couldn't suppress his excitement. "Found him." Mo Ran brushed away the stray hair on his forehead and held the lantern that carried Chu Wanning's soul tightly in his arms. "He didn't refuse to see me. He's here." As he spoke, he pointed at the lantern in his arms. He seemed to be reluctant to part with it. After a moment of hesitation, he wanted to pass the lantern to Huizue, but after a few inches, he withdrew his hand. Huizue let out a slight sigh of relief. He looked at him from head to toe, and said amusedly, "Since you found him, you can hold him. You don't have to give him to me." Mo Ran continued to hold him carefully. Huizue picked up the on staff leaning against the tree, and gently tapped it into the river. A green bamboo raft with a white line at the tip appeared out of thin air on the shore. "There's no time to lose, please get on the boat." The spring water at the peak of life and death was connected to the ghost world. This was a well-known fact, but because there was a barrier, it wasn't possible to successfully reach the netherworld by following the river. Master Huizue's bamboo raft had a spell cast on it, so it could communicate with yin and yang, so the boat could travel 1,000 miles. Mo Ran sat on it alone, and in less than half a day, they arrived in front of a waterfall. The Yellow Spring Waterfall. This waterfall faced the world above, and connected to the netherworld below. It was boundless, vast and boundless. A curtain of beads flew down, and the water mist splashed, as thin smoke. Before Mo Ran could take a closer look, the bamboo raft carried him straight into the curtain of water, which was as huge as a prehistoric giant beast. Before he could react, in an instant, the strong water column was like countless sharp knives, as if it wanted to tear a living person's flesh and blood apart. It pierced through. Shizun. In the midst of danger, Mo Ran only cared about the soul-guiding lantern in his arms. He held the lantern tightly in his arms, and no matter how the whirlpool spun, the sky turned dark, he didn't let go. After an unknown amount of time, the deafening sound of the waterfall suddenly disappeared. The torrential rain also suddenly stopped. Mo Ran slowly opened his eyes. Seeing that the soul-guiding lantern was safe and sound, he let out a sigh of relief. When he looked up, he was shocked speechless by the scene in front of him. The waterfall that traversed the two realms of yin and yang was gone. A bamboo raft drifted on the vast and quiet lake. The lake was dark blue, and bits of starlight flowed through it. Countless weak souls were like schools of fish, swimming back and forth in it. Reeds grew on both sides of the lake, and the hazy splendor of reed flowers drifted everywhere. On the left and right, in the depths of the reeds, there was a man and a woman singing dreamily. They seemed to be sorrowful, but also seemed to be peaceful. My body entered the abyss of thunder, and my limbs turned into mud paste. My head fell into the vast universe, and my eyes were dried up and crushed into dust. Eat my heart, and the red ants are brilliant. Peck at my stomach, and the vultures are boundless. Only the souls come and go. Only the souls come and go. The yellow spring water flowed to the east, and everything in front of him couldn't be chased. Mo Ran drifted on the bamboo raft for a long time. Suddenly, a towering archway appeared in the heavy night sky. As he got closer, he saw that the decorated archway was huge beyond compare, grand and magnificent. But the small details were of uncanny workmanship, flying gold and moving colors. It was like an evil beast covered in beads, gold, stone, and jade. It was brilliant, but it was sinister and treacherous. It squatted in the dark night and opened its stinking bloody mouth, waiting for the countless wandering souls to be sent into its stomach. When he got closer, He saw the ferocious turret, like fangs piercing through the sun. The beast's head was majestic, as if it was listening to the grievances of the world. He got closer. Chuaning's remnant soul seemed to feel uneasy. The golden light in the lantern flickered slightly. It's okay. Emoran felt his uneasiness. He hugged the lantern and put his lips close to the paper. He comforted him softly, and sent more of his spiritual power to accompany him. Shizun, don't be afraid. I'm here. The lantern flickered. After a while, it returned to silence. Emoran lowered his thick eyelashes and glanced into the lantern. He couldn't help but smile. He reached out and touched the edge of the lantern, and then hugged it even tighter. In the dark night, the three big words "Gate of Hell" entered the lantern. They were bright and dazzling, as if they had just been dipped in the blood of a living person. The bamboo raft reached the shore. Emoran stepped on the road to the underworld where even the soil was suffused with the smell of blood. He walked forward. There were more and more people around him. Men and women, old and young. There were also corpse babies who died shortly after birth. They were all crying and wailing. They all floated into the depths of the underworld. No matter if they were emperors or generals in life, they were rich and glorious, or they were commoners, they were penniless. No matter how much money they had, they would be buried with them. At this time, at this place. This road, they could only brace themselves to finish it alone. Emoran followed the bustling flow of souls and came to the entrance of the world of spirits and souls. There was a person sitting there, shaking a cattail leaf fan in his hand. He looked like a soldier. When he died, his stomach was cut open, so his intestines flowed out from time to time. The gatekeeper impatiently stabbed his own intestines back in with the handle of the fan. He looked up and lazily questioned the newly dead ghost. What's your name? Sun Erwu. How did you die? Me, I died of old age. The gatekeeper took a big stamp and casually stamped "died of old age" on the photo sticker of the world of spirits and souls. He handed it to Sun Erwu. Don't lose the tag. If you lose it, you have to go to the 17th palace to get a new one. Let's go. Next. Sun Erwu was very nervous. Probably every person who had just died, no matter how brave and knowledgeable he was in life, would be nervous. Then, am I going to be put on trial? I'm a good person. Even a chicken was not stupid when I was alive. I wonder if the fragrant blind cup can steal a good pregnancy. At least give me money to get a wife. The old man nagged endlessly. He was anxious. The gatekeeper's ears were sore from hearing so much. He waved his hand and said, Trial? It's not sunrise yet. There are so many souls in the world of spirits and souls. You have to wait for 8 to 10 years to be reincarnated. When it's not your turn, you can stay in the world of spirits and souls. It's not much different from the world of the living. When it's your turn, you can go and tell the judge whether you killed a chicken or married a wife in life. Next. Sun Erwu was stunned. He stuttered and said in his native accent, 8 to 10 years? Emoran, who was queuing not far away, was also very surprised when he heard this. What? I have to wait so long before I can be judged and reincarnated? Of course, but if it's a soul that has committed a heinous crime or is not in the right place, then it's another matter. When the gatekeeper heard this, he smiled maliciously. When he smiled, his intestines flowed out again. He stuffed it back in again. Those who enter the 18 levels of purgatory never need to wait for long. Emoran. Sun Erwu, this idiot, wanted to ask more, but the gatekeeper's patience seemed to have run out. He kept waving his hand and said, Go, 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 souls go. Everyone is rushing to be reincarnated. Don't block the way. Next, next. Sun Erwu was swatted away by his palm leaf fan. The next person was a young woman. Her face was powdered, but she was still beautiful. When she opened her mouth, her eyes revealed a kind of composure and flirtatiousness unique to the trade. She said softly, Official, this little one is called Golden Flower. I was beaten to death by a bully. Every ghost has its own way of dying, and every ghost has its own thoughts. The chaotic images of all living beings were all settled here. There was nothing more lively and chaotic than this. But Emoran only hugged the lamp in his arms tightly. He owed his master. He didn't care about anything else. He only wanted to find the remaining soul of his master. Name? The gatekeeper yawned and looked at Emoran. Emoran was about to speak, but the gatekeeper suddenly shivered. He seemed to feel that something was wrong with this person. He suddenly stood up and stared at his face. Emoran knew that something was wrong. Not to mention that he was a person who had died once. He didn't know whether his soul was strange or not. Even if it wasn't, he was holding another person's remnant soul. It was worth questioning. But there was no second entrance to the ghost realm. This was destined to be unavoidable. Therefore, he could only brace himself and look at the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper narrowed his eyes. Emoran pretended to be calm and introduced himself, Emoran. The gatekeeper didn't say anything. Emoran's heart was beating like a drum, but his face was calm. I suffered from Qigong deviation while cultivating and died just like that. Official, please send me a self-portrait. Died from Qigong deviation. The guard repeated his words slowly, then snorted, You're a Taoist? Yes. A Taoist coming here at such a young age. You're being wrongly accused. The guard put on a fake smile. There were many people in the mortal world who were not intelligent and could not form good karma. When they mocked Taoists, it was as if the grapes were sour because they could not eat them. I think there's something wrong with your soul. It's not pure. Master Huizue had placed a spell on Emoran's body so that he could hide his aura and interact with spirits. That was why the guard could not see through him. However, he still felt uncomfortable, so he sat down and crossed his legs. He took out a black ruler from the drawer. The ruler of measure of guilt. He said proudly. Although he did not know why he was so proud, since the ruler was not his, the lower the rank of an official, the more he liked to show off. The guard slammed the ruler on the table and stared at Emoran. Give me your hand. Let me test your karma in the mortal world. Emoran was speechless. My karma in the mortal world? Would he be directly sent to the great god Yanluo and crushed into pieces after the test? However, he had nowhere to run in front of so many people. He could only sigh. He held the lamp in one hand and extended the other. The guard pressed the ruler against his pulse. Almost as soon as he touched it, the ruler of measure of guilt shrieked. Blood flowed out of the black ruler, accompanied by the cries of thousands of people. I can't die in peace. Emma Weiyu, you'll never be reincarnated. Father. Mother. You bastard, why? Why? Don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. Emoran pulled his hand back. His face was as white as a sheet. The group of ghosts looked at him. The guard's gaze was especially obscure. He stared at Emoran like a tiger. After a while, he lowered his head to look at the ruler. The red light on the ruler disappeared. The blood seemed to have flowed to somewhere else. The table was clean. Only a line of words appeared on the ruler's body. Unpardonable crime escorted to. Which level of hell? Because Emoran didn't wait for the ruler of measure to finish measuring before he stopped. It wasn't finished yet. The guard suddenly grabbed his arm and stared at him fiercely and viciously. He was like a hunter who had finally caught a rare bird after being bored for a long time. His nostrils flared and his eyes flashed with a strange light. More than half of his intestines had spilled out, but this time, he didn't even bother to stuff them back in. Don't move. Test me again. He was impatient and greedy, almost like he was asking for credit from the king of hell. His ghost claw gripped Emoran's wrist and pulled him over. He then stabbed the ruler of guilt into Emoran's flesh like a madman. If he could capture a ghost that could descend to the 18th level of hell, it would be a great contribution. He would be able to rise by at least 3 levels, and would no longer need to stand at the city gate and record every single strand of soul that came and went. Test. Do it properly. The convicting ruler lit up again. Blood still flowed, and cries filled the air. The people Emoran had killed, the sins he had committed, seemed to be squeezed into this small black ruler. The soaring resentment almost broke the ruler. So hateful. Emma Weiyu, I won't let you go even if I die. Rand's expression became more and more unsightly. He lowered his eyes and pursed his lips. It was unknown what color was in his eyes. You have no conscience. You've turned the human world into purgatory. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Aha! They cried, howled, cursed, and resented. Suddenly, a weak sigh could be heard among all the voices. I'm sorry, Ran. It's Master's fault. Ran suddenly opened his eyes. They were filled with grief. He heard the voice of his previous life's Chuaning. It was so soft, so sorrowful, but it was like a sharp knife piercing into his skull, almost splitting his soul. The voices gradually weakened, and the ruler of condemnation returned to normal. A line of small words appeared on it again, unpardonable crime, escorted to. This time, Ran didn't move his hand away, but the line of words still wasn't finished. The guard was stunned. He patted the black ruler. Is it broken? Unexpectedly, the black ruler trembled slightly. After a while, the line of words disappeared on its own. A thin strand of fairy energy floated on the surface of the ruler, shining brightly. This time, there was no crying coming from the ruler. Instead, it was like 100 birds worshipping the phoenix. The delicate sound entered the clouds, as if the music of the 9 heavens had descended to the underworld. All the demons seemed to be intoxicated. Even the guard couldn't help but be entranced. When the fairy music stopped, the guard suddenly came back to his senses. When he looked again, the ruler of condemnation had written 6 large words, ordinary soul, doable. The guard cried out, that's impossible. Wasn't it unpardonable crime just now? How come it's an ordinary soul? He couldn't accept it. He took the ruler to measure it many times, but the result was the same every time. First, it was a scream, then it was a good song. In the end, without exception, it was written that it was an ordinary soul, doable. The guard was extremely disappointed. He had no reason to stop an ordinary soul from entering the underworld. He began to fiercely stuff his intestines again. As he did so, he said, Hey, I think you really did die of Qigong deviation. Ran was also quite surprised. He didn't know why. He thought for a while and guessed that it was probably Master Huizui's talisman that confused the ruler. He was slightly relieved. Get lost. Take the body identification sticker. You've wasted my time. Hurry up and get lost. Ran couldn't ask for more. Just as he was about to leave with the soul-guiding lamp, the guard's eyes suddenly lit up. He shouted loudly to stop him, stop. Ran's heart was beating fast, but his face was still calm. He said helplessly, What's wrong? The guard raised his chin. What are you holding in your arms? Oh, this. Ran rubbed the soul lamp. Thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. He smiled and said, It's my burial gift. Burial gift? Yes, it's an artifact. Heh. Interesting. The guard pointed at the table, his eyes flashing. Put your burial gift here and measure it again. I'm afraid your artifact has confused the ruler of measuring sins. Ran had already cursed this bastard in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He could only put down the soul lamp and anxiously extend his wrist again. The guard seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He couldn't wait to press the ruler again. The result was the same. The same 6 words were clearly written, ordinary soul, doable. Not to mention the guard, even Ran didn't know what to do. But after this test, the guard finally gave up completely. He was too lazy to wave his hand and let him in. Ran didn't dare to stay for long. He carried the soul lamp and walked through the long corridor. The light changed when he reached the end. The world of spirits and souls opened up in front of him. This was the first layer of hell. At first glance, he couldn't see the end. The sky was scarlet, like a burning sunset. Strange vines and strange trees rose from the ground. Rugged roof tiles were near, and palaces were in the distance. At the entrance was a huge rock that reached the sky. On it was written, Your skin returns to the dust, your soul returns to Nank village. Beside it stood a majestic red-painted archway. The words Nank village were painted with golden water. Everyone was as tall as an adult male. So the first layer of hell was called Nank village. If there was nothing wrong with the dead, they would temporarily stay here for 8 to 10 years, waiting for the judge to summon them. Then, they would go to the second layer for judgment. Emoran carried the soul lamp and looked around as he walked. At first glance, the layout was not much different from the human world. There were streets, houses, and houses. There were a total of 18 streets, 9 horizontal and 9 vertical. Ghost men, ghost women, and ghost children walked around, laughing and crying. It was like a group of demons dancing, 100 ghosts walking in the night. In the east, a woman who had just passed away was sobbing, "What should I do? What should I do?" It's said that a woman who remarries will be cut in half. Her head and legs will belong to the 2 dead men. Is this true? Who can tell me if this is true? Beside her, there was also a girl with messy hair who was wiping her tears. If I didn't want to be a member of the secret door, I really couldn't afford to live. Before I died, I went to the local temple to donate a threshold. I wanted to be stepped on by thousands and thousands of people to atone for my sins. But the village chief insisted that I had to pay him 400 taels of gold before he would allow me to change the threshold. If I had that much money, why would I bother to be a prostitute? In the west, there was also a man counting, 401 days, 402 days, 403 days. We agreed that if I left, she would leave. We would die together for love. How come I've been here for 404 days and she still hasn't come down with me? She's so weak. Could it be that she lost her way on the road to the Yellow Springs? If she really lost her way, what should I do? The newly dead ghosts gathered in groups of 3 to 5 at the entrance of Nank village. They were still unwilling to give up and were pacing back and forth. But further ahead, they were all old ghosts who had already regained their soul and accepted their fate. They were much calmer and more composed. Some of them had their own business and were spending their days in poverty. They endured the long wait for the judgment. When they reached the 3rd street, they could see the bustling streets. In the end, they were all ghosts who had not broken their flesh and bones. Before drinking mangpo soup, they were still unable to distinguish between human and ghost. In life, they were from the pear garden and were still performing acrobatics on the streets. In life, they were embroiderers. In death, they were still weaving clothes from the clouds of hell. The butchers did not dare to kill any more, but they could still make a living by sharpening knives and cutting scissors. The sounds of hawking and cheering rose and fell one after another. It was bustling with activity. Emoran walked in front of a ghost who was selling calligraphy and paintings. That ghost probably did not sell a single painting in his life and starved to death. Because of this, his face was yellow and emaciated. His cheekbones were high and his ribs were sunken. Seeing someone sitting in front of his stall, the thin scholar raised his dim eyes. His expression was fervent. "Young master, do you want to buy a painting? I want you to draw a portrait for me." The scholar seemed to be somewhat regretful. Compared to landscape, a portrait always lacks artistic conception. "Look at this painting of Mount Tai." Emoran said, "I don't like landscape paintings. I'll have to trouble you to draw a portrait for me." "You don't like landscape?" The scholar looked at him and was not very happy. Benevolent people like mountains, wise people like water. "Young master is young. It's time for you to cultivate your mind and smell more of the fragrance of painting. Originally, I was reluctant to sell this painting of Mount Tai, but since you came to my stall to ask, I think you're not completely without wisdom. How about this? I'll give you a cheaper price. I want to draw a portrait." The scholar. The two of them looked at each other. The scholar was not his opponent. After a while, he was scared. But after being scared, he was quite angry. There seemed to be some anger on his ghost face. "I don't draw people. If I want to draw, I'll pay 10 times the price." Emoran said, "You also need money in the ghost world?" "Family and friends always send paper money," the scholar said coldly. "Money can make ghosts turn millstones. Although I don't like to be stained with the smell of money, a gentleman loves money and takes it in a proper way. You and I are neither relatives nor friends, and we don't know each other. Why should I trouble you for no reason?" He talked a lot, but Emoran, who did not study much, was troubled. He frowned and said, "I just came, no one is burning money for me." The scholar said, "I'm not selling without money. Emoran thought for a while and came up with an idea. He pointed to the painting of Mount Tai and said, "Fine, I won't sell it. But I have nothing to do, can I listen to you talk about this painting?" The scholar was stunned, and his anger turned to joy. "You want to listen to this?" Emoran nodded. "I don't have to pay to listen to you talk about knowledge, right?" "No need." The scholar was very proud, and there was a funny and pitiful light on his face. Knowledge is not about money, money is dirty. The affairs of a scholar should not be tainted with that kind of vulgarity. Emoran nodded again, and thought that he now knew why the little bookworm starved to death. Although he found it funny, he could not bear to see it. It was a pity that he did not have enough money, otherwise he would have given him some money. The scholar excitedly took the framed painting from the shelf and set it up. He cleared his throat, which did not need to be cleared, and said nervously and proudly, "Then I'll begin." Seeing that the little bookworm had taken the bait, Emoran smiled and said, "Please enlighten me." Once the scholar started talking, it lasted for 4 hours. Emoran listened until he was dizzy and almost fell asleep, but he still had to pretend that he was very interested. It was really hard for him to do so. Emoran was quite good at pretending to listen. At first, he would say "oh," and then frown. He seemed to be puzzled and doubtful. After the other party had talked for a while, he would say, "oh." And the space between his eyebrows would relax slightly, as if he had gained some enlightenment and gradually understood. Lastly, he had to remember to open his eyes wide with a burning gaze and say, "oh." He had to let the speaker understand that he had been enlightened by his teachings. He didn't skimp on the 3-0 in Chu Wanning's class. Unfortunately, Chu Wanning did not buy it. He always looked at him coldly and told him to shut up. However, the little bookworm had never been treated like this before. Towards the end of his speech, his eyes lit up and he was extremely excited. It was as if he regretted not having met Emoran earlier. There was no trace of his previous arrogance. "I understand." Emoran smiled and said, "After listening to you and looking at this landscape painting, I realized how precious this painting is. It's priceless." If the little bookworm was still alive, he would have been blushing. But now, other than blushing, he was just as excited. He was so happy that he did not know where to put his hands and feet. He just smiled like a child, his thin face full of light. It was the first time Emoran saw someone so happy as a ghost. When it was about time, he got up and bowed to the scholar. "It's getting late. I'll look around and find a place to stay. If you're free tomorrow, I'll look for you again." The scholar was surprised to be called sir. He was happy, half scared and half happy. No, I don't deserve to be called sir. I've tried so many times, but I couldn't even pass the county level. I sigh. Emoran smiled. The quality of a scholar is not determined by wealth, but by the heart. The scholar was shocked. You can actually say such a thing?" "That's what my teacher said. It's just picking up from others." The scholar said. "Picking up from others? Really?" "Ha ha ha ha." Emoran laughed and scratched his head. "I got it wrong again." The scholar saw that it was getting late and thought that no one would come to ask about the painting today, so he packed up his basket and said, "I have nothing to do and it's rare to meet someone I can talk to. Although the friendship between gentlemen is as light as water, it is also important to drink with a bosom friend. I think." Seeing that he was about to throw away his bag. Again, Emoran smiled and cut him off. "Are you trying to say that it's getting late? Why don't we find a place to have a drink?" "Ah, yes, let's drink a little, okay?" "Okay." Emoran nodded. "Sir, please pay." The scholar was speechless. On the greasy little table, there was a plate of peanuts, a dozen or so pieces, and 2 small glasses of wine, cramped and half full. Only one candle was lit in the tavern, burning miserably. The owner with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks was wiping a chipped bowl behind the counter. "This place is a little shabby." The scholar looked a little uneasy. "But I haven't received any paper money. I've only been to a few shops, this one is passable." "It's pretty good." Emoran picked up the wine glass and looked carefully. "Ghosts eat?" "It's all fake, the same as offering." The scholar took a bite of the peanuts, but the peanuts did not disappear. He said, look, just like this. Taste it. Emoran calmly put down the wine cup. He was not a dead man. He would reveal his identity if he ate. After drinking for 30 minutes, the scholar's depressed mood seemed to have improved. He chatted with Emoran for a while and asked, young Master Emo, you asked me to draw a figure for you. Is it someone you like? Emoran hurriedly waved his hand. No, it's my Shizun. Ah. The scholar was stunned. I've been setting up a stall in the netherworld for many years. I've seen people come to ask for a portrait of a beauty, but I've never seen anyone ask me to draw a Shizun. Does your Shizun treat you very well? Emoran felt ashamed. He said, yes, very well. No wonder. The scholar nodded. Why do you want to draw him? To find someone. The scholar let out another ah and looked surprised. He's also in the netherworld? Yes. Emoran said, I heard that the dead have to stay in Nank village for 8 to 10 years. I'm worried about him, so I want to find him and be his companion. The scholar did not doubt at all. He was even a little moved. After muttering to himself for a while, he finally sighed. It's rare to see such deep feelings. Good. Young Master Emo, I'll help you with this. As he said this, he got up to open the box and took out the drawing tools. Emoran was overjoyed. He thanked him repeatedly and asked for his name. He secretly remembered it in his heart, thinking that when he returned to the netherworld, he would burn more gold, silver, and valuables for this poor brother of his. The two of them were emotional and excited. They laid out the paper and ground the ink in a lively manner. But after a few words, they choked. My Shizun, he. Emoran clenched his hands into fists and knocked on his knee several times. But he still couldn't come up with anything. After a long time, this poor man finally squeezed out a sentence. He's a beauty. You can draw him. The scholar glared at him. Emoran said, draw him. How do you mean beauty? Isn't it simple? It's just beauty. Draw him as beautiful as you can. I know, but, forget it. Tell me, what do you think his face is? What face? Emoran was taken aback. A face is a face. The scholar was a little annoyed. Melon seeds, almonds, wood, and goose eggs. Why don't you name one? I don't know about these things. Anyway, he's quite handsome. The scholar was speechless. Emoran said, forget it. If you don't know, just draw according to my face. The shape of our faces is not too different. The scholar was speechless. And then there were the eyes. What eyes? Seeing that Emoran was about to speak, he suddenly stopped him and added. Don't say eyes. They're eyes. Emoran waved his hand and said, I know what you mean. His eyes are right, how do I say it? Fierce and charming? Cold and gentle. The scholar threw his brush and said angrily, I'm not drawing anymore. You'd better find someone else. Don't. Emoran hurriedly pulled him, others can't draw as well as you. The scholar endured and glared at him. But seeing that Emoran's face was full of sincerity, he said stiffly, then tell me properly. Answer whatever I ask. Emoran also felt wronged. He thought to himself, didn't I answer well just now? Didn't I also answer whatever the scholar asks? But he was soft-hearted when asking for help, so he could only obediently nod and hug the spirit guiding lamp in his arms. The scholar said, it's still eyes. He has leopard eyes? Triple white eyes? Almond eyes? Phoenix eyes? Or? Emoran was dizzy from hearing this and shook his head, slit eyes? Then aren't they very small? No, his eyes are moving upwards. I don't know what they're called. Anyway, they're flying upwards. It's quite nice. Then they're phoenix eyes. Emoran opened his mouth, but when he saw the displeasure on the scholar's face, he shut his mouth bitterly. Fine, if you say so, then so be it. The scholar continued to ask, is the nose high or low? High. Are the lips thin or thick? Thin. Are the eyebrows thick or light? Thick. Thick? It's okay. I know the eyebrows. They should be sword-like. Good. The scholar added a few more strokes and asked again, do you have mole marks on your face? Emoran tilted his head and thought for a while. As he thought, his face turned red and he stammered, yes. Where? Beside the left ear. Emoran slowly said, it's a little small, the color is quite light, and when he kissed here, it would be extra sensitive. The scholar raised his eyebrows, and? No. Emoran shook his head like a rattledrum and his face turned even redder, there's no and. The scholar looked at him strangely. Fortunately, the light was dim and he couldn't see the color on his face. He moistened the tip of the brush and asked again, what about the clothes? He likes to wear white clothes. A green jade crown or a high ponytail. Emoran thought for a while and added, sometimes he wears it. When he wears it, it's very. Don't say it's good looking. The scholar couldn't stand it anymore. Well, then it's handsome. The scholar was speechless. After grinding for half a day, he finally finished drawing. Emoran blew on the ink and held it up for a closer look. He felt that although it was not as handsome as Chuan Ning, and they were not very similar, it was still acceptable. He smiled and said, thank you, teacher. It's quite good. I only need to draw Panin, Fanli, and Shizi, Diaochan, ha ha ha. Emoran laughed and said, when I find Shizun, I'll definitely thank you properly. He drank some wine with the scholar and chatted for a while. When the sky turned dark, the two parted ways in front of the wine shop. Emoran carried Chu Wanning's portrait. According to the scholar, there was a building on the 5th street of Nank village called Shunfeng Restaurant. It specialized in gathering information for new lonely souls. He was going to take a look. Outside Shunfeng Restaurant, a red curtain swayed faintly with a black snake totem painted on it. Emoran pushed the door open and entered. He saw a long counter in the hall. Behind the counter sat a dozen ghosts in red robes. They were all wearing wooden lacquered masks, so he couldn't see their faces clearly. In front of these masked ghosts, there was a long line. They were all dead people with different expressions, and they all had different desires. Hundreds of white candles floated at the top of the building. The overlapping shadows of the candles shone on the dead people. The ghosts came and went, and they were very busy. Little master, can you help me find out where my little brother is? His name is Zhang Bai, he's from Gusu. He was 21 years old when he died. Do you have a portrait? No, no. You can find him even if you don't have a portrait. The cost is 10 times higher. Big brother. The masked man coughed, his voice crisp. Ah, I'm sorry. So it's a big sister. Big sister, it's like this. When I died, that person in my family told me that she would never remarry, but I kept seeing her flirting with my younger brother for a long time. I can't take this lying down even if I die. Can you help me investigate and see if she's really a well-behaved widow in the world of the living, or if she's really close to my younger brother? Investigating matters in the world of the living, this is the price. Please take a look first. Sorry to disturb you. In my previous life, this little one liked a girl. But she was of noble birth and looked down on a poor scholar. This little one was timid and never revealed his feelings to her. Later on, she got married and this little one was happy for her. Who would have thought that the person she married was actually a married man? Later on, she was one step ahead of this little one. Thus, this little one wants to investigate two things. The first is where this girl is now. The second is, I want to know the fate of the two of us in our next lives. Trouble in the future can be investigated, but there's no charge. You need to exchange your lifespan for it. As for where this girl is, I'll have to trouble you to report her name and present a portrait. Oh, okay. I do have a portrait. It's here. The girl's surname is Yao, and her name is Lan. In front of every cabinet, there was a babel of ghosts. Their bodies were rotting away, but they still couldn't let go of their obsession. Emoran hugged the lamp and walked around in a circle. He realized that there were all kinds of questions. The people of Shunfeng brothel were either collecting money or lifespan. He didn't have money. If he asked them to collect lifespan, he would be suspected of being an undead who had sneaked into the netherworld. For a moment, he was anxious and couldn't help but curse Waizue for being brainless. Why didn't he know to stuff some money into his pocket in advance? But looking at the price list, it didn't seem expensive to ask about a person. Emoran steeled his heart and ran back to the wine shop. With great difficulty, he finally caught up with the scholar. After much persuasion, he borrowed some money and returned to Shunfeng brothel. After waiting in line for half a day, it was finally his turn. Emoran anxiously said, "I'm looking for someone." "This is a portrait." He handed over Chu Wanning's portrait to the other party and was about to continue speaking. Unexpectedly, after that person saw it, he chuckled and closed the scroll. He asked, "Why are you looking for him?" "Huh?" Emoran was startled. "You know where he is just by looking at the portrait?" "Yes. But first tell me, why are you looking for him?" "He's an old friend of mine." The other party glanced at him and then said, "Wait a moment." He then leaned over and whispered a few words to a colleague next to him. When he turned back, his tone was a lot friendlier. "Since he's Mr. Chu's old friend, I won't take the money." The man stood up and waved to him. "Come upstairs with me." Emoran followed Chu Yunqing upstairs in confusion. His feet made a strange creaking sound when he stepped on the dilapidated wooden stairs. He couldn't help but ask, "You called him Mr. Chu?" "Yes, he was sent by the King of Hell to take care of this building. He is our senior." Emoran didn't say anything, but he was a little surprised in his heart. "We're here." The masked man stopped in front of a half-moon arched door on the second floor. He gently knocked on the half-closed vermilion door. "Mr. Chu, an old friend of yours is here to see you." There was a moment of silence inside, and then a gentle voice sounded, like warm wine on the stove and soft hair on the pillow. "Old friend? Him again? I said that I don't want to see him again." "You let him go back." The masked man coughed softly. "No, Mr. Chu misunderstood. It's not him this time." "Then who else could it be?" After a moment of silence, he said, "Well, please come in." The inside of the warm room was very elegant and clean. The furnishings of the tables and chairs were even simple and cold. However, the floor was covered with luxurious soft felt. When Emoran walked in, half of his foot was immediately submerged in it. There was also a pungent smell of beast fur in the air. The only one who didn't fit in with this atmosphere was the man trimming the flowers by the window. He had long black hair, white clothes with wide sleeves, and scarlet flower buds trembling on his fingertips. Perhaps because of the consistent rules of Shunfeng restaurant, he also wore a navy blue ghost mask on his face, showing his fierce fangs and bulging eyes. But even with such a mask on his face, it inexplicably made him look gentle. He cut off the excess branches and threw them away. Then he turned his head. Emoran felt his throat dry. The conversation between the masked man and Chu Wanning just now made him feel confused and vaguely uneasy. He didn't know what this soul had lost. If Chu Wanning didn't remember him. Just as he was thinking about this, the man put down the scissors and walked towards him. Emoran, who was not afraid of anything, felt a little flustered, and sweat appeared on his back. "Master." The man stopped. He was a little closer. Emoran heard him laugh. "What, Shizun?" He said, "Young master, did you get the wrong person?" As expected. What he was afraid of had come true. Emoran's heart skipped a beat. It was as if a huge rock had fallen from his chest, dragging him into an endless abyss. He stared blankly at the man in front of him, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing that he didn't respond, the man put his slender white hand on the mask and gently took off the thick and colorful ghost face, revealing Zhang Qingjuan's dignified face. Emoran felt as if the thousand-catty boulder had suddenly disappeared. He looked at the man who had taken off his mask in surprise, but without the slightest suspicion, and blurted out, "Chu Sun." No wonder the young master downstairs made a mistake with the portrait. Chu Sun and Chu Wanning originally looked 80% alike, but Chu Sun was gentle while Chu Wanning was cold. However, only those who were extremely familiar with him could tell the difference between the two of them. For example, Emoran. The man in front of him was the Lin City's young master Chu Sun he had seen in the illusion more than 200 years ago, so he said his name without thinking. But the real Shizun had never seen him before, so he was a little surprised. He laughed. "You really know me?" Emoran hurriedly waved his hand. No, I found the wrong person. But I do know you." As he spoke, he looked at the other person curiously. Shizun had died 100 years ago, but he hadn't been reincarnated yet. Obviously, Yama had given him a task to temporarily let him escape from reincarnation. He didn't expect to see Chuaning's ancestor. Emoran only felt that it was very mysterious. Shizun nodded, "So that's how it is." He laughed. "Young master, who are you looking for? Since fate brought us upstairs, I'll help you look. Otherwise, in the vast Nank village with thousands of ghosts, I don't know how long it will take to find him." Emoran originally planned to explain a few words and go downstairs to find someone to do the divination again. Who knew that Shizun was so warm-hearted that he didn't change even after becoming a ghost, and was willing to help him personally. He couldn't help but feel very happy. "That's great. Thank you, Mr. Chu." As he spoke, he handed the portrait to Shizun. Shizun unfolded it and smiled. "No wonder the people downstairs made a mistake. He really does look like me." "What's his name?" "Chuaning." Emoran said. "His name is Chuaning. Also surname Chu? What a coincidence." Emoran's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "Could it be Mr. Chu's relative?" "It's hard to say. If you want to see the state of the world of the living, you need to go to the 9th king of the ghost world. I have a life and death feud with the 9th king. I didn't want to ask him, so I didn't ask about the affairs of the mortal world anymore." Naturally, he was talking about the ghost king who broke the enchantment of Linen and killed his family. Poking at a sore spot, even a person as calm as him couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Emoran originally thought that this time he could confirm the relationship between Chuaning and Shizun, but he didn't expect it to be like this. He could only shake his head. "It's a pity." Shizun smiled and didn't say anything else. He went to the shelf and took a gilded yin and yang compass, and invited Emoran to sit down. "You can use this to find where he is?" "Most likely." "What's the situation with the other two?" "Some people's souls are always a little strange. It's possible that you can't find them." Shizun said, "But it's not common. The young master shouldn't be so unlucky." After the divination, a small golden needle in the compass pointed to the north, but after a while, it turned to the south, then to the east, then to the west, and in the end it started to spin again. "Shizun?" Emoran cautiously asked, "How is it?" Cough. Shizun coughed lightly, looking a little embarrassed. "The young master is indeed a little unlucky." Emoran. In fact, Emoran's luck was often bad. He knew that it wouldn't be so smooth. He sighed, thanked Shizun, and prepared to throw himself into the sea of people again to continue to search for Chuaning's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, at this time, the compass that was spinning crazily suddenly stopped. The needle pointed to a certain direction, trembling, as if it wasn't so sure. After a while, it pointed to a position a little further away. Shizun hurriedly called him, "Young master, wait a little longer." Emoran immediately stopped, and held his breath as he stared at the compass by the table. The needle swayed left and right, but it didn't stop, but it roughly pointed to a direction. Shizun frowned. "What's going on? Does this represent some kind of strange phenomenon?" "It's not a strange phenomenon, but it's very strange." Shizun looked at the compass, and his frown deepened. "It seems that in two directions, there's his figure?" Emoran was shocked. How could it be? Now that his soul was in Chuaning's body, and his soul was in the soul-guiding lamp, there should only be one soul left in the ghost realm. How could Chuaning appear in two places at the same time? Shizun said, "In short, one is in the southeast, and the other is in the northeast. The young master should go and look for them. Maybe the compass is affected by some magic, it's hard to say." Emoran was very anxious. He thanked Shizun, and hurriedly left Shunfeng brothel, running to the east. After running for a long time, he suddenly came to a fork in the road. Emoran suddenly stopped. Southeast or northeast? He held the soul-guiding lamp, his heart burning with anxiety, but after a while, he looked at the lantern in his hand that gathered the souls, and his heart suddenly seemed to have a vague and strange feeling. He followed this vague feeling and walked along the narrow streets and deep alleys that crisscrossed with each other. The further he went, the more obvious this feeling was. He even felt that Chu Waning's soul was invisibly summoning the soul-guiding lamp in his hand, or calling him to go to a certain place. Mo Ran finally stopped in front of a 2-story old wooden building. Six Soul Hospital. He looked up, his eyes sweeping across the huge and heavy hanging plaque. The plaque was exposed to the wind and sun all day long, the black paint had already peeled off, and a large piece of the red inscription on it had lost a lot of color, revealing the mottled rotten wood underneath. Mo Ran frowned, his heart trembling. He felt that these 3 words made him very uneasy. Six Soul, what does it mean? Chu Sun's compass malfunctioned, was it because of this reason? He pushed open the door, stepped over the high threshold, and walked in. He soon knew the answer. There were a few hundred beds in the sickly soul hospital, and all the souls lying on them were unconscious souls. More than 10 souls wearing white masks shuttled back and forth, delivering spiritual energy to the sickly beds. The so-called Six Soul Hospital was the Ghost Realm's main hospital. Mo Ren found the ghost doctor, who was in charge of overseeing the entire situation, and cupped his hands to him, saying, "Doctor, I want to." The doctor was very busy, and rather impatiently said, "Get medicine on the 2nd floor, diagnosis on the left, line up." "Then what about searching for people?" "Searching for people goes, what?" "Searching for people?" Mo Ran showed him the picture scroll. "Doctor, have you seen this immortal monarch before?" The ghost doctor took the picture scroll and looked at it, then raised his head to look at Mo Ran. Under the black hole of the mask, a pair of eyes seemed to be filled with pity. "Your relative?" That's right. His soul is damaged." The ghost doctor pointed at the stairs. "He's lying in the innermost compartment upstairs. We can't cure this kind of illness, so we can only delay it. You can go find him yourself." Mo Ran was shocked. "His soul is damaged? How could it be damaged?" "Who knows? The 6 paths of reincarnation is already an extremely painful thing. Who knows, his soul might have been damaged during his previous reincarnations, but he's a cultivator in this life, so who knows, he might have suffered from chi deviation and damaged his soul. In short, it's incomplete." "If you ask me, who would I ask?" Mo Ran anxiously said. Then what will happen if his soul is damaged?" "Effect?" The ghost doctor thought for a moment. "It's still alright, after all, only one of the 3 souls is slightly incomplete, so it won't affect his reincarnation. If you really want to talk about something, it's probably just that his next life will be shorter, his luck will be worse, or his body will be weaker." When Mo Ran heard this, although he was somewhat unwilling, there was nothing he could do, so he could only thank the ghost doctor and head upstairs. The layout above was not as tight as below, making it hard to breathe. Perhaps it was because the sick soul hospital was unable to save the remnant souls, so they didn't need too much care. Only a single doctor was leisurely taking a nap on a rattan chair in the lobby. Mo Ran didn't wake him up, and directly walked inside. In the large empty space, there were only 10 or 20 sickbeds placed next to the windows made of red rosewood, and between them was a plain-colored screen. It was quiet all around. His feet creaked as he stepped on the floor, and Mo Ran's gaze fell on the innermost compartment, where there was a half-moon-shaped arched door. Outside the arched door was an open-air balcony, and the moonlight seeped in through the hanging thin gauze curtains, swaying gently in the breeze. There were clearly more than 26 souls here, but Mo Ran didn't know why, but he had a strong feeling. Perhaps it was because the soul-guiding lantern was leading him forward, but his heart was unguarded, and he walked towards the innermost compartment, into the pure and hazy moonlight. He raised his hand and pulled open the curtain. As expected, the last piece of Chu Waning's soul was lying there. His eyes were closed, and his face was very pale, very similar to the corpse in Frosty Sky Hall. Even though he had found him, even though his rebirth was in sight, Mo Ran couldn't help but feel pain in his heart when he saw this blood-stained, cold, and frail figure. The tip of his nose felt sour. He walked over and placed the soul-guiding lantern at the head of the bed. Then he sat beside the bed of Chu Waning's earth soul, wanting to gently grasp the other's ice-cold hand. But this remnant soul was different from the human soul from before. Perhaps it was because it had been greatly damaged, but his soul was actually illusory. Mo Ran's fingertips couldn't touch him, and just like that, they passed through the illusory image of Chu Waning's earth soul, and landed on the spotlessly white bed. Because of this illusory image, Mo Ran felt a bitter sense of loss. If there had been the slightest mistake, if Grandmaster Huizue had never appeared, if Chu Waning's soul had been a little more damaged, if Master had been disheartened, and they had not met in heaven or on earth. He lowered his body. He clearly knew that he couldn't touch Chu Waning's forehead, but he still couldn't help it. He closed his eyes, as if he wanted to embrace that illusory earth soul, and leaned over the bed. Master. He and his departed soul overlapped, and the moonlight sprinkled down, making no distinction between you and me. Emo Ran sighed and let out a long breath, but his heart was bitter and heavy. He had seen Chu Waning's corpse, Chu Waning's human soul, and now he had seen this sick earth soul. Each time he saw them, his feelings were different. He knelt down in front of the corpse, his sin and guilt almost tearing him apart. He confessed in front of the human soul, holding hands and begging Chu Waning to return. And the earth soul. He tried to embrace it, but he couldn't grab anything, couldn't touch anything. He suddenly felt a kind of boundless fear in his heart, and actually felt that this was the ending he deserved. He was full of resentment, and his hands were stained with blood. What virtue and ability did he have to be able to accompany his old friend and never leave? Emo Ran closed his eyes. His eyelashes seemed to be a little wet, warming the thin blanket on the pillow. He had once thought that the heavens had treated him poorly, but now, it seemed like a ridiculous joke. It turned out that the truth was not so. The heavens had treated him well, but his heart was too thin, and everything he saw was dark. It was his fault. He suddenly realized that he had walked such a path of no return. He wanted to turn back now, he wanted to use the rest of his life to make up for it, to use the rest of his life to pay it back. He didn't know if doing this, he could return to the starting point in time. What Emperor Ta? What Emperor Ta of the human realm? He didn't want any of it. He just wanted to live a good life, to be the upright person that Chu Waning had always wanted him to be. Some people said that there was nothing greater than knowing one's mistakes. But his mistake was too deep. He didn't know how long it would take for him to pay it back. Perhaps even on the day of his death, he would still be unable to shake off this endless regret. After all, a mark in the water could be restored to peace, but a wound in the wood would always be. 3 parts of the bone. Shizun. After a long time, he was immersed in Chu Waning's almost transparent soul under the moonlight. He said, his voice like he was coaxing a child, "Come on, let's go back." He straightened up and lifted the spirit guiding lamp. He silently recited the incantation, and the earth soul entered the lamp. A faint shadow quickly sank into the wick of the lamp and disappeared without a trace. Emo Ran waited. But after waiting for a long time, the earth soul and the human soul completely merged into one. After a long time, there was still no movement. Emo Ran's face suddenly paled. What happened? Didn't they say that after the earth soul and the human soul merged, he would be able to bring Chu Waning back to the human world? Could it be that Master Huizue's incantation had lost its effect? His mind was in chaos, buzzing numbness. Emo Ran only felt his hands and feet turn cold. He held Chu Waning's soul and went downstairs. Doctor. It's you? What's wrong? Are you sure that the one upstairs is my Shizun's soul, right? Ghost Dr. Zhong was a bit impatient. Of course it is, how could I be wrong? Emo Ran was not willing to give up and asked, could it be the knowledge soul, or what? Ghost Dr. Zhong clicked his tongue. A person has 3 souls, earth, knowledge, and human. I have been practicing medicine here for 150 years. If I can't tell the difference between these 3 souls, wouldn't the king of hell have already kicked me out of this world? Emo Ran pursed his lips and suddenly had an uncertain thought. Doctor, you have been practicing medicine for 150 years. Have you ever seen a person with 2 earth souls? You're crazy. Ghost Dr. Zhong angrily said, I think your brain is not good. Why don't you stay and let me take your pulse? Of course he could not let Ghost Dr. Zhong take his pulse. Although Master Huizue had cast a spell, if he was not careful, he would still be found out. Emo Ran hurriedly apologized and hugged the lantern full of human souls and earth souls and hurriedly ran out of the sickly soul hospital. The sky in the ghost realm was always dark. To distinguish between day and night, one could only look up at the blue dome of heaven. If there was a half-warm and half-cool sun behind the red clouds, then it was day. If there was a cold moon hanging high, then it was night. At this time it was already night and the streets were gradually becoming cold. Emo Ran hugged the spirit-guiding lantern and lowered his head, walking alone on the streets. The more he walked, the more he felt at a loss. The more he walked, the more he felt isolated and helpless. This feeling of helplessness and loss had been with him since he was young. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. He even thought of some of the people he knew when he was still in the brothel. That year, when the drunken Jade building burned down, everyone died, only he survived. Counting the years, other than his mother, the others should not have reincarnated. He did not know who he would meet if he continued walking like this. Then, he thought of Shui Meng. He recalled how Shui Meng had shouted angrily and wanted to snatch the soul-guiding lamp from him. He had scolded him, God of plagues. How are you worthy? How do you have the face? Emo Ran walked slower and slower with the soul lamp in his arms. Finally, he stopped by the wall. His eyes reddened. He lowered his head and looked at the gentle golden light. Master, do you really not want to go back with me? The flame did not answer, but burned silently. He stood in place for a long time before gradually calming down. In this vast underworld, he didn't know where he could find someone he knew. Suddenly, he thought of Shizun. Like grasping at a life-saving straw, he hurriedly ran to Shun Feng restaurant. When they arrived, Shun Feng restaurant was about to close. A ghost wearing a mask was preparing to close the door and lock it. Emo Ran hurriedly stopped him and said in panic, Sorry, please wait. It's you? The masked man was the one who had led him upstairs. He was stunned for a moment and said, Why are you here again? I have an urgent matter. Please. Emo Ran was panting. His eyes were bright and anxious. He swallowed his saliva and said in a hoarse voice, I want to see Mr. Chusun again. Chusun was in the pavilion looking at a begonia flower in a white porcelain vase, lost in thought. Suddenly seeing Emo Ran leave and return, he was very surprised. Why did little Gongzi come back? You couldn't find him? Emo Ran said, I did find him, but I. Chusun saw that he was anxious and seemed to have something to say, so he invited him into the room and closed the door. He said, Sit down and talk. Emo Ran was worried that Chusun would see something strange with the soul-guiding lamp in his hand, so he put it in his Qianquan bag. He didn't think that Chusun was an evil ghost, but it was better not to let the ghosts know about a living person entering the underworld unless it was absolutely necessary. Did little Gongzi go to the southeast? Yes. Chusun thought for a moment and said, He was in the Sick Soul Hospital, right? Emo Ran nodded. He thought for a while and said, Sir, I saw him in the Sick Soul Hospital, but he was an incomplete earth soul. He couldn't move or speak. He was even different from other ghosts. He was translucent. You could see him, but you couldn't touch him. Damaged earth souls are generally like this. Chusun's expression was a bit gloomy. Some dead souls who are agitated will have their souls scattered and can't be reunited. Emo Ran bit his lip and said hesitantly, The doctor in the Sick Soul Hospital said that people with incomplete souls will have some flaws in their lives when they reincarnate. But the person I'm looking for was clearly fine when he was alive. So I think, maybe there was a mistake somewhere. He paused for a moment and looked at Chusun. Mr. Chu, is there someone in this world who has 2 earth souls? Chusun was stunned. 2 earth souls? Yes. He didn't immediately reject Emo Ran's words like the doctor in the Sick Soul Hospital. Instead, he lowered his eyes and thought carefully for a moment. He said, I think, it's not impossible. Emo Ran shivered and looked up. His eyes were very bright in the dim candlelight in the room. Sir, are you serious? Chusun nodded. Normal people only have 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. But I once knew a woman who had 2 consciousness souls. I'd like to hear the details. Chusun shook his head. His eyelashes drooped down and trembled slightly. He was silent for a moment before he said, It's something that happened a long time ago. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Now that woman has sunk into the 7th layer of hell and is suffering. Once a person with a damaged soul is discovered by a Yama, they will be sent to the 7th layer of hell and slowly stripped away. Hearing him say this, Emoran was even more anxious. The light was dim, so he didn't notice the pain in Shizun's eyes. He asked, that woman, why did she have an extra consciousness soul? A normal person only needs 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls to gather the soul embryo after 7 heads. Then, if someone has an earth soul, will they have to gather all 4 souls to be useful? It should be so. Then, the woman you're talking about. After she died, she was used by the 9 kings and was forced to go to the world of the living. Shizun paused. The slender fingers on his knees slowly clenched into a fist. She went to the world of the living and ate her own child. Emoran suddenly remembered the old story of Lenin that he saw in the peach blossom spring. Only then did he realize that the woman Shizun mentioned was actually his wife. That should be the most painful part of the past in Shizun's heart. Then, Shizun stayed in Nank village and didn't reincarnate. Could it be that he was waiting for his wife to strip off the extra soul and return from the 7th layer to reunite with her and enter the reincarnation cycle together? Emoran suddenly didn't have the heart to continue asking. Shizun didn't say anything else. Ate her own child, this short sentence, was mentioned again after 200 years. Even if he had a ghostly body, his throat couldn't help but tremble. He closed his eyes. That woman's soul was torn apart and merged with the child's soul. After a long time, he slowly continued, so, the extra soul she had was actually the child's soul. It was stuck between her 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls and slowly assimilated with her. In the end, it completely derived her appearance and was difficult to separate from it. Whether this person was alive or dead, as long as someone asked him for help, he would always endure the pain and do his best to help others. Seeing this, Emoran felt even more uncomfortable. He couldn't say it clearly, so he could only say, Mister, you don't have to say it in detail. I already know. The meaning of my words is to tell you that if the young Master Chu you're looking for really has 2 earth souls, there is still one that shouldn't be his. Emoran thought for a while, then asked, can't it be 1 earth soul that was split in half? Maybe, but in your situation, it's impossible. Why? Shizun said, a soul divided in half, I've seen this kind of thing before, but that's another story. This kind of person is usually extremely evil and kills people like flies. If the 3 spiritual souls can't bear it, they will shatter. But in this kind of situation, the one that shatters is the human soul that is in charge of kindness and humanity. It definitely can't be the earth soul or the soul of the soul. So it's like that. Emoran muttered. Hearing that extremely evil and kills people like flies, Emoran felt that it had nothing to do with Chu Wanning. Instead, it was himself. He thought, if he really died in this life and came to the underworld, would his human soul be split in half and receive the retribution he deserved? Shizun said again, moreover, if it really is a soul in half, then the other earth soul will definitely be unable to walk and will be sent to the 6 soul hospital. Since young master only saw a damaged earth soul in the 6 soul hospital, I think that the other soul should be a complete one and won't be affected. Emoran was enlightened by his words and hurriedly said, thank you, Mr. Chu. Then I'll go look for it again. Good, just now, besides pointing in the direction of the 6 soul hospital, Sinan also pointed in the northeast direction. Why don't young master go to the northeast and take a look? But in the vast Nank village, there are many souls that are waiting to be dealt with. Shizun sighed. Emoran saw the pity in his gentle eyes and knew what he wanted to say. In the vast Nank village, there were tens of thousands of wandering souls. Even if one knew to walk in the northeast direction, how could it be so easy to find a strand of earth soul? If one was not fated, even if the streets were brightly lit and not at night, 2 people brushed past each other, one going east and one going west, they would not see each other or even look at each other. In the silent netherworld, it was easier said than done. But Shizun was still gentle. He raised his hand and patted Emoran's shoulder. Young master's heart is burning with sincerity, you will definitely be able to meet again. His appearance was very similar to Chu Wanning. When he said this, the candlelight flickered and flowed, making his face even more blurry. In this blur, Emoran seemed to see Chu Wanning's gentle face and seemed to hear Chu Wanning telling him that they would meet again. Emoran felt uncomfortable for a moment and his eyes were covered with a layer of moisture. He hurriedly bowed and said in a hoarse voice, Mister, thank you. Shizun did not say anything until Mo Ran turned and left, closing the door for him. He was still standing in the same place, a trace of astonishment flashing in the bottom of his phoenix eyes. He just saw tears in the eyes of that young man? Ghosts do not cry, did he see wrongly? Or? He turned his head and looked at the bunch of quietly blooming begonia flowers in the vase. It was very difficult for mortal flowers to suppress the yin energy of hell. Even if they were carefully cared for, a petal still floated and fell on the simple wooden table. Shizun walked over and picked up the flower petal. The flower and leaf quickly broke into pieces and scattered into the mud, crushing into fine powder and scattering from his fingers. "Come in, Mr. Chu." Immediately, a masked man pushed open the door and came in, standing respectfully at the side. Shizun did not turn his head. He looked at the begonia flowers and asked softly, "That person, has he come to Shunfeng restaurant again recently?" "No, it's still the same. Once every 10 days, he comes with a begonia flower. He doesn't dare to enter Shunfeng restaurant and always sends people to deliver it from afar." "Mister, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the young master who came just now? If that person dares to send people to disturb you, you can ask Xianxia." "No." Shizun came back to his senses and interrupted him. He turned his head and smiled faintly at his subordinate, sighing, "It's nothing. He shouldn't be sent by that person. Even if he is, that child just wants to find someone, it has nothing to do with me. But if he was sent by that person to the ghost world, then why don't implicate others." Shizun's clothes were like snow, standing quietly by the flower branch, "Let him be." The streets were bleak. Mo Ran went out of Shunfeng restaurant and went to the northeast. He took Chu Wanning's portrait and asked door to door, but it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He couldn't get a reason. Most of the people who saw the portrait waved their hands, and some didn't even want to look at it and avoided him. "The person in the portrait? I haven't seen him before. I haven't seen him before. Don't disturb my business. Don't block me. You're so annoying. Can't you see it's so late? Get out, get out." "What portrait? I don't want to see it. Take it away." Although the residents of Nank village were all ghosts, these ghosts' 7 emotions and 6 desires had never been severed. Living together, most of them gradually regained their human appearance. They would also find some friends and relatives in these 8 to 10 long years of waiting. If not, they would raise a dead cat or a dead dog. In short, they would live as if they were in the mortal world. Therefore, although they didn't need to sleep, they would lie back in bed to rest when the moon was high above the willows. As night fell, more and more people were willing to pay attention to him, and no one could give him any information or a clear path. On the long and endless streets in the northeast, he visited one house after another, bowing his head and smiling apologetically. "I told you. I saw wrongly. Thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem to be the person in the portrait at all. Can you stop bothering me?" The bearded man was preparing to rest with his wife and child in the ghost world, so he was about to close the door. When he came back from outside, Mo Ran met him on the street and asked him if he had seen the person in the portrait. He thought for a while and said that he seemed to have seen it a few days ago near the East Market. However, his wife gave him a look, so he immediately shut up, as if he realized something, and immediately waved his hand and said that he didn't know. Mo Ran felt that he knew, so he didn't want to give up. He begged him all the way and followed him to the door. The man violently pushed him outside the door and pulled the wooden bolt. Mo Ran said anxiously, "Can you think about it again? Where is the East Market? The person in the portrait, where did he go? Please." "I don't know." A group of ghosts heard the noise and looked over. The man shouted with a hoarse voice, ignoring Mo Ran's hand that was still on the door frame and fiercely wanted to close the door. His 5 fingers were tightly clamped, and his heart was in pain. However, he couldn't care less. He was unwilling to pull his fingers out from the gradually closing gap of the door. Instead, he tried his best to push and pry open the door again. Please think about it again. I just want to know where he went after that." However, the man suddenly opened the door and didn't notice that Mo Ran's fingers were bleeding. He pushed him hard and then shouted, "I said I don't know, I don't know." Get lost. Emo Ran walked alone on the street. There were still ghosts on the road, floating around with faint resentment. The limestone steps under his feet had some lonely moss growing on them, making the soles of his feet wet and slippery. After a fierce argument, he calmed down and found that his fingers were all worn out. The door frame was rough and had many burrs that pierced into his flesh. It was a blur. Fortunately, the surroundings were dark, so the ghosts didn't notice. He lowered his eyelashes and looked at it silently for a while. Probably because his heart was in so much pain, he didn't feel any pain from such a hideous scar. He looked back at the closed door and knew that the man behind the door wouldn't say another word to him. He was actually not unfamiliar with this kind of rejection. Emo Ran was a person who was used to malicious intentions. This allowed him to know whether his request was useful from a person's gaze or 2 or 3 words. In fact, when the man changed his mind and said that he had never seen him before, Emo Ran instinctively knew that this person wouldn't tell him even half of the truth. However, this was related to Chu Wanning's soul, so he wasn't willing to give up until he was pushed out and the door was closed. He hadn't been so rudely rejected in a long time, but sometimes, the length of time didn't determine anything. Even the passage of time couldn't change the fundamentals. Some things were engraved in the bones. Shui Meng once called him a bastard. It was funny to say that Emo Ran felt that the words "favored by the heavens" couldn't hurt his self-esteem. That's right, he was originally called a bastard by everyone. He had heard more vicious words than this, so what was there to be unaccustomed to? He looked back at the closed door one last time and slowly walked away amidst the laughter of the surrounding ghosts. Mocking laughter, cursing, all of them stood alone, hanging together like shadows. It was rare to see such a desolate and helpless scene. It overlapped with the memories of his childhood. Emo Ran walked and walked. Probably because the situation was too similar, he couldn't help but slowly recall the days when he and his mother had to rely on each other. During that time, they weren't in the music hall, but wandered the streets of Lini, wandering around the Confucian Wind sect. In those days, at least he still had his mother. His mother loved him dearly and was not willing to let such a young child go out to beg for food. She always put him in the abandoned woodshed, and went out to the streets to perform and sing. She had a good foundation, with a bamboo pole, she was able to perform the dance on the pole. Every day she was able to earn some copper coins, enough to buy a flatbread and 2 bowls of porridge, which she shared with her son. As a mother, she always wanted her child to eat more, but Emo Ran would always say that the biscuits were too hard and that the porridge was tasteless after a few bites. He would say that he was full and refused to eat more. However, she did not know that every time she sighed and ate the half pancake and half a bowl of porridge left by Emo Ran, the young child who was curled up next to her and pretending to be asleep would secretly look at her with narrowed eyes. When he saw that she was full, he finally felt relieved. Even if he was hungry, his heart was calm. She also did not know that every day after she left to perform in the Lini East Market, her child would crawl out from the pile of firewood and secretly go to the place 2 streets away from her to beg for food. His mother sang leisurely and gracefully at the corner of the street. She held up the pole 10 feet high, and her thin body danced on it. The bottom of the pole was covered with broken pieces of broken porcelain. If she accidentally fell, these pieces of porcelain would pierce her flesh, but it was exciting and refreshing to watch. She used her cheap life to do her best to win a smile from those rich young madams. And 2 streets away, her child was begging along the street, grinning in front of every house. His face was dirty, and he said the same auspicious words, hoping to get a little something to eat. But there was no such thing, and it was not very often. One day, a young madam of a rich family, who was pregnant, was bored and in a bad mood. She strolled along the street and saw Emo Ran's mother dancing on the pole. She thought it was interesting, and went to take a look for a moment. Then she asked her servant to go to the dancing woman and say, "What you put on the ground are broken stones and broken porcelain pieces. This is actually just for show, and is not sincere enough. My family's madam said that if you are willing to change these broken stones and broken porcelain pieces into knives, put them on the ground, and then dance again, my family's madam will reward you with 10 taels of gold." In the face of such a harsh request, it was almost asking for the life of the poor. The mother's reaction was actually only 1 sentence, "But I don't have money, I can't buy knives to put on the ground." The rich madam laughed and immediately ordered people to go to the blacksmith shop to buy 100 sharp knives and put them on the ground. Dance. The bejeweled woman stroked her bulging belly and said excitedly. Soon, a group of demons and monsters gathered around to watch the show. The brilliance of silk, pearls, and jade shone brightly under the sunlight. They were like vultures that pounced on a corpse. Smelling the smell of blood, they stretched their necks, and their eyes flashed. Dance, dance. If you dance well, I'll reward you. Give me money, give me money. In the territory of Confucian Wind sect, there was no lack of rich people. What it lacked the most was excitement of risking one's life like this. Those silk, satin, gold, and silver pearls surrounded the mother who was holding the bamboo pole. They surrounded the destitute, ragged woman. The woman whose life was worthless smiled and bowed to the scavenging vultures, thanking them for their support. Then, she supported herself on the pole and leaped up lightly like a sparrow. On the tip of the knife, she used her life to perform a song and dance. She used her life to please others. However, although her martial arts were good, when she landed on the ground, she felt a trace of panic because she lowered her head to look at the rows of sharpened knives. Therefore, the bamboo pole deviated by a few inches. Along with the crowd's cry of alarm, she landed. She avoided the sharp edge of the knife, but she still grazed the edge and cut her leg. In an instant, blood splashed out, causing the crowd to cry out in alarm. The woman ignored the pain and hurriedly stood up. She smiled apologetically and bowed her head to apologize. Those people who were watching the show laughed and said, "Wife, your martial arts are not good enough. You still need to work harder." That's right. If you want to make a living, you have to have some skills. A three-legged cat's ability will make a mistake. A few kind-hearted people had tears in the corners of their eyes. They couldn't bear it and said, "Hey, don't talk about it. Look at this poor girl. Her injury is so serious. Quickly go to the pharmacy to get some medicine and apply it." The woman stammered, I don't have money to buy medicine." Those people were stunned. Some sighed, some raised their hands to touch their pearls, but they didn't say anything. Some wiped the corners of their eyes, as if they were deeply moved. So pitiful. That's right, that's right. Since your life is so difficult, I'll give you some money. A pot-bellied old woman said. She took out a handful of gold leaves from her bulging purse and held it in her hand. Then she continued to dig under the purse and took out 3 copper coins. She weighed them in her hand and put 2 back. She solemnly put 1 copper coin in the woman's hand. The old woman had given her money, so she had a legitimate reason to shed 2 lines of tears. She said with compassion, "Miss, this is what you deserve. Quickly accept it." The woman held the copper coin that she exchanged with her life and murmured blankly, "Thank you. Thank you." Where was the rich woman who said she would give her 10 gold coins? She had already walked away, cursing. The woman whose leg was bleeding staggered over. She wanted to chase after her and ask for money, but she was pushed down by the woman's attendant. Her cursing voice could be heard across the street. What bad luck. Madam needs to take care of the baby. How could she see such a bloody disaster? If the master heard this, wouldn't he be heartbroken? You still have the nerve to ask for money? What are you dancing for? Fortunately, your blood didn't splash on Madam. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Get lost. The woman was heavily pushed to the ground. Because the family was a big family in Lini, no one was willing to stand up for her. She was in so much pain that she twitched on the ground and wriggled like a lowly ant. No one was willing to help her. No one was willing to help her. She danced with her life, but all she got in return was a cold, stinking copper coin. The kind woman who gave her the copper coin said that she deserved it. She didn't feel wronged for herself, but she only earned 1 copper coin today. What could she buy? She could only exchange it for a pancake without fillings. She couldn't afford to drink more bowls of porridge. Now that her leg was injured, she couldn't dance tomorrow. What would happen to her child? He was still so small and thin. He would starve again. Thinking of this, she couldn't bear it anymore. She curled up in the sand and wailed. Her voice was hoarse and people couldn't bear to hear it. The people around her sighed and prepared to leave. At this time, a dirty, stinky child suddenly rushed out from the crowd. Ran over and cried like a trapped beast, "Mother! Mother!" He hugged her. A lowly child hugging a lowly mother. Like an ant hugging a blade of grass, or a dog hugging a duckweed. When the woman saw him, her eyes flashed with panic and surprise. Women were weak, but mothers were strong. She immediately stopped crying. Life was too difficult. Every day was like sleeping in hell and waking up in purgatory. She didn't want to show her weak and helpless appearance in front of her child. Her face was still wet from the tears, but she hurriedly put on a smile and said, "Aya, look at you. Why are you here? Mother is fine. It's just a small injury, look." She gave him the sweaty copper coin in her hand. Ran kept shaking his head. His small face was washed with streaks of water. "It's enough for you to buy a pancake. Go buy it. Mother will wait for you here. Let's go home." Home? Where was home? That dilapidated straw hut? Or was it a sheep pen that was chased out after sleeping for 2 days? Ran choked with sobs. His eyes flashed with fire. He said, "Mother, sit here. Wait here. What are you going to do? Don't mess around." Ran rushed to the side and picked up a knife. His young voice was clear and loud, attracting the attention of the people who were about to leave. "Uncles and aunts, young masters and young misses, please don't go. Please don't go. I have a special skill. I ask all of you to give me face and take a look." He had spiritual energy in his body since he was young. Even though he didn't cultivate, he was much stronger than ordinary people who didn't have any talent. Ran held the strong and sharp knife in his hand. Using both hands, he gave a low shout and broke the knife in half. He threw it on the ground. The surrounding people were shocked. Some of the cultivators in the crowd were even more surprised. "This child is good. Give me another one," Ran said. This time, he took 2 knives and did the same thing. He broke the 2 knives. "Good." Someone clapped. 3 knives. The child stacked the knives one by one. The knives became thicker and harder to break. Thus, the crowd became lively again. "Uncles, brothers, aunts and sisters, please give me some reward. I'll add more." Those people who wanted to watch the show threw the most worthless copper coins in front of him. For these copper coins, Ran added knife after knife. In the end, his hands were full of blood and he couldn't break any more. The scavenging vultures flapped their pitch-black wings and flew away. Ran picked up the money and carefully held it with his dirty little hands. He walked to his mother, who was in a daze and had tears in her eyes. He smiled, "Mother, it's enough to buy medicine for you." The woman couldn't hold back her tears anymore. They rolled down her face. "Child, good child, let mother see your hand." "I'm fine." His smile was bright and pure. It burned her heart. She hugged him tightly and couldn't stop sobbing. "It's mother's fault. I can't take good care of you. I made you suffer so much at such a young age." "It's okay." Ran said quietly in his mother's arms, "Mother, I don't feel bitter when I'm with you. I'll properly accompany mother. When I grow up, I'll let mother live a good life." The woman smiled and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. "It's okay if you can't live a good life. As long as you grow up safely, that's good enough, that's enough." Ran nodded vigorously. Suddenly, he said softly, "Mother, if I become successful in the future, you won't have to suffer anymore. No one can bully you. Those people just now, I want them to come over and apologize to mother one by one. If they don't agree, I'll make them dance on the knife." Silly child, don't think like that." The kind and gentle woman stroked his hair and murmured, "Don't think like that. Don't hate anyone. Mother wants to see you become a good child. Promise mother that you'll be a good person, okay?" At that time Ran was too young. He was like a tender seedling. With just a little external force, he would fall in that direction. His mother, who wasn't very knowledgeable but had a simple heart, became his first beacon of light. So at that time, little Ran thought for a while. In the end, he said seriously, okay. He said, Mother, I promise you. Then in the future, if I become successful, I'll build a lot of houses for people who don't have a home to live in. I'll plant a lot of food for people who don't have enough to eat. He said to his mother, Mother, then there won't be anyone like us today. The woman was in a daze. In the end, she sighed and said, That's good. The child nodded and said, That's good. At that time, they didn't expect that the person who said such words would end up with his hands full of blood, stepping on bones all over the ground, and walking on the wind of blood among the circling vultures and black crows in the sky, becoming the immortal trampling emperor who brought disaster to the world. On the other hand, the immortal trampling imperial monarch who brought calamity to the world was extremely rare. It was even to the extent that he was completely unwilling to look back on the past. He would never fulfill the promise that he made seriously with his young voice and clear eyes while in his mother's embrace all those years ago. At that time Emo ran, because of his mother's advice. No matter how difficult life was, he never hated anyone. But more or less, there would always be some unwillingness. The days passed like this. Acrobatics and busking. Watching once was fun, watching twice was boring, and the third time was tiring. Gradually, they couldn't even get a copper coin and could only rely on begging for a living. Emo Ran remembered that there was a child of a rich family who was about the same age as him. There was a large mole at the corner of his mouth. That child sat at the entrance of the courtyard, holding a bowl in his hand. Probably because he was not good with chopsticks, he used a bamboo stick to poke the golden crispy fried dumplings inside to eat. The child was very picky. He ate the filling of the dumplings, then spit out the wrapper and threw it on the ground to play with the dog. He carefully walked over and stood by the side to watch. The child was blinded by the stench and filth on his body. He screamed, Who is it? Emo Ran asked him softly, Little master, this dumpling wrapper, can you give it to me? Give it to you? Why should I give it to you? You don't want to eat it, so I want to ask. I don't want to eat it, but my Wang Kai also wants to eat it. The child pointed at the two fat dogs with smooth fur on the ground and said angrily, The dogs can't even survive, how can I give it to you? Emo Ran tried his best to put on a smile and said, What if the dogs can't eat it? How can they not eat it? It's not enough to feed them braised pork every day. It's just a dumpling wrapper. It's finished in 2 bites. There's no share for you. Go, go, go. When Emo Ran heard about the braised pork, his eyes fell on the 2 dogs. He suddenly felt that if such fat dogs were to be cooked and eaten, it would definitely be. He couldn't help but look at the 2 dogs and swallow his saliva. This action fell into the child's eyes. The child was stunned at first, then he was shocked. What are you thinking? I'm not. I'm just. You want to eat Wang Kai and Wang Fu? Emo Ran said in panic, No, I'm just too hungry, I can't help but think. I'm sorry. The little master didn't care about what he said. When he heard can't help but think, his face changed. He was a child of a rich family. How could he understand that someone would think of food when looking at the cute dogs guarding the door? He turned pale with fright. He only felt that the person in front of him was abnormal and terrifying, so he started to shout. Someone come. Quickly. Get him out of here. The servants surrounded him. Without any explanation, they punched and kicked Emo Ran. He tried his best to grab a few more dumpling wrappers from the ground and held them tightly in his hand. No matter how they kicked and chased him away, he didn't let go. The little master seemed to be scared silly. He didn't want the remaining dumplings in his hand. He threw them on the ground together with the bamboo skewers and ran away. Emo Ran tried his best to crawl over there. His thin body was bruised and one of his eyes was kicked. It was so painful that he couldn't open it. But when he reached out to grab the remaining dumplings, he smiled happily. There were still 2 left. They were wrapped in fillings. One for him to eat, one for his mother. Or he could give both to his mother and eat the dumpling wrappers himself. But he didn't have time to take the dumplings away. In the chaos, a servant stepped on the dumplings on his skewers and crushed them. The crispy wrappers were crushed and the meat was crushed into mud. He blankly held the dirty and broken skewers. Punches and kicks fell on his body like raindrops. He didn't feel pain, but when he saw that the dumplings could no longer be eaten, his tears flowed down. From the gap between his swollen eyelids, they dripped onto his small face that was so dirty that his facial features couldn't be seen clearly. He only wanted to eat the leftovers of other children, the things that they didn't want. Why was it that if it was wasted, broken, and turned into mud, it couldn't belong to him? Later, Emoran became a young master at the peak of life and death. Many people in the sect fawned over him and chased after him. So much so that on his birthday, there would be people who he couldn't talk to who would give him gifts and congratulate him. Those children who once had to kneel on the ground and fight for dumpling wrappers finally received heavy praise and overflowing beauty. He stood in front of a pile of carefully selected congratulatory gifts, but a trace of vague fear grew in his heart. He was afraid that these gifts would soon disappear, afraid that they would be smashed, afraid that an unexpected disaster would fly out of nowhere. Everything in front of him would be like the dumplings he held in his hand in the beginning. Before they could reach his mouth, they would be trampled to pieces. So he quickly used up all the things that could be used and ate all the things that could be eaten. For the things that couldn't be used and couldn't be eaten, he dug out a small secret room in the disciples' room and carefully hid those beautiful gifts. Every day, he counted them again and again. At that time, Shuemeng pointed at him and laughed loudly. He laughed at him and said, "Ha ha ha, it's just a box of pastries from Lin An's Cool Breeze Pavilion. It's a waste. Look at you, you're like a reincarnated hungry ghost. You're stuffed into your stomach in one meal. Who would fight with you?" At that time, he had just arrived at the peak of life and death. In fact, deep in his heart, there was still a great unease. So in the face of his cousin's ridicule, he only grinned. The corner of his mouth was stained with pastry crumbs. Then he buried his head and continued to eat another box of pastries. Shuemeng was very surprised. "You have such a big appetite. Aren't you full?" He only cared about eating. "If you really can't eat, then don't eat. Every year on my birthday, I receive a lot of pastries. How can I eat all of them?" Emoran's cheeks were stuffed. He ate too quickly and actually choked a bit. His dark, moist eyes looked at the youth in front of him. In that instant, he suddenly thought of the young master he met when he was young. He could be so picky, eat the stuffing of the fried dumplings and feed the skin to the dogs. Shuemeng also grew up like this. So he could casually say things like, "If you can't eat it, just throw it away and no one will fight with you." He really envied them. Now that he had finally become a young master of a famous family, he should be able to live comfortably and wantonly. But he didn't dare. In the end, all he could do was to grab the cup beside him and gulp down a few mouthfuls of water. He swallowed the pastry that he was choking on and continued to force himself to eat. Later on, he became the Emperor Ta. The whole of China was in his pocket. At that time, beautiful women, good wine, good food, gold, silver, pearls, and magnificent treasures would be endlessly sent to him by people from all over the world. One day, a copper mine tycoon came to Lini. He said that he found an extremely rare piece of 10,000-year-old fire enigmatic jade during mining and wanted to present it to the Emperor Ta. There were too many people like this who came with treasures to ask for an official or half a title, or to ask for shelter. Emoran actually had no interest in paying attention. But on that day, Chuaning happened to be sick. It was a cold illness. Emoran frowned. He thought that since the fire enigmatic jade was the best at dispelling cold, it was better to save the sick person from lying in bed all day long. It was an eyesore to look at. So, he met with the rich merchant who came to deliver the treasure. The merchant was about the same age as him. He was slightly chubby and had a large mole under his mouth with hair. Emoran sat on the throne in the Wu Mountain Palace. His slender hands were crossed and his fingertips were on his chin. He looked at him silently. The chubby merchant's legs were weak and his back was soaked with sweat. After a while, he shivered and his lips trembled. Suddenly, he knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. He stammered, "Your Majesty, I. He stammered for a long time, but he didn't know what to say. His chubby body trembled under the clothes made of gold threads. Emoran suddenly smiled. Even if he only met this person once, he would never forget. That year, in front of the magnificent and rich mansion, the child with the mole at the corner of his mouth was eating a bowl of golden dumplings with an extravagance that Mo Ran thought he would never have in his life. The corner of his mouth was greasy, and the skin was greasy. He smiled and said, "Do you know, your family's fried dumplings are very delicious." Even though he didn't taste it, he missed it for half of his life. Mo Ran sat on the throne and watched as the person below him changed from fear to astonishment, from astonishment to confusion, and from confusion to flattery. He kept saying that he would immediately invite the chef in his mansion to the summit of life and death and present him to the celestial trampling emperor. At that moment, Mo Ran realized more clearly than ever that there were many people in this world who would rather lick the shoes of the strong than lower their heads and give the weak a little bit of mercy and kindness. Mo Ran shook his head and tried to get rid of the past in his mind. In fact, he rarely went back to think about the past. That was his weak spot, and he didn't want to think about it anymore. But when he went door to door and asked, the situation of being rejected door to door was so similar to the past. He couldn't help but unlock the shackles in the depths of his mind, letting him temporarily sink into the darkness of the past. He was at a loss for a while. He thought, so when he was young, he had promised his mother that he would not hold a grudge. He had promised her that he would build tens of thousands of houses and shelter the cold people of the world. But he didn't do it. In the end, he killed the last person in this world who treated him well. He killed Chu Wanning, he killed his own master. Chu Wanning. When Mo Ran thought of him, his heart ached. He subconsciously took out the thin piece of paper with Chu Wanning's portrait. The paper was already a little wrinkled. He pursed his lips and silently raised his hand, wanting to flatten the paper. But when his hand touched it, blood stuck to it. He almost immediately withdrew his hand in fear, afraid that he would dirty the portrait, so he didn't dare to touch it again. From the 5th Street to the 3rd Street, he continued to unwillingly ask the ghosts one by one, but they all said that they had never seen a man like the one in the portrait. He walked alone in the endless night. The night was so dark and so long. It seemed that no matter how hard he walked, he would never be able to reach the break of dawn. Mo Ran finally felt a little tired from walking. He hadn't eaten a drop of water, and hadn't eaten a single grain of rice. He really couldn't go on. Fortunately, he saw a Yuntan stall at the mouth of the street. Someone was selling supper, so he went to buy a bowl and secretly ate it when no one was looking. The food in the world of spirits and souls was cold. Even the Yuntan didn't give off steam. Mo Ran took out the spirit guiding lamp, scooped up a spoonful, and handed it to the lamp. "Master, do you want to eat?" Of course, his master didn't respond. Mo Ran ate it himself. As he ate, he said, "But you've never liked Yuntan. You like to eat sweet things. When I find you later, we'll go back. I'll make pastries for you to eat every day." In the silence of the night, a single person sat in front of a lonely supper stall, accompanied by a single lantern. The night breeze rustled, and occasionally, a few withered leaves would roll up and chase after each other. At this time, hell appeared to be very peaceful. Peach blossom cake, osmanthus candy, walnut cake, cloud cake. He counted one by one with the lamp, as if Chu Wanning would be willing to talk to him if he heard. After counting for a while, Mo Ran smiled bitterly. "Master, where's your other soul?" The young man stretched out his slender hand and gently touched the silk surface of the lamp. It was just like when he was 30 years old. Chu Wanning died. He held the corpse in his arms and was in a daze. He said, "Chu Wanning, I hate you so much." Then, he lowered his head and kissed his face. "Kid, you just came here, right?" Suddenly, a voice like a broken gong sounded. The old man selling wontons groped his way to sit beside him. He should have died of old age. His dark face was shriveled and wrinkled like the poplar tree in the desert. He took out a cigarette from his shroud and put it in his mouth. Then, with the kindness and busyness of an old man, he went over to chat with Mo Ran. Mo Ran sniffed and turned back with a smile. "Yes, it's the first day." "That's right. You don't look familiar. Let me ask you, why did you leave at such a young age?" "Chi deviation." "Oh." The old man puffed on the smoke that had no fire. "You're an immortal." "Yes." Mo Ran nodded and looked at him. He didn't have much hope, but he still took out the scroll and said, "Uncle, I'm looking for someone. This is my master. He also came here not long ago. I wonder if you've seen him?" The old man took the painting and bent over under the light. He squinted his dark eyes and slowly looked at the painting for a long time. Emma Ran sighed and wanted to take the scroll back. "It's okay. I asked a lot of people. It's okay if you don't know. Everyone is like this. I've seen him before." Emma Ran was shocked. He was so excited that his blood started to boil. He hurriedly pulled the old man. "Uncle, you've seen him before? You didn't see wrongly?" "I didn't see wrongly." The old man sat cross-legged on the bench and scratched his feet. "It's rare to see someone like him. He can't run away. He's your master." Emma Ran had already stood up. He felt abrupt, so he bowed to the old man again. He looked up and said sincerely, "Uncle, please give me some pointers." "Oh, you don't have to be so polite, kid. Everyone is going to reincarnate in the blink of an eye. The memories of the previous life are only left with 8 to 10 years. My son passed away early, so I feel sad to see you kids." He wiped his tears and rubbed his nose with his sleeve. Then he said, "You see that magnificent palace on the first street, right?" "Yes, I see it." "Master is there?" "Yes, that's the place." "Where is that?" "It's the side palace of the fourth ghost king." The old man sighed. "The fourth ghost king doesn't live here, but he specially ordered his subordinates to build a temporary palace in Nank village. It's for no other reason than to search for beauties in the netherworld and put them all under house arrest there. The fourth ghost king is lascivious. Every once in a while, he will personally come to the palace to choose concubines. Those who are chosen will be taken directly to the fourth level of hell. Those who are not chosen will be given to his subordinates to play with. Sigh, this world." Before he could finish, he saw that the immortal beside him had already picked up the lantern beside him and rushed into the night like a wolf dog. The old man was stunned for a moment, then he felt a little envious. He muttered slowly, "It's good to be young. You can run so fast." There was only one entrance to the palace of the four ghost kings, and it was guarded by guards. Emma Ran was not stupid enough to walk to the main entrance. He leaped onto the roof beam, but he was worried that the light of the lantern would attract unnecessary attention, so he hid the lantern in his Qianquan pouch. Then, he leaped across the crisscrossing roof tiles like a flash of black lightning. The palace looked very grand from the outside, and inside, there were many courtyards and corridors. Emma Ran leaped onto the roof of a watchtower and lowered his body to blend in with the black tiles. He looked up and saw that the palace was like a small city, and he could not see the end of it. Emma Ran was very anxious. He finally knew why the man did not tell him where his master was. He was afraid of offending the ghost kings. However, even though he knew that Chu Wanning was in the temporary imperial residence, he was still helpless. There were at least 900 palaces here, if not 1,000. Where could Chu Wanning be? He was like a person who was about to find a treasure, and his heart and hands were trembling more than before. "Master. Where are you?" Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly saw a group of people carrying dark red lanterns around the corner. They were walking over with footsteps. They were all wearing golden armor and wore boots. They walked from the east gate to the main path, and after a few turns, they came to an inconspicuous side room. There was a towering old Chinese scholar tree in the side room, which blocked Emma Ran's sight. He could only see half of the courtyard, and the other half was hidden behind the luxuriant branches. The Yin soldiers entered the room, and the first thing they heard was the clatter of tables and chairs, followed by shouting. It was a mess. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced through the sky. A woman with disheveled hair was thrown into the courtyard. Her robe was half open, and most of it fell off under the rough shove of the Yin soldiers, revealing her snow-white skin. "Who told you to run? Who told you to F***king run?" The whip lashed the woman's body fiercely. That should be a torture tool from the ghost world. Even ghosts would be whipped until they wished they were dead, hovering between life and death. The woman crawled on the ground, trembling. She seemed to want to run, but there were soldiers everywhere. She had no place to go. Bitch, you're still thinking of leaving after entering the fourth king palace? I was innocent when I was alive. I have no sins. Why are you doing this to me? The woman screamed, let me out, I want to reincarnate, I don't want to stay here. She was whipped again and again until she cried out in pain. Serving the four kings will save you from the pain of reincarnation. You're really shameless. He doesn't like me. Why can't I leave? Another whip landed on her face. The woman cried bitterly. She couldn't stop trembling, but she still wanted to crawl out. Her beastly appearance seemed to have pleased the soldiers of the fourth king even more. The men were all laughing loudly. The tributes in the side room were dragged out one after another. The leader of the soldiers said, my fellow comrades, you've worked hard. Everything in this courtyard is the leftovers of the four kings. I know you've been holding it in for a long time, so pick something you like and play with it. If there's anything you like, register it here and bring it back to your own home. The perverted ghosts of the fourth king howled and laughed wantonly. They went to the side of the room to pick the most beautiful goods. The woman outside was naturally not spared. She was surrounded by a few people under the tree. They pounced on her like hungry wolves, as if they wanted to chew her soul into pieces. In a split second, there was a commotion in the room. Some were crying, some were screaming, and some were begging for mercy. There were also some who couldn't stand such torture. They wanted to be free, so they sacrificed their souls to please and please. The ugliness of all living things was the same whether it was hell or the human world. Mo Ran lightly descended from the watchtower and sneaked to the roof of the side room under the cover of the night. He thought that according to the wonton stall uncle, Chu Wanning had just arrived, so she shouldn't have been selected by the Ghost King yet, so she shouldn't be here. But he was still a bit worried, so he lifted a small piece of tile and quietly looked down. The desire in the room was steaming like clouds. Amidst the chaos, he saw a person's face. Rongjiu. The one who he doted on a lot in his previous life, but used his doting to scheme against him. The one who wanted to steal his cultivation was also among them. He was the smartest, knowing life and death. Many people in the room were struggling, unwilling to obey. Some of the dead were still calling out the names of their loved ones in the previous life. Some cared about their reputation and kept cursing. But Rongjiu was different. Mo Ran knew this person very well. He loved money and life. Of course, after death, he didn't have life to love anymore. But he also cherished his soul and didn't want to be abused again. On the messy and spacious bed, the failed tributes around him were begging for mercy and struggling. He was the only one who closed his eyes and allowed the man to gallop. The soft moans from his mouth were as soft as a cat's. Mo Ran looked at his face full of lust. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He thought of Chu Wanning. Rongjiu was soft, Chu Wanning was tempered steel. At first glance, he was cold and hard like black iron. No one could break him. But in such a situation, Rongjiu would please, flatter, and be willing to bend down and use his softness to build an indestructible wall for himself. But what about Chu Wanning? Mo Ran didn't even have to think to know what would happen to that person. He would rather have his soul scattered and fall into the 18th level of hell. Who could touch him? The water never stops flowing, only the steel knife breaks. Bang! There was a sudden sound, making the people in the room and on the roof terrified. Mo Ran's face was pale. He looked up at the courtyard. The fiery woman's chest was pierced by the soldier. Her soul gradually became transparent, and tears flowed from her eyes. Then, it froze for a moment. Then it scattered into dust. Her soul scattered. The soldier who had destroyed her soul cursed as he stood up. There was a ferocious whip mark on his face. It seemed that the woman had snatched his soul-suppressing whip and whipped him. The soldier spat, damn it, bad luck. You've become a ghost, and you still don't want to get over it. Bah! Stinking old woman. Mo Ran felt like he fell into an ice cave. He felt that what he saw was not the woman he had never met. He seemed to see the choice that Chu Wanning would make. Rongjiu was still flirting with those perverted ghosts. This was his unique skill to survive. He attached himself to those who were stronger than him and swallowed them with his gentleness like a net. The tributes in the room gradually began to submit. The rotten smell made people's throat tight and nauseous. After an unknown period of time, the beautiful play finally came to an end. Rongjio really made people reluctant to part with him. Some soldiers put on their clothes and went to the head to register. After the 4 kings checked, they could take him back to their own homes. These people were the ghosts under the 4 kings. They would not enter the reincarnation cycle. Although it was not as good to follow them as the 4 kings, it was always a place to avoid humiliation and live a comfortable life. Rongjio was very satisfied with this. The Een soldier who wanted to take him back joked with him for a while. It was late and he had to change the guard, so he left first. The group of demons gradually walked away. The side hall was desolate and messy. It was like a banquet had ended. The wine and human feelings were scattered all over the floor and slowly cooled down. He sat up lazily. As a man, he was the calmest among these people. After dressing up, he looked at himself in the bronze mirror. He felt that his face was haggard after death. It was not as rosy as when he was alive. It did not match his eyebrows and eyes. So Rongjio ignored those women who were sobbing, in a daze, and shivering. He cheerfully tidied up his clothes, put on his silk shoes, and strolled to the yard. There were also rouge flowers in hell, and they were even redder than the ones in the mortal world. He folded a bunch of them. His slender fingertips dipped the flower juice, smeared it on the tip of his lips and wiped it on his cheeks. Everyone cared about different things. Rongjio was born with a hard life. In his opinion, the so-called friendship was something that only the nobles could pursue after they had eaten their fill. He was a dirty seed in the soil. He did not care about etiquette, justice, integrity, and shame. He only had his own life in his arms. If he lost his life, he would carry his own soul. Suddenly, there was a slight rustling sound behind him. It seemed that someone had touched the flowers. He thought that it was the woman who had made love with him returning. So he generously donated the love in his eyes. Everything was expensive, but only love was free. He looked back. It was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. But when he saw the person standing coldly by the flowers, Rongjio suddenly took a step back. His eyes widened, his lips slightly opened, as if he was struck by lightning. "It's you?" "It's me," Emoran said. Rongjio's charming face changed 1,000 expressions. Surprise, hesitation, gloating, annoyance, nervousness, pretending to be relaxed. Finally, it settled on a cold expression. He was used to being a smiling person. That kind of fierceness was too heavy on his face. He did not want to stand out too much. "Why are you here, Mr. Mo?" The last time they met, it was very unpleasant. Rongjio stood up straight and looked very indifferent. Emoran said, "I'm looking for someone." Rongjio seemed to snort. "I didn't expect such a romantic person like Mr. Mo to have something to worry about in the world of spirits and souls." Emoran did not want to talk too much with him. He took out the scroll and handed it to Rongjio. "Have you seen him?" Rongjio glanced at him and sneered, "He's just so good-looking." "Who is he?" Emoran frowned. "What do you mean by good-looking? Just tell me if you've seen him." "No." Rongjio said lightly, "Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. I'm tired. I'm going back to rest." "Mr. Mo, go back where you came from. I won't send you off." Emoran shouted at him, "Rongjio." The slender figure paused for a moment. She tilted half of her charming face and said proudly, "What's wrong?" "I'm going to save him. If you're willing, I'll save you too. There's no Tao here. You can't really hang out with those ghost soldiers." Emoran said, "Go back to reincarnation as soon as possible." Rongjio turned half of his face and said in a charming voice, "Listen to what Mr. Mo said. There's no Tao here." "Where is there Tao?" "Rongjio has a hard life. I've lived for 20 years in the human world. I don't think it's any different from here. It's just that you've turned from a human into a ghost. Reincarnation or not, what's the difference? You're living under the knife." Rongjio laughed for real this time. He smiled as he came back to his senses. He looked at Emoran and said, "When have I ever not been on the edge of a knife? I'm a fish on the chopping block. If I meet good people, I'll reward them more. If I meet a good person like Mr. Mo, it's a small matter if they don't pay me. They run away with some valuables and pretend they don't know me when they turn around. Mr. Mo, you stabbed me first, and then you tell me to be careful of knives. You're really kind. He was talking about what Mo Ran did on the first day of his rebirth when he was full of resentment. Now that he thought about it, even though Rongjio did let him down in his previous life and worked with Child Chung to kill him, that was in his previous life. In this life, Rongjio and Child Chung did not do that, so Mo Ran could not explain why he took his money. It's my fault. Under such circumstances, Mo Ran did not want to argue with him, so he said, I'll return what I took from you in the future. How are you going to return it to me? Rongjio asked. Besides, what use do I have for those gold, silver, and jewels? Mo Ran. Those pearl bracelets, you can return them to me, but what about my life? What? Mo Ran was stunned. Your life? Yes, my life. Rongjio seemed to have touched a pain in his heart, and his expression gradually darkened. Do you know how I died? He had been suppressing it for a long time, and now that he suddenly opened the lid, the steaming steam came out crazily, and he could no longer hold it in. Before Mo Ran could say anything, he continued to speak sorrowfully, and his expression suddenly became angry, and then gradually twisted. That Chung guy was evil. He saw that you no longer liked me, so he thought that I was not worth much, so he lied to me and said that he was sincere to me, but his family disliked me because I was a member of the restaurant, and was not clean, so it was better to stay away from me in the future. I was blind at that time, and thought that he was deeply in love with me, and that he was forced by his parents to make this decision. Bah! I believed his nonsense. Mo Ran said, then you should blame that Chung guy, not me. Rongjio was slightly angry. How can I not blame you? The money I saved was enough to redeem myself, but it was taken away by you. I was disheartened at that time, and did not want to continue to stay in the restaurant, but without money, I could not leave openly, so I had to sneak out. If you did not take my money, I would not be in such a mess. You escaped? Yes, I ran away. I ran to his house, Rongjio said bitterly, but that Chung guy wouldn't open the door for me, and the people in the restaurant chased after me. In the end, my struggle was useless, and I was brought back by them. After a round of torture, I was locked up again. Mo Ran muttered, but the one surnamed Chung said that when you went to Colorful Butterfly Town to visit your relatives, you encountered a leak in the ghost realm and lost your life. Huh? Rongjio's and Yang indiscernible face wrinkled with a trace of ridicule. He really has the face to say that. Relatives? I don't have any relatives in Colorful Butterfly Town. Didn't you tell me that we were living under a knife? Let me show you what it means to live under the tip of a knife. Rongjio was getting more and more agitated. His features were twisted, and he really did look like a ghost now. I will tell you how I will die. You benefactors. Haha. Benefactor. I stayed in the restaurant for so long. I was locked up, had no food, and suffered. No one cares if I live or die. After many days, I was about to lose all hope. The one surnamed Chung suddenly came back. He cried and told me that the reason why he didn't open the door for me that day was because his parents were throwing a tantrum. He was afraid that once I entered, I would be beaten to death by his servants. Mo Ran shook his head at such a blatant lie. You won't believe it. No. Rongjio's eyes were shining and trembling. I believe it. Mo Ran. I believe it. Rongjio was filled with resentment. He put on a smile, and the corners of his mouth twisted. Why wouldn't I believe it? Whether I believe it or not can only be discussed with people who have a way out. What am I? I'm just a prostitute. I believe whatever others throw at me. Otherwise, I won't even have a chance of survival. He paused for a moment, then continued. The one surnamed Chung told me that he would fulfill his promise and take me into his house. But he said that his parents can't accept me now, and asked me to stay with him in a small town nearby. Colorful Butterfly Town? Yes. Colorful Butterfly Town. Mo Ran had vaguely guessed what had happened, and his expression darkened. As expected, Rongjio said, I happily packed my things. Oh, right, there was nothing to pack. The money I earned from selling my blood and flesh all these years was stolen by you in a moment of happiness. But it didn't matter. At that time, I thought, I have young Master Chang. Heh. He was silent for a moment, then smiled like a twitch. He chewed on the two words between his lips and teeth. Young Master Chang. After he tricked you into going to Colorful Butterfly Town, did he kill you there? No. Rongjiu laughed, and his eyes were full of resentment. He didn't kill me. It was you who blocked my path one by one. That's why I boarded the pirate ship with him. It's you who killed me. Rongjiu took a deep breath and continued, after we arrived at Colorful Butterfly Town, I followed young Master Chang into a big house. But it was cold inside, and there were no servants. He told me that he didn't have time to do anything, and asked me to rest in the house first while he went out to buy some things. I stayed there and waited. After a while, I saw him walking into the courtyard with a man. When Mo Ran heard this, his expression suddenly changed. Did you see the man's face clearly? No. Rongjiu said, the man was wearing a mask and a cloak. I couldn't see anything. Then I saw young Master Chang kneel in front of the man, and his smile was even more flattering than when I was receiving guests. He really should look at himself at that time. It was so disgusting. He told the man that there was some remnant of the essence of the wood spirit in my body, and that I had been intimate with you before. I was a good sacrifice. Who knows, I don't cultivate, and I don't want to cultivate, so I didn't understand what they were saying. Mo Ran, however, felt his scalp go numb. He knew that he had been intimate with Rongjiu before, so there would be some essence of the wood spirit in Rongjiu's body. The fake North Pole had been looking for a suitable substitute. Although the spirit chi in Rongjiu's body was very little, it was pure and was suitable for casting spells. There's nothing much to say about what happened after that. Rongjiu's frivolous face showed a rare trace of coldness. As young Master Mo can see, I'm dead. If it was the Mo Ran from his previous life, or the Mo Ran who had just been reborn, he would definitely scoff and mock, so what if you're dead? What does it have to do with me? However, Mo Ran couldn't laugh at this moment. He hated Rongjiu, and Rongjiu was indeed unscrupulous. He even wanted to kill him in his previous life. However, although he had sex with Rongjiu before, he had never been honest with him. When he suddenly heard Rongjiu's confession in the netherworld, Mo Ran had mixed feelings. After thinking about it, he felt that it was too complicated, so he might as well just let it go. He sighed and said, Rongjiu, I'm sorry about this. Rongjiu had never been sorry to anyone in his life. Suddenly, he was stunned, as if he didn't recognize Mo Ran at all. He looked at him with wide eyes and said, even if you say so, I won't tell you where the person in the portrait is. Mo Ran said, it has nothing to do with the portrait. Rongjiu lowered his head, paused for a while, and suddenly said, young Master Mo, did you know that young Master Chang and I were planning to kill you and take your cultivation? I know. You know? Mo Ran nodded. I know. Rongjiu was stunned for a while, and said bitterly, it must be that young Master Chang who leaked the information. He looked up, and his eyes flashed with hatred. If I knew it would end up like this, I would have listened to him and killed you. At least I would have had some good days, and I wouldn't have died so miserably. Mo Ran looked at him. You do what others tell you to do? So what? Rongjiu said, I just want to have a good life. For example, is it wrong for me to sell my body? It's just like how other people sell fish and meat to earn a living. I know you young masters look down on me, but it's okay if you look down on me. What's the use of pride and face? It's not as good as a sip of good wine and a piece of roasted meat. So if I could have survived by killing you, why didn't I do it to you? Mo Ran's lips moved slightly, and he wanted to refute, but he suddenly remembered what he did in his previous life, and couldn't say anything to deny it. Rongjiu said angrily, people kill animals to live, why can't they kill people to live? Mo Ran sighed, and murmured, is it meaningful to live like this? It was like asking Rongjiu. At the same time, it was as if he was asking his past self, who was sitting on a high seat in his previous life. I don't know. I don't know what is meaningful. Rongjiu said indifferently, I was sold to the restaurant when I was 16 years old, and my first customer was an old Taoist priest in his 50s. You ask me what is meaningful? I don't know. When I was alive, I wanted to have money, so that I could redeem myself, so that I wouldn't have to smile and wait on others. But I didn't have freedom until I died, and it's all because of you bastards. Emoran didn't speak, and after a long time, he asked him, I'll give you one more chance, will you choose to team up with Chong and kill me? Yes. Emoran said, well, give me one more chance, and I'll still come back, take all your money, and make you suffer. You. Rongjio was angry, and the thin red color on his face seemed to be brighter. His body swayed for a while, and then slowly stabilized. After a while, he knew that he had lost his composure, so he raised his hand and twirled the hair on his forehead. He restrained himself, and put on his usual gentle smile, but there was still anger in his eyes. Say what you want. I, Rongjio, have my way of living. I hope you can live freely in the ghost world. Rongjio narrowed his eyes, of course it will be very free. As long as I lie on the bed, I can exchange for reincarnation and no longer have to suffer. I can see it clearer than those fools in the house, and I'm very willing. Emoran smiled, and said, but Rongjio, these people are the subordinates of the 4 ghost kings, whether you live or die, leave or stay, in fact, it all depends on one sentence from above. Rongjio was shocked, and immediately became alert, a pair of beautiful eyes stared at him. What do you mean? If it wasn't for this situation, Emoran really didn't want to argue with him like this, but although Rongjio was weak, he was stubborn. When he hated, so he had to calm down and said to him, you think that the person in the portrait is just so, but I think he's very good. Everyone has different views, and no one can say whether the ghost kings will like him. With such a cold appearance, who would like him? That's not necessarily true. Emoran said, if the ghost kings like soft people, why didn't they choose you at that time? Rongjio didn't say anything, but his expression was a little ugly. Emoran struck while the iron was hot. He has a strong temperament. If he is chosen, I'm afraid he will turn the ghost world upside down. When the time comes, the 4 ghost kings will not be able to escape the blame, and killing a few ghost soldiers will be a matter of course. If you want to be a silk rod, you have to establish a stable foundation. If the tree falls after a few days of entanglement, it's a small matter if you don't have someone to rely on, but if the vines are uprooted, then your soul will be destroyed. Rongjio's originally pale face seemed to become even paler. But he still said flirtatiously and viciously, I don't believe in this. Emoran. Young Master Mo, I'll bet, I just can't stand seeing you live better than me. After a few moments of silence, Emoran suddenly became ruthless. He stared at Rongjio's face, I won't bet with you. Rongjio, I must save this person, if you insist on playing like this, I'll bet my life with you. Rongjio looked up, his eyes burning, and suddenly put his hand on Emoran's chest like a snake. Who is he to you? How long has he been with you? Is it as long as me? Is he as good as me in bed? Do you play more tricks, or do you call me better? He paused, his eyelashes drooping. Young Master Mo, you're not the kind of person who would risk your life for others, you have no feelings in your heart, you can't hide it from me. Before he finished, his cheek was pinched by Emoran. Emoran pulled him away, his dark eyebrows were vertical, and his eyes were dancing with flames. I didn't have a heart before, but now I do. Rongjio looked up and met his face. He suddenly found that this person was burning, and even a little unfamiliar. The person seemed to be the laughing and scolding Mo, but the soul seemed to be different somewhere. He seemed to be burned by this Emoran. He couldn't help but shiver. He wanted to turn and run, but he was firmly held by the other. Also, Emoran said, me and him, from now on, are pure. I respect and love him, there is no delusion. Don't humiliate him. As he said, he pushed Rongjio. Rongjio hit the pillar. He looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. He didn't even think carefully about what kind of weird expression, from now on, are pure was. If he was in a clear state of mind, he would be able to figure out the subtleties. From now on, it meant that there was an ambiguous relationship, there was love and lust. But Rongjio didn't understand. He's not yours, not yours. Emoran said, no, he's my Shizun. Rongjio did not say anything. But a person like him could always smell the subtle camaraderie between the lines. That kind of camaraderie that Mo Ran himself might not have noticed, but Rongjio could. He was almost sure that Mo Ran loved the person in the portrait. This thought made him, who couldn't get any love at all, he couldn't help but feel bitter jealousy. Even the most romantic young master Mo would go through mountains of swords and seas of fire for a person, risking his life to save her. He suddenly thought, if he was more sincere to young master Mo in the beginning, and gave his true heart, then would Mo Ran also reveal some pure true feelings for him? But before he finished thinking, he heard Mo Ran speak again. His voice was cold and ruthless. It didn't sound like he was joking. Rongjio, I'll ask one last time where he is, if you still don't know. I'm a cultivator, I know how to use drugs or cast spells to bewitch a person's mind. Believe it or not, I'll go see the Ghost King myself. This time Rongjio was completely stunned. I've done evil all my life, now I want to live a good life. But if no one helps me, I'll still be that Mo Wayu, he said softly. Rongjio, think carefully, I'm not afraid of death, nor am I afraid of my soul being scattered. If you want to be so ruthless, I can do anything. The two of them didn't speak anymore. But when their gazes met, the resolute met with the resentful. The persistent met with the unwilling. The hot met with the cold. And then the ice in Rongjio's eyes melted. He was almost defeated under Mo Ran's burning gaze. His jealousy was deep, Mo Ran's obsession was not shallow. When the two of them confronted each other, he was no match for the Emperor Ta. Rongjio's face was ashen, even the delicate rouge flowers couldn't cover his withered face, like a broken wall. Why, do you do this for him? He treated me the best, but I bullied him as if he was the person I hated the most. I owe him. I really haven't seen this person before. After a while, Rongjio said softly, but when he saw Mo Ran's expression, he slowly added, I'm not lying to you. But, the newly caught ghosts are all locked in the biggest hall in the east. Each person was given a small and narrow room, which was no different from a cage. It was locked. There are martial law guards patrolling back and forth. You should be able to find them if you go there. Mo Ran couldn't wait any longer, he turned around and ran into the night. Rongjio stood in the same place and watched. He didn't know what kind of bitter emotions welled up in his heart. He suddenly couldn't help but shout at Mo Ran's back, Mo Wayu, you want to live a good life? Who can live a good life? We've all been soaked in mud. No one can live a good life again. Mo Wayu. You see, Rongjio, want to live a good life. It's better to live a bad life than to die a good death. I sold my body, sold my soul. I want to wear gold and silver. You see. You think you're dirty to the bone, you can wipe away the smell by wiping the corner of your mouth? You think too much. You follow your conscience, I'll be my prostitute, let's see who can live a good life. Mo Wayu. He shouted until Mo Ran's back was out of sight, then he suddenly raised his hand, covered his face, squatted down and choked. Why can you start over? Why can such a bad person like you be treated well? Why? Just as Rongjio had said, the first courtyard in the east had 3 floors, with rooms next to each other on each floor. Although the courtyard was the largest, it was also the dirtiest. There was a decaying old tree at the entrance of the courtyard, with countless dead crows resting on it. Each of the crows had an eyeball in its mouth, which was rolling around crazily, scanning the surroundings for abnormalities. 2 small groups of ghost soldiers were shuttling back and forth, kicking and stomping, guarding the tributes that were going to be offered to the 4 ghost kings. Mo Ran hid behind the corner, calculating the path that these ghosts would take while checking the blind spots of the palace. Those small lattice-like rooms were all lit up, and from time to time, the cries, sighs, vomits, and moans of the ghosts could be heard. It was like an ancient chant in the night, making one's hair stand on end and shudder. There were roughly more than 300 rooms here, and the patrols below would repeat every 10 minutes. It was impossible for him to find Chu Wanning easily in 10 minutes, not to mention that there were ghost guards at each floor's entrance, holding the soul-breaking whip and a martial law whistle hanging around their necks. Mo Ran was secretly anxious. At this time, he suddenly saw a ghost coming alone from afar. There was a black token with red words hanging on his waist, and he was wearing the same uniform as the guards. Mo Ran hid in the dark and watched him walk past him to the entrance of the stairs. The ghost nodded to the guard standing by the stairs. The night was very quiet, so Mo Ran could easily hear their conversation. Seventh brother, you're here to take over third brother's duty? Yes. You'll be here soon. I have to stay here for a while, he's not here yet. I'll go to rest when he's here. The ghost soldier who took over the duty went upstairs, and the guard on the first floor yawned in boredom and continued to guard in the wind. Seeing them talking like this, Emoran suddenly had an idea and thought of a risky idea. There was the sound of a clapper in the distance, duck duck duck. The crows on the branches cried, wah, wah, as if they had found something unusual. The guard at the entrance woke up and looked around. He saw a figure walking slowly in the thin night fog. When he got closer, he realized that it was a young man he had never seen before. The guard became even more vigilant. Who are you? I'm here to change shifts, that person said. The red clouds drifted past, revealing a round of moonlight in the sky, illuminating his face. What a handsome ghost bodyguard. But his facial features were tall and straight, and the corners of his eyes were full of natural affection. This ghost who came to change shifts, if not Emoran, who else could it be? He had somehow managed to procure a set of Een soldier's armor and draped it over his body. The black and red medallion hanging from his waist swayed back and forth, while the martial law whistle hung in front of his chest, emanating a cold silver glow. The guard said, I've never seen you before. A newcomer. The guard held out his hand skeptically. A badge? Emoran removed the tag and handed it to him. His face was calm and collected, but his heart was tense to the extreme. Fortunately, the guard looked at the medallion many times and didn't find anything wrong with it. He was too lazy to care about it, so he patted his shoulder and said, then I'll leave the rest of the night to you. I'm going home. Senior, take care. The greeting of Senior made the ghost laugh strangely. It waved its hand and said, good lad. Goodbye, goodbye. Hey. Senior, wait a minute. What's wrong? The guard turned around. Emoran smiled and asked naturally, how many people with the surname Chu are in this batch of tributes? The ghost guard was a little wary. Why do you ask? I'm helping Mr. Chu of Shunfeng restaurant ask. Emoran said, he has a distant relative who said that he also came down. But Shunfeng restaurant couldn't find him, so I don't know if he's here. Sure enough, Chu Sun's reputation was somewhat intimidating. The guard hesitated for a moment and pointed to the second floor. The 3 rooms in the innermost part all have the surname Chu. You can go and have a look. Emoran smiled and said, thank you for your advice. You're welcome. The senior was very stupid. It's my pleasure. After the guard finished speaking, he walked away leisurely while humming a song. When he passed by the corner, he didn't find that his real colleague who was supposed to change shifts with him had already been tied up by the binding spell and thrown into the gutter. The poor ghost's armor was stripped off, revealing only a thin layer of clothing. His eyes were full of anger, but his mouth was completely blocked, so he couldn't even make a sound. He could only sulk. Emoran didn't trust Rongjiu. Although the tributes who failed to be selected were locked up in groups in the side hall without anyone watching over them, and only a binding spell enchantment was cast on the outside, there might be ghost soldiers patrolling. With Rongjiu's hatred for him, he would definitely expose his whereabouts. There was no time to lose, so he had to end this quickly. Emoran stood there for a while, waiting for the wave of soldiers to pass by, and then immediately went straight to the second floor. There was also a guard on the second floor, and he crossed his spear to stop Emoran. Stop, what are you doing? I'm the new guard today, on the first floor. The guard frowned, then you should stay on the first floor, why did you come to my floor? Emoran still used Chu Sun as a stepping stone, but the guard not only didn't listen to him, but also said sternly, even if you are Mr. Chu from Shunfeng Gang, so what? As long as you enter the palace, you will belong to the 4 kings. If you want to save your relative, you should talk to the 4 kings yourself. I won't take this matter. Emoran secretly complained, thinking that this guy was much smarter than the one downstairs. He had to bite the bullet and said, I don't have to take him away today. But I have to see if I found the wrong person, right? Isn't that easy? You told me the name, and I'll help you find it. There's no need for you to go in. Emoran was very anxious, but he suppressed his anger and said, Chu Wanning. His name is Chu Wanning. The guard was going to check the name list, but when he heard these 3 words, he put it down. Emoran saw him like this, and suddenly felt uneasy. He asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "What problem?" The guard sneered, and then said, "You really don't know the difference between heaven and earth." The 4 kings came to the palace today to enjoy the beauties, and they already had their eyes on this Xianxia. If it wasn't for the fact that this person's first 7 days haven't passed and his 3 souls haven't been fully gathered yet, he would have been presented to the ghost kings tonight. "You want him from me? Tell me, what's the problem?" Emoran's face turned ashen halfway through, and when the guard finished, he said, "The 4 ghost kings have their eyes on him?" "What? Nothing. Then never mind. Sorry for disturbing you." Emoran turned around gloomily, and took 2 steps downstairs. Before the guard could react, the Shenwu saw a ghost in his hand, and he suddenly turned around and strangled the guard's neck. The red light was blinding, and it flashed. The so-called Shenwu could hurt ghosts and kill gods. The guard only had time to see the scarlet-red willow leaves fluttering in front of him, and hear the young man angrily say, "You really think I don't dare to steal people from the ghost kings?" Then his mind scattered, and he fainted on the ground. Emoran raised his hand to cast a spell, and tied him up tightly. He also sealed his mouth, kicked him to the side, and impatiently ran to the end of the corridor. There were 3 rooms at the end, and each one was a lonely soul with the surname Chu. But Emoran didn't know why, but he felt something in his heart. He didn't even know why he felt this strange feeling, and he pushed open the door with a bang. Because he ran too fast, he was panting slightly, and stood in front of the second room. He was panting, and a strand of fine black hair fell in front of his eyes. He forgot to brush it away, and just stared at the inside. Rongjia was right. This was a single room about the same size as the beast cage, and the 4 walls were bleak, and everything was grey like death. Only the person inside looked very warm, like a flame in the vast expanse of cold white. Not every tribute was bound. At the very least, Chu Wanning wasn't. Maybe because he had been chosen by the 4 kings, the guards didn't dare to offend him, and even the floor of his room was covered with a snow-white animal skin blanket, thick and soft, like a new snow in the middle of winter. Chu Wanning was sleeping soundly on the blanket. This person seemed to be brave, but in fact, he was always a little uneasy, and this was most obvious when he was sleeping. He always had a habit of curling up his body, making himself very small. It seemed like he was trying to warm himself up, but also like he was afraid of taking up someone's space. This thin person looked a little pitiful. This soul was different from the human soul, there was no blood on his face, and he was handsome. He also changed his clothes, wearing a bright red silk robe like the sunset, a wide robe with large sleeves, with dragons and phoenixes, and golden butterflies dancing. Emoran almost staggered forward, kneeled down beside him, and reached out a trembling hand to touch Chu Wanning's face. "Wanning." He didn't blurt out "master," but the 2 words that he was used to calling him in the last period of his previous life. The blood sea of hatred, deep into the bones. Chu Wanning was carried up by him, and he was dizzy, and only woke up after a long time. When he opened his eyes, he saw himself leaning in Emoran's arms, and the young man's face in front of him, which was still young, had never been so concerned. He felt that this might be a dream, so he frowned, sighed for a while, and closed his eyes again. "Master." Someone called him by his ear. This time, it was not Wanning. "Master. Master." Chu Wanning suddenly opened his phoenix eyes, although his expression didn't change, his fingertips betrayed him, and began to tremble slightly. In the next moment, Emoran grabbed his hand and put it on his face, crying and laughing, such handsome features, but under love, he became so embarrassed and lost his composure. "Master." He choked, looking at him without blinking, as if he couldn't say anything, and could only keep repeating, "Master." Chu Wanning was hugged tightly by him, and finally came back to his senses, subconsciously feeling that something was wrong, so he broke free from Emoran, got up, and glared at him. For a long time, he didn't say a word. Suddenly, he was furious. Before Emoran could react, Chu Wanning pulled his hand away, and then slapped Emoran's face, his black eyebrows raised angrily, and swords were drawn. "Bastard, how did you die too?" Mo Ren opened his mouth and was about to explain when he suddenly saw that under the hazy moonlight, although Chu Wanning was angry, her eyes under her long eyelashes were filled with forbearance, sadness, and unwillingness. There seemed to be boundless water that would shatter at the slightest touch. After he finished cursing, he bit his lower lip, trying to hold back those sobs that made him feel humiliated and embarrassed. Some people, when they had a wound, would want to tie their hands behind their backs and let the whole world know that they were injured. But some people were proud and arrogant. Those grievances and pain, even if it made their throats full of blood, would be swallowed, and would not tell others. If he didn't say, Mo Ran didn't know before. Now that he knew, he only felt heartache. He wanted to hug Chu Wanning. But Chu Wanning pushed him away, and said hoarsely, "Get lost." Chu Wanning turned his face, a layer of coldness covering 10,000 heavy injuries. "You died at such a young age, what face do you have to see me?" "Shizun. Get out." Chu Wanning turned his face even more. "Our master-disciple relationship is broken. I, Chu Wanning, do not accept trash who die in their prime." Die in their prime. Mo Ran was originally sad, but when he heard him reprimand him so seriously, he suddenly felt his heart warm, as if spring water was gurgling out. He patted his forehead with his hand and then covered his eyes. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and bitterly. When Chu Wanning heard his light laughter, he became even angrier, and said sternly, "What are you laughing at, you dash?" In his anger, he wanted to slap Mo Ran again, but his hand was caught by Mo Ran. The youth's gentle eyes slowly blinked, but he didn't say anything, and instead took his hand, solemnly covering his chest. Thump. 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 His heartbeat was both heavy and slow. Chu Wanning also blinked. Surprise and joy flashed through his eyes, followed by awkwardness and uneasiness. Elder Yu Heng was indeed Elder Yu Heng. After 10 years of being as cold as a day, he was calmer than anyone else when it came to cleaning up his face. Very quickly, he restrained his excessive emotions, as if the person who was disappointed and angry at Mo Ran just now was not him. "Since you're not dead, why did you come down?" As soon as these words left his mouth, Chu Wanning regretted them. Looking at Mo Ran's appearance, it was true that he had come to save him. But if Mo Ran had personally said these words to him, Chu Wanning felt that his heart would have stopped beating and he would have been thrown into chaos. In his nervousness, he had forgotten that he was already dead. How could he still have a heart? But Mo Ran stared straight at him and did not say such a thing. He probably understood that if he said, "I came for you," it would make Chu Wanning feel awkward and helpless. So he muttered to himself for a moment, then finally pursed his lips. Instead, he lowered his eyelashes and asked gently, "Shizun, guess why I came down?" "You came down to look for trouble." "When did Shizun change his name to Uneasiness?" Mo Ran laughed. "You didn't even tell me." Chu Wanning seemed to be pricked by his gentleness, which he had never shown before. He quickly withdrew his hand, embarrassed and angry. "Nonsense, how impudent." Mo Ran finally discovered a secret. He realized that Chu Wanning's anger was just a facade. This person was too awkward. He would rather cover his face with this baring and brandishing of claws and fangs, covering all the waves below, whether they were gentle, happy, bashful, or sad. So stupid. Chu Wanning was stupid. He had worn a mask his entire life and did not find it tiring. He was also stupid. He had only realized it after living 2 lifetimes. But after saying these words, the atmosphere was no longer as heavy as before. Chu Wanning's 4 souls had been found, and he was reborn. Mo Ran was in a good mood. He grabbed onto Chu Wanning and wouldn't let go. He rambled on and on about why he had come to hell, and about Grandmaster Huizue. He couldn't help but stop when he got to certain things. He waited for the lump in his throat to dissipate before he continued with reddened eyes. The 3 words that appeared the most in his explanation were, "I'm sorry." Chu Wanning really didn't know what to say. He treated others well, not because he wanted to use this kindness to exchange for something, but because he was afraid that others would accept his kindness and feel uneasy from then on. In fact, he was afraid that his hot-blooded heart and lungs would be casually put aside by the other party, and would cool down. Therefore, even though he was open and aboveboard, he had always been secretive about being kind to others. He had worn a mask all his life. But one day, the person he liked reached out her hand and plucked the thick ink of anger from his face, as if she had plucked off his crab shell. He stood there in a daze, suddenly not knowing what to do. While he was lost in thought, Ran had already knelt down in front of him, one hand still holding onto his hand, as if he was afraid that he would disappear. Wanning had an absurd and shameful thought for a moment. This disciple of his had always been bold and reckless, and he didn't play by the rules. He suddenly felt that Ran wanted to do something when he suddenly held his hand and treated him like this. He was a little frightened by his own thoughts. His expression became gloomier and gloomier. He didn't know what kind of expression to face this, so he could only habitually remain aloof. But Ran didn't do anything. He just held on to him like he was holding on to a lost treasure. This was the person he had abandoned in his previous life. Shizun. After letting go of all his hatred, he knelt in front of him. He was sincere, respectful, and even passionate. I was wrong in the past. In the future, I will do whatever you say. I just want you to be well. Perhaps it was because of his deep affection, although Ran was still smiling, his eyes were a little wet. Come back with me. Okay? Wanning didn't speak. His face was as calm as water, but his heart was burning. Shizun. The youth's voice was very gentle, soft, and carried some lingering charm of youth. When Ran hated someone, it was true hatred. But if he wanted to treat someone well, he had to treat them well from the bottom of his heart. He had always been stubborn and extreme. Come back with me. Promise me, okay? Wanning still didn't move. He only looked at him lightly, thinking about something. Ran was afraid that he would be unhappy, so although he was sad, he still had a smile on his face. He tried his best not to embarrass himself and make things difficult for his Shizun. He pulled his hand and shook it, teasing him, if Shizun is willing, just nod your head. Ran was afraid that he wouldn't nod his head, so he thought about it and said, I'll count to 3, okay? If Shizun doesn't say anything, I'll take it that you agree. Ran said uneasily but gently. After a pause, he slowly counted. 1, 2, 3. But Wanning was like a person who had been frozen for a long time. When he was suddenly put into warm water, he didn't feel warm, but pain. In the past, no one cared about him, so he didn't feel uncomfortable when he was cold. However, once someone treated him well and wrapped him up in warmth, he finally had the right to feel pain. Suddenly, every inch of his flesh and blood hurt, and every inch of his skin was chapped and cracked. Only then did he feel the pain. His fingertips trembled slightly in Ran's gradually sweaty palm. When Ran saw that he didn't say anything, he became more and more nervous. He was afraid that he was disheartened and didn't want to return to the world of the living. But he didn't dare to move. He was afraid that if he moved, Wanning would abandon him and leave. He maintained a warm smile and said, I counted too quickly just now. You probably weren't ready. I'll count again. 1, 2, 3. Wanning. Ran's Adam's apple moved. He was also trembling. He was almost smiling as he begged, Shizun, did you hear that? Wanning's phoenix eyes finally seemed to have some spirit, but he still looked blank. He stared at Ran's face without any expression. I'll count again slowly. I'm afraid you can't hear me. Ran said, 1, 2, 3. I'll count one last time. 1, 2, 3. Really, this is the last time. 1, 2, 3. Wanning seemed to emotionlessly look at the person kneeling in front of her, counting 1, 2, 3, 3, 3 like a fool, as if repeating this over and over again could turn back time, make withered trees bloom, and bring old friends back to life. The disciple in front of him stubbornly counted. It was as if he was counting his sins and counting how well his Shizun had treated him. When he reached the end of the count, his voice was trembling and his smile was panicked. Shizun. Ran looked up. His eyes were red, but he had already caused Wanning to be in such a state. He didn't want to cry in front of Wanning, who was sober, and make his Shizun sad. So he endured it and continued to smile as he negotiated with him in a relaxed tone. I'll count one more time. Just pay attention to me, okay? Wanning felt as if her heart was being stabbed by a knife by his sudden pleading. He was almost trembling as he tried to pull his hand away from Rand's fingertips. But this time Rand held him tightly and wouldn't let go no matter what he said. The young man stared at him firmly and slowly without blinking. He was as stubborn as a dog. He said, 1, 2. All of a sudden, a flurry of footsteps, shouts, and curses could be heard coming from the outside. Wanning raised her head and gazed into the distance, only to see a sea of lanterns burning brightly downstairs. An army of Yin soldiers was rushing straight towards them. Rongjiu finally found the opportunity to tell. Over there. Upstairs. Upstairs. Catch that little thief. This is rebellion, this is rebellion. The world was turned upside down in panic. Torches and ghosts rolled in from afar like a tide, wanting to devour the two of them and throw them into the infernal hell, never to be reincarnated. Rand didn't look back. At that moment, he held Wanning's hand and suddenly felt very calm. Although Wanning wasn't his lover, he was someone he loved, respected, loved him, and treated him well. He looked at him, his heart was calm. Wanning scolded him, "Are you out of your mind? What are you still standing there for?" As he spoke, he grabbed Rand's hand and pulled him up from the ground. Under the flickering lights, his eyes were burning, no different from when he was alive. Wanning frowned and said angrily, "Let's go." Rand was stunned. Us? Wanning was furious, who else could it be? Rand was in a daze. He trembled and closed his eyes, then opened them again. Then, he suddenly smiled. That smile was very beautiful. His eyes were still stained with mist, like a flower dipped in dew, beautiful and boundless. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and tightly held Wanning's fingers. 10 fingers intertwined. He pressed against Wanning's forehead and said softly and solemnly, 3. What 3? Let's go. Rand finally turned around when he saw the endless horde of ghosts chasing after them. He exclaimed in panic, "Master, create a barrier to block them off first. Then I'll send you into the spirit guiding lamp." "It won't." "What?" Rand was dumbstruck. Wanning's face was cold, but he was still a little embarrassed. He said angrily, "If I still had my mana, how could I be trapped in this broken cage?" "Come on." Wanning's soul was missing cultivation. Because the soul was kept in the spirit guiding lamp, it was necessary to chant an incantation without being disturbed. Although it did not take long, it was impossible in the current situation. Rand could only pull Wanning and run. Fortunately, although Wanning had lost his cultivation, he still had his skills. He would not be a burden to Rand. The two of them ran, and behind them was an endless stream of ghost soldiers. When they reached the entrance of the main hall, Wanning asked, "Do you know the way?" Rand said, "No, I don't." Wanning. Rand was not discouraged. He pointed at the tall palace wall, "Go up there, you can see more clearly." Fortunately, Wanning had a solid foundation in Qigong. Even without the support of his cultivation, he could still fly over the roof and vault over the wall. He stepped on the roof tiles and looked down to see the horde of angry zombies rushing over. He said to Rand, "Summon the ghost." Rand did as he was told. Their palms brushed against each other, and a dazzling scarlet radiance shot out like the tongue of a soaring serpent. The crimson willow leaves swayed, and the divine martial willow vines coiled around his feet. Spiritual energy over 5 miles into the Chu-Chi, gather in Xianxia, and draw it down. Whoosh! Wanning suddenly thought of something and added, "Don't pour in too much spiritual energy." Rand was startled when he heard this, but it was too late to withdraw his power. There was a loud bang, and the moment the flying snake was flung out, heavenly fire exploded like a soaring dragon swallowing and spitting fire. It roared from Rand's palm to the horde of zombies. The blazing tongue of fire almost burned the entire corridor, carrying the fire to move the starland, rising clouds out of the cauldron lake. Almost in the blink of an eye, the dozens of soldiers at the front were burned clean along with the bricks, tiles, and plants. Wanning. Rand. Didn't I tell you to pour in less spiritual energy? Wanning frowned and said angrily. When you said that, I was all ready. Mo Ran suddenly remembered that he could not talk back to his master and had to be respectful. He resentfully shut up and said, "Master is right. Forget it." Chu Wanning flicked his sleeves, "It's my fault for speaking too late." Mo Ran was stunned. So if he wanted his master to admit defeat, he only needed to take the blame first? He blinked and could not help but laugh. Chu Wanning glanced at him, "What are you laughing at? Why are you still here? Go, go, go." Mo Ran responded. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked worried. "Shizun, I've killed so many Yin soldiers. I'm afraid the ghost realm will be finished with us." "It doesn't matter," Chu Wanning said, "the move just now won't make the opponent's soul scatter. Their souls will just be shattered, and they will gather again in a few days." Mo Ran listened carefully and saw that there were specks of soul fragments floating in the burning embers, like fireflies. Before he could look further, Chu Wanning had already pulled him and said, "Run." Behind the ruins, there was an even more furious group of soldiers running like wolves and pigs. Chu Wanning and Mo Ran ran quickly on the jade tiles. Mo Ran asked while running, "Shizun, since they won't die, they won't be able to offend the ghost realm. Why don't you let me inject more spiritual power to repel them?" Chu Wanning said coldly, "Try that move again." Although Mo Ran didn't know why he said that, he still tried it. Unexpectedly, this time, it was only a small cluster of fireworks. The ghosts seemed to be very tired, and there was no longer the momentum of swallowing the sun and moon and suppressing the mountains and rivers. The more spiritual power you inject, the more time you need to rest. Chu Wanning said, "Too much is as bad as too little. Do you remember?" "I remember." After a pause, Mo Ran said again. "Shizun. I suddenly thought of something." "Guess what I thought of?" "What?" "I thought of how you taught me how to use the vine whip in the land of Peach Blossom. At that time, you were very short." Mo Ran grinned and gestured with his hand, "You didn't even reach my waist." Chu Wanning heard that and suddenly tripped. "Be careful. Get lost." If he was still alive, Chu Wanning's ears would have turned red. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. "You're so useless. You're comparing height with Xianxia and I. Why don't you compare with me?" Mo Ran smiled. He didn't want to compare himself with him. Although he had grown taller and was no longer as tall as his master back in colorful Butterfly Town, he was still on equal footing. He glanced at his Shizun from the corner of his eyes and made a mental note. He thought to himself that in a few years, when this body of his was completely developed, he would definitely pull Chu Wanning over and compare him. While the Emperor Ta was calculating, Wanya Yuhing had mixed feelings. Although he had guessed that Mo Ran already knew that he was Xiaoxi and I, he still felt humiliated when he heard it with his own ears. After all, he had raised his head and called Mo Ran senior brother. The more he thought about it, the more embarrassed and angry he felt. Chu Wanning ran even faster, leaving Mo Ran behind. Mo Ran knew what he was thinking, so he didn't chase after him. He only kept a distance of half a step and firmly followed behind him. They ran against the whistling night wind and looked at the man who was close by. His red clothes were like falling maple leaves and flowing clouds. The golden butterfly embroidery on his robe was vivid and lifelike. As the robe flowed, it became brighter and brighter. A trace of bittersweet satisfaction suddenly rose in his heart. At this moment, he was grateful that he could still see Chu Wanning, and that he could still receive Chu Wanning's guidance like before. In a few more years, if everything went smoothly, he could still lower half of his head. He smiled and said to Chu Wanning, "Disciple and Shizun will compare height. Disciple will stand obediently. Shizun can stand on tiptoe." His heart was very, very warm. He only thought that the heavens really treated him well. Not everyone could have the chance to start over after making a mistake, and not everyone could be tolerant and forgiven when they were hurt. His Shizun was a person with a cold face but a warm heart. He actually took so long to find out. After chasing away 2 more groups of soldiers, the entrance of the temporary imperial residence was just a few steps away. Looking back, those soldiers had been left far behind and could no longer catch up to them. Mo Ran slightly sighed in relief. However, before he could relax, he heard a sudden clap of thunder in front of him. In the midst of the thunder and fire, a huge palanquin appeared. 8 muscular warriors knelt on the palanquin and carried it steadily. A slightly fat man with long hair and wrapped in a white fur coat lay on the palanquin. He had 2 beauties in each of his arms. One was massaging his shoulders, and the other was feeding him cherry fruits. Although this pot-bellied man was a soul, he had already cultivated a physical body. Therefore, he ate the fruits like a living person, not just for the taste. The man licked his lips, pinched the beauty's chin, and kissed her. Then, he looked up at Chu Wanning and Mo Ran and sneered. This is really not good. Someone actually dares to snatch the treasure that this king has taken a fancy to. As he spoke, he said leisurely. Little immortal, who gave you the guts? Chu Wanning's face was ashen, and his expression was extremely ugly. He was actually called a treasure by such a greasy and lecherous ghost in front of Mo Ran. If he still had his magical power, Heaven's Inquisition would have already shredded this bastard into pieces. Mo Ran's face was also ugly, but he knew that his current cultivation level was not enough to protect Chu Wanning and fight with the Ghost Kings at the same time. Therefore, he could only talk. He stepped forward, clasped his fist and said, Your Highness, I'm sorry for destroying so many rooms in your palace. But this person, I'm going to take him away. Oh, you're going to take him away just like that? The 4th Ghost King laughed. Look at what he's wearing. Let me teach you a lesson. That's called the Minghan robe. In other words, it's our ghost world's auspicious robe. He's wearing my auspicious robe, so he's a ghost under my command. He can't step out of the palace door. If you don't believe me, you can try. After a pause, he added, if you force him to go out, I'm afraid his soul will be crushed by the spiritual power of the robe at the entrance of the palace. Think carefully. Mo Ran suddenly understood why Rongjiao said that everyone was tied up in the main hall, but Chu Wanning was not. It turned out that the red robe he was wearing. Clenching his fist, Mo Ran said, I want to take him away, so I can't let your highness be taken advantage of. What does your highness want? I'll do my best to give it to you. I only want beauties. And recently, I've been sick of the gentle and obedient ones. I like the ones next to you. They're cold and don't like to talk to people. That's what I like. Looking at the expressions of Mo Ran and Chu Wanning, the 4th Ghost King also felt that it was interesting. He slowly sat up and said, but, to be honest, I've been in the underworld for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen someone break into my palace. That's interesting. Can I ask, who are you to him? Mo Ran said, he's my Shizun. Just a Shizun. The Ghost King spread his hands and laughed. I thought it was some kind of life and death relationship. Mo Ran said. He doesn't like you. What's the use of forcing him to stay? The Ghost King lazily waved his hand, childish. Whether I like him or not, it's not that important. I'm only interested in his skin and flesh, not his heart. Besides, the Ghost King said with a smile, if he doesn't like me, does he like you? If he's your lover, I wouldn't be interested. Although I love beauties, I don't like those who drink wine. Unfortunately, he's only your Shizun. When Mo Ran heard this, he was stunned at first, then suddenly laughed. Is your highness serious? I'm the master of the 4th layer of the underworld. Why would I lie to a little brat like you? Then I'll ask one more question. If Shizun is already married, then wearing your highness's auspicious clothes, would it still be useful? Of course it's useless. I've never liked to play with other people's husbands and wives. The 4th Ghost King frowned, but why are you asking this? Has your Shizun married? Chu Wanning was shameless, so he said, no. Mo Ran was shameless, so he said, it's a success. The 4th Ghost King. Before Chu Wanning could say anything else, Mo Ran suddenly grabbed his hand and pulled him towards the main entrance. As he walked, he turned around and said to the 4th Ghost King, Your Highness, don't pay attention to him. My Shizun has a bad memory. You just said that if he's married, then this auspicious clothes won't be effective. Let's not waste time arguing. I'll take him out myself. If we get out smoothly, then I ask your highness to let us live. If I'm lying, then there's no resentment in life or death. Chu Wanning said, Mo Ran, are you crazy? Back then in colorful Butterfly Town, it was just a show. It won't count at all. Why won't it count? Emo Ran was resolute, but he was very certain. The wine has been drunk, the kowtows have been kowtowed, and there are parents above and Empress Mother below. Why won't it count? Emo Ran. The Ghost King had been in the underworld for hundreds and thousands of years, so he was a little bored. Suddenly seeing this kind of argument, he felt it was very funny. He sat down and rested his chin on his hand, watching with interest. He patted the leg of the beauty beside him and asked her to feed him another piece of candied fruit. As he chewed, he said, "Fine, you can go. If you get out smoothly, I won't stop you. If you die, then it's your own fault." Emo Ran said, "Thank you." The main entrance of the temporary imperial residence was covered with a layer of enchantment that flashed with a faint purple light. It was obviously used to trap ghosts. The closer Chu Wanning was to the enchantment, the more unwilling he was to accept it. How could this kind of half-baked underworld marriage count? But at this time Emo Ran approached him and said in a low voice, "Shizun, don't worry. The marriage contract between you and me will definitely be effective." "How will it be effective?" "Listen to me for once. This matter, I know what to do." As he said this, he held Chu Wanning's hand tightly, his palm sweaty. "If it's extremely unfortunate, I will accompany Shizun." Chu Wanning's whole body shook. He opened his phoenix eyes wide and looked at him in shock, as if he had never seen this person in front of him clearly before. Emo Ran smiled at him, his dimples showing. "I owe Shizun a lot. This time I won't leave Shizun alone." Chu Wanning was silent for a long time, then said in a low voice, "Why bother?" "Then what about Shizun? Why bother?" Chu Wanning lowered his eyelids, then sighed softly and didn't refuse. The two stood hand in hand at the entrance of the enchantment where the purple lightning flowed. Behind them were demons and monsters who were sitting idly and watching the show. "Shall we go?" "Let's go." It was unknown who held whose hand first, so hard. The cold hand was wrapped around the hot hand, the sweaty hand was wrapped around the dry hand, and the pale hand was wrapped around the wheat-colored hand. The heavenly fire was surging, and the lightning was roaring. The enchantment was like a huge torrent and waterfall. They stepped in at almost the same time, and in a flash of lightning, they swallowed mountains and rivers, like a hot knife through butter. It was as if in the next second, these two people who dared to step out of the gate of life and death would be torn to shreds, split into pieces, and burned to ashes. The lightning and fire burst out with a dazzling brilliance, so dazzling that it was almost white. Seeing that it was about to fall on the two of them, Emo Ran had always thought that from now on, he would respect and love Shizun. He couldn't disobey him, and he couldn't have any improper thoughts to tarnish Shizun's reputation. But in this moment of life and death, he suddenly turned his head, suddenly wanting to see Chu Wanning's face again. But he found that in the turbulent rain formed by the enchantment, Chu Wanning was also looking at him. Those phoenix eyes used to be fierce, resolute, regretful, abhorrent, and patient, but at this moment, it was as if everything was about to be extinguished. Also, he didn't know if it was just his imagination. There was also affection. Emo Ran had never seen Chu Wanning's eyes like this. His head buzzed with a roar, and he felt that the city walls and buildings were collapsing. Suddenly, there was a warm feeling of love in his chest, breaking through the solid grayish-black rock layer and breaking out of the ground. He didn't even have time to think about what kind of feeling it was. He only felt that his heart was boiling, and his blood was boiling. In the midst of thunder and lightning, he reached out his hand without hesitation and hugged Chu Wanning tightly in his arms. His frantic heartbeat hit his trembling soul. His chest hit his chest. Before he went to the ghost realm, he didn't have the idea of dying together with Chu Wanning. He always felt that the person he loved was Shirmei. If he wanted to live and die together, it could only be with Shirmei. But when the calamity of death really came, he couldn't help but think and held him in his arms, as if he wanted to rub the other's flesh and blood into his own flesh and hide his soul into his own soul. Chu Wanning. I'll be with you. I didn't expect it to be a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Suddenly, a leisurely joking voice sounded in his ears. This king actually caught the wrong ghost? Is this immortal monarch really a married soul with a master? Emo Ran suddenly opened his eyes. The thunder and lightning that should have torn them to pieces had unknowingly turned into thousands of dandelions, dancing and fluttering around them, drifting back to the snow. The four ghost kings stood up with a smile and stood not far from the palace gate. They slowly clapped their hands. I've been bored for hundreds of years, but today I've seen a good show. Chuaning. Emoran hadn't returned to his senses yet. His head was still dizzy. He looked at the four ghost kings, then turned to look at the person in his arms. He suddenly realized that it was inappropriate for him to hug his master like this, so he hurriedly withdrew his hands. Chuaning also returned to his senses from his daze. He turned his face, and it was unknown what kind of expression he had on his face. After a while, he tidied up his clothes and stood to the side without saying a word. In order to break the awkwardness, Emoran raised his head and asked the four ghost kings, "How was it? I didn't lie to the king, right?" "No, no." The four ghost kings shook their heads with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Day after day, how long has it been since I've seen such a lively scene? Alright, since you let me see a good show, you can go on your own. This king has so many beauties, I don't lack a married soul." Emoran immediately felt relieved. He thought, these four kings are much more magnanimous than the ninth king that Shizun met before. Although he's a pervert, he's a man of his word and has the appearance of a king. With this thought, he pulled Chuaning and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, at this time, the clouds in the sky drifted away. The moonlight shone on Emoran's body, quietly casting a thick black shadow. At first, the four kings didn't react. He was still smiling because he was happy to see such a rare scene. He turned around and signaled the beauty beside him to feed him another grape. The beauty's fingertips peeled off the dark purple skin of the grape and handed the sweet and sparkling flesh to the four kings. Just as the four kings were about to open his mouth, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He suddenly turned around and shouted, "Stop!" His eyes were fixed on the shadow on the ground. His gaze moved up inch by inch, and finally fell on Emoran's face. "Look, what is that on the ground?" Emoran looked down and suddenly found that there was still a blurry shadow under his feet. The four kings' playful expression was swept away. He narrowed his long and narrow eyes, which flashed with the light of a vulture pouncing on its prey. "You, a living person, can actually go to hell?" When Chuaning saw the light, gathering in the ghost king's hand, he immediately pushed Emoran and said, "Run." There was no need for him to repeat himself. Emoran grabbed Chuaning's arm and the two of them ran towards the palace gate. Emoran was so angry that he scolded, "Master Huizui's curse is so careless. How could he leave a shadow for me to use against me?" Hearing his own disciple scolding his own master, Chuaning didn't have much of a reaction. He only glanced at Emoran and wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. "Want to escape?" The fourth king snorted from behind. "It's not that easy." Both of them were very good at lightness kung fu. Seeing that the palace gate was about to close completely, the two of them stepped on the wall and flew up. At the same time, the fourth king summoned lightning. He waved his hand and the lightning fell on the palace gate. In an instant, the palace wall, which was only dozens of feet high, was uprooted from the ground, as if it wanted to reach the sky. The palace gate also closed at an extremely fast speed, sealing off all sides. Emoran cursed and pulled Chuaning to turn around and run. If they couldn't get out of the palace gate, then they wouldn't go out. It was more important to not be caught by the four ghost kings. He had hit the jackpot by a stroke of luck. The kings of the ghost world each had their own strengths and weaknesses. Although the four ghost kings were powerful in their spells, they had been licentious for thousands of years. Their bodies were not as strong as the other kings. Not to mention running 1 mile, even if they were asked to run 50 steps, they would be out of breath. Adhering to the iron rule of never sitting if they could lie down and never standing if they could sit, the four ghost kings had been lazy for thousands of years. They were so lazy that they became useless at lightness kung fu. When he saw Chuaning and Emoran running further and further away, he couldn't help but be angry. However, because this guy often searched for beauties in the territories of the other kings, he didn't have a good relationship with the other 8 kings. Therefore, when something like this happened, he was unwilling to inform the other kings to join forces and capture them. What's so great about running fast? But you can't escape from this king's palm either. The fourth Ghost King rubbed his belly, feeling a little wronged. When he turned around and saw that the 8 brave men who were carrying his palanquin were not moving, he became even more displeased. What are you standing there for? This king's legs are noble, so it's not convenient for me to chase after him. Are you not going to chase after him as well? It was said that the 4 Ghost Kings were handsome men when they were thin. However, because they hadn't tasted the delicacies of the mortal realm for a long time, they indulged in gluttony after they gained physical bodies. They ate while sitting, lying down, walking, and squatting. Even during the busiest times in hell, they didn't even have time to write. Instead, they had to stand on either side of him. They weren't in charge of grinding the paper, but were instead in charge of cutting fresh fruits and feeding him pastries. Just like that, a handsome man with peerless talent stuffed himself into a fatty. Although he had a good foundation and wouldn't become too fat no matter how much he ate, he still looked like he was walking. After that, the 4th Ghost King ordered people to throw out all the mirrors in the palace. The words he was most unhappy to hear were the words fat and fat. It was said that a pretty concubine once sang a little song for him. The first 3 lines of the song were half moon, half moon, half moon. Before she could finish the last line, she was kicked in the chest by the 4th Ghost King. He even scolded, fat, fat, fat. Isn't it enough to tolerate you being fat twice? Now you want to sing a third? Don't think that just because you've taken apart this king, I can't tell that you're belittling me in a roundabout way. How dare you? Therefore, although the ghost men who carried the palanquin were brave, they didn't dare to chase after Chu Wanning and Mo Ran. They all lowered their heads and let the 4th Ghost King complain. In the end, one of them was smarter and said, Your Highness is very agile. If you can't catch up to them, how can we? The 4th Ghost King finally caught his breath and decided not to chase after them. He turned his head and said to his attendant, What you said makes sense. At least you know your limits. Alright, that's all. Go and pass down my order. All the doors of the palace are to be closed. The palace walls are to be covered with sealing spells. Don't even let a fly out. He spat and spat out the grape seed that he had been holding in his mouth. He said gloomily, Let's see where they can run to. Mo Ran and Chu Wanning were very agile. With the twists and turns in the palace, they quickly left the ghosts behind. The 2 of them hid in a narrow alley. Chu Wanning was a ghost, so he didn't feel tired no matter how long he ran. On the other hand, Mo Ran was a mortal, so he leaned against the wall and breathed slowly. Chu Wanning glanced outside gloomily. He sealed off the temporary imperial residence. Mo Ran caught his breath and waved his hand, It doesn't matter, Shizun. You can enter the spirit guiding lamp. This way, we can directly return to the world of the living. He definitely won't be able to stop us. Chu Wanning nodded, but for some reason, there was a hint of worry between his brows. Mo Ran didn't notice. He took out the spirit guiding lamp and silently recited the incantation. However, the golden light flashed a few times before quickly extinguishing. Chu Wanning's earth soul was still standing in front of him, unharmed. What's going on? Mo Ran was shocked, why didn't it work? Chu Wanning's gloomy expression became more obvious. He sighed and said, It's just as I thought. The transmission incantation doesn't work here. I'm afraid that we can only return to the world of the living after leaving the palace. Mo Ran heard this and bit his lip. His eyes were stubborn. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, No matter what, I have to bring you out. Chu Wanning glanced at him and said, You have to hurry. The palace is vast. It won't be easy for the ghosts to find you. However, there's no water or food here. I'm fine, but you won't be able to hold on for long. Mo Ran smiled, I can bear the hunger. I've been like this since I was young. After a while, when the surroundings were completely silent, the 2 walked out of the alley and walked on the empty bluestone street. The cold moon was like water, soaking the returning people. One had a shadow, the other didn't. They walked side by side. Mo Ran said, Shizun. Earlier at the door, I'm sorry for offending you. Chu Wanning seemed to be stunned for a moment. Then, he lowered his eyelashes and his eyes turned cold, It's fine. The situation forced me to. My words were offensive. I'm sorry. Chuaning. Saying that you're married was wrong. I'm sorry. Chuaning suddenly stopped and said coldly, how long are you going to apologize? Can't you say something else? Something else? Emoran was stunned. He thought for a while and carefully changed his words, then. I'm sorry? Chuaning flicked his sleeves and left. Poor Emoran didn't know that his words had made him unhappy again. But in the end, he was afraid of disturbing him and saying more would make his Shizun even more angry. He scratched his head and followed obediently. Shizun. Emoran walked halfway and couldn't help but ask, before, did you have some kind of chance encounter? Chuaning paused and asked, what do you mean? I found your other earthly soul in the ghost realm. That is to say, you have an extra soul compared to ordinary people. I saw Chusun at Shunfeng restaurant earlier. I asked him, and he said that the extra soul shouldn't be yours to begin with. Emoran was a little hesitant, but with the body in the human world, I did see 4 Shizun. So I think, did Shizun have some kind of fate before? Chuaning was silent for a while and seemed to think of something. His eyes flashed, but then he closed his eyes and said, it shouldn't be. He paused, seeming to be a little confused and hesitant, and then asked, I really have 4 souls? Yes. Chuaning didn't know why. He thought for a while and sighed, this is not something I can answer. It won't affect anything. Let him be. The two of them continued to cautiously walk along the secluded path while probing the 4 Ghost King spells and spiritual energy that sealed the entire palace. There must be a weak point in every enchantment. As Chuaning spoke, he arrived in front of a watchtower. His fingers brushed against the rough walls. There were fragments of blue light flowing on the walls. He closed his eyes to capture the spiritual flow that was surging under the bricks. However, because he didn't have the ability to cast any spells at the moment, it was very strenuous for him to sense it. After a while, Chuaning lowered his hand in disappointment and shook his head. My soul is not complete, and my power is damaged. I don't know how to break through. Emoran said, Shizun, why don't you teach me and I'll try? No, the spirit of enchantment is complicated. It's not something that can be learned in a day or two. Emoran asked, then generally speaking, what are the weaknesses of enchantments? Why don't we try them one by one? Every enchantment's weakness is different. There is no such thing as being normal. If we test them one by one, I really don't know how long it will take. How do we know if we don't try? Emoran said with a smile, maybe I'll be very lucky? Chuaning was about to say something when he suddenly saw a white figure swaying around the corner. He frowned and habitually wanted to summon Tianwen, but when he stretched out his hand, he couldn't summon anything. His face couldn't help but become worse. He shouted, who is it? The white figure immediately wanted to escape. Emoran wouldn't give him the chance. He immediately flew over and grabbed the ghost. He covered the ghost's mouth and nose so that he couldn't scream. He then twisted the ghost's hands behind his back and kicked him to kneel on the ground. He stared and couldn't help but be angry. Rongjiu. The youth kneeling on the ground was delicate and white like a willow tree in the wind, but there was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. He turned his head and didn't say anything. Emoran said angrily, you want to tell on me again? You really think I won't kill you? Chuaning walked over. He hadn't seen Rongjiu before. He looked down and asked Emoran, you know him? Emoran didn't know what to say. He thought that when he committed the 2 crimes of theft and lust, he was sent to the good and evil stage for public trial by Chuaning because of Rongjiu. At that time, he only thought that Chuaning was cruel and had a deep hatred for him. But now that the old account book was laid out in front of him, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. Chuaning didn't feel anything strange. He only thought that this person was an old acquaintance of Emoran. He said, since he followed you here, then don't leave him in this palace. When we find a way out, we can take him with us. As he said, he looked at Rongjiu carefully again, he's a good person. Reincarnation is the most important thing. Emoran. Rongjiu was a little nervous at first, but when he heard what he said, he was stunned at first, then suddenly laughed. He squinted at Emoran and said, so this is Shizun? What Shizun? Who are you to call him Shizun? Emoran was angry, my Shizun. Rongjiu was angry and wanted to make things difficult for him. He said slowly, oh, my Shizun. You. After a while, Chuaning figured out that something was wrong. Emoran, do you have a grudge with him? I. Rongjiu smiled, good Shizun, don't be angry with him. I don't have a grudge with him. We are just old friends. He said it ambiguously, but his tone was very ambiguous. Chuaning didn't say anything. He narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips. He looked very indifferent, but the gloominess between his eyebrows couldn't be hidden. Rongjiu grew up in the house, so he was the best at observing people. With Chuaning's pure temperament, how could the emotions in his eyes escape his eyes? He was slightly surprised. He thought that Emoran was a playboy who was bold and greedy for his Shizun. Unexpectedly, when he saw the real person, it didn't seem to be a one-sided love of Emoran. The peak of life and death was really dirty. Even if the situation was dangerous, Rongjiu couldn't help but sigh. He felt disgusted and surprised. Dual cultivation between men in the cultivation world was not strange, but it was very unpopular. Emo Weiyu, as the master of the peak of life and death, actually had a relationship with his Shizun. If this spread out, Shui Jingyong, the head of the school, really didn't know where to put his face. Rongjiu looked at Chuaning with a pair of charming peach blossom eyes, and was about to say a few words to add fuel to the fire, but Chuaning opened his mouth first. You're already dead. What's the point of talking about our old friendship? Isn't this what the immortal asked me? Rongjiu said with a smile, I just answered truthfully. Who asked you? Chuaning said coldly, I asked him from the beginning. It was self-evident who he was referring to. His tone was full of anger, and it couldn't be more obvious that he wanted to draw a clear line with Rongjiu. Hearing that Chuaning was on his side, Emoran felt a little relieved. He wanted to say a few words to him, but before he got close, Chuaning turned back angrily. It's up to you how to deal with it. But Emoran was actually not sure what to do. If he let Rongjiu go, he was afraid that this person would turn back and make trouble for them. If he didn't let him go, he would be like a barrel of gunpowder. If he said something that shouldn't be said, he was afraid that Chuaning would be choked to death. After hesitating for a while, he saw that Chuaning went to the side to check the enchantment of the 4 ghost kings again. Emoran pulled up Rongjiu's collar and said in a low voice, what do you want? I'm not calm. Rongjiu's thin eyelashes trembled, and there was a glimmer in them, I just can't stand that a villain like you can start over again. But Emoran knew that Rongjiu was not the kind of person who would hurt others and hurt himself. This guy had always done things that hurt others for his own benefit. Even if he resented others, the most important thing for him was to live a peaceful life. There was no reason for him to follow them at the risk of being burned to ashes. His eyes swept over and fell on Rongjiu's feet. One of the slender white feet was wearing a shoe, and the other was not. There was mud on the feet, which was obviously the result of running away in a hurry. Emoran narrowed his eyes, tell the truth. Rongjiu, didn't I say? The truth is that I don't like it. If you want to lie to me again, I'll immediately cover your eyes and mouth and throw you into a dry well. You're already a soul, you won't starve to death in there, and you can't escape. If you're lucky, there will be patrols in 3 to 5 days. If you're unlucky, you'll be prepared to stay in the well for 8 to 10 years. Emoran paused and said in a low voice, it's up to you. Rongjiu's expression changed. After a while, he said, I changed my mind, I don't want to stay here, you have to take me out. Why, you don't want to be your ghost husband anymore? Rongjiu bit his lips and then looked up angrily, I want to live a normal life, and start over. He took a deep breath and said, I want to be reincarnated. Good. Then let me ask you one more time. Were you the one who tipped off the patrol and let them know my whereabouts? Even if you don't say it, I have a way to interrogate you. Emoran's hand flashed red, and he said in a low voice, say it. Yes, I was the one who snitched, but so what? Rongjiu raised his chin, and his eyes flashed with resentment, if I didn't take the opportunity to show them the way, would I be able to escape? Emoran suddenly let go of his collar, and laughed in anger, you're good at adding insult to injury, damn you. I'm also good at slandering people. Rongjio slowly tidied up his clothes and glanced at Chu Wanning, who was not far away. Xianxia, you care about that person very much, don't you? I'll tell him in detail how you treated and coaxed me in the past, without any exaggeration. What do you think he'll do? What Rongjio meant was that Chu Wanning would definitely be upset, jealous, and unable to take it. However, Ran did not know that Chu Wanning's feelings for him were actually love. He pondered over Rongjio's words and felt that Rongjio was going to tell Chu Wanning all the ridiculous things he had done. If Rongjio were to tell Chu Wanning all the ridiculous things he had done, how could Chu Wanning keep her dignity? Wouldn't he die of anger? He immediately said, "Don't you think about him?" Rongjio smiled charmingly. He was obviously a man, but he had beautiful features. He said softly, "Then protect me as well. Take me with you, and I'll be good. I promise I won't say anything, and I won't cause any trouble." Ran had no choice. He cursed and turned to leave. Rongjio knew that he acquiesced, so he followed him happily. Ran had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly turned back and pointed at Rongjio with his finger. He said in a low voice, "Rongjio, if you don't behave yourself, I'll make sure that your soul will scatter before you even touch the well of reincarnation." Rongjio looked at him flirtatiously and said, "I won't offend you as long as you don't bully me. I promise I will behave." Xianxia, don't you know what kind of person I am? You're my old patron. Ran was disgusted by Rongjio's sweet talk in his previous life. However, he could not do anything about it. He watched as Rongjio walked to Chu Wanning's side. He could not figure out what was going on. Was he blind? Song, Chotong, Rongjio. What kind of people were they? How could he like them? If he could be reborn in front of himself in his previous life, he would really want to choke the neck of the treading celestial gentleman and crack open his head to see how much water was soaked in it. What the hell was going on? Fortunately, Rongjio did not tell her everything just now. Chu Wanning was a blank piece of paper when it came to relationships. Rongjio, who was experienced, explained to her with a smile, and Chu Wanning's tightly knitted brows slowly relaxed. He even thought that his mind was not pure enough to misunderstand the meaning of this young man's old friendship. Although his expression did not change, his heart was somewhat embarrassed. Since Rongjio had joined them, he had to do something. He was familiar with the palace and said, "Although there are few people on this street, it is not hidden. If you want to find out how to break the barrier, I will take you to another place." The other place he mentioned was, in fact, a warehouse that stored cloth from the ghost realm. The white linen cloth was piled high, which was the best way to cover one's tracks. The 3 of them found a remote place. Chu Wanning touched the wall with his finger as if he was checking the pulse of a patient. He tried to feel the barrier that covered the entire palace. However, after a long time, he still couldn't feel it. On the contrary, Chu Wanning's soul was getting weaker and weaker. Ran covered the back of his hand and moved his palm away from the wall. He said, "Take a rest." Chu Wanning was annoyed and helpless. He stared at his palm and sulked, "Why is my soul lacking spiritual power? Can I share mine with you?" "No need." Chu Wanning glanced at Rongjio in the distance and softened his voice, "You are a human, I am a ghost. We are separated by yin and yang." After resting for a while, Chu Wanning began to probe again. If his 3 souls were complete and he had magic on him, he would be able to sense where the 4 Ghost King spell was weak by sending a strong spiritual current into the enchantment. However, his spiritual power was so weak that he barely managed to merge it into the enchantment. It was like trying to catch a floating leaf in the vast ocean. It was too difficult. After waiting for 2 hours, Rongjio became a little anxious. He ran over and grabbed Ran. "Can we get out or not?" Ran said, "Don't make trouble. Just sit here. I am so anxious. Give me a definite answer. Can we get out or not? It's useless to be anxious. Just wait." Rongjio said, "Shouldn't your master be very powerful? Why is there still no movement after so long? His 3 souls are not complete, and this soul happens to lack magic. Can you be a little quieter?" Rongjio heard and looked a little disappointed. His eyelashes flickered, and he sat back on the pile of white linen. After another 2 hours, Rongjio stood up and walked to Chu Wanning. "Immortal, do do you have any other ideas? Chu Wanning did not open his eyes. His fingertips were still on the wall, and he said, no. Then is there any other way for you to recover some magic? Chu Wanning heard, pondered for a moment, and asked, do you have spiritual power? No. Rongjio was slightly stunned, why do you ask? If you have, just give me some and I can use it. Rongjio said happily, so easy? Then let Mo Xianjun. Chu Wanning interrupted him, his is useless. Rongjio of course did not know that Mo Ran was not a ghost. When he heard that Mo Ran could not use it, the smile on his face immediately froze, why? No reason, the nature is different. Mo Ran knew that Chu Wanning was not good at lying, and it was best not to let Rongjio know that he was not a ghost, so he immediately interrupted him, can you please wait outside? If someone comes, please run back and report. Rongjio stared at him angrily, but the three of them were in the same boat at this time, so he had to go near the door of the warehouse. He leaned against the door reluctantly, while peeling his fingernails, he raised his misty peach blossom eyes to look outside. Mo Ran looked at him, and then sat down next to Chu Wanning. After hesitating for a while, he still felt that he did not want to lie to Chu Wanning, so he said, Master, I want to apologize to you. What did you do wrong? That is, do you still remember that one year you sent me to the good and evil stage to be punished, because I broke? Mo Ran paused, and did not have the nerve to say the law of lust. A person's face was really a very strange thing. When it did not matter, it could be as thick as the Great Wall, but when it was important, it could be as thin as a piece of paper, easily broken. Mo Ran lowered his head, very embarrassed, and said softly, because I broke the 4th, 9th, and 15th law. 4th law, theft. 9th law, lust. 15th law, deception. Of course, Chu Wanning did not forget. He opened his eyes, but did not look at Mo Ran, and only said, yes. Looking at that handsome and restrained face, Mo Ran felt even more ashamed. After a while, he lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, Master, I am sorry. In fact, Chu Wanning had already vaguely guessed what he was going to say. Although she was angry, he always had a clear sense of priorities in front of important matters. Moreover, it wasn't as if he had only just found out about Mo Ran's shameful deeds. She said coldly, haven't I already punished you? You did not do it again, so why bring it up again now? Because that Rongjio outside, he is actually. Mo Ran did not continue, and Chu Wanning also did not speak for a long time. After a while, Mo Ran heard Chu Wanning laugh coldly, so it was him? Yes. He did not dare to raise his head to look at Chu Wanning. Although the peak of life and death did not forbid the disciples' desires, and it was normal for young cultivators to dual cultivate or have lovers outside, but Chu Wanning was different. Chu Wanning cultivated the Tao of pure heart, and he had always despised those romantic relationships. Not to mention that he did not find a lover normally, but went for a stroll in the tiles. Shui Jingyong doted on his nephew, and perhaps it did not matter. After all, Mo Ran was already in his 20s, and he did not cultivate the Tao of pure heart. It was not good to have a pure heart and few desires all day long, so it was fine to turn a blind eye to it, but Chu Wanning could not tolerate it. He would be disgusted. Mo Ran had clearly seen the disgust, contempt, and disgust in Chu Wanning's eyes when she was punished by the stage of good and evil. Although it had been so many years, he had not done the same thing again, but now that Rongjio and Chu Wanning met in the world of spirits and souls, how could Chu Wanning feel at ease? Mo Ran felt that this was really like a saying, it was not that he did not want to repay, but the time had not yet come. He was not afraid that Chu Wanning would beat him or scold him, and even hoped that Chu Wanning would pick him up and give him a good beating. As long as nothing went wrong, as long as he did not anger the earth soul that he finally found because of this old debt, if Chu Wanning left in a fit of anger, then Mo Ran was afraid that he would really kill himself. So the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Instead of leaving Rongjio, this walking gunpowder, it was better for him to admit his mistake to Chu Wanning and come clean. He thought about it, when he said this, he would stand in the direction of the door. If Chu Wanning stood up and left after hearing this, he would immediately carry him and tie him up. After that, it did not matter how angry Chu Wanning was, no matter what, he would not let this person leave him behind and disappear. Here Mo Ran was practicing in his head how to block Chu Wanning's path, on the other side, Chu Waning's clothes moved slightly, and the golden-red silk cloth shone slightly in the dim light. Emo Ran's heart was trembling. He whispered, Shizun. Chu Waning said, the punishment has been done, and it has been so long, why are you telling me this? He looked sideways, his eyes were cold, his thin lips opened and closed. Even with some sarcasm, what does it have to do with me? He did not expect that he would say, what does it have to do with me? Emo Ran was stunned. Chu Waning was full of jealousy, but he did not taste it. He only felt very flustered, thinking that Shizun was so disappointed in him that he did not want to care about him anymore, and did not care about him anymore. He immediately became anxious and said, Shizun, it was all my fault in the past, please don't be angry. Why should I be angry? What is there to be angry about? Although he said so verbally, the more he thought about it, the more unhappy he felt. In the end, Chu Waning said angrily, I knew you were not that clean. What old friendship, you still want to lie to me? Get out. Get out. Although he knew that there was a sour taste in his mouth, and also knew that this was an old matter, but Chu Waning still unconsciously scolded in a low voice, you really have no shame. Emo Ran did not leave, but sat beside him in a daze, a pair of clear black and white eyes staring straight at him. After a while, he said, I'm not leaving. Chu Waning said angrily, leave. I don't want to see you right now. I'm not leaving. Emo Ran muttered, he persisted, like a broken stone standing there. He was obviously such a hateful person, but when he looked at Chu Waning, the rims of his eyes turned red, and in that hateful look, there was a faint trace of pity and stubbornness. I'm afraid that if I leave, you will run away. Shizun, don't leave me behind. Chu Waning did not know that he would think like this. This matter, although it was disgusting every time it was mentioned, after all, it was not the first time he heard about it. He knew the general trend of the cultivation world. After the age of 20, as long as one did not cultivate the Tao of clear heart, whether it was a man or a woman, almost everyone would inevitably have a romantic time, so there was nothing strange about it. Emo Ran was not Shui Meng. Shui Meng had the best cultivation and care since he was young, his parents were upright, and his family was strict, so he did not mess around like the other children of the aristocratic families. But Emo Ran? He had a willful and casual personality. He grew up in the brothels of Washi. He had no father, and his mother was a performer in a brothel. He was a puppy that no one cared about, and all day long, he was naughty and mischievous. When he was 15, he was brought back from the mud by his uncle, with fur and mud all over his body. If he said that he was pure and innocent, Chu Waning would not believe it unless he was stupid. But even though he knew it, when he really saw the Rongjiu that Emo Ran had messed around with, Chu Waning was still disgusted. He could not chase Emo Ran away, so he just turned his head and closed his eyes, focusing on his detection barrier. As he tested, he could not help but think of Rongjiu's fair and delicate oval face. It was very soft to the touch, right? And that lovely light pink mouth, Emo Ran, that grandson, must have kissed it before. And that waist, that figure. He could not help but think of how Emo Ran had messed around with that girly thing in bed. Disgusting. Some things, it sounded like one thing, but when you actually saw it, it was a completely different thing. The more he thought about it, the more unbearable it became. Chu Waning suddenly opened his eyes, and he was burning with anger. He got up and pushed Emo Ran fiercely. Get out. Master. Get out. Emo Ran had no choice but to lower his head, and slowly walked to the door of the warehouse. Rongjiu saw him and was a little surprised. Yo, immortal Master Emo, what's wrong, quarreling with your master? Emo Ran did not want to talk to him at all. Now, he had a headache when he saw Rongjiu. In his previous life, he liked him because Rongjiu and Shirmei were somewhat similar. In this life, he was entangled with him because he hated him and wanted to make Rongjiu uncomfortable. But no matter what, the path he walked was the same as the mark on a wooden stake. It was something that could not be restored. Emo Ran said, don't sit here, I want to guard by myself. You. Go somewhere else. The entrance of the warehouse was the most dangerous, so Rongjiu was happy to leave. But after taking 2 steps, he could not help but turn back to look at Emo Ran. He was suddenly curious. He did not know how Emo Ran died. After not seeing him for a few years, his personality seemed to have changed so much. It was like he was greatly affected by something. It was really strange. His long eyelashes fluttered. This wonderful person looked up and down at Mo Ran's back. Suddenly, he felt that something was not right. He looked carefully again, and his eyes fell on the faint shadow under Mo Ran's feet. Rongjio was stunned. There was a shadow of Mo Ran. He wasn't a dead person? Many details flashed through Rongjio's mind. If Rongjio still had a body of flesh and blood, he would have been shocked by the truth, and then his blood would rush to his head and cause his mind to be in a mess. Rongjio stood there stiffly for a while. A person's reaction to big events was often closely related to his daily environment. For example, some people were usually like birds startled by the twang of a bough, and would easily be scared out of their wits in the face of unexpected events. Another example was Xuemeng, who was a proud son of God, who was always calm and unruffled, and ordinary things would not scare him at all. For someone like Rongjio who had lived in the mud all his life, the first thing he would think of when faced with such a big matter was whether it would harm him. If it didn't, then how could he gain some benefits from it? He quickly realized that Mo Ran was a living person who had mixed in with the ghost world, and this was very beneficial to him. He only needed to reveal Mo Ran's identity, and it would be a great achievement, and he would definitely be able to get an official position in the underworld. At that time, he would be able to hold his head high and be in high spirits. So what if he used his beauty to please others in life? As long as he grasped the opportunity, he would still be able to climb up the ranks after death, and this life of a man would not be in vain. This was really a meat pie that fell from the sky. Why would he need to go to reincarnation? He could immediately live the most comfortable life, completely turn the tables, wash away his shame, and start all over again. Rongjio squinted his peach blossom-shaped eyes. He could almost see himself being conferred a title of nobility. Just like those officials in the ghost world, he sat in the bamboo palanquin with green gauze draped over his shoulders. He was calm and composed, passing through the demons and monsters calmly. The more Rongjio thought about it, the more gratified he was. But on second thought, he was born weak and powerless, and it was almost impossible for him to slip under Mo Ran's nose and tell on him. He needed to find a way to keep Mo Ran busy. His mind moved, and his eyes fell on Chu Wanning, who was wearing a golden-red auspicious robe. Chu Xianjun Rongjio sat down next to Chu Wanning, holding his chin and greeting people. Chu Wanning, on the other hand, only cared about probing the enchantment. He didn't say a word. His eyes were closed coldly, and his eyelashes seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. "You haven't found anything yet?" Rongjio tried to ask. After waiting for a while, he saw that Chu Wanning was still ignoring him, but he didn't chase him away. Rongjio just sat there and talked for a while. Then he said softly, "Chu Xianjun, actually, I didn't tell you the truth just now. I was afraid that you would look down on me and not pity me, and leave me there alone." Chu Wanning's dark brows were tightly knitted together. Although he didn't say anything, there was a fire burning between his brows. However, he was still restraining himself, not intending to vent. But how could this fire escape Rongjio's eyes? Rongjio said softly and weakly, "I thought about it carefully when I was outside, and I felt that I shouldn't have lied to you. I feel very apologetic, so I came here to apologize to Immortal Monarch." His opening was really coincidental. Just like Mo Ran, he wanted to apologize. Chu Wanning wasn't that disgusted at first, but when he heard Rongjio's words, he finally opened his eyes gloomily. But he didn't look at Rongjio. He asked coldly, "Which restaurant did you work in when you were alive?" Rongjio was stunned. "You, no?" He subconsciously glanced in Mo Ran's direction and thought to himself, "This isn't good. That guy surnamed Mo actually didn't plan to hide it from Chu Wanning and actually confessed first. If I add more fuel to the fire now, will it still burn? Me and Mo Xianjun." Before he finished, he was interrupted by Chu Wanning. "Let me ask you, which restaurant did you work in when you were alive?" Rongjio bit his lip. "Black Bamboo Town's Peach of Immortality House." Peach of Immortality House, Chu Wanning repeated and sneered. He fell silent again, his face pale. Rongjio stole a few glances at him, pursed his lips, and asked tentatively, "Chu Xianjun, you're not looking down on me, right?" Chu Wanning. I had a hard life, and my body was weak. I was sold to restaurants when I was young. If I had a choice, I would want to be like a mortal, valiant and heroic, slaying demons. As Rongjiu spoke, he sighed and muttered melancholically, if only I could become like a mortal after reincarnating, that would be great. A soul's personality won't change because of reincarnation, Chu Wanning said lightly, I'm sorry, but we're not the same kind of people. Rongjiu was speechless, but the smile on his face didn't waver. He lowered his head and said, I know, I can't compare to a mortal, but this is just wishful thinking. For people like us, if we don't give ourselves something to look forward to, I'm afraid we won't last more than a year in the restaurant before thinking about suicide. Seeing that Chu Wanning didn't say anything, Rongjiu glanced at Mo Ran from the corner of his eyes, guessing that he couldn't hear his conversation with Chu Wanning. Then he sighed softly, after all, the customers in the restaurant are usually rough and fierce, and they don't treat us like humans. At that time, being able to receive a guest like Mo Xianxia is already something to be desired. Chu Wanning still didn't say a word, but the meridians on the back of his hand that was pressed against the wall were bulging. If he had spirit power, he would have been able to poke 5 holes in the wall. He held it in for a while, but still couldn't hold it in, and said in an extremely low voice, what's there to be desired? Rongjiu's charming face showed a trace of affection, not too much, not too little, just right. Mo Xianxia is a good person. Although he made a mistake in the end and took my money, I think it's probably because I didn't serve him properly before. He's always reasonable, and his personality is also likable. Chu Wanning listened silently with a cold face. In our restaurant, everyone who has accompanied him remembers his kindness, and many of them hope that he can come back. Does he go there often? Rongjiu pretended to smile bitterly, how do you mean often? Immortal asked, but I don't know. Then tell me how often he goes there, who he looks for, and when was the last time he went there? Chu Wanning's thin lips moved up and down like knives, and each of his questions splashed with cold light, as if they could kill Mo Ran. Rongjiu pretended not to see the cold light in Chu Wanning's eyes, and answered with exaggeration, I don't remember how often he comes, but there are 30 days in a month, or 10 days. As for who he looks for, it's not fixed. Sigh, but it's all in the past, immortal, please don't blame him anymore. I'm asking you when was the last time you went there? Chu Wanning's face was as cold as ice, speak. In fact, after the day Mo Ran was reborn, he never went to visit Rongjiu, nor did he go to the restaurant or brothel. But looking at Chu Wanning's face, Rongjiu knew that he couldn't tell the truth, so he pretended to be confused and added fuel to the fire, I don't know, but until I died, I would occasionally see immortal in the restaurant. He shouldn't be far away. Before he finished, Chu Wanning suddenly stood up, withdrew his long fingers, and dropped his wide sleeves. In the hazy night, his entire body was trembling slightly, and his eyes were sputtering with scorching sparks. Rongjiu was secretly happy, thinking that this simple immortal was easy to fool. He was a young man in the brothel, and he knew how to manipulate people's minds. As long as he opened his mouth, a decent person like Chu Wanning would definitely be hooked. But Rongjiu's face was already filled with panic, and he hurriedly said, Immortal, what's wrong, did I say something wrong? Now, this is all the wrongs of the previous life, please don't blame immortal. He is not a bad person. Do I need you to tell me whether he is a bad person or not? Chu Wanning was shaking with anger, and said sternly, I am disciplining my disciple, who are you to interfere? Immortal. Chu Wanning didn't care about him at all. His eyes were filled with coldness, but within that coldness, there was also a blazing anger. He pushed away Rongjiu who was in front of him, and strode to the door of the warehouse, grabbed Mo Ran's collar and pulled him up. Mo Ran was shocked, and hurriedly turned around, Master? Chu Wanning retracted her hand, as if she felt that touching his collar was dirty. He was like a cheetah waiting for an opportunity to pounce on its prey. She stared at Mo Ran's face for a long time. She was so angry that she couldn't say a word. What else could he say? The punishment from the good and evil stage did not make Mo Ran wake up. He had already admitted his mistake, but in front of him, he was pretending to be a good person. Who knew that he would secretly go to the peach-splitting house and the broken sleeve house to call for prostitutes? Mo Ran did not know that he was tricked, but he saw that Chu Wanning's face was full of anger and disgust, and he was not sure if he saw wrongly, but there was also a bunch of suppressed grief. Mo Weiyu, what you said, how many words are true, and how many are false? Chu Wanning's voice was hoarse, and his eyelashes were fluttering. After a long time, he said in a low voice. You really have a bad character, and it's hard to judge. This sentence was like a boulder falling into the sea, causing a huge splash. Mo Ran was shocked, and took 2 steps back, shaking his head and looking at him blankly. No. No. This was what Chu Wanning said in his previous life because he was very disappointed in himself. Why would he say this again out of the blue? Mo Ran did not know what happened, and immediately became anxious. He wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Chu Wanning. The anger in Chu Wanning's eyes was like a wildfire, as if it was going to burn his eyes red. He said hoarsely, how long are you going to lie to me? Mo Ran's mind was in a mess. What lie? What did Chu Wanning know? He had too many dirty past, and could not bring it out in public, so when he saw Chu Wanning's terrifying eyes, Mo Ran did not think that it was Rongjiu who was behind this. Chu Wanning pressed on, and Mo Weiyu kept retreating until he could no longer retreat, and his back was against the wall. Chu Wanning stopped, and looked at Mo Ran's face in silence. Mo Ran heard his teacher's voice choking. Why do you want me to go back? Continue to be lied to by you, angered by you, and fooled by you? I thought you had changed for the better, Mo Ran, I thought you could be taught, I thought you had changed for the better. I thought I could teach you well. He slowly closed his eyes, and after a while, he said softly. Rotten wood cannot be carved. Teacher, get lost. Don't you understand? Chu Wanning suddenly opened his eyes, which were full of coldness. Mo Weiyu, you disappoint me. How do you want me to pretend that I don't know anything, and return to the world of the living with you? Mo Ran's heart tightened, and regardless of his anger, he grabbed his wrist under his wide sleeve, shook his head, and said with tears in his eyes, Teacher, don't be angry, tell me what happened, okay? If I did anything wrong, I will change, okay? Don't drive me away. Change? Mo Ran said he would change, but did he? If he didn't meet Rongjiu, would he know about this? Chu Wanning was originally the calmest person, but he had a strong temper, and he was even more emotional. In addition, Rongjiu and Mo Ran's relationship was terrible, and Rongjiu acted so well, so Chu Wanning was fooled. Chu Wanning couldn't get away from Mo Ran, and in his anger, he raised his hand to summon Heaven's Inquisition, but how could he summon it? He was so angry that he was on the verge of collapse, and if he was alive, he would have vomited blood. Suddenly, a bright red light lit up, and Mo Ran called the ghost, and handed it to Chu Wanning. He knelt in front of his teacher, but his other hand was still tightly holding Chu Wanning's wrist, afraid that he would leave at any time. Mo Ran said, Teacher, I know that I did a lot of things to make you angry, to make you sad, but after coming to the world of spirits and souls, what I said to you is all true. He raised his head, held back his tears, and looked at him, It's all true, I didn't lie to you. Chu Wanning clenched her fists tightly. Her heart was burning with anger, but she also felt extremely uncomfortable. Mo Ran's grip on her was so strong that he could not stop trembling. He was on the verge of despair, but he refused to let go. His pain seemed to be piercing into the depths of his soul, how could he not feel it? Mo Ran said, If teacher is unhappy, if you don't want to forgive me, then you can hit me, scold me, you can do it. If you really don't want to see me, feel that I have a bad character, and difficult to cultivate. When he said this, he suddenly choked. Mo Ran lowered his head, and knelt in front of Chu Wanning. If teacher really doesn't want me anymore. He didn't want Chu Wanning to see him cry, but his shoulders couldn't help but tremble. Tears fell, and dripped to the ground, silently staining it. In the future, I will leave the peak of life and death, never, ever appear in front of teacher again, but I beg you. I beg you. He knelt, and his forehead was almost touching the muddy ground, but the hand that was holding Chu Wanning's wrist was so tight, so stubborn, and refused to let go. I beg you, don't go. Teacher. Chu Wanning closed his eyes. You promised me that you would go back with me, I beg you, don't go. His heart was painful and sour. It was obviously just a remnant soul, but why did it feel like a knife was cutting his heart and burning his heart? Chu Wanning suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with resentment. Did I promise you? Then what about the promise you made me? On the good and evil stage, you clearly said that you knew you were wrong, and in the Green Heaven Hall, you knelt and said that you wouldn't do it again. Why can't you do it? Emma Weiyu, do you really think that I will never know, and won't punish you again? Emma Ran was shocked, but he felt like he was in the clouds. He suddenly raised his head, and opened his moist eyes. What? Before he finished speaking, the ghost saw a flash of red light, and fiercely slapped Emma Ran's face. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere, and blood splattered everywhere, splattering on the wall and the ground. Chu Wanning was really angry, so angry that he choked. This vine whip actually didn't save the slightest bit of strength. Emma Ran's side face was cut open, and beads of blood kept dripping down. But he didn't care about the pain at all. He grabbed Chu Wanning's hand, opened his eyes wide, and asked, what good and evil stage? What Green Heaven Hall? What did I hide from you? What did I lie to you about? His repeated questions made Chu Wanning even more dizzy. He wanted to shake him off, but he couldn't. Emma Ren suddenly felt that something was wrong, turned his head abruptly, and looked into the warehouse, that bastard Rongjio. When the two of them were arguing fiercely, and couldn't see a second person in each other's eyes, he actually sneaked out secretly and disappeared. Emma Ren immediately understood, and his expression changed greatly. Master, we fell into his trap. Come with me quickly. It won't be safe here soon, let's go. As he said that, he pulled Chu Wanning and ran out of the door. After running for a few steps, they saw Rongjio leading a group of Yin soldiers from afar, and he kept saying, over here, that living person, with a remnant soul, the two of them. Emma Ran was furious, why didn't they kill you? There was no time to explain more. Emma Ran held Chu Wanning's hand tightly, and led him through the palace walls and alleys. There were more and more soldiers behind them, and the sound of clappers and whistles resounded in the palace. Chu Wanning glanced back, and saw 4 or 5 lights converging from several main alleys, like hissing fire snakes, snaking towards them. Rongjio's face was shining, and his body that was extremely weak because of the bullying in the past was desperately chasing Chu Wanning and Emma Ran, like a hungry wolf chasing after its prey. He felt that he was the first to succeed, and his heart was extremely happy, and even burst out some heroic spirit. Catch them, catch the living person who trespassed into the ghost world. Halfway through running, his arm was suddenly grabbed. Rongjio turned around angrily, and saw that it was the captain of the guards who had detained him before. He couldn't help but feel guilty, but still said angrily, why do you want to catch me? Why don't you go and catch the person in front? They ran away without permission, didn't you also want to run away without permission? The captain narrowed his eyes and looked at him maliciously. Rongjio was shocked, and said, I ran because I wanted to catch the person for the 4th prince. I was the one who found the living person. I was the one who found that Emma Weiyu was not a ghost. Don't think that you can catch me and steal the credit in front of the 4th prince. The captain was stunned at first, and then he thought about it, and laughed. You found it first? You got the credit? Ha ha ha, I stole the credit? The wanton laughter suddenly tightened. I think you are crazy because you want to get the credit. The living person was found by the 4th prince himself. Otherwise, do you think that in order to stop an ordinary ghost, the 4th prince had to use a wizardry barrier to seal the entire palace? Ha, steal the credit, I think you are blind, you want to steal the credit from the 4th prince. Rongjio was shocked, and he stumbled and fell to the ground. In front of him was a rolling army of ghost soldiers rushing past, chasing after Emma Ran and Chu Wanning. Rongjio's lips trembled, and he couldn't help but murmur, found it long ago? The Ghost King found it long ago, by himself? I am not the first one? No credit? The scene of extravagance and riches seemed to have crashed to the ground with a loud crash, only to be trampled to pieces by the frenzied flow of Yin soldiers. Rongjio was stunned for a while, and then he suddenly became crazy, struggling to rush forward. His figure was weak, like a humble mayfly that refused to accept its fate, like a moth that died because of the candle. His life had never been easy, there was only one bed, men, rich women, and guests. A small house that never saw the light of day, and it was difficult to distinguish between day and night. That was his life. It was too dark, and the night would never end. He wanted tomorrow, and he was willing to sacrifice his dignity, his body, his face, his kindness, his conscience. These were the only things he had. For a glimpse of light, he had to embrace fire. Wait. Wait for me. Xianxia, save me. Catch him. He defected and we will take him to the fourth prince for trial. No, no. Rongjiu's pale and bloodless fingers clawed at the ground, and his hair was disheveled in the struggle. His beautiful face looked particularly gloomy and terrifying under the gloomy moonlight. His eyes bulged, and he screamed incoherently, no. Xianxia, save me. After a while, he screamed hysterically, I found them first. I found the living person first. It was me. You can't do this to me. Without me, you wouldn't have found them at all. You want to steal my benefits, you want to steal my credit. He was dragged away, and his crazy screams were quickly drowned out by the rumbling footsteps. Although Chuaning did not hear what Rongjiu was shouting behind him, he understood without further explanation that Rongjiu was deliberately provoking him in the warehouse just now. He wanted him to be angry so that he could find the right time to escape and tell on him. Thinking about how he would always think twice before anything, but now when it came to matters related to Mo Ran, he was no longer so calm. He was actually tricked by a fool with just a few words. Chuaning was a little speechless. He looked at Mo Ran running in front of him and could not help but ask, after that, did you go to the peach house again? Unexpectedly hearing this name that he had almost forgotten, Mo Ran staggered and scolded, Rongjiu, that bastard. He said that I went to the peach house again? How could I go there again? Master, are you angry because of this and saying that I lied to you? After the good and evil stage, I never went to those places again. I did not lie to you. If you don't believe me, you can use the ghost to tie me up and interrogate me. No need. Chuaning lowered his eyes and looked at the ghost that he was still holding tightly in his hand. He thought about how he did not ask and used the willow vine to beat Mo Ran up. It was really. Wait a minute, Shenwu. The ghostly flames illuminated his eyes and brows, making them look extremely bright. Chuaning stared at them for a moment, and her heart was already in turmoil. She tried to channel the ghostly flow into her palm, and immediately felt a powerful and abundant energy rush into her palm in an unending stream. Chuaning suddenly understood where to get the source of spiritual power, between the living and the dead. Although they could no longer exchange spiritual power, the spiritual power of Shenwu did not matter whether it was human, ghost, god or demon. As long as the weapon itself did not resist, then it was the same. Mo Ran was running halfway when he suddenly felt that Chuaning had stopped. He immediately turned around and asked anxiously, Master, what's wrong? His face was still covered in blood, making him look even more pitiful when contrasted with his bright black eyes. Chuaning pursed his lips. He was a little embarrassed, but also a little reluctant. However, the pride in his bones made him feel that even though he had wronged Mo Ran, this kid did indeed have a relationship with those Zhang Sanrong and Jiu girls in the past. He deserved to be beaten. After thinking for a moment, Chuaning did not know what kind of tone he should use to face him. So, he could only continue to say without any tone or expression, Mo Ran, stand still and move to the side of the palace wall. What? Chuaning said lightly, let me show you a magic trick. Before he could understand what his master meant, he saw the ghost's red light continuously flow into Chuaning's remnant soul, enveloping his entire soul in a layer of scorching flames. Mo Ran opened his eyes wide and watched Chuaning and the ghost for a moment. Suddenly, the flames disappeared. The man in the golden-red robe held the willow vine that was spitting flames and turned to him. Mo Ran, give the ghost an order. Mo Ran already vaguely knew what he was going to do. Although he found it hard to believe, he immediately shouted, the ghost is like me, listen to his orders. The willow vine in Chuaning's hand hissed and flowed, bursting into a string of sparkling red sparks. The willow leaves on the vine glowed brightly and emitted a brilliant light. Chuaning raised his other hand, his fingertips brushing the ghost's vine inch by inch. Wherever his fingertips passed, brilliance surged. At this time, thousands of ghost soldiers had already arrived not far in front of the two of them. Behind the two of them was the towering palace wall that was sealed by the barrier. There was no way to retreat. However, Chu Wanning did not plan to retreat. A ray of light splashed out from his eyes, forming thousands of ripples. A strong wind suddenly blew, and his robes fluttered wildly. Chu Wanning held the willow vine and fiercely whipped it in the air. In an instant, the ghost rushed out like a dragon, golden light shining brightly, illuminating the night sky. The ghost obeyed Emo Rant's orders and no longer rejected Chu Wanning. Instead, it continuously gathered its own powerful spiritual energy into Chu Wanning's soul. Chu Wanning's eyes flashed with a dazzling light, and his voice was deep and steady. Ghost, 10,000 coffin. Boom, in an instant, countless golden red willow vines broke out of the ground, tearing the majestic palace into broken bricks and tiles. Thick and strong vines tightly held the ghost soldiers and ghosts, dragging them to the center of the willow vines and sealing them. Emo Ran looked at everything in front of him in amazement, watching the divine marshal and the remnant soul respond and fuse together. Chu Wanning's robes fluttered, and his ink-black hair was like smoke. In life and in death, there was this world-shaking blazing heroic spirit that was unstoppable. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Wanning suddenly rushed back and pressed his hand against the palace wall. In just a short while, he immediately found the weak point of the barrier. 9 feet up, 4 inches to the right, you use fire to attack. Emo Ran immediately jumped up as he said, and before the ghosts in the palace had time to react, he gathered the fiery curse in his palm and smashed it at the location Chu Wanning pointed at. In an instant, the earth and mountains shook, and the sky-high palace walls quickly collapsed, returning to their original height and appearance. The ceiling barrier that guarded the surroundings was also instantly torn apart, collapsing into pieces. Get out! There was no need to say it a second time. Emo Ran jumped to the top of the wall, turned around, and pulled Chu Wanning, who came up behind him. The two of them broke out of the palace of the 4 ghost kings, and their figures were extremely fast, disappearing into the boundless night sky in an instant. In the narrow alley, Chu Wanning and Emo Ran each leaned against a wall, looking at each other, and said nothing. In the end, Emo Ran couldn't hold it in and laughed. That old ghost is probably going to die of anger, hiss. When he grinned, the wound on his cheek hurt. Chu Wanning said, don't laugh. Emo Ran stopped laughing. In the dim alley, his eyelashes fluttered, and his dark, gentle eyes looked at the other person. Shizun, are you still angry with me? If he had said, Shizun, you've wronged me, Chu Wanning might have felt uncomfortable, but he asked if he was still angry. Chu Wanning hesitated for a moment, then silently changed the topic. Hurry up and cast your spell. We escaped from the palace of the 4 ghost kings. He won't have the face to tell the other ghost kings for a while, but it might not be so if we delay for a long time. When he heard this, he knew that Chu Wanning wasn't going to leave. His heart, which had been tense since just now, finally relaxed. Emo Ran couldn't help but laugh again, yes. As he laughed, it hurt again, and he couldn't help but cover his face. Chu Wanning. Emo Ran took out the spirit-guiding lamp and held it in his hands. He lowered his head and silently recited the incantation. After repeating it 3 times, the spirit-guiding lamp suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance, so bright that it was impossible to open one's eyes. He seemed to hear Master Huizue's chanting through the rushing water of the yellow springs, and through the tranquil forgetfulness river reeds. When will you return? When will you return? That voice was very faint, and it was almost impossible to distinguish. After a while, the chanting of "When will you return" seemed to be closer, and then Master Huizue's voice sounded in Emo Ran's ears. Why are there 2 earthly spirits? Master Huizue's hazy voice carried a trace of doubt. Emo Ran closed his eyes, and in his mind, he told everything to Huizue. That faint voice was silent for a moment, then said, You saw Shunfeng Restaurant's Shizun? Yes. Master? It's nothing. Since Master Chu said that it's normal to have 2 earthly spirits, that should be the case. Huizue said, It's just that I've never tried to summon 2 earthly spirits from the world of spirits and souls at the same time. It will take a little longer, so I'll have to trouble almsgiver Emo to wait a little longer. Emo Ran glanced at the 4 Kings' Palace and asked, How long will it take? We just came out of the 4 Kings' Palace, I don't know when they'll catch up. It won't be too long, please be assured, almsgiver Emo Huizue said this, and his voice became even fainter. After a while, it was completely drowned out by the chanting of "When will you return?" Chuaning couldn't hear Huizui's voice, and frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" "Master's soul is special, so the master said to wait a little longer." Emoran said, "This place is too close to the palace, let's walk a little further." Chuaning nodded, and the two walked to a corner. At this time, the sky was almost bright, and the old man who had led the way before was preparing to pack up his stall. When he saw Emoran, he exclaimed in surprise, "Aya! You found him?" Emoran didn't expect to meet him again, and was stunned for a moment, then said, I found him, thank you very much, uncle." "What's there to thank, it's the little immortal's good luck." "Ai! Why is your face broken?" "Oh, it was hit by the Een soldier's soul-scattering whip." Emoran made up a story. "No wonder, I've said that normal things shouldn't be able to hurt ghosts, AI. How painful must it be?" The old man thought for a moment, then put down the tray that he had cleaned up, and cooked 2 bowls of small wonton, and held it out to them. "These leftovers won't be sold today, I'll treat you to some before you leave." Emoran thanked him, and watched as the old man picked up the basket again, and leisurely walked away. Only then did he put the bowl of soup on the small stone bench next to him. Chuaning didn't like to eat green onions, so the old man sprinkled some green onions in the wonton soup. Emoran scooped out the green onions in front of him, and then switched with Chuaning's bowl, and said, "Master, eat this bowl." Chuaning glanced at him, but didn't refuse, and picked up the spoon to slowly taste it. Emoran watched him eat, the cold soup of the ghost realm touching his light-colored lips, and the wonton and soup didn't disappear at all, the authentic way of eating ghosts. "Is it good?" "It's okay. It's not as good as your dragon hands." Cough. Chuaning was caught off guard, and as if he had choked, he abruptly raised his head, and stared in astonishment at the person in front of him who was holding his chin and looking at him with a smile. He suddenly felt like a clam that had been forcefully ripped off its shell, and exposed to the scorching sun, with not a single secret left. "What dragon hands?" Elder Yuhing frowned, his expression solemn, and tried to play dumb to hide his master's prestige. "Stop pretending." But before he could pick up his master's prestige, Emoran's hand reached out to ruffle his hair, and smashed it to pieces. Chuaning was very angry at this, and also very depressed. "I know everything." Emoran took out the lantern that contained the human soul from his Chankuan bag, and placed it next to the stone bench, saying, "Master was awkward when he was alive, but in the netherworld, only the human soul is honest. I made it for you, but..." Emoran raised his eyebrows, and looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. "But what? Guilt in your heart? Fear that you'll be hungry? Regret it?" He couldn't say these things out loud. Chuaning felt that there was a hidden illness in his heart. He always had a self-esteem that was much stronger than that of ordinary people. He regarded being good to others, liking someone, and having attachments as shameful things. Through many years of wind and rain, he was used to being alone, and became a tall and straight giant tree that towered into the sky. This kind of giant tree would never sway like a flower, provoking people, nor would it sway with the wind like a vine, tickling people's hearts. He just stood there silently and solemnly. He was very steady, and also very reliable. He silently sheltered the people passing by from the wind and rain, and provided shade for the people leaning against the tree to enjoy the shade. Perhaps it was because the tree was really too tall, too lush, that people had to deliberately raise their heads to discover, so this gentle shade was cast by him. But those passers-by who came and went, none of them raised their heads, and none of them discovered him. People's vision was always used to looking at places that were lower than themselves, or at most the same level as themselves, so he gradually got used to it. Being used to it, it became natural. In fact, there was no one in the world who was born to be dependent, or born to be relied on. It was just that those who always clung to the strong would become more and more charming, more and more gentle, stretching out their boneless waists, flattering, and sweet-talking to obtain a piece of the world. And there was another kind of person, such as Chuaning. Ever since he left the mountain, he had always been the one who was relied on. This kind of person would become more and more resolute, more and more strong. Later on, his face would become iron, and his heart would become tempered steel. These people were Used to seeing other people's weakness, seeing all the servile and charming bones in the world, so they were extremely unwilling to reveal even the slightest bit of softness. They were people who held swords, so they had to be fully armed, ready for battle. They couldn't reveal their weakness, and they didn't know what a gentle home was. After a long time, it seemed that they had forgotten. In fact, when people were born, they had feelings and intentions, there was hardness and softness. When they were children, they would cry and laugh, they would climb up after falling, and they would also yearn for a pair of hands to help them up. He might have once hoped for someone to help him up. But after waiting once, there was no one. The second time, there was still no one. He gradually got used to it in his disappointment. When someone really did come to help him up, he would only feel that it was unnecessary, and he would feel ashamed. It was just a fall. His leg wasn't broken, so why be pretentious? What if his leg was broken, this kind of person would think. Oh, it was just a broken leg, he wasn't dead, so why be pretentious? What if he was dead? Even if he became a ghost, he would still think. Sigh, he was dead anyway, so it would be pretentious to say more. They were trying hard to get rid of the pretentiousness of being born weak, but unknowingly, they fell into another kind of pretentiousness. Each one of them suffered from an illness of self-esteem, and it was incurable. Mo Ran looked at this incurable person, waiting to see what he would say. In the end, Chu Wanning didn't say anything. He pursed his lips, and dryly put down the soup spoon. He was very unhappy. So after a while, he suddenly stood up and said, "Try casting another spell, I want to enter the spirit guiding lamp." Mo Ran was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Is the spirit guiding lamp a conch shell? If you're embarrassed, you can hide in it." Chu Wanning's expression was dignified, and he flicked his sleeve. "Embarrassed? Tell me, what is there for me to be embarrassed about?" Shizun is embarrassed, of course, because... He didn't expect him to be so thick-skinned to say it. Chu Wanning felt as if he had been pricked by a needle, and said, "Shut up. Because you're good to me." Mo Ran also stood up. The red clouds of the ghost realm floated across the sky, and the dim crescent moon peeked out, sprinkling a layer of frost on the ground, and also illuminating Mo Ran's face. He was no longer smiling, and his expression was solemn and serious. "Shizun, I know you're good to me. I don't know if you'll remember what I'm saying now, but, no matter what, I want to tell you. From now on, you'll be one of the most important people in this world. Your disciple did many ridiculous things in the past, and even though he clearly had the best Shizun in the world, he still harbored resentment. Now that I think about it, I feel very regretful." Chu Wanning looked at him. Mo Ran said, "Shizun is the best Shizun, and your disciple is the worst disciple." Chu Wanning was originally a little uneasy, but when he heard Mo Ran use his pitiful words to express himself, he tried his best, but he was still so clumsy. After a while, he couldn't hold it in anymore, and finally smiled faintly. "Oh." He nodded, and repeated, "Shizun is the best Shizun, and your disciple is the worst disciple. You finally have some self-awareness." Chu Wanning was never a greedy person, he gave others a lot, but asked for very little. Even though he didn't have Mo Ran's friendship, but to be able to treat him as the most important person, as the best Shizun, that was not bad. He was originally a person who was very poor emotionally, so poor, but he wasn't willing to beg. Someone was willing to give him a small piece of hot sesame seed cake to nibble on. He felt very happy, nibbling on the cake in small bites, and was very satisfied. But Mo Ran, this stupid guy, looked at this piece of soul in a daze, and was also amused by himself. The grass was growing and the orioles were flying. He was indescribably happy. He said, "Shizun, you should smile more, you look better when you smile than when you don't." Chu Wanning, on the other hand, did not smile. Self-esteem disease. He felt that looking good was a praise that wild flowers and weeds should get for showing off. Like Rongjiu, he didn't want it. But Mo Ran was still thinking hard to praise his good Shizun. "Shizun, do you know, when you smile, only that word can describe." He was trying hard to think of a word to describe the beautiful scene just now. Something related to laughter. The clapper in the underworld sounded 3 more times. This person's mind was blessed, and he blurted out, "Yes. Smiling in the underworld." Chu Wanning was really angry this time. He didn't want to pay attention to Mo Ran anymore. He suddenly waved his sleeves, held up the spirit guiding lamp, and said sternly, Mo Weiyu, you're so long-winded, aren't you going to cast your spell? If you say one more word of nonsense, I'll go back to the palace of the Four Kings myself. It's better than returning to the human world and listening to your nonsense all day long. Mo Ran was stunned. Smiling in the underworld, did he use it wrong? In the underworld, he had a very beautiful smile. There was nothing wrong with it. Arguing at the intersection was after all a bit too flamboyant. Mo Ran didn't know what he said wrong, but since his Shizun asked him to shut up, he would shut up. Thinking of this, Mo Ran scratched his head, and pulled Chu Wanning to a corner. At this time, the slow chanting in his mind was getting louder and louder. Mo Ran tried to ask Huizue, Master, is it almost done? There was a moment of silence, and then there was the sound of a wooden fish. Huizue's voice seemed to be right next to his ear. It became very clear. It's almost done. As soon as Huizue's voice fell, bits of golden light floated out from Chu Wanning's second soul. The soul standing in front of him became fainter and fainter as the golden light dispersed, until it suddenly turned into thousands of fireflies, flowing into the soul lamp like a river of stars. Mo Ran heard the master's chanting. It came through the rushing and vigorous water of the Yellow Springs, and through the quiet and serene Wang River reeds. When will you return? When will you return? All the bitterness was gradually washed away by this long Buddhist voice, which was close to a sigh. Mo Ran hugged the soul lamp, only to feel his body become lighter and lighter, more and more illusory. Dong. There was a crisp sound of a wooden fish. Like a sharp blade, it suddenly shattered this absent-minded chanting. Mo Ran suddenly opened his eyes, as if he was awakened. Everything in the world of spirits and souls dissipated, as if it was just a dream not long ago. He found himself lying on a bamboo raft. The bamboo raft stopped at the bridge of helplessness at the peak of life and death. Under the bamboo raft, there was an endless flow of water surging, splashing waves. The sky was crab blue, but it was stained with a thin layer of red. Bamboo leaves fluttered on both sides of the river. Thousands of leaves and thousands of sounds were fresh and tender. Dawn seemed to be coming. He blinked absent-mindedly. Suddenly, he found that the soul lamp in his arms was gone. He was so shocked that he sat up abruptly. Master! Don't shout. Someone said lightly. Mo Ran gasped, like a person who had experienced a nightmare. He turned his pale face and saw Huizue sitting on the shore, knocking on the wooden fish on the bluestone and lifting his eyelids. Even if you shout, he can't hear you now. The soul-guiding lamp was placed next to the wooden fish, overflowing with colorful light and sparkling with golden splendor. Chu Wanning's soul power was indescribably beautiful. Huizue picked up the soul-guiding lamp, stood up from the rock, and nodded at Mo Ran. Young benefactor Mo, you did very well. Mo Ran got up with a grunt and jumped from the bamboo raft to the shore. He pulled Huizue and asked anxiously, Great Master, let's go to Shuangtian Palace to find Master's mortal body, right? Hurry, hurry, I'm afraid that if we're late, his soul will disperse again. Huizue couldn't help but laugh. How can it disperse so easily? Then, he added, don't be anxious. This penniless monk has already sent benefactor Shui to speak to your sect master. Chu Wanning's mortal body should have been moved to the Red Lotus Waterside Pavilion. This penniless monk will enter seclusion there to cast a spell and transfer your master's soul back into her body. Mo Ran said, then let's go, let's go. Seeing Huizue's expression that was not a smile, he hurriedly said, Great Master, take your time, there's no rush, there's no rush. However, his eyebrows were clearly furrowed, and he subconsciously took a step forward. He even wanted to reach out and pull Huizue's sleeve. How could he not be in a rush? Huizue shook his head, sighed, and said with a smile, Young benefactor, there's no use in being anxious. Mo Ran waved his hand. No rush, no rush, no rush, safety is more important. Yes, safety is more important. When the soul leaves the body, it can't instantly return to the body. Otherwise, it will go against the will of the heavens and easily disperse. This poor monk will naturally take his time. Yes, yes, yes. Good, good, good. Take your time. Mo Ran repeatedly agreed, but he still couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. He carefully asked, then how long will it take for Master to be revived? Huizue was very calm. 5 years. So that's how it is. 5 years is 5 years? Mo Ran turned pale with fright. He felt like he had been choked. 5 years at the earliest. Mo Ran. The morning sun had just broken and the red clouds filled the sky. Although it was still early, a large group of disciples had already gathered outside the Red Lotus Pavilion. They were all dressed in white robes and stood on both sides of the road with their heads lowered. Dong, 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 the morning bell rang from the Tong Tian Tower. In the distance, a few people were slowly approaching with a coffin. The leaders were Shui Jingyong and Elder Tanlang. Behind them were Mo Ran and Shui Meng. Shermay and a monk in an old kasaya stood on the left and right. They stepped on the slippery limestone road and gradually walked over from the thin fog. The monk held a lantern in his hand. Although the sky was already bright, the lantern's radiance did not diminish in the daytime. The golden brilliance was like summer flowers, bright and dazzling. All the disciples lowered their heads and concentrated on controlling their breathing. They had already heard that Master Huizue of Wubei Temple had come specially for Elder Yu Heng. They assumed that this ordinary-looking monk was him. For this legendary figure, the younger generation's reverence suppressed their curiosity. On the long mountain road, no one dared to look carefully. They only heard the sound of a cane and saw a pair of monk's shoes entwined with hemp grass pass by. The master floated away, leaving everyone standing solemnly. The coffin was steadily carried. Because it was resurrection and not burial, no one cried. When they reached the Red Lotus Pavilion, Huizue looked around and said, "Put it beside the lotus pond. There's plenty of spiritual energy there and it's easy to cast spells." "Okay, we'll listen to the master." Shui Jingyong led the others and placed the ice coffin there. "Master, if there's anything else you need, just tell me. You saved Yu Heng, which means you saved half of my life. I'll do my best to help you." "Thank you for your kindness, Master Shui," Huizue said. "I don't have anything to ask for now. If I do in the future, it won't be too late to tell you." "Okay, then don't be so polite." Huizue put his palms together and bowed to Shui Jingyong with a faint smile. Then, he turned around and looked at the others. "This humble monk needs 5 years to bring Elder Chu back to life. In order to avoid disturbances, from today onwards, the Red Lotus Pavilion will be closed to all guests. 5 years later, on the day of Elder Chu's resurrection, it will reopen." Although Shui Meng had already heard about this before, when he heard Huizue say that Shizun wouldn't wake up until 5 years later, he couldn't help but tear up. He silently lowered his head. "Benefactors, if you wish to part ways with Elder Chu, please go to the coffin. After today, it will be over 1,000 days before we can meet again." Everyone went in order. First, it was Shui Jingyong and the elders. One by one, they stood in front of the coffin and bid farewell. Shui Jingyong said, "I hope we can meet again soon." Tanlang said, "Wake up early." Xuanji said, "I wish you all the best." Luzuan sighed and said, "I'm a little envious of you. 5 years of time is frozen, so you don't look old anymore." The rest of the elders also had their own words. Soon, it was Shui Meng's turn. Shui Meng wanted to hold it in, but he was used to being impulsive and couldn't hold it in. In the end, tears fell from his eyes beside Chu Waning's coffin. He wiped his tears vigorously and said with a choked voice, "Shizun, even if you're not here, I'll practice my sword well. In the future, I won't embarrass you at the Spiritual Mountain Conference. When you wake up, I'll tell you my good ranking. Under my Shizun, there is no disciple who loses in words." Shui Jingyong walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Shui Meng didn't hug his father as usual. Instead, he sniffled and stubbornly turned away. He didn't want to be a hedonistic youth who only relied on his father in front of his Shizun. Then it was Shermay's turn. Shermay's eyes were also wet. He didn't say anything. He lowered his head and looked at Chu Wanning for a while, then silently retreated to the side. After he left, a pale pink begonia flower was gently placed in the coffin. The hand that placed the flower still had the shape of a youth, but it was already very slender. Mo Ran stood beside the coffin. The wind gently blew across the lake, bringing in the fragrance of lotus flowers. The strands of hair by his forehead were a little messy from the wind, but he raised his hand to tidy up Chu Wanning's face. Emoran pursed his lips. He seemed to have a lot to say, but in the end, he only said softly in a hoarse voice, "I'll wait for you." Wait for you for what? He didn't say. He felt that he should want to say wait for you to wake up, but it seemed that this sentence wasn't enough. It was as if there was no way to express the emotions that filled and squeezed his heart. It was as if there was boiling magma gathering in the bottom of his heart. The magma could not find an accurate exit, so it rampaged in his heart, causing him panic and pain. He felt that one day, his heart would burst. When that time came, the lava would flow out of control, and he would be melted into ashes in that raging sea. But now, he still wasn't sure what this passionate feeling was. So he only said, "I'll wait for you." The Red Lotus Pavilion finally closed. An enormous barrier fell. It was like a door that separated life and death, isolating everyone outside. From then on, the fragrance of the summer lotus and the silence of the winter snow. For a full 5 years, no one else could enjoy the scenery in the pavilion. Bamboo leaves rustled, begonia flowers fell, stretching from the outside of the Red Lotus Pavilion to the front of the mountain gate. All the disciples knelt down. Emma ran, Shui Meng, and Shermaine knelt at the very front of this endless river. Shui Jingyong's voice shook the forest and stopped the clouds. "Farewell, Elder Yu Heng is in seclusion." All the disciples bowed their heads and said in low voices, "Farewell, Elder Yu Heng is in seclusion." The voices of thousands of people converged into a stream, suddenly exploding in this smoky peak of life and death. It startled the crows, causing them to cry out in disgust. They circled the treetops but didn't dare to approach. The rumbling voices were like muffled thunder, crushing the rolling clouds and piercing the heavens. "Farewell, Shizun is in seclusion," Emoran said softly. He kowtowed. Guarding the monarch for 5 years. After Yu Heng was in seclusion, his 3 direct disciples weren't willing to temporarily be under the tutelage of the other elders. They cultivated bitterly on their own. Shermei and Shui Meng stayed on the mountain because of their aptitudes and mantras, while Emoran chose to go on a long journey. However, the reason why he made this choice was not only because he was suited for training, but also because he had been reborn. Many things were different from the past. Putting aside the changes on Chu Wanning's side, what he was most worried about was the fake Gaochen. He had a faint guess that the person hiding behind the scenes might have been reborn as well. After all, this person's mastery of the exquisite chess game could be said to be 80 to 90%. In his previous life, until he committed suicide, there wasn't a second person in the world who could use this forbidden technique to such an extent. Investigating the person's identity wasn't his forte. After the battle at Colorful Butterfly Town, the entire cultivation world was watching carefully, waiting for the old glutton in the dark to reveal his fox tail. This matter didn't require him to interfere too much. Emoran knew that he wasn't smart, but his spiritual energy was dense. And his cultivation talent was amazing. Since there was destined to be another battle in the future, what he could do was to quickly return to the powerful strength he had before his rebirth. In his previous life, he was the destroyer. In this life, he wanted to be the protector. Not long after Chu Wanning went into seclusion, Emoran stood in front of the mountain gate of the Peak of Life and Death. He carried a backpack and was about to leave. There weren't many people who came to send him off. They were Shui Jingyong, Madame Wang, and Shermei. Shui Jingyong patted his shoulder and said awkwardly, "Manger didn't come," he said. Emoran smiled. "He said he wanted to practice his sword in the forest and didn't have time to send me off." Shui Jingyong was even more embarrassed. He couldn't help but scold, "That little rascal is really insensible." Emoran smiled. "He wants to be the champion in the Soul Mountain Conference, so it's natural for him to practice diligently. We'll have to rely on him to save face for master." Shui Jingyong looked at Emoran hesitantly and said, "The Soul Mountain Conference is the pinnacle of the competition for orthodox immortal techniques. Ranner is going to travel the world this time. Although he'll have a lot of strength, I'm afraid the conference won't recognize the mixed martial arts of the 3 religions and 9 sections. If we miss it because of this, it'll be a pity." Emoran said, "My cousin is there. Don't you want to get a ranking?" Emoran really laughed this time. Ranking? In his previous life, Because he did something wrong at the Soul Mountain conference, he was punished with confinement and didn't attend. He had resentment in his heart. But now, it seemed that this small matter was nothing. He was a person who had experienced many life and death separations. In the flood of calamities, he was unwilling to accept it to desire, from desire to resentment, from resentment to relief, and from relief to guilt. Now, what Mo Ran wanted was no longer good wine and beautiful women, worshipping for thousands of generations, revenge, resentment, and the thrill of killing. He had seen the endless prosperity of the clouds and was already tired of it. He didn't want to go back. He only felt that it was very cold there, and no one was by his side. They were all people who had been Emperor Ta. They had once called the wind and called the rain at the peak of Mount Tai and seen all the flowers in the world. They didn't care about the applause and cheers of the Soul Mountain. As for the ranking, whoever wanted to be ranked could be ranked. I still want to do something else. Mo Ran laughed. Shui Meng is a young master. A young master has a young master's way of living, but I'm a ruffian. A ruffian has his days. Madame Wang couldn't help but pity him. Silly child, what are you saying? You and Meng are the same. There's no difference between a young master and a ruffian. Mo Ran laughed, but there was some bitterness. Born rich and born lowly, even if he was lucky enough to reach the peak of life and death, he had spent the previous 10 years muddling along. How could it be the same? But seeing Madame Wang's gentle and caring expression, he naturally couldn't say anything. He nodded and said, Auntie is right. I didn't say it well. Madame Wang smiled and shook her head. She gave him a small pouch with Du Ruohua embroidered on it. She said, You're traveling outside and there's no one to take care of you. Take this pouch. There's a lot of medicine in it. It's all made by me. It's better than what you can buy in a normal shop. Keep it carefully and don't drop it. Mo Ran was very grateful. Thank you very much, Auntie. Shermay said, I don't have anything else to give you. I only have this jade pendant. Wear it. It's used to nourish your spiritual core. Mo Ran took it and looked at it. Indeed, the white jade was like congealed fat and was warm to the touch. It was actually an extremely rare item. He hurriedly stuffed the jade pendant back into Shermay's hand. I can't take this away. It's too precious. Moreover, my spiritual core is of the fire element. If I have to nourish it, I'm afraid I'll suffer from Qigong deviation. Shermay laughed. What nonsense. How can you suffer from Qigong deviation? I'm not taking it. Mo Ran was very insistent. Your body is weak. It'll be better for you to wear it yourself. But I asked someone to buy it for you at the Xianyuan gathering. When Mo Ran heard him say this, he felt very warm, but more than that, he felt distressed. The items at the Xianyuan gathering all have sky-high prices. I really don't have much use for this jade pendant. However, it's very good for you. Shermay, I appreciate your kindness, but you should keep this item for yourself. Remember to wear it every day to nourish your spiritual energy. Shermay still wanted to say something, but Mo Ran had already untied the string of the jade pendant and helped him wear it. It looks pretty good. He said this with a smile. He raised his hand and patted Shermay's shoulder. It's much more suitable for you to wear than for me. I'm such a rough person. I'm afraid that I'll break something in less than 2 days. Ranner is right. Although this jade pendant can be worn by anyone, it's still most comfortable for people with water spiritual cores. Muir, keep it for yourself. Since Madame Wang had spoken, Shermay naturally listened to her. He nodded and said to Mo Ran, then take care of yourself. Don't worry. I'll write to you often. Parting was imminent. Shermay was a little sad, but when he heard him say this, he couldn't help but laugh. Only Shizun can understand the words you write. At the mention of Chu Wanning, Mo Ran didn't know what to feel in his heart. The bone-deep hatred had dissipated, but the guilt was still there. It was like a scar that was forming a scab. His entire heart was aching and itching. With that in mind, he went down the mountain alone. 1, 2, 3. He lowered his head. As he walked, he silently counted in his heart. 101, 102, 103. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he couldn't help but turn back and look at the cloud-shrouded peak of life and death. The continuous stone steps seemed to have no end. He muttered, 3,799. As he walked, he counted. This was the number of steps that led to the mountain gate. The number of steps that Chu Wanning had carried him on his back that day. He felt that he would never forget Chu Wanning's pair of hands for the rest of his life. They were cold, full of bloodstains, and damaged. Whether a person was good or evil, it was often not his nature to be so. Everyone was like a field, some people were lucky, what fell between the ridges were rice and wheat seedlings. When autumn came, the 5 grains would be plentiful, the rice would be fragrant, everything was good, everything was praiseworthy. But there were still fields that didn't have such good luck. What was planted in the soil were poppy seeds. When the spring breeze blew, it gave birth to blissful sins. The entire field was covered in golden-red filthy blood. People resented it, spat at it, feared it. They all lived a drunken life in its stench, rotting into dregs. In the end, righteous and benevolent people gathered together and threw a fire into the field. In the twisted rising smoke, they said that he was a hotbed of karma. They said that he was a malicious spirit and a demon. They said that he ate people without spitting out the bones. They said that he deserved to die and had no conscience. He painfully twitched and groaned in the fire. The poppy seeds quickly curled up and turned into the smelly soil. But he was once a good field. He also once longed for rain and sunshine. Who was the one who planted the first seed of darkness? Later on, the evil became a disaster and couldn't be stopped. This field was gentle and brilliant. After the fire was lit, it turned into ashes. It was abandoned. No one wanted it anymore. He was an abandoned old land. So he never thought that there would be a person who would come into his life and give him another chance to plow the soil and start all over again. Chu Wanning. He would only meet him 5 years later. Today was the first day of those 5 years. He suddenly realized that he had begun to miss Chu Wanning's face. It was stern, angry, gentle, solemn, and upright. Emo Ran slowly closed his eyes. He carefully recalled his past and present life. How many past events were scattered by the wind and snow? He gradually realized that the incident of the world of spirits and souls was actually the biggest watershed in his life. In his past life, he loved someone deeply. Later on, that person sacrificed her life, and he went to hell. In this life, there was another person who loved him. Later on, that person sacrificed her life and sent him back to the human world. On the 8th day after Emo Ran left, Shui Jingyong received his first letter. The handwriting on the flower washing paper was crooked. Shui Jingyong tried to straighten it, but it was to no avail. "Uncle, don't worry. I am at the flowering crossing today. Everything is fine. There were evil spirits here a few days ago, but fortunately there were no casualties. I have already dealt with the water spirits. Now the crossing is very peaceful." I took 500 silver notes from the boatman and attached it with the letter. "Greetings to Auntie and Master. On the 120th day, the 22nd letter. Uncle, don't worry. Due to a coincidence, I recently obtained a top-grade spirit stone. If it is embedded in Xue Meng's Longqing scimitar, it will become a peerless weapon. Although it cannot be mentioned in the same breath as Shenwu, it is still very rare. Greetings to Auntie and Master. On the 130th day, the 24th letter. Uncle, don't worry. I have been cultivating in the Snow Valley. The Snow Valley is cold all day long and produces strange flowers and plants. Among them, the frost snow lotus is the rarest. Unfortunately, there is a 1,000-year ape demon guarding the flower field. When I first came here, my spiritual power was low and my martial arts were not deep enough, so I could not pick it. But these days, I have improved greatly and was able to break through its defenses. I picked a dozen and sent them back with the letter. Greetings to Auntie and Master. Along with the letter, there were often some playthings, spiritual herbs, wood, and stones. Other than letters to Shui Jingyong, Emo Ran would also write to Shermei in private. The content was mostly about his travels and trivial matters such as warmth and clothing. The ink pen stained the paper. At the beginning, there were still mistakes. Later on, although the words were not very beautiful, the horizontal and vertical lines gradually became more and more neat, and the mistakes became fewer and fewer. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. One day, Shuizhengyong was drinking the newly served spring tea when he received another letter from Mo Ran. He read it with a smile and handed the letter to Madame Wang. Madame Wang looked at it and smiled. This child's handwriting is getting more and more beautiful. It looks like someone's? Whose? Shuizhengyong blew on the tea leaves and found a book called Notes on Ancient Barriers from the books on the table. Look at Yu Heng. Isn't it 70% similar? Madame Wang flipped through the book and said in surprise, it really does look like it. When he first came to the peak of life and death, he took Yu Heng as his master. Yu Heng told him to read a book first, but he did not know many big words. Later on, Yu Heng taught him for many days, starting from his own name to the simple ones and then to the difficult ones. Shuizhengyong shook his head. Back then, he didn't learn it in detail, so he just dealt with it as if he was drawing talismans. Now, he seems to be doing it. Madame Wang smiled and said, he should leave the mountain and walk around more. I see that he has become much calmer when he's outside. Shuizhengyong also smiled and said, I wonder what he will become after traveling for 5 years. How old would he have been then? 22? 22, sigh. Shuizhengyong sighed and seemed to sigh ruefully. I originally thought that Yu Heng would take them until they were 20. Man proposes, God disposes. Man proposes, God disposes. Mo Ran also thought so. He had traveled all over the world, from the drizzling lands of Jiangnan to the northern Great Shangguan. In the summer, he had drunk a mouthful of Vietnamese wine by sitting in the river of wine. In the winter, he had listened to a chong flute by a fire pond. In his previous life, after he became the emperor, the whole world belonged to him. But he had never traveled the 10,000 rivers and thousands of mountains to see the lights of the fishing boats in the east, or the rivers in the west. He had never carefully looked at the dark feet of the porters carrying the poles on the flagstones. Their skin and flesh were cracked, and the soles of their feet were as hard as iron. He had never heard the babysitter of the pear garden in the reed pond, her delicate voice reaching the clouds and cracking silk. So it turns out that all the beautiful flowers that have bloomed all over the place have been turned into ruins. He was no longer the Emperor Ta, and he would never be the Emperor Ta again in this life. He was Big Brother. This was the crisp voice of the children in the streets. Big Brother, can you help me save this little bird? Its wings are broken. I don't know what to do. Little immortal. This was the raspy voice of the old village chief of Stone Mortar Village. Thank you, thank you. If it weren't for you, our village would be full of lonely old and weak people. When that evil spirit wreaked havoc, we could only leave our homes. Immortal's great kindness, this old man will never forget it. Kind-hearted person. This was the voice of a child beggar they met on the road. Kind-hearted person, my mother and I haven't had a full meal for many days. Please do us a favor and show mercy. Mo Ran closed his eyes. And then opened them again. Because someone called him Grandmaster Mo. He was somewhat hurt by this name. He raised his head to look at the dark man who called him that. He said helplessly, I'm not a grandmaster. My master is. Please don't call me that again. The man scratched his head honestly. I'm sorry. Everyone in the village calls you that. I know you don't like it, but I can't change it. Mo Ran had been staying in a village near the border of the lower cultivation world. A few miles away from the village was a towering snowy mountain. Snow ghosts often came down the mountain to cause trouble. Those were small demons with low spiritual power. The god of night Mecha left behind by his master was enough to deal with them. Unfortunately, this small village was too remote, and the god of night was not useful here. He had no choice but to try and make it according to the blueprint left behind by his master. After many failures, he finally made the first one. The god of night he made was not as beautiful as his master's, nor was it as flexible as his master's. However, the wooden figure creaked, so it could be used. This novel toy made the villagers of this remote village very happy. They kept calling Mo Ran Grandmaster Mo, making him feel very awkward. But the more awkward part was yet to come. It was evening, and half of the sky was dyed red by the setting sun. He came back from the Mount Tai Academy and was walking on the bustling path of the apricot forest. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Grandmaster Chu!" Hearing this name, Emo Ran didn't even have time to think. He immediately turned around, and then he found himself very funny. There were so many sorcerers with the surname Chu in the world, but he just listened to the wind and thought that his master had woken up early. How could it be? He shook his head with a smile. When he was about to turn around, he suddenly heard another shout, "Grandmaster Chu!" Emo Ran held a stack of books and narrowed his eyes to look in the crowd. Suddenly, he saw someone waving at him. Unfortunately, it was too far away for him to see the person's face clearly. He could only roughly see the person's clothes and figure. It was a young man in a blue Taoist robe, carrying a bow and a wolf dog beside him. The person quickly approached, but when Emo ran and he could see each other's facial features clearly, both of them were stunned. "You are..." Emo ran. He reacted before the other person. Holding a stack of books, it was inconvenient for him to carry his luggage, so he simply nodded. His eyes curiously paused for a moment on the young man's face. "I didn't expect to meet young Master Nangong here. What a coincidence." The person who called him Grandmaster Chu was Confucian Windsek's legitimate son, Nangong Si. Because this guy died early, Emo Ran had never seen him face to face in his previous life. But Chu Wanning was different. Chu Wanning was once a guest of Confucian Wind sect, so Nangong Si must be familiar with him. Emo Ran looked him up and down. His eyes paused for a moment on the quiver in Nangong Si's hand. It was a very old cloth quiver, embroidered with camellia flowers. Because too much time had passed, the flower pattern had faded, and the bright petals were slightly yellow. It was like the fragrance embroidered on cloth could not last long, and would eventually wither one day. Nangong Si's whole body was bright and beautiful, but this quiver was very worn out. It was so worn that one could clearly see the traces of stitching. Emo Ran knew that this quiver was a precious thing to him, but in this world, who didn't have 2 or 3 treasures that they cherished? No matter how glorious a person was, there would still be a memory that would accompany them for a long time. No one was as simple and heartless as they looked. Nangong Si frowned. "Emo Ran. I remember. Grandmaster Chu's disciple?" "Yes." Since it was like this, Nangong Si's attitude became slightly better. He said, "I'm sorry, just now I was too far away. Looking at your appearance, I thought it was Grandmaster Chu who came out early, but I didn't know." Emo Ran moved his gaze away from the quiver. He did not tactfully ask, but calmly replied, "Just now when I heard you shout like that, I also thought it was Shizun who came out early, but I didn't know." Nangong Si laughed. Perhaps it was because of his noble birth, but even when he laughed, there was still a bit of arrogance in his handsome face. Moreover, his arrogance was different from Xue Meng's. Xue Meng was arrogant because of his talent, but Nangong Si seemed to have a bit more hostility, a bit of arrogance, and a bit of irritable temper. But he was born very well. This kind of hostility did not make him scary, but instead made him more wild. Emo Ran could not help but think in his heart, Nangong Si, he really was a free and unrestrained wild horse. He was still lost in thought when he heard Nangong Si say, "Previously when the ghost world split, Grandmaster Chu unfortunately met with misfortune. I was sad for a long time, but fortunately, with the guidance of the great master, I was able to bring Grandmaster Chu back to life. When he wakes up, I will definitely pay a visit to the peak of life and death. Then I will wait for young master's arrival." Nangong Si waved his hand. Suddenly, he saw the book in Emo Ran's hand. He asked curiously, "Brother Emo, what are you doing?" "Reading." Nangong Si originally thought that when he said reading, he would be reading some obscure and profound texts. Unexpectedly, when he looked carefully, he found that they were classics like Wandering Freely and the Book of Rites. At first, he was stunned, but then he said, "These are all basic texts. I memorized them when I was young. What's the use of reading these?" Emo Ran didn't feel ashamed. His eyes were calm as he said, "When I was young, I didn't even know how to write my own name." Cough. Nangong Si was a bit embarrassed. You enrolled in an academy to study? Yes. These days, I happen to be collecting some spirit stones for cultivation on Mount Tai. I saw that Xinglin Academy started a new lecture. I had nothing to do, so I came to listen. Nangongxi nodded. Seeing that it was getting late, he said, "It seems that Brother Mo hasn't had dinner yet. Since you're in Confucian Wind Sect's territory and your Grandmaster Chu's disciple, I naturally have to play host. It just so happens that my companion is waiting for me in a restaurant nearby. How about we have a drink together?" Mo Ran thought about it and felt that he had nothing to do anyway, so he said, "It would be impolite to decline." Dance floor. It's one of the most famous restaurants in Lini. Have you heard of it? Nangongxi asked while walking. Why haven't I heard of it? Mo Ran laughed. It's one of the best restaurants in the upper cultivation world. Young Master Nangong, you really know how to pick a place. I didn't pick this place. Oh, then why? Nangongxi said, my companion picked it. As someone who had lived a lifetime, Mo Ran was more or less clear about the intricate relationships of Confucian Wind Sect. Although he didn't say anything, he was somewhat surprised in his heart. He thought to himself, Yu Wangxi is also here? However, he followed Nangongxi up the stairs, opened the beaded curtain of the side room, and stepped inside. The person inside almost made him choke. He saw Song Chiotong, dressed in light and simple clothes, sitting gracefully by the window. Outside, the peach blossoms were blooming brightly. When she heard the sound, she turned her head. The golden hair ornament on her temples flickered, making her skin look even more creamy. Her lips were vermilion red. Mo Ran subconsciously retracted half of his foot that had entered. He was thinking, is it too late to tell Nangongxi that I don't like Shandong food, especially 9-turn-fat intestines? Come, Brother Mo, let me introduce you. This is one of my junior sisters, Song Chiotong. In the end, he braced himself and sat down, allowing Nangongxi to excitedly introduce her. Song Chiotong, Song Chiotong. He even knew where the mole was on her back and where the birthmark was on her leg, so there was no need for Nangongxi to say more. However, his face was still tense, and he restrained himself by nodding. Miss Song. This is Grandmaster Chu's direct disciple, Mo Weiyu, the pinnacle of life and death. You should have seen him before in colorful Butterfly Town, but there were too many people at that time, so you probably don't remember clearly. Song Chiotong smiled gently, stood up, and curtsied. My daughter, Chiotong, greets immortal monarch Mo. Mo Ran did not stand up, and his deep eyes looked at her for a long time, then he said, You're too polite. Mo Ran was actually disgusted by this first wife of his previous life. This disgust was not just after reincarnation, but had been deeply ingrained in his bones in his previous life, and could not be erased. The previous few times they met, he did not directly meet her face to face, so although he felt disgusted, it was not as unpleasant as today. She was a gentle and weak woman, and always spoke softly when doing things. She was like a green fruit that grew on a tree in early autumn, hidden behind the lush leaves. Her smell was not as fragrant as flowers, and her color was not threatening, but she was very lovable. Her slender and full body was filled with endless youth and gentleness, as if one could taste the sweet and sour taste of the juice with just a light bite. Only when one nibbled deep would one discover a rotten and smelly worm lying inside, dead in the core of the fruit. The worm's body was oozing pus, and it was covered in mold. Indeed, compared to him, Song Chiotong did not seem to have done anything heinous in her previous life. It was nothing more than betraying the Confucian Wind Sect that saved her life. When Mo Ran massacred everyone in the city, they sacrificed Yu Wangxi to protect themselves. It was nothing more than the fact that when Lini was filled with a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, she was overjoyed because she was rewarded by Mo Ran. She wore gold and silver, dressed herself gorgeously, and carefully served her new master. After the massacre was over, to express her sincerity, she wept in front of Yu Wangxi's corpse, which would never speak again. She said that Yu Wangxi treated her badly and never gave her a good day. If Mo Ran had not come, she was afraid that she would have to be his slave for the rest of her life. What else? Mo Ran thought silently. What else? Nangongxi was an impatient person. There were a few dishes that were not served yet, so he rushed the dishes. Thus, only the husband and wife from her previous life were left in the room. "Young Master Mo, let me toast you." She gracefully poured him a cup of wine. Half of her forearm poked out of the sleeves, and there was a bit of bright red cinnabar on her wrist. Unexpectedly, Mo Ran raised his hand and grabbed her wrist. She softly cried out and raised her eyes to look at him in panic. Her gaze was tender like a spring onion. "Young Master Mo, you are..." Mo Ran stared at her face for a while. Then, his gaze fell and stopped on her slender hand. "You really have a good pair of hands." After a long time, he softly said with a grave expression, "Miss Song, do you know how to play Go?" A little." "Such a good pair of hands, you should be able to play a good game of Go," he coldly said. From outside came the sound of Nangongxi's footsteps and his domesticated wolf dog barking at the door. "Excuse me." Mo Ran let go of Song Chiotong's slender wrist. Then, he took a handkerchief and carefully wiped his fingers. Outside, the sun was shining brightly. Here, the spring night pavilion was having a banquet. Mo Ran's expression was as usual, as if nothing had happened. Although Song Chiotong was despised for no reason, she had always been able to endure. During the banquet, she even stood up and poured Mo Ran a cup of wine. He did not drink the wine she poured for him, so he never touched the cup again. Nangongxi said, "Brother Mo, the Spiritual Mountain Conference is coming soon. You are Grandmaster Chu's disciple. You can't let him lose face. Are you ready?" "I'm not going." "You're not serious, are you?" "I'm serious." Mo Ran smiled. "It's enough for my cousin to go. All the sects in the world are rushing to Spiritual Mountain. I'm afraid of the bustle, so I don't want to go." Nangongxi did not seem to believe him. He narrowed his brown eyes, his expression like a hawk. But Mo Ran's eyes were open, looking at him without reservation. The hawk stared at the rock for a while and found that the rock was really just a rock. There was no hidden rabbit or snake. He leaned back in his chair, twirling his chopsticks, and suddenly grinned. "Interesting. Then I won't be able to see you at the Spiritual Mountain Conference?" "You won't be able to see me." Nangongxi put his hand to his forehead and sneered. "Grandmaster Chu's disciple is amazing. It's rare for him to not participate in such a grand event." Mo Ran thought to himself, "This is really hard to say. How can I explain it? Could it be that he told Nangongxi that it wasn't like that? He was an old ghost in his 30s. If he let the celestial treading monarch play with a group of inexperienced children and sat in a circle on the stage, the group of sect masters who were either killed or beaten by him in his previous life still had to raise a small sign for him and give him small points. That's ridiculous." He coughed and said, "It's not that I don't want to participate. It's just that I'm not good at orthodox techniques. If I go, I'm afraid I'll embarrass my master. Young Master Nangong is so good, you have the ability to be conceited. Don't mock me." If Shui Meng, an innocent and naive little bird, heard these words, she would probably be very happy, thinking that Mo Ran had found the right feather. However, Nangongxi was born in the Confucian Wen sect, which was a complex and complicated place, and had lost his mother since he was young. His life was not that simple, so when he heard Mo Ran's compliment, he just smiled and did not become complacent. He gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Then he wiped his mouth with his sleeve and said, "Since young Master Mo is not participating, a bystander can see more clearly. Why don't you guess who will be the champion of this conference?" Mo Ran thought, King asked the right person. Who knew better than him who would be the champion? Apart from that fake North Star who was most likely reborn, Mo Weiyu was the only one in the world who knew the result of the Spiritual Mountain Sword Conference all those years ago. The winner was Nangongxi. Suddenly, the beaded curtain of the private room was pulled aside. A face shrouded in shadows appeared in the flickering light. Before the two men in the room could react, Chiotong suddenly stood up as if he had been pricked by a needle. His face was full of pity and fear. He lowered his head and said apologetically, "Yi, young Master Yi." The newcomer was tall and straight, wearing black clothes embroidered with dark gold. He wore a gauntlet, and his waist was extremely thin. His features were 3 parts elegant and 7 parts handsome. Who else could it be but Yi Wangxi? I didn't call you. Yuanxi didn't even look at her. He pushed aside the beaded curtain and walked into the room. His gaze was fixed on the same person. He seemed very cold, but there was a different kind of light in his eyes. Nangongxi, I was calling you. If you can hear me, raise your head. Nangongxi didn't raise his head. Instead, he said to Chotong, why are you standing up? Sit down. No, young Master Nangong. My seniority is low. I'll just stand. Nangongxi suddenly became furious and shouted, sit down. Song Chotong shivered. He held the edge of the table and hesitated. Yuanxi didn't want to be in such a deadlock. He said coldly, listen to him. Thank you, young Master Yi. Yuanxi ignored Chotong and said, Nangongxi, when are you going to stop? The sect leader is going crazy. Get up and come back with me. That's for the best. I'll treat him as crazy, and he'll treat me as dead. There's nothing to talk about when we go back. Before he retracts his order, I won't take half a step back into the Confucian Wind sect. Nangongxi paused after each word, young Master Yi, please go back. Yuanxi clenched his fists. His entire body was trembling. Emoran watched from the side. He felt that at any moment, he would flip the table and grab Nangongxi and drag him away. But in the end, Yuanxi was a gentleman. He forcibly suppressed his monstrous anger. Nangong. See. He was silent for a moment. Then, he opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse, and he looked tired. Do you really want to go to this extent? So what if I do? Yuanxi closed his eyes. He sighed slightly, then slowly opened them. He stood in front of the table. At this time, he finally turned his head to look at Emoran. It was said that dirty linen should not be aired in public. Naturally, he did not want others to know about the matters of the sect. Emoran tactfully stood up. He bowed to Yuanxi and said, I just remembered that I still have an appointment to go to the ready-made clothing store tonight. If I'm late, I'll make the shopkeeper wait for a long time. I'll take my leave first. Yuanxi nodded to him. Many thanks, young Master Mo, no need to thank me. You two have a good chat. Emoran walked past Yuanxi. When they brushed shoulders, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at him. When he got closer, he discovered that although Yuanxi was still as tall and straight as a pine tree, and his temperament was steady and deep, the corners of his eyes were slightly red. It seemed that before he came, he had just cried. Emoran suddenly felt that Yuanxi's forbearance was somewhat similar to Chuaning's. In a moment, his blood boiled. He could not help but turn to Nangongxi and say, young Master Nangong, although I don't know what dispute you have with young Master Yi, I feel that he treats you very well. If you're willing, you should have a good chat with him. Don't keep things to yourself. Nangongxi did not appreciate his kindness. He was in a fit of anger. He did not care about their relationship and coldly said, it's none of your business. This short-lived ghost. Emoran left. Before he reached the ground floor, he heard Nangongxi's angry shouts from the side room. That wolf-like youth was using his sharp teeth to tear apart Yuanxi's spirit. He was questioning him, Yuanxi. What kind of bewitching potion did you feed my father? You made him view you as more important than me. Go back? Why would I go back with you? Since I was young, when have I ever been able to make my own decisions? Ah? Yuanxi, let me ask you, what exactly do you take me for? With a clang, the table fell over. Bowls, plates, and cups fell to the ground with a crackling sound. The maids standing in the aisle were all frightened. There were even guests who poked their heads out from their rooms. What happened? Io, who has such a bad temper? Look at this situation. Don't smash the restaurant. Emoran pursed his lips and turned to look at the end of the aisle. He heard Yuanxi's voice. It was as dry and haggard as an autumn leaf, lifeless. Nangong, if I made you unhappy at home, then I will leave. I will never appear in front of you again. Go back. Yuanxi said, I beg you. If he had not heard it with his own ears, Emoran would never have believed that someone as upright as Yuanxi would say such a weak word like beg. In his impression, Xianxia was a gentleman who was unmoved by the 8 winds. He was an invincible god of war. Emma Ran could imagine him bleeding, but could not imagine him crying. He could imagine him dying, but could not imagine him kneeling. But today, in front of Song Chiotong, he actually said to a man, "I beg you." Emma Ran closed his eyes. In a person's lifetime, how many things were unknown? No one was openly displayed in front of others. People used clothes to hide their bodies, words and expressions to hide their emotions. People wrapped themselves up in layers, their necks propping up their heads like flower branches. Everyone gave the world a face with clear distinction between joy and anger. Those who sang in green sang in green sang in green, those who sang in small sang in small sang in small. The world was like a play, the bright and the ugly, the line of work was clear. After singing for a long time, who could accept the rolling of the sleeves, the twinkling of the phoenix eyes, and the singing of the bright? But when the cymbals stopped playing, the moon's zither died out, and the night was quiet. Everyone washed off the heavy oil paint, and the greasy water took away the sharp edges and corners of their faces in the daytime, revealing unfamiliar facial features. It turned out that the bright stars were heroic men, and the martial artists had a pair of gentle and affectionate eyes. Emma Ran returned to the small house he was temporarily staying in. He was thinking, he had lived 2 lifetimes, how much did he see through all living things? How much did he see through himself? One Chuaning was enough to make his heart die, and come back to life. Chuaning. Then he remembered that today Nangongsi actually mistook him for Chuaning. It was a little funny, how could it be wrong? But when he was washing up, he suddenly found that the person in the bronze mirror had a high ponytail, wearing a simple white warlock robe. The ponytail was casually tied in the morning. The warlock robe was because a few days ago, his old clothes were a little too small. He went to the shop to pick out some clothes. After looking around, he found a very beautiful white robe. He didn't think too much about it, didn't think about why he thought the robe was beautiful, and just bought it and put it on. Looking at the mirror, he suddenly understood. So this white robe was very similar to the one Chuaning once wore. The bronze mirror was dim yellow, the past life was like a dream. Emma Ran looked at the person in the mirror, as if through this dream-like heavy color, he saw the fragments of Chuaning, he saw his illusion. The water to wash his face hadn't dried, dripping down along the lines of his gradually hardening chin. He stood in front of the mirror, more or less understanding. Just like how his god of night clumsily imitated Chuaning's god of night, he himself was also clumsily imitating his own Shizun. Emma Ran subconsciously searched for Chuaning's figure in the world of mortals. Unable to find him, he actually slowly became him. Time flies. Because of regret, or something else. I couldn't see you, so I thought about what you would do if you encountered such a situation. What you see, you smile, what you see, you get angry. Before I do everything, I think of you, when I do everything, I want you to be happy. I thought, if you were here, and I did this, would you nod? Would you be willing to praise me a little, and say that I didn't do anything wrong? I thought this every day, buried in my bones, and it became a habit. So in the end, even I didn't realize it. So as time flies, I've already become the image of you in my heart. Daoist Priest Xiao, Daoist Priest Li, did you see the announcement? The dark horse that appeared at this year's Spiritual Mountain Conference is truly amazing. In the Pearl Beach Tea House, several rogue cultivators were holding a plate of peanuts and a pot of hot tea. They were discussing the news of Jianghu that was even hotter than the hot tea. Of course I saw it long ago. The winner is actually the peak of life and death. The lower cultivation world's sects have angered the upper cultivation world's old remnants to death. Especially the Confucian Wind sect. I'm afraid their ancestors' coffins won't be able to hold on for long. The winner is called Xue Fenghuang, right? Ah? Ha 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 ha, Xue Fenghuang. Old Zhao, you're making me laugh to death. Fenghuanger is his nickname. His surname is Xue, his name is Meng, and his courtesy name is Ziming. His father is Xue Jingyong. Like father, like son. This Xue Ziming is very skilled. A tall man wearing a cloak was sitting next to the fire pit. He was drinking tea, minding his own business. When he heard what they said, the man suddenly muttered, The teacup stopped in front of his lips and didn't move again. Everyone says he's a phoenix's fledgling. This isn't a lie. The other young masters all have divine martial skills, but he's good. He cut off his opponent's path of retreat with a single scimitar. He's truly a god. Then why don't you see whose disciple he is? Could Wanya Yuhing's disciple be a vegetarian? But I think Xue Ziming won by a narrow margin. Didn't you hear? Xue Ziming and Nangong Si were evenly matched. If it weren't for that little girl Nangong Si brought along dragging them down, I think the outcome of the battle would have been uncertain. When the man who had been listening attentively heard this, he finally put down the teacup he was about to drink. He turned his head around. His eyes were as sharp as lightning, as deep as the autumn water and frost, and he had an extremely good appearance. He smiled at the cultivators and said, "Fellow cultivators, I'm sorry to disturb you. I was cultivating on the mountain a few days ago and didn't know the time of day and night, so I missed the spiritual mountain conference. I accidentally heard you say that Xue Meng won first place. I'm a bit curious. Could I ask you a few questions?" Those people couldn't wait to have an audience. They enthusiastically greeted Mo Ran and gave him a seat so that he could sit with them. Mo Ran did not lose his manners. He was much more mature than when he had just left the mountain. He Zhijinghuang gave him 6 pots. First was. And. He. Of. However, I just heard that during the 2-on-1 battle, Nangong Si of the Confucian Wind sect brought a girl with him. Isn't that right? It's really a beauty burying a hero's ambition. Otherwise, with Nangong Si's magic, it's not certain that Xue Ziming would have the upper hand. That's quite interesting. The result was different from his previous life. In the Spiritual Mountain Conference, Yu Wangxi and Nangong Si were neck and neck. Mo Ran originally thought that it was Zhu Waning's death that stimulated Xue Meng, but now it seemed that Xue Meng wasn't the only variable. What's the identity of that girl? That girl's surname is Song. Her name is Tong. I don't remember. Anyway, she's very pretty. I think that scholarly Wind Sect's young master's heart has been completely captured by her. She's not just pretty, she's a national beauty. If I were Nangong Si, I'd rather not be first in the Spiritual Mountain Conference. I'd make the beauty happy. Mo Ran. Sure enough, it was like that. The Spiritual Mountain Conference was divided into single combat, double combat, and group elimination. Only by neutralizing the 3 rankings would the final winner be decided. In his previous life, Xue Meng and Shimei formed a double combat team against Nangong Si and Yu Wangxi. And Yu Wangxi later became the most powerful person in the world besides Zhu Waning. The result of this competition was obvious. But in this life, he didn't know what went wrong. Nangong Si didn't cooperate with Yu Wangxi, but instead brought along that woman, Qiu Tong, to drag him down. Mo Ran put down his teacup and raised his hand to rub his temples. He really didn't know what that guy was thinking. Women. Even that wild horse, Nangong Si, was still subdued. Someone sighed and the others laughed. Mo Ran couldn't help but ask, "What about Yu Wangxi?" "What?" Mo Ran said, "Yu Wangxi." Seeing that everyone was at a loss, Mo Ran faintly felt a bit uncomfortable. That was the god of war who made him suffer so much in his previous life. How could you not know? So he gestured and said, "The other young master of the Confucian Wind sect. He has very long legs, is tall, has a good temper, doesn't like to talk, uses a sword, and..." Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Mo Ran sighed. He already vaguely knew the result, but he still finished the last few words. "And a bow. I don't know. This person isn't famous." "Brother, where did you hear that from?" In the Spiritual Mountain Conference, the Confucian Wind sect sent out 16 disciples to fight, but none of them had the surname Yi. Sure enough, in this life, Yu Wangxi didn't participate. Mo Ran was silent for a moment. He thought about how Yu Wangxi said to Nangong Si in the restaurant, "Come back, I'm leaving." He suddenly couldn't bear it and felt a bit uneasy. This couldn't be true, right? Could it be that Yu Wangxi really left the Confucian Wind sect? Thinking back to his previous life, Yu Wangxi said to the executioner before his death that he wanted to be buried in the Confucian Wind sect's hero's mound, together with Nangong Si's grave. Emoran couldn't help but sigh. How could things turn out like this? Little by little, the subtle changes actually spread out into infinite ripples. Then the sky and earth turned upside down, the blue sea turned into mulberry fields. It turned out that the changes of fate could be like a surging storm. Boiling blood and bitter tears had to be sacrificed in exchange for the return of the prodigal son, the former enmity completely erased. For example, his relationship with Chuaning. But the changes of fate could also be silent. For example, Yu Wangxi's relationship with Nangongxi. Perhaps it was because that day at the inn, Nangongxi took Yu Wangxi and the others into shelter. That night, Nangongxi was thirsty, so he got up and went downstairs to ask for a pot of tea. He just happened to run into the delicate and pitiful Song Qiutong. Perhaps Song Qiutong poured him a cup of water, or perhaps it was because her legs were inconvenient, so she carelessly tripped when she went upstairs. Who knows? Or perhaps it was because he drank recklessly, so some of the water dripped onto his broad chest. She cautiously handed him a handkerchief. At that time, the clouds were light and the wind was light. Perhaps Nangongxi only said a simple thank you. But none of them knew that in reality, the Big Dipper rotated and their lives changed because of a handkerchief, a cup of water, and a thank you. But the people involved didn't hear the loud noise of fate. Nangongxi yawned as he went upstairs. Song Qiutong stood there looking at him. Yu Wangxi lit the candles in his room, reading an unfinished book. In his previous life, Emoran didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He thought that he was all-knowing and had already understood the cycle of life and death. Only now did he know that they were all duckweeds in the world. One night, the wind blew them away, one night, the rain drifted them away. The people on the shore only needed to throw a stone to shatter the blue spirit. How lucky was he? He drifted far away and was still able to return to Chuaning's side. He was still able to show filial piety in front of his Shizun. He was still able to say to Chuaning, "I'm sorry, I let you down." After drinking the tea, he bid farewell to everyone. The wind started to pick up outside. Soon, it would rain. Emoran put on his cloak and walked into the dense hazel forest. His figure became fainter and fainter. He gradually became a small dot in the dusk, like an ink stain in an inkstone. Finally, he faded until he couldn't be seen. Rumble. The gloomy sky exploded with a clap of thunder. Purple lightning flashed, and a torrential rain fell like an army of thousands of men and horses. It's raining. Someone in the tea house poked his head out to take a look. He felt the power of the thunder was shocking, so he retracted his head. What a heavy rain, really, the grains in the house are so dry that no one picks them. I'm afraid they'll be ruined. Forget it, forget it. Lady boss, give me another pot of tea. When the weather clears up, I'll go home. Emoran walked quickly in the rain. He ran in the rain. He ran in the rain. He ran in the rain to hide from the ridiculous 32 years of his previous life. He didn't know if this kind of rain could wash away his evil. Chuaning forgave him, but he didn't. His thoughts were heavy. He was pressured to the point that he couldn't breathe. He was willing to use the rest of his life to do good deeds to repay his debt. But could the rest of his life really wash away the evil in his bones and the filth in his blood? He hated that he couldn't let this rain fall for 5 years. He only wanted to wait until Chuaning woke up and he stood in front of Shizun. He wanted to be a little bit cleaner, a little bit cleaner. He didn't want to be as dirty as he was now. He was dirty like sand, like dust, like the dirt on the soles of a porter's shoes, or the dust on a beggar's armor. He only wanted to be a little bit better, before Chuaning woke up. This way, the worst disciple in the world might be able to rely on a little bit of courage to call him the best Shizun in the world. That night, Emoran fell ill. His body had always been strong and sturdy. Once this kind of person fell ill, it was often like a landslide, uncontrollable. He lay on the bed, covered with a thick quilt, and fell asleep. At night, he dreamed of his previous life. He dreamed of how he had tortured Chuaning in his previous life. He dreamed of Chuaning struggling under his body, and Chuaning dying in his arms. He woke up with a start. It was raining heavily outside. He fumbled for a flint, wanting to light a candle, but no matter how he struck it, the flint wouldn't light up. He threw the flint to the side in despair. He buried his face in his palms and fiercely rubbed it. He painfully pulled at his own hair. His Adam's apple moved, and his throat let out a beastly howl. He escaped death, escaped condemnation, but in the end, he couldn't escape his own heart. He was very afraid. Sometimes, he couldn't distinguish between a dream and reality. Sometimes, he would constantly confirm whether he was awake or asleep. He was in great pain. He felt as if his soul had split into two halves. The two souls of his previous life and this life were tearing at each other. One was cursing the other for having blood on his hands and for being crazy. The other was not to be outdone. He questioned why the other had the face to live in this world as if nothing had happened. The soul of this life was angrily rebuking the soul of his previous life. Moyu, Emperor Ta, you are not a thing. Why did you commit such a crime? How do you want me to repay you in this life? I want to start all over again. Why do you keep pestering me? In my dreams, when I am drunk, when the lights are dim, every time I am unprepared, you jump out and curse me with a twisted face? You curse me that I will never be reincarnated. You curse me that evil people will have their retribution. You curse me that this is all a dream, that one day it will shatter again. You curse me that one day I will wake up and find myself still lying in the Witch Mountain Palace. You wantonly laughed and said that no one will cherish me in this life. The only person who is willing to die for me is because I killed him. But is that person me? No, not me, it is you, Emperor Ta. It is you, Moyu. I am not like you, I am not like you. I don't have blood on my hands, I can start all over again. The other half of the soul was also screaming. It opened its sharp mouth and its face was twisted. Aren't you sorry? Aren't you wrong? Then why don't you die? Why don't you use your blood to pay tribute to the people you hurt in your previous life? Bastard. Hypocrite. How are you different from me? I am Moyu, aren't you? You carry the sins of your previous life, you carry the memories of your previous life, you will never be able to get rid of me. I am you, I am your nightmare, I am your inner demon, I am the gods and Buddhas who are praying to your disgusting soul. Start all over again? Why? What kind of face do you have? What right do you have to start all over again? You have kept the world in the dark, you have kept the people who love you in the dark. You have done all these good deeds just to erase that little bit of guilt in your heart. Ha! Moyu. Do you dare to let them know what kind of person you were in your previous life? Do you dare to let Chuaning know that in your previous life, it was you? The knife stabbed into his neck, let him bleed out, let him live a life worse than death. It was you. Let the world starve, and let the world be filled with whales. It was you. Ha 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 ha, evil creature, I am you, you are me, you can't escape, I am you, Moyu, do you dare to say no? Moran was forced to the brink of madness, he went to the bedside to feel for the flint, he tried to light up the candle, to disperse the sinister night. But even the candle did not want him, the candle did not want to save him. He was thrown into the darkness. His trembling hand rubbed the flint again and again, and again, and again. Nothing, nothing. He finally collapsed on the bed and began to cry. He kept apologizing. In the night, his bed seemed to be surrounded by people. Those moving figures were all cursing him, all demanding his life, all telling him that he was evil in his previous life, evil in the next. Moran did not know what to do, he suddenly became very helpless, he could only keep saying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But no one paid him any attention. No one would forgive him. His forehead was boiling, his heart was burning. Suddenly, he seemed to hear someone sigh softly. In the midst of demons and monsters, he opened his eyes, he saw that Chuaning had come. Chuaning was still the same as before, white clothes trailing on the ground, wide-sleeved robes, handsome features like before. He came to him and went to his bed. Moran choked and said, Shizun, am I not worthy to see you again? Chuaning did not speak, he only picked up the flint, and slowly lit the candle that Moran had never lit before. Wherever Shizun was, there was fire. Wherever Chuaning was, there was light. He stood in front of the candle, his long eyelashes drooping. He raised his eyes, quietly looked at Mo Ran, and then smiled, a very faint smile. He said, "Sleep, Mo Ran, look, the light is on. Don't be afraid." Mo Ran's heart felt like it had been hit by a blunt object, he felt like his head was about to split open. He felt that these words were very familiar, as if he had heard them before. But he could not remember. Chu Wanning brushed aside his sleeves and sat down on the edge of his bed. The cold rain poured into the night, but the room was warm. The night was gone. Chu Wanning said, "I'll stay with you." When he heard these words, his heart was bitter and painful, it was almost twisted into a ball. "Shizun, don't go." He pulled on Chu Wanning's hand under his wide sleeve. "Okay. If you leave, the sky will be dark." Mo Ran cried, he felt a little embarrassed, he raised his other hand, covering his eyes. "I beg you, don't leave me. I beg you. I really don't want to be the emperor anymore, Shizun, don't leave me. Mo Ran. I beg you." Perhaps it was because of the fever that made his head feel a little dizzy, he was particularly fragile. Or perhaps it was because he faintly knew that this was actually a dream, he knew that when he woke up, Chu Wanning would disappear, so he kept muttering, "I beg you, don't leave me." That night, outside the window, there were iron horses and ice rivers, countless resentful spirits knocked on the window, as if they wanted to enter the room to take his life. But in Mo Ran's dream, Chu Wanning lit the lamp, that little bit of weak light dispelling the endless cold. Chu Wanning said, "Okay, I won't leave." "Won't leave?" "Won't leave." Mo Ran wanted to open his mouth and thank him, but a whimper came out of his throat. When a dog wants to carefully please, it has a bit of grievance. "You all said you wouldn't leave, that you wouldn't leave me behind." When he was about to fall into the dream, Mo Ran half opened his eyes, suddenly muttering in a daze, "But in the end, you all didn't want me. No one wants me, I've been an abandoned dog for half my life. Everyone adopted me for a few days, and then abandoned me. I'm so tired, really. Shizun. I'm really so tired, I can't take it anymore, I can't walk." Just like a homeless stray dog, its fur was dirty, its claws were broken. In order to survive, it had to compete with beggars and wild cats for food. After being bullied for a long time, it didn't trust anyone. When it saw someone squatting in front of it, the domestic dog might think that they were going to feed it, but the abandoned dog would only think that they were going to throw stones at it. He walked in a panic, walking in fear and trepidation, grimacing at everyone. This was his fate. "Shizun, if one day, you don't want me anymore, just kill me, don't leave me behind." He choked and said softly. "The feeling of being abandoned again and again is too uncomfortable, I'd rather die." He was really muddled by the fever. In the end, he didn't know where he was, and he gradually couldn't remember who the person who appeared in the dream was. "Mother." Before he fell asleep, he said one last sentence, "It's dark, I'm so scared. I want to go home." Flowers bloomed and withered. Regardless of whether it was dawn or dusk, the barrier outside the Red Lotus Pavilion glowed with light. The people inside couldn't come out, and the people outside couldn't come in. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. The human world was like a revolving lantern, changing every day, every night, every month. In the tea house, in the history books, those years eventually became lines of small words and paragraphs of storytelling. Looking back on the past, looking back. In the first year of Chu Wanning's closed-door cultivation, his disciple Mo Ran went down the mountain. Shui Meng and Shermei stayed at the Life and Death Summit to cultivate on their own. In this year, Mo Ran's handwriting looked better than before. Shui Meng broke through the 9th level of Nirvana Blade. Shermei went to the Lone Man's Night Medicine sect at the end of the year and learned a lot. During this time, Mo Ran went to Izhou's salt merchant Chong family to visit young Master Chong. However, he found out that young Master Chong had died a few days ago. Mo Ran found out that young Master Chong was colluding with the fake Gauchen. He wanted to find out more, but the fake Gauchen had already killed him and burned his corpse to ashes. The trail was cut short. In the second year of Chu Wanning's closed-door cultivation, the cultivation world held a Soul Mountain conference. Shui Mei won first place, followed by Mei Hanxue and Nangong Si. Shermei practiced medicine in the lower cultivation world, while Mo Ran went to the north of. Jiangnan, eliminating evil and doing good deeds. After that, he returned to the mountains to cultivate. In the third year of Chu Waning's closed-door cultivation, it was the year of the dead and the yin qi was abundant. During the bloody battle in Colored Butterfly Town, the barrier weakened and demons appeared. Wild ghosts cried at night. Shui Meng led the Life and Death Summit disciples to suppress them. Although the evil ghosts did not cover the sky, the lower cultivation world was still in a difficult situation. In order to protect themselves, the 9 major sects each sent out 100 disciples to guard the border between the upper and lower cultivators. They built a wall to prevent ghosts and monsters from crossing to the east. Those poor and homeless people were all kept outside the city walls. The city was guarded against ghosts and people for thousands of miles. Therefore, the sea inside the wall was clear, while the land outside the wall was littered with corpses. Shui Jingyong tried to negotiate with the upper cultivation world many times, but to no avail. Back then, at the Rainbow Butterfly Town's Life and Death Summit, the disciples' blood that had been spilled had all gone down the drain. At the end of the year, Mo Ran, who was cultivating in seclusion in the mountains, received a letter from his uncle. He learned that there was chaos in Shu and he returned to the secular world. Chu Waning was in seclusion for the 4th year. Mo Ran and Shui Meng fought side by side. At the pinnacle of life and death, the 2 young masters led everyone in the lower cultivation world and swept away the evil bandits. In the end, at the old colorful butterfly town, Shui Ziming had killed more than 1,000 demons and evils, driving away all kinds of ghosts. Mo Weiyu mended the crack in the sky, sealing the evil specters with her own power. After this battle, the upper cultivation world removed the city defense and allowed the people in the lower cultivation world to enter. Shui Meng and Mo Ran, on the other hand, were extremely famous. The former's prestige as a phoenix's fledgling was unparalleled, while the latter's world spiritist techniques were extremely similar to Chu Waning's when he mended the heavens and earth fissure. In the blink of an eye, time passed. After the battle at Spirited Mountain, although Shui Meng had gained a good reputation, he was no longer as complacent as he was when he was young. As long as he had nothing to do, he would diligently meditate in the bamboo forest. He would practice throughout the winter and summer. Even if he occasionally fell ill, he would not stop. He remembered his master's words. Even if he did not have the divine martial skill, he was still a divine martial skill. It was just that he had to put in more blood and sweat. He was no longer born good, but diligence could make up for his lack of talent. Sometimes, after he had finished performing a set of bladesmanship, he would gracefully descend from the bamboo forest. Under the sunlight, he would turn his head sideways. Occasionally, he would feel his vision blur, as if he saw a small figure sitting on a rock, playing with a leaf. He could not help but remember that day when a smaller Chu Waning watched him practice the knife in the forest. The music was melodious, and he advised him when to rush and when to slow down. Shui Meng tilted his head and recalled carefully. It was as if the music was right next to his ears. So he closed his eyes and concentrated. When he opened them again, he saw a withered bamboo falling. Suddenly, the knife flashed in his eyes. The sound of a dragon's roar rang. The shadow of the knife stretched and relaxed. When it started, it was as fast as lightning. When it stopped, it was as slow as falling snow. When Longqing retreated, he stood up straight. The withered leaf had been cut into thousands of pieces and silently fell to the ground beside his boots. When he lowered his head, he still seemed to be a young man with a tender face who could not keep his cool. When he looked up again, his eyebrows were tall and straight. His gaze was clear but steady. It was as if a rapid stream had finally returned to the lake and became calm and vast. It had been 5 years. Shui Meng held the knife and used a white cloth to wipe the frost blade. Just as he was about to put the knife back into its scabbard, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps in the distance. A disciple rushed over and kept shouting. "Young master! Young master! What's wrong?" Shui Meng frowned. "Why are you in such a hurry? You don't have any manners." "What happened?" Red Lotus Waterside Pavilion. That person ran until he was out of breath. His face was bright red as he gasped for breath. "Huizue, Grandmaster Huizue is gone. Elder Yu Heng is awake." With a clang, the battle-hardened weapon launching fell to the ground due to its master's carelessness. Shui Meng's handsome and fair face instantly paled. Then, it immediately flushed red. His lips opened and closed. In the end, he did not even remember to pick up his own weapon. He ran as if he was flying towards the southern peak, the peak of life and death. Midway, he almost tripped over a rock and staggered. Shizun! Shizun! Shui Ziming, who had just lectured others without any manners, lost all of his manners in the blink of an eye. He ran to the Red Lotus waterside pavilion. Before he even entered the main hall, he saw Shui Jingyong striding out. Seeing his son run in like a daredevil, Shui Jingyong smiled and hugged him. Shui Meng was worried to death. Father. Good, good, good. I know you want to see Yu Heng. Shui Jingyong smiled. But he just woke up and is not energetic. After saying a few words to me, he fell asleep. You don't want to disturb your Shizun's rest. Shui Meng was stunned. You're right, but 5 years was really too hard to bear. He had a lot of things he wanted to say to his Shizun. He wanted to rush over and tell his Shizun that he had taken first place in a spiritual mountain conference. He wanted to tell his Shizun that he had suppressed 100 ghosts. Be sensible. The word sensible was like a snake's weak spot. Once it was pinched, Shui Meng became obedient. He let out a long sigh. Although his footsteps stopped, he stretched his neck forward. It was as if he could pass by his tall and sturdy father and see the person lying on the bed through the half-closed door. Shui Meng pursed his lips. He was a bit unwilling. I'll just go in and take a look at Shizun. I won't say anything. Do you think I don't know you? You'll shout whenever you're happy. Shui Jingyong glared at him. After winning the Spiritual Mountain Conference, you put on a cold front in front of outsiders. When you got home, you made a fuss for 4 or 5 days. You told everyone how you kicked Nangongxi off the back of a demon wolf. Now, even Auntie Li from the Mengpa lobby can recite your exact words. Who would believe you if you said you wouldn't say anything? All right. Shui Meng was listless. Father's right. That's right. When has your father ever been wrong? Shui Meng pursed his lips. He couldn't help but be curious. Father, how is Shizun? He's pretty good. Master Huizue even removed the poison left by the heart-picking willow. Ah, that means Shizun won't be the little junior brother anymore? Haha, he won't. Shui Meng scratched his head. When he thought about how he wouldn't be able to see Xianxia again, he faintly felt that it was a pity. Then, is everything else okay? Is there anything wrong with him? Don't worry, there's nothing wrong. If there's anything wrong, it's just that after he found out that he had slept for 5 years, his expression became a little ugly. Shui Jingyong recalled Chu Waning's expression and smiled. Fortunately, he doesn't have much strength. Otherwise, he would have pulled me to ask me a lot of questions. Ah, that's right, he suddenly thought of something and said to Shui Meng, I have something for you to do. Your Shizun has been isolated from the world for so long and missed many things. If it's just us talking to him, we'll be tired, and he'll have a hard time listening. How about this, ask your mother for some money. Go to Wuchang Town at the foot of the mountain and buy some books. Don't you have those booklets that chronicle events? The kind that covers everything, big and small. Buy them for him to see. When Shui Meng heard this, he felt that something was wrong. Father, that old fox, found him noisy and wanted to kick him down the mountain to do manual labor. But on second thought, this manual labor was for Shizun, so it seemed, it wasn't that hard to accept. In any case, Shizun had fallen asleep again. He really couldn't be sure that he wouldn't lose control of his emotions after entering the room and rush over to wake him up. Thus, he sighed and muttered with great reluctance, Fine, I'll buy books. Buy more books. Books on the upper and lower cultivation worlds. Buy some books. Yu Heng loves to read. Oh, okay. Shui Meng was very dejected. He silently went down the mountain by himself. Shui Meng didn't like to read, so he arrived in front of a bookstall in Wuchang Town. After looking around, he felt that he couldn't see anything special from the names of the books. He crouched down and asked the stall owner, "Uncle, do you have books that talk about the changes in the cultivation world in recent years? Give me a few." At first glance, the stall owner saw that this was someone from the peak of life and death. Although he didn't recognize this person as the Phoenix chick Ziming, he was very excited. He enthusiastically said, "If a mortal sage wants to talk about the changes in the world, of course we have books. I have both official and unofficial histories here. Biographies of people, chronicles, regional chronicles, demon subduing charts, and even the manuscripts of the 10 most famous storytellers in Jianghu. What kind of books does a mortal sage like?" Shui Meng's head hurt when he heard this. He waved his hand and said, "Give me all of them. I don't lack money." For businessmen, the most pleasing words in the world were definitely not "I love you, I want you," but "I don't lack money," or "I want you." The stall owner immediately beamed with joy. He rubbed his hands in response to Shui Meng. He then turned around and picked a book for him. Shui Meng had nothing to do, so he casually flipped through the stall. Suddenly, he found a thin booklet that was very interesting. On the page he opened was written, "Ranking of the Rich in the Cultivation World Number 1, Xianxia. Identity, Linling Yu Lone Moon Knight Sect Leader Number 2, Nangong Lu. Identity, Lini Confucian Wind Sect Leader Number 3, Ma Yun. Identity, Westlake Taba Mountain Villa Master." Such things were written all over the page in tiny characters. Shui Meng immediately became excited. He really wanted to know where he was, so he looked back and forth on the page 4 or 5 times. He was almost cross-eyed from looking, but he still couldn't find the 2 words Shui Meng. He immediately became very depressed. Then he became a bit angry. He thought about it and felt unreconciled. He flipped to the next page, intending to continue looking. However, he saw that there were only 3 or 4 names and a sentence at the back. Due to the limited time in compiling the list, only the top 100 names are included in the list. Names below the top 100 are omitted. Shui Meng angrily threw the book. "Am I that poor?" The stall owner was startled. When he saw the booklet he was looking at, he hurriedly picked it up and comforted him. "Immortal monarch, don't be angry. This is a ranking booklet compiled by the people. It's always a mess. Moreover, the rankings circulating in different regions are not the same. If you buy books in Lini, the first place on the gentleman's list will definitely be Sect Leader Nangong. This is purely a pastime. Don't be angry, don't be angry." After hearing what he said, Shui Meng felt that it was somewhat reasonable. Moreover, he was still very curious about the other contents of the booklet. Thus, he snorted, took the booklet from the stall owner, and casually flipped through 2 more pages. This time, he saw an even stranger ranking. Ranking of the arrogant young masters of the aristocratic families. The handwriting on the list was very neat and neat. It was written as follows: First, Nangong Si Identity, Scholarly Wind Sect's Young Master. Second, Shui Meng Identity, Young Master of the Peak of Life and Death Shui Meng. He slammed the book shut, and the muscles on his face were trembling. It was as if the moment he relaxed, he would not be able to contain the great flood and ferocious beast in his heart and burn the books. Sure. Shui Meng's face was gloomy. He took the booklet and patted the frightened stall owner. Every word was squeezed out from between his teeth. "Wrap this book up separately for me. I'll take it back and study it myself." Shui Meng shoved the book into his pocket, then staggered back to the mountain with a large stack of books and scrolls given to him by the stall owner. He was very angry. He was so angry that he was about to die. Ranked second on the list of young masters? Bah! Which blind dog made the list? If he found out, he would definitely drag that person out and give him 100 punches before he could vent his anger. Screw your arrogance. What a dog. This kind of anger neutralized the ecstasy in his heart a little. When they returned to the Red Lotus Pavilion, Shui Meng's mood finally returned to normal. He didn't explode at the slightest provocation. Although he was still very agitated, because he had just been angry, after a while, his mind was still clear and not muddled. At this moment, 2 high-ranking disciples were standing guard outside the waterside pavilion. The others were not allowed to pass so that the elders could rest. But Shui Meng was the young master. Who would dare to stop him? Thus, Shuimeng smoothly entered. By this time, the sky was already dark. The windows of the main hall of the waterside pavilion were half open, letting in a soft, honey-like light. Shuimeng didn't know if Shizun had woken up or not, so he softened his footsteps and entered with a book in hand. It was so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat, like a bird jumping on a tree branch. He temporarily put the unknown list to the back of his mind. He held his breath and looked at the bed with bright eyes. After a long silence, Shuimeng was stunned. Huh? Why was there no one on the bed? Just as he was about to take a closer look, a cold hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. A voice dripping with cold water vapor faintly sounded behind him. Your Excellency, why have you barged into the Red Lotus Pavilion? Shuimeng stiffly turned his head and saw a pale face. The light was dim, and before he could see clearly, he was so scared that he screamed, raised his arm, and slashed at the other person. Who would have thought that the opponent's speed was faster than his? His movements were as swift as a gust of wind and lightning. Suddenly he hacked Shuimeng's neck, and then he kicked Shuimeng's abdomen. Shuimeng was forced to kneel down, and the books in his arms scattered all over the floor. He was in a very sorry state. Shuimeng was originally just startled, but when he was forced to kneel by that person, he was truly shocked. It had to be known that he was no longer the same as before. After 5 years of diligent cultivation, even Nangongxi was not his opponent. But this person, who he couldn't even see clearly, only used 2 moves to suppress him. Who was it? His head buzzed and blood rushed to his skull. However, at this time, he heard that person say in an extremely cold voice, I've been in closed-door cultivation for 5 years. Now anyone dares to come to my place. Whose disciple are you? Where's your master? Didn't he teach you the rules? As soon as his voice fell, Shuimeng threw himself over and tightly hugged him. Master! Master! Chuaning! Shuimeng raised his head. He originally wanted to hold it in, but in the end he couldn't. Tears flowed down his face. He couldn't help but choke with sobs as he said, Master, it's me, look, it's me. It turned out that Chuaning had just woken up and went out to take a bath. Because of this, his body and hands were still cold and slightly damp. He stood in the same place. Although the light was dim, he could see clearly now that it was quiet. The person kneeling in front of him was a youth around 20 years of age. His skin was very white, which contrasted with his dark and thick eyebrows. The distance between his eyes and the arch of his eyebrows was slightly closer than normal people's, so his facial features were deep and his eyes were full of emotions. As for his lips, they were full and smooth, and the shape of his lips was beautiful. With this kind of face, even when he was angry, there was a hint of pampering. In fact, it was very easy for someone with this kind of appearance to be associated with the word seductive, but he wasn't. The most charming part of a person's face was their eyes. Shuimeng's eyes were like strong wine, always sparkling with a spicy, passionate, and unbridled light. They were very threatening. With these 2 pools of wine, even if they were filled with ice-white and soft jade flasks, no one would be able to recognize them wrongly. After all, 5 years had passed. When Chuaning died, Shuimeng was only 16 years old. Now, he was 21 years old. 16 or 17 years old was the time when a man would change the most. 1 year, his appearance would change, and half a year, his figure would change. Chuaning had missed 5 years, so when he suddenly saw him, he didn't recognize him immediately. Shuimeng. After a long while, Chuaning stared at him and slowly called out. It seemed like he was calling him, but it also seemed like he was telling himself. This was Shuimeng. Shuimeng was no longer the immature youth in his memory. He had grown up, his shoulders were very wide, and his height was also. Chuaning calmly pulled him up. Why are you kneeling? Get up. There wasn't much difference in height between them. Time passed exceptionally quickly on a young person. In just a few strokes, a child was carved into a mature appearance. When he first woke up, the first person Chuaning saw was Shuizhengyong. He didn't feel how long 5 years was, but now that he saw Shuimeng, he suddenly understood. As it turned out, many people and things had changed in the blink of an eye. Shizun, at the Soul Mountain Conference, Shuimeng finally calmed down a little. He pulled Chu Wanning aside and said, I took first place. Chu Wanning first glanced at him, and then the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. That's only natural. Shui Meng blushed and said, I fought with Nangong Si. He had a divine weapon, I didn't, I. As he spoke, he felt that his intention of asking for credit was too obvious. He was actually a little embarrassed, so he lowered his head and rubbed the corner of his clothes. I didn't lose face for Shizun. Chu Wanning smiled faintly and nodded. He suddenly said, you must have suffered a lot. It wasn't bitter, it wasn't bitter. Shui Meng paused and said, it was sweet. Chu Wanning reached out, wanting to rub his head like he did in the past. But then he remembered that Shui Meng was no longer a child, so it wasn't appropriate to do so. Midway, he turned around and patted his shoulder. The books on the floor were scattered everywhere. The two of them picked them up one by one and placed them on the table. You bought so many? Chu Wanning said, how long do you want me to read? Not much, not much. Shizun reads 10 lines at a glance. He finished it all in one night. Even after so long, Shui Meng's admiration did not diminish in the slightest. But Chu Wanning was a little speechless. He didn't know what to say, so he lit a candle and casually flipped through a few books. Jiangdongtang has a new sect leader? It's changed, it's changed. The new sect leader is a woman. It's said that her temper is very bad. Chu Wanning continued to read. The page he was reading was about Jiangdongtang's chronicles. It was a long and voluminous article. Chu Wanning read very attentively. As he read, he suddenly stopped at the life of Jiangdongtang's new sect leader and casually asked, Mo Ran, how has he been these years? He asked in a very restrained and light tone. Because of this, Shui Meng didn't feel that it was too abrupt. He answered honestly, not bad. Chu Wanning looked up. What do you mean by not bad? Shui Meng considered his words and said, it means that he's like a person. He wasn't like a person before? Without waiting for Shui Meng to speak, Chu Wanning nodded again. He really isn't like a person. Go on. Shui Meng was best at telling his own story in a very long and exciting way. He would tell others, especially Mo Ran's story, in a very short and simple way. He's been running around these years. He's become more sensible. Shui Meng said, other than that, there's nothing else. He didn't go to the Soul Mountain conference? No, he was cultivating in the Snow Valley at that time. Chu Wanning didn't ask any more questions. The two of them talked about other things. Shui Meng was afraid that he would be tired. Although he still had a lot to say, he restrained himself and left first. After he left, Chu Wanning lay on the bed with his clothes on. He still remembered what happened in the world of spirits and souls. Therefore, he wasn't surprised by Mo Ran's change. It was just a fleeting life. After parting for so many years, Shui Meng had grown so much that he almost couldn't recognize him. He didn't know what Mo Ran looked like now. He still remembered what Shui Jingyong said to him. Before he left today, Yuhing, I'll hold a banquet at the Mangpa lobby tomorrow to congratulate you on coming out of seclusion. You mustn't refuse. I've already sent the letter to Ran Air. You can't let him rush back from so far away and end up with no food and drink, right? Chu Wanning didn't refuse. Although he didn't like crowds, Mo Ran had always been his weak spot. According to Shui Jingyong, when the rainbow butterfly suppresses the heavens and rends the heavens, many villages at the foot of the White Top Mountain were destroyed. Now, the survivors were either injured or disabled. Because of the heavy losses, those villages were still in ruins. The entire snowfield was like hell on earth. Mo Ran had been helping to rebuild the village these days. He read a book under the candlelight for a while. He couldn't help but get up and wave his sleeve to summon a transmission begonia. After thinking for a while, he said, Lord, I'll have to trouble you to write another letter to Mo Ran. Tell him not to worry and that it's best if he can make it back in time. If he can't, I won't blame him. The weather is getting colder. Whitetop Mountain is bitterly cold every winter. Tell him to settle down in the village and not deal with it carelessly. After throwing away the begonia flower, Chu Wanning sighed and lay back on the bed. He picked up the half-read chronicles of the Cultivation world and continued reading. Although his eyesight wasn't as exaggerated as Shui Meng said that he could finish reading these vast and complex scrolls in one night, he could still read a few historical books with ease. Late at night, the candlelight flowed into a quiet pool. Chu Wanning closed the book and frowned slightly. He had already roughly read the events that happened in the cultivation world in the past 5 years. At the beginning, the contents of the book didn't have much to say. But when it came to colorful Butterfly Town, there were a lot of descriptions about Mo Ran. Chu Wanning was originally lying on his side with one hand supporting his mouth and the other lazily flipping through the pages. When he read to this point, he couldn't help but sit up and read the book carefully. In the lower cultivation world, thousands of people traveled east. When they reached the border, they encountered a wall to defend, not allowing them to enter. Every few days, the sky was cloudy and evil spirits were everywhere. Thousands of people died in front of the wall, blood flowed like drifting pestles. In the 9th month, the food supply route was cut off. People couldn't eat for 17 days because of internal yin and yang killing each other for food. What was written here was that in the lower cultivation world, many people wanted to escape to the upper cultivation world to take refuge, but they were refused. In the end, they had no food in their stomachs, so they killed each other to survive. That foul wind and bloody rain that filled the sky had now become a few words on the paper. When Chu Wanning read it, he felt very uncomfortable. At the peak of life and death, young Master Meng and young Master Ran were the immortals. Their swords came out of Shu. Under the Longqing saber, more than 1,000 evil spirits were killed. Shui Meng became famous. Mo Ran patched up the sky alone, eliminating evil spirits in the underworld. His boundary technique, Chu Wanning, was not inferior. The world was shocked. Although Chu Wanning knew that the heavenly fissure described here wasn't as serious as it was in the past, he was still a little surprised. He opened his eyes slightly. He was able to patch up the fissure with his own strength? As he continued reading, he read more about Mo Ran's deeds of eliminating evil spirits and suppressing evil spirits. There were evil spirits on the east side of the river. Blue Pool Village refused to deal with this matter. Mo Ran heard and went. He encountered the Yellow River Demon and fought for 3 days. He cut off its head and burned it, eliminating the evil. Then, young Master was seriously injured. His abdomen and ribs were pierced. Fortunately, he met sect leader Xianxia in the middle of the night. Chu Wanning's fingertips were cold. Young Master was seriously injured. His abdomen and ribs were pierced. Whose abdomen? Whose ribs? Mo Ran's? He was clearly someone who would never misread a sentence, but he didn't want to believe it at this time. He repeated it 4 or 5 times, and on the 6th time, he put his finger on it and read it word by word. Mo Ran heard and went. He fought for 3 days. Chu Wanning seemed to see the back of a black-clothed Xianxia, his boots stepping on the huge waves of the Yellow River, one hand behind his back, the other holding the shining divine weapon Willow Vine. He cut off its head and burned it, eliminating the evil. However, the young master was seriously injured. His hands clenched tightly on the paper, his knuckles turning jade-like. He saw Mo Ran pull out the willow vine amidst the stormy waves. He let out a long roar like he had seen a ghost and cut off the boss head. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, the boss' sharp claws pierced into Mo Ran's abdomen. The behemoth that had lost its head swayed and finally fell to the ground, its huge body cutting off the flow of the Yellow River. Mo Ran also fell to the riverside. He could no longer stand, and his clothes were instantly soaked in blood. Chu Wanning slowly closed his eyes. For a long, long time, he didn't open them. Only his fluttering eyelashes were slightly moist. After that, without exception, those books all called Mo Ran Grandmaster Mo. When Chu Wanning saw these 3 words, he only felt that they were indescribably strange and unfamiliar. He couldn't connect the smiling, lazy teenager in his memory with the title Grandmaster Mo. He had missed too many things about Mo Ran. He suddenly wondered if he would still be able to recognize this disciple if that person returned tomorrow. A disciple with many scars would become Grandmaster Mo's disciple. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel a vague sense of uneasiness. He really wanted to see Mo Ran, but he also didn't dare to see Mo Ran. With such anxiety, Chu Wanning finally fell asleep in the latter half of the night. Even though she had died once, she still did not know how to take care of herself. She lay in a pile of files without a blanket. He was really quite weak, and his energy had yet to fully recover. In addition, not many people dared to trespass into the Red Lotus Pavilion, so no one woke him up. He fell into a deep sleep, and when Chu Wanning woke up, it was already the evening of the next day. Chu Wanning opened the window and looked at the setting sun outside. He fell into a long silence. The red clouds reflected the surface of the lake. A wild crane flew leisurely over the horizon, and a tired bird returned to its nest. It was already evening. He actually lay in bed for a day and a night. Chu Wanning's face was ashen. He put his hand on the window frame and with a paw sound, he almost broke the wooden frame. The banquet that the High Lord specially prepared for him was about to begin, but he was still sleepy, his clothes were untidy, and his hair was messy. What should he do? What to do? What to do? He was secretly anxious. Yu Heng. At this time, Shui Jingyong actually came up the mountain. He pushed open the door and saw Chu Wanning sitting on the bed with an unfathomable expression. He couldn't help but be stunned. Why aren't you up yet? I'm up. Chu Wanning said. If it weren't for the strands of hair on his forehead sticking up, his appearance would have been very dignified. What's the matter, High Lord? You actually need to come here personally. Nothing, nothing. I just didn't see you come down for a day, so I was a little worried. Shui Jingyong rubbed his hands. Since you're up, wash up and go to the Mangpa lobby to eat. When Master Huizui left, he specifically said that you can only eat after 24 hours. You haven't eaten since you woke up yesterday, and now it's 24 hours. I had people prepare many dishes that you like. Crab meats, lion's head, osmanthus, and lotus root. Come, let's go together. Thank you for your trouble, High Lord. When Chu Wanning heard about the crab meats, lion's head, osmanthus, and lotus root, he was too lazy to take care of it carefully. He prepared to change his clothes and go down with Shui Jingyong. After all, the crab meats had to be eaten while they were hot. They would be tasteless if they were cold. Of course, of course. Shui Jingyong watched him get off the bed and put on his shoes. He rubbed his hands for a while, then suddenly thought of something and said, oh, right, there's one more thing. Chu Wanning wasn't good at taking care of life. After sleeping for 5 years, he was even more sluggish. He put on his left and right socks upside down. After a long time, he realized that something was wrong and quietly changed back. He focused on putting on his socks, so he didn't raise his head and said lightly, what? Shui Jingyong smiled. Ran Air sent an urgent letter this morning saying that he'll definitely rush back tonight. He even brought you a congratulatory gift. This child is getting more sensible as he grows up. Hey, Yu Heng, why did you take off your socks? Nothing, this is from yesterday. Chu Wanning said, it's a bit dirty, so I changed to a clean one. Then why didn't you change just now? I didn't remember just now. Shui Jingyong was very straightforward and didn't think about it. He just looked around and sighed. Speaking of which, Yu Heng, you're not young anymore. I think it's time for you to find a Dao companion. Look at your room. When Master Huizui left, it was neat and tidy. But when you woke up, it's not even lively yet. There's only a piece of paper here and a robe there. Do you want me to help you keep an eye out? Please go out, Lord. Huh? Chu Wanning's face was gloomy, and he didn't have a good temper. I'll change. Haha, okay, go out then. But about the Dao companion. Chu Wanning suddenly looked up. His eyes were like an ice lake, and he stared at Shui Jingyong who didn't have good eyesight. Shui Jingyong finally understood and laughed dryly. I'm just asking. Yu Heng's condition isn't good enough for you. Chu Wanning lowered his eyelids and looked like he was rolling his eyes at Shui Jingyong. Shui Jingyong sighed and said helplessly, did I say something wrong? I know you're picky. Chu Wanning said lightly, I just don't have the time. How is that picky? Since you're not picky, then tell me, what kind of woman would catch your eye? As for me, I don't want to force you, but at least I can help you keep an eye out. Chu Wanning found him annoying and couldn't be bothered to talk to him, so he said perfunctorily, living people. Women. Lord, please keep an eye out. I won't see you out. With that, he pushed Shui Jingyong out the door. Shui Jingyong was unwilling. After going through a life and death situation, he was sincerely concerned about Chu Wanning's marriage. Back then, when Chu Wanning passed away, Shui Jingyong was very regretful. He thought that if Chu Wanning had left behind a child like his brother, he would at least have something to think about. He would have someone to take care of and make up for it. However, Chu Wanning didn't have any children or brothers. He was a lone wolf. Shui Jingyong was very sad at that time and felt very guilty. He felt that Chu Wanning was lonely and pitiful. Your request is different from not saying anything. Yu Heng, it's true, I'm serious, sigh. Shui Jingyong wanted to struggle, but Chu Wanning had already pushed him out and closed the door with a bang. At the same time, he also set up a barrier, blocking him outside. Shui Jingyong. End of chapter 125. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.